Chapter 1. Where has the golden finger disappeared? 8 years ago, United States, New York, Chinatown, a certain orphanage. A tempest raged. Amidst a blinding flash of lightning, the door was shattered into splinters. An old Wang, adorned with a necklace, tumbled to the ground. 10 minutes later, the elderly director, clutching an umbrella, hurriedly approached, a grimace etched upon his face. Lightning doesn't have eyes. Where am I to find funds to replace the door? Oh, who lacks conscience enough to abandon a child in this weather? Not even swaddling cloth? The old director hastily scooped up the bare old Wang, sighing, another mouth to feed. What shall we do? That evening, a shadowy figure stealthily entered the room and absconded with the necklace. 8 years later, United States, New York, 77 Chinatown, a modest apartment. Seated upon a tattered sofa, old Wang propped his feet on an even more dilapidated stool, wielding a rolling pin that had served him for 7 years, sipping on a bottle of baijiu, aged for 3 years, and sighed. Even the Titans are unreliable. This was his second time. As an ordinary descendant of the Chinese on Earth, he had been swept into the waves of transmigration, soulfully transported to Azeroth, serendipitously becoming the disciple of the legendary monk Chun, the Storm Brew. Thus began his grand journey to save Azeroth, from the Stormspire to the Temple of Ulduar, battling old gods. Confronting Titans, he pushed his way to the Pantheon. Fame, power, status, strength had attained it all. Sargeras was sealed away, Argus purified. Even the old gods were subdued ahead of schedule. What more was there to cling to? The ladies of Azeroth sought him out, gifting him with equipment and warmth, tearfully pleading to call him brother, eagerly wanting him to be their spokesperson and guardian, to cherish their delicate souls that had existed for mere billions of years. Was it amusing? Thus, when the ladies and the Titans of the Pantheon inquired about his remaining wishes, old Wang reminisced about the towering buildings and crayfish back on Earth. No matter how reluctant he felt, the Titans understood his sentiments, and together they cast a spell, sending old Wang, bearing the heart of Azeroth gifted by the lady, through the temporal nexus, only to be interfered with by some shameless scoundrel, leading to a mistaken reincarnation. Queen Azhara. It wasn't me. I didn't do it. You're lying. Some big shot. Is it my fault? No, it was a misalignment in time, but that was of little consequence. At least his soul remained intact, undeniably his own. Unlike some peers who had to inhabit another's body if they sought a girlfriend. Whose would it be, ours or your predecessors? If children were involved, whose would they be, ours or your predecessors? From a perspective of genetic inheritance, it seemed they might not even be yours. More critically, just as he was on the brink of freezing to death or drowning in accumulated waters, the old director saved him. With his chubby little hand, he touched the heart of Azeroth hanging around his neck, and old Wang mused that this was the supreme artifact crafted by the Lady of Azeroth, endowed with powers from all the Titans of the Pantheon. Not some second-rate item passed through the hands of Magni, but even more formidable than the sword wielded by Sargeras. Activating the full power of the heart of Azeroth, relying on his past life as a grandmaster monk, he would reclaim the martial arts of the Pandaren. Master at 3, grandmaster at 5, and grandmaster supreme at 10. If he could cultivate until 8, could he not easily withstand a nuclear explosion? Old Wang chuckled at the thought. Yet that very night, the necklace was stolen. With his golden finger gone, was there a transmigrator more unfortunate than himself? Fortunately, his memories remained. Reacquainting himself with Pandaren martial arts, as soon as he could move his arms and legs, he began his training, declaring it's easy. Pandaren martial arts were indeed impressive. The strongest monks in history were no mere jest. Old Wang swiftly cultivated his first strand of true qi, a unique ability of monks, his health flourishing, appetite hearty, and he never fell ill, much to the old director's delight, saving him quite a bit of money, of course. Since learning of a wealthy heir named Tony Stark who inherited Stark Industries, old Wang exercised caution, never daring to display his true qi in public. He had no desire to be monitored or controlled by S.H.I.E.L.D. or captured and dissected by Hydra. Ever since a certain individual named Shang-Chi made a name for himself in America, Kung Fu had surged in popularity, and there were at least a dozen martial arts schools in Chinatown, with countless practitioners from the elderly to toddlers, though few had managed to cultivate true qi. Old Wang purchased a vast array of martial arts manuals at $3 a piece as guys, and no one suspected a thing. The elderly vendor, before so many witnesses, proclaimed old Wang to be an 19th century martial arts prodigy. How could there be any doubt? Thus, he practiced diligently, simultaneously seeking the heart of Azeroth, and 8 years slipped by in the blink of an eye. The orphanage could not support him indefinitely. Old Wang had become independent at 4, possessing the wisdom and experience of adulthood to sustain himself. Yet, living well was no easy feat. He was about to enter university, with tuition fees exorbitantly high, far beyond his means. What to do? This world had no creation starter. Even if it did, A struggling writer earned no fortune. Must I truly seek work at a nightclub? Or agree to work as a public relations officer for Hongjia? Old Wang lifted the bottle of Baijiu, gazing at the blurred reflection within, feeling quite satisfied. Regardless of the martial arts combat prowess, at the very least, the true qi could preserve one's youth. With an acceptable appearance, being a pretty boy to swindle meals was also a viable option. There was no doubt regarding the physical prowess of a monk. Old Wang, adhering to scientific rigor, had long since tested it, easily managing 3 or 5 opponents. The crux was, how could Old Wang, a superhero who had saved the Warcraft world countless times, descend to the level of selling himself? His stomach grumbled. Never mind, man is iron, and food is steel. One cannot think on an empty stomach. Filling his belly first was paramount. Old Wang rose to leave when suddenly his phone rang. Upon seeing the name on the screen, he smiled. After 8 years of transmigration, he hadn't been idled. It wasn't easy to meet Iron Man or Black Widow, but for some, it was not so difficult. King, did you miss me? Old Wang teased, crossing his legs. Wang, say that again. My name is not Wang, King, it's Sky. Came a melodious voice, exasperated. Stop it, that sounds awful. King is far more pleasant. Old Wang shifted his position. I have good news for you. Are you ready to hear it? Sky's voice rose an octave. I'm listening, Old Wang replied leisurely. Hurry over. The person you were looking for has been found. Bang. Old Wang leapt to his feet, his head crashing through the ceiling. Chapter 2. The future Shockwave Girl. Chinatown is vast, encompassing a multitude of blocks. Old Wang resides on Wu Street, which would be considered the heart of Chinatown. Shortly after stepping out, he spotted a dilapidated delivery truck, nearly rusted beyond use, from which emerged a stunning head crowned with golden, wavy locks. Wang, over here. Quickly. Get in. Old Wang shrugged and nimbly hopped inside. I envy your graceful agility, Sky remarked in her broken Chinese. Although she is of mixed Chinese and American descent, she grew up in the United States and is virtually incapable of speaking Chinese. The little she knows was learned after meeting Old Wang, who encouraged her to do so. Sky is an orphan, abandoned at a welfare institution during her childhood. Now 9 years old, she is a year older than Old Wang. She has attended school and dropped out, and her relationships tend to bring misfortune to those around her, earning her the dubious title of a true calamity. The pain of being abandoned lingers in her heart, driving her desire to confront her parents and question their reasons for forsaking her. Am I unlovable? Do I consume too much? Have I been a burden to you? For this dream, she has persevered until she crossed paths with Old Wang. 3 years ago, a Caucasian girl pursued Old Wang, inciting the ire of several African-American suitors who sought to teach him a lesson in the dead of night. Instead, Old Wang bested them, leaving one in bed for over a month, which terrified the Caucasian girl into avoiding him or feigning ignorance when she could not escape. This incident would have been inconsequential but for Sky, who witnessed the whole affair. She was utterly astonished. Having been parentless, she often faced bullying at school and outside. With her outgoing nature, she approached Old Wang, requesting that he teach her martial arts so she could learn to defend herself. Aware that she was destined to become the future Shockwave Girl, Old Wang readily agreed and advised her that as a mixed-race individual, her parents might very well be Chinese. Thus, she should learn Mandarin to aid in her search. Thus, Sky became Old Wang's pupil. Initially, she intended to teach him hacking skills and gratitude. But after just 2 days, he found himself overwhelmed, unable to grasp the concepts due to his limited intellect. After a few days of their companionship, Old Wang enlisted Sky's help in locating the heart of Azeroth. He had assumed that with her abilities, she would find it in no time, but to his astonishment, the search extended over 3 years. Practice diligently, and you too shall excel, Old Wang mused, surveying his surroundings with a furrowed brow. But cooing, this truck has surely been around for a year, hasn't it? When you bought it, it must have already been over a decade old. If left unattended by the roadside, it could easily be discarded by sanitation workers. You think they would toss it? Which trash bin could possibly accommodate it? This isn't merely a delivery truck. It's my mobile office, which cost me $10,000. It is both a truck and my home. Sky retorted with irritation, casting a fierce glare at Old Wang. I warn you, if you ever call me Wang Kuing again, I will send your information to S.H.I.E.L.D. and let their agents trouble you. And money. 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 I need to earn a living. Do you have any idea how long it has taken to find him? How many opportunities to earn have been squandered? Unlike you, I have no parents, no one to support me. Now, no one takes care of me anymore. Old Wang shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, they've gone off to enjoy their couple's world, leaving me with a mere 1,000. I am now poorer than you. Congratulations, you are free, Sky replied, devoid of any sympathy or pity. After all, their parents were still around. They'd just gone out for a while. If their son were to struggle, they would undoubtedly intervene. This was merely a phase of trials, a lesson in independence. Unlike myself, who truly has no one to rely on, I have neither committed murder nor arson. The S.H.I.L.D. should be held accountable, right? Old Wang continued. All right. I understand that the law serves the wealthy. You need not lecture me. One day, I shall become a wealthy individual and have the law serve me. Old Wang disregarded the crux of Sky's statement and leaned in to sniff the beauty's shoulder abruptly. Then, before Sky could express his anger, he straightened his face with utmost seriousness, demanding, let's discuss the situation. 8 years ago, there were no surveillance cameras. They only became prevalent in recent years. And the duration of this matter makes it rather complex. Sky sighed, refraining from admitting that it was due to his previous lack of skills. Now, having joined the Rising Tide organization, his hacking skills had surged, and with the assistance of other members, he had managed to locate that necklace. Thank you for your hard work. Old Wang, somewhat absent-minded, placed his hands on Sky's shoulders and began to knead them. Would you like a full-service treatment, including shoulder massage and cupping? No, Sky scoffed. The one who stole your necklace 8 years ago was a habitual offender from your Chinatown, Chintian. He sold the necklace to Li Xian, who, due to gambling debts, pawned the gold store to Lu Han of the Chinese gang. 7 years ago, Lu Han was killed, and the necklace was taken by someone named Sun Yaoyuan. Just get to the point. Old Wang felt a headache coming and pressed down a little too hard. Ouch. That hurts. Lighter, please. The necklace is with the Fifth Street Gang in Los Angeles. Sky clicked the mouse, enlarging an avatar of a robust-looking black man. Peter, the second in command of the Fifth Street Gang. Sky moved the mouse again, bringing up detailed information. Los Angeles? Old Wang frowned. That is quite far. Also, I feel like I've heard the name Fifth Street Gang somewhere before. Sky closed the laptop and gestured for him to leave. I've sent you the information. You can exit now. You know my bank account number. Remember to transfer the funds. You want me to get out of the car? Do you think this is a kindergarten school bus? Old Wang shifted to a more comfortable position, snatching Sky's laptop. What is the password? Is the game still on the D drive? No inappropriate movies, I hope. I'm not going with you. Sky turned to Old Wang, his expression earnest. The Fifth Street Gang controls Fifth Street in Los Angeles, with dozens of members, armed and dangerous. I need to stay alive to find my parents. I'm not like you. I'm a normal person. You are the one who is abnormal. Your entire family is abnormal, Old Wang thought to himself. The offspring of the extraordinary and the insane, the future quake. How dare you claim to be normal? Of course, he couldn't voice this just yet. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain. Get out. No. If you don't get out, I'll call the police. I shall inform the authorities that you are a hacker, responsible for providing technical support in last month's bank heist, as well as being implicated in the major smuggling case from the month prior. And what of 20 years ago? That is preposterous. I was not even born then. If I were guilty, would I be driving this dilapidated vehicle? I would be behind the wheel of a bumblebee. But would the police even believe such a tale? The police serve the affluent. Do you possess wealth? Do you desire to acquire my capabilities, perhaps even surpass them? Indeed, assist me this once, and I shall return the favor. Very well. You shall drive while I indulge in a game. Speaking of which, should we devise a plan? Did not Peter post the Heart of Azeroth online? Contact him, express your interest, and arrange a location for the exchange. And then, we seize it, of course. Do you truly expect to purchase it? I lack the funds. Is that necklace truly of such significance? Absolutely, it is my golden finger. Not merely a necklace. But how has it transformed into a finger, and a golden one at that? It is but an enhancement. Chapter 3. Who does not wish to be the protagonist? The distance from New York to Los Angeles exceeds 4,000 kilometers in a straight line. Traveling by road will undoubtedly take much longer, as driving alone would require several days, considering the necessary breaks. Fortunately, both Old Wang and Sky hold valid driver's licenses, so rotating the driving duties poses no issue. Along the way, they can engage in banter and idle chatter, although Old Wang spends most of his time engrossed in gaming. What else would he do? Diligently practice? Apologies, but Old Wang was a grandmaster monk in his previous life. Although he was a disciple of the panda, wine immortal, Old Chun, his prowess far surpassed that of the last emperor of the Pandaren, Xiaohao. Neither Old Chun nor the blood-spitting sect leader could compare. Experience and skill have long reached their zenith. What he now requires is merely an increase in his internal energy, a process reliant on time, unless fortune intervenes. His ascendance to the title of the strongest monk in history was due to his foresight and proactive pursuit of numerous opportunities. In this life, cultivation does not necessitate unwavering concentration. Old Wang has actually been practicing all along, with gaming merely a supplementary activity. Aside from yourself, there is another interested in purchasing the Heart of Azeroth. who has already made contact. This individual, named Robbie Reyes, works at an auto repair shop. What does he desire with your shabby necklace? Before departing, Sky hacked into Peter's phone and computer, eavesdropping on his conversations, and now it has indeed proven effective. The choice to use a mobile device rather than a laptop was purely because Old Wang was engrossed in his game and would not relinquish it. She had contemplated seizing it, but the reality is she could not overpower him. Naturally, who does not wish for a golden finger? Who does not aspire to be the protagonist? Old Wang pays no heed, continuing his gaming. He is in no rush. The heart of Azeroth contains the powers of Azeroth. Amonthul, Norganon, Agrimar, and Argus, all bestowed by the Titans, bound to his very soul. Only he can wield it. Should others acquire it, it would merely be an ordinary necklace, incapable of making them the protagonist, relegating them to the role of mere spectators. Do you believe you're the protagonist? I regret to inform you. You are but a supporting character. Robbie Reyes? That name seems somewhat familiar. I feel I have heard it before. Was it in a film? Or perhaps in a television series? Robbie quoted 10,000, while Peter demanded 100,000. After some negotiation, Robbie settled for 50,000, with the transaction set to occur in 2 hours. Sky, growing anxious, turned to Old Wang. Wang, think of a solution. We need at least a whole day to reach Los Angeles. What is difficult about that? Just quote 100,000 and arrange the deal for tomorrow evening. Old Wang replied calmly. All right. Sky hastily made a call to a car repair shop in Los Angeles. Having just finished repairing a vehicle, Robbie suddenly felt a surge of fury. The flames of vengeance ignited his eyes, filling his heart with rage. The Five Streets gang had audaciously attacked him and his brother for no apparent reason. Had it not been for the motorcyclist who bestowed upon him the cursed spirit, Satanos, he might have perished. His brother's legs were broken, leaving him reliant on a wheelchair. He was still so young, just starting high school. What would become of him? After 2 weeks, Robbie had finally begun to master the powers of Satanos and resolved to exact revenge. Peter from the Five Streets gang had brazenly showcased a stunning necklace online. This was an opportunity. With only an hour left before the deal, it was time to set off. Robbie drove his Uncle Eli's Dodge Charger to the meeting place. He waited for an hour, but no one arrived. He waited another hour, yet still no one came. He ended up waiting the entire night. Where was everyone? Clenching his fists, flames flickered in his eyes. Peter, how dare you deceive me? You cannot escape. I will find you. Not a single member of the Five Streets gang will survive. Los Angeles was quite beautiful, although it was 2008. This was the Earth of the Marvel Universe, far more advanced than the Earth of the past. The technology here surpassed that of 2018 by a considerable margin. After all, not even the Earth of 2018 could produce an AI butler like Jarvis. Skyscrapers rose in splendid array, aglow with lights, a true city that never sleeps. Yet, beneath the brilliance lay shadows, like the Five Streets gang. The largest gang in Los Angeles was actually the Chinese gang, which dwarfed the Five Streets gang in comparison. However, the latter still had dozens of members, each armed, engaging not only in drug trafficking and human trafficking, but also accepting contracts for murder, provided the price was right. Meanwhile, Peter sat comfortably in his car, humming a tune. Half a month ago, he had accepted a contract to eliminate a scientist named Eli for a hefty sum of 1 million. This was no small amount, and the task seemed straightforward. He gathered a crew and lay in wait. With the boss incarcerated, surely the reward would fall to him. When Eli's car finally emerged that night, his men opened fire, only to discover that Eli had survived, as it was his 2 nephews driving the car. That was no issue. The Five Streets gang prided itself on reliability, and if one attempt failed, they could always try again. However, before they could act, Eli was imprisoned, sharing a cell with the boss. This made matters complicated. A prison was not something they could infiltrate. But that didn't deter Peter. They had already killed the intended target, and even if they received no credit for it, they deserved some compensation for their efforts. He promptly organized his men to demand payment. Even if it wasn't the full 1 million, surely they could secure at least 100,000, or perhaps a consolation of 990,000 for their troubles. The Five Street gang operates under the principle of repaying debts and demanding what is owed. The unfortunate client, named Joseph, ended up in the hospital, his mind clouded and resembling a mere vegetable, rendering communication impossible. What the predicament? Just a week prior, in a fit of displeasure, I had reprimanded a small-time thug and accidentally stumbled upon a remarkable treasure. My gaze fell upon the necklace adorning my neck, particularly the gem within the golden pendant that sparkled like the night sky, so exquisite and enchanting, not to mention its considerable value. I shared a picture online to boast about it, and yesterday someone claimed it was a work of art, willing to pay $10,000 for it. How naive of me. Peter countered with an offer of $100,000. The other party was no fool either, negotiating down to $50,000, which was still quite satisfactory. Little did I know, after the haggling, another individual contacted him, offering $100,000. Who would hesitate to sell it? He initially demanded $1 million. But after an hour of relentless negotiation, settled on $112,223. It was the first time I had witnessed such adept bargaining. Upon arrival, Peter parked the car and signaled with his eyes, directing the following vehicle to a concealed location. There was something suspicious about this. How could a necklace, neither gold nor platinum, fetch such a price? The gem was indeed beautiful, yet its perfection seemed almost artificial, casting doubt on its true worth. Perhaps it was a trap set by rivals, aiming to eliminate me. However, I was no fool, accompanied by a dozen subordinates. And with the following truck carrying several armed men, we had nothing to fear, even from the Chinese gang. "Boss, they have arrived," one of the drivers announced. Peter looked up to see a dilapidated truck parked a short distance away, so worn that even a mere $10,000 would not tempt me to buy it. Could such a battered vehicle truly possess a sum of $112,223? "Stay alert and proceed with caution," Peter commanded, gripping his handgun and releasing the safety, a sinister expression crossing his face. Something was amiss. This was undoubtedly a con. Yet it mattered not. What was that saying from our longtime rival in the Chinese gang? Turn the tables on them. Those who dare to scheme against the Five Street Gang have met their demise. Chapter 4. The fourth generation of the malevolent knight inside the truck. Sky sat in the driver's seat, palms clammy with sweat. The Five Street Gang was no trifling matter. Over a dozen armed men against just two of us unarmed. Boldly stepping into such peril felt like courting death. "Old Wang, should we retreat? Strategically?" Sky's voice trembled. At merely 19 years old, she had never encountered such a daunting situation. "Not to worry. Once I exit the vehicle, you drive away and come back for me later," Old Wang replied casually. "This is just a minor affair." Having faced the cataclysm of the undead, survived the battle of Ankila, and infiltrated the burning Legion-S stronghold, what were a mere dozen men to me? Did I fear a titan the size of planet? Though I was far from my former self, I was still not someone an ordinary person could compare to. Guns? What do they amount to? I scoffed. I have withstood the onslaught of demonic artillery. "Well, just be careful," Sky urged, refusing to be reckless. She was acutely aware of her own limitations. Braving the situation would only hinder her further. And Wang was no fool. His presence indicated he possessed confidence. Old Wang stepped out of the vehicle, a suitcase in hand, striding toward Peter with an ease that belied the tension. What lay within the suitcase? Money? That seemed highly improbable. Instead, it contained a rolling pin and half-consumed ergwota liquor. The suitcase served merely to bring him closer to his adversary, for he was poised to strike at any moment. His opponent was evidently prepared. The dozen or so individuals nearby could not elude his keen perception. After 3 lifetimes, this was his singular advantage. A robust soul endowed him with formidable mental acuity. While he wouldn't claim to outmatch the likes of Nightcrawler, he was certainly not lacking in skill. Suddenly, Old Wang sensed something amiss. Turning, he beheld a vehicle barreling toward them, a black beast with imposing headlights and a rugged, angular form. Such a vehicle was a rarity in these times, exorbitantly priced and utterly defying aerodynamic principles. Not only was it fuel inefficient, but its speed left much to be desired. What possessed someone to manufacture such a contraption? The Dodge Charger from 1969? Old Wang recognized it instantly. Not that he was particularly knowledgeable about cars. He couldn't even identify the Dodge emblem or model. The shocking detail was that this vehicle was ablaze. Indeed, flames erupted from both the wheels and the body, leaving a trail of fire in its wake. The inferno exuded an aura of malevolence, reminiscent of past encounters with the burning legion that had ravaged his hometown. This was Hellfire, the signature of the Ghost Rider. The first, second, and third generations rode motorcycles, but the fourth generation drove a Dodge Charger, a vehicle of an entirely different caliber, capable of purchasing the previous 3 rides combined. Thus, Old Wang was able to deduce the connection. What was the name of the fourth Ghost Rider? Did he have a vendetta against the 5 Point Gang? Old Wang rifled through his memories and finally recalled. No wonder the names Robbie Reyes and the 5 Points Gang seemed familiar. They had appeared in Agents of S.H.I.L.D. Robbie Reyes was indeed the fourth Ghost Rider, and he harbored a deep-seated grudge against the 5 Points Gang. Just then, the Dodge Charger careened toward the opposing gang's vehicle. "Stop!" Peter shouted, bewildered, and hastily opened fire. Was he truly intending to ram the car? His vehicle was costly, worth more than his own life. Did he not care if it became damaged? The sound of gunfire erupted, bullets striking the Charger, yet they were utterly ineffective, leaving no marks upon its surface. This car was not only aflame, but its windshield seemed harder than titanium. The bullets could not penetrate. Peter was utterly stunned. The Charger was not an armored vehicle. Could it have been modified? Suddenly, a chilling realization struck him. This car belonged to Eli. Hadn't it been destroyed 2 weeks prior? How was it now in pristine condition? At that moment, he had fired several shots at the side window, injuring Eli's 2 nephews, after which the Dodge Charger overturned and caught fire. He still remembered the license plate number, which had not changed at all. This was a supernatural event. In the distance, Sky gaped in astonishment, quickly capturing the moment on his phone, wondering if this was not akin to a Hollywood blockbuster. He casually tossed the box aside and stood with his arms crossed, watching the spectacle unfold. This was indeed a soul chariot. At the moment of every evil spirit rider's birth, a unique soul chariot is forged, transformed by the fires of hell. While it cannot be deemed invulnerable, it is certainly impervious to ordinary bullets. Moreover, should any damage occur, such as shattered glass, it would heal at an astonishing speed. Simply put, when an evil spirit rider touches the soul chariot, it becomes one with the rider, extending their very essence. All the abilities of the rider are mirrored in the chariot, rendering it extraordinarily formidable. The soul chariot possesses a life of its own. Peter could not help but swallow hard. This vehicle must have crawled out from the depths of hell, seeking vengeance upon him. Surely, the driver was not one of Eli's nephews? God help him. May angels be dispatched to obliterate them. As the second in command of the 5 Points gang, his psychological fortitude was formidable. He instinctively opened the car door to flee while shouting orders to his men to open fire. Bang! The 2 vehicles collided, sending the 5 Points gang's car flying. Engulfed in hellfire, a few individuals crawled out, their bodies ablaze, screaming for help and mercy, desperately clawing at the ground. Their will to survive was unwavering. But what good was it? That was hellfire, impervious even to a high-pressure hose. Such a violent impact. Yet the Dodge Charger remained undeterred, clearly propelled not by an engine, but by the flames of the abyss. The door swung open, revealing a gaunt man with a flaming skull for a head, wielding a chain. The raging inferno of hellfire spread from his hand to the chain, which dragged along the ground, leaving behind distinct scorch marks. Commanding, imposing, he made an unforgettable entrance. Upon seeing this figure, Peter gasped in shock, feeling as though he had truly encountered a ghost. He recognized the attire. It was Robbie, the nephew of Eli, the very man he had shot dead. Had he risen from the underworld to exact revenge? Peter wanted to flee, but his legs felt weak. Cursing himself for his cowardice as he shouted, "RBG! Fire! Fire!" Whoosh! A rocket soared through the air, clearly aimed at Robbie. Yet, whether due to shaky hands or lack of precision, it seemed to veer toward Old Wang instead. Am I not the protagonist here? Sighed Old Wang, gathering intel, posing as a client to set a trap, and then executing a perfect heist. Everything was almost in place when suddenly an evil spirit rider appeared to disrupt his plans. Did they think they could brawl without regard for him, as if he were invisible? Very well. If it was merely a show, then let it be so. But why must he be dragged into this chaos? The 5 Streets gang, you are merely courting your own demise. After a brief stretch of the muscles, Old Wang made his move. Chapter 5, The Grandmaster. UK. Foolish William. It was evident that the RPG had gone awry. Peter was on the brink of madness. A seasoned driver of a Dodge Charger, a slightly pudgy Chinese youth in a dilapidated truck, a devil emerging from the depths of hell, and a seemingly simple-minded human. Who among them was the primary target, and who the secondary? This was hardly a matter for debate. Though the RPG was not limited to a single shot, it was exorbitantly priced. William, are you prepared to finance this? The crux of the matter is that this contraption is not easily handled. Stark Industries products are prohibitively expensive, and their market circulation is so scarce that they are nearly unattainable. Although Hammer Industries' offerings are more commonplace and affordable, their instability makes them unreliable. Who knows when one might explode unexpectedly? Moreover, reloading takes time, and that relentless driver is astonishingly swift. How could I possibly keep up? William, are you deliberately conspiring against me in a bid to inherit my Facebook account? Peter's thoughts took a sudden turn. The driver in hot pursuit was clearly not something that could be dealt with by mere firearms. Victory was unattainable, and the only recourse was to escape and devise a plan for revenge. Would he resort to begging for mercy? Absolutely not. I, Peter, am the second in command of the 5 Streets gang and a notable figure in Los Angeles. Should this become public knowledge, what would become of my reputation? I shall never plead for mercy. Oh, my backside is ablaze. My back is scorching, My head is on fire. My entire being is engulfed in heat. Am I a flame? Am I sprinting through the inferno? A jolt of realization struck Peter as memories of fire safety drills from elementary school flooded his mind. He rolled on the ground, attempting to extinguish the flames consuming him, but alas, it was futile. The fires of hell cannot be quelled. Peter's panic had morphed into despair. He hastily rose, collapsing to the ground with a thud, his head hitting the earth as he cried out, "Spare me! Spare me! I will give you whatever you desire. The treasures of the Five Streets Gang are yours for the taking. I will reveal who orchestrated this. I implore you, grant me mercy for this wretched life." He was momentarily stunned as he beheld the figure of the driver. A burning chain trailed behind him, its end entwined around Peter's ankle, bringing forth not just pain but a sense of soul-crushing despair. Yet in that instant he forgot the agony, just as the driver momentarily forgot himself. They both witnessed a scene that would be etched into their memories for eternity. A cheap suitcase lay on the ground, and the pudgy youth let out a sigh, a look of melancholy crossing his face. The tattered trench coat rustled in the sudden gust of hot wind, and his hands, which had been tucked in his pockets, suddenly rose. Worn jeans hugged his long legs as he bent, kneeling with a slight stance. His inexpensive sneakers, worth less than $20, pressing heavily at the front and slightly lifted at the back. The youth's hands ascended from below, appearing slow yet surprisingly swift, soon reaching chest level, transforming his entire presence in an instant. In that fleeting moment, Peter recalled the Jaguar he had encountered 2 years prior in Forest Park. No, the Jaguar paled in comparison to his terror. In the distance, within the confines of a freight truck, Sky's heart raced fiercely, her captivating large eyes fixated upon Old Wang. Memories of a starry night 3 years prior flooded her mind, recalling the scene of a 15-year-old boy who had felled 7 burly men in mere seconds. She had stood just around 50 meters away, having narrowly escaped the encirclement of a group of thugs. Witnessing the boy's silhouette amidst her panic and despair, a beacon of courage and hope for survival. "Watch closely, tiger style." The sharp commands pierced her ears, sending a shiver through her entire being. Old Wang was demonstrating a practical application. Such an opportunity was rare. Her fair fingers instinctively switched from photography to video recording. Robbie, beside her, was even more focused and astonished. Initially, he sensed no danger, not even sparing Old Wang a second glance. The vengeful spirit within him remained dormant, signifying that the young Chinese boy posed no threat, no need for retribution. Now, he realized that this seemingly ordinary young man emanated an unsettling aura through simple movements. In Robbie's fiery eyes, he no longer saw just a recently matured individual, but rather a ferocious tiger, a saber-toothed king seemingly emerged from the Ice Age. The most visceral sensation came from the vengeful spirit within him, a hidden demon that was now paying attention. What was this? A mystical martial art from the enigmatic East, or a power akin to his own, one that did not belong to this world? Old Wang remained composed, indifferent to the reactions of others. With his hand guiding his elbow directing his waist propelling his legs, and his legs commanding his feet, a vibrant emerald light shimmered, an indication of his specially cultivated energy. His body lifted from the ground like a whirlwind, with a sweeping left leg. He executed an almost impossible kick that struck the side of a rocket projectile with pinpoint accuracy. The warhead deviated 180 degrees, propelled back towards its origin by the force and acceleration of his energy. 100 meters away, the Five Streets Gang's truck ascended into the sky, executing a perfect 720-degree turn before landing securely. The leaking gasoline ignited, engulfing despair in flames and summoning death. The explosion erupted with a brilliance akin to fireworks. How did he achieve this? Such remarkable speed, such rapid reflexes. The Tiger style enhanced his mobility and energy flow, while the Crane style altered the rocket's trajectory, the energy cushioning it to prevent immediate detonation. Every movement was executed to perfection. Though I had learned it all, I could never replicate Wang's prowess. How impressive. Peter was taken aback. Robbie was astonished. The vengeful spirit stirred restlessly, and Sky's eyes sparkled with excitement. Meanwhile, in the distance, the explosion of the Five Streets Gang's truck claimed numerous lives, leaving none behind. Old Wang descended gracefully, brushing off non-existent dust from his attire. He turned to Sky and winked, then suddenly raised his hand. A long whip, formed from condensed energy, slithered like a serpent and reached Robbie in less than a second. Just before the vengeful spirit could unleash its fury, the whip curved and ensnared Peter behind him. "He is mine," Robbie shouted, striding forward with determination, the flames of vengeance blazing within his heart. All who are guilty must face punishment. This is the unwavering decree of the spirit of vengeance, a mandate that cannot be ignored. He intends to eliminate every member of the Five Streets gang. This pursuit is not solely for his own retribution, but a compulsion from the spirit of vengeance that even he cannot resist. The Five Streets gang has already lost over a dozen members, none of whom fell by his hand. The vengeance of the spirit must be fulfilled. At least one must perish. Fear not, I hold no interest in men. Old Wang chuckled as he removed the necklace from Peter's neck amidst Peter's palpable terror, and with a mere wave of his hand, a massive figure weighing nearly 200 pounds was sent sprawling. Peter attempted to raise his gun. Click! A foot crashed down forcefully, crushing Peter's right hand along with the pistol, the intense agony eliciting a heart-wrenching scream from him. The police are on their way, Old Wang cautioned. Robbie cast a profound glance at Old Wang before dragging Peter into the vehicle. The Dodge Charger roared to life, vanishing in the blink of an eye. We must take our leave as well. Are we to linger here, waiting to sip tea at the police station? Chapter 6. Speed and fury on a secluded road devoid of surveillance cameras. A vehicle engaged in a reckless display of speed and fervor. There were no companions, no pursuers, no spectators. A dilapidated, budget truck swayed violently, piloted not by Sky, but by Old Wang. Wang relinquished the steering wheel. Let me take over. You must stop. I can't endure this any longer. Sky pleaded, his arm clutching the most valuable possession, a laptop, tightly against his chest, using his body to absorb the shocks, while his other arm clung desperately to the front seat, gripping Old Wang's shoulder as if his life depended on it. It was unbearable. His stomach churned. He and T fully digested the bucket of chicken he had consumed a mere 10 minutes prior, and he couldn't bear to waste it, having spent a considerable sum. The discomfort in his stomach was one thing, but the true agony lay in the heart. No matter how battered, the truck was purchased with 7 years of savings. Now it was flooring the accelerator, taking corners without hesitation. The drifting was a mere illusion, while several near flips were all too real. Sky could have sworn he heard screws loosening. But it wasn't T's screws that were falling, it was money. The pain of loss was one thing. Yet the anxiety was far worse. Old Wang, just drive. Treat the truck like a race car if you must. After all, flooring the gas, 1T outpaces a sedan. If the truck breaks down, so be it. You're but 18. Consider it a $2,000 lesson, and repay me gradually. But can you refrain from fiddling with your necklace while driving? You nearly caused an accident. You turn corners without slowing down, without honking, and without signaling. Do you not fear crash? Well, if you're unafraid of RPGs, then perhaps a car crash is of little concern to you. I am terrified. With a sigh, Old Wang lamented, classmate Ching, all those years of standing practice have gone to waste. Lily from Stormy Spirits is much younger than you and has trained for a similar duration. Yet, despite her weight, she can glide over water with ease. How can you not withstand this minor turbulence? Have your talents all been squandered on hacking, leaving none for the martial arts? In resignation, Old Wang relinquished the steering wheel entirely, grasping Sky's hand instead, channeling his energy through his palm and into his arm, infusing it throughout his body. In the next moment, Sky felt as though she had landed. Her dizziness had dissipated, her vision was no longer blurred, and her legs seemed to have taken root. Remaining utterly still, her entire body trembled slightly, a manifestation of a higher realm of martial practice that she had yet to master. Most importantly, her internal organs had stabilized, and even the food in her stomach had ceased its rebellious escape, obediently shifting to the next stage of digestion. Thank you, Wang. I will dedicate myself to mastering martial arts. God, what are you doing? Do you wish to crash? Sky had initially felt grateful, but upon raising her gaze, she saw Old Wang gripping his hand with one hand while idly playing with the pendant on his necklace, seemingly neglecting the steering wheel. Looking ahead through the window, she suddenly spotted a large delivery truck barreling towards them from a crossroad just 20 meters away, on the verge of a collision. Her heart leapt in her throat. Just as she managed to shout the first syllable, she noticed the steering wheel moving on its own. The entire vehicle jolted violently, tilting at a steep angle, undoubtedly. The left wheels had lifted off the ground, while the right ones were on the brink of bursting. Fortunately, they successfully swerved, narrowly passing the truck with less than 10 centimeters to spare. A skilled driver never meets with disaster. Old Wang remained remarkably calm. Wang. Sky felt as if she had ventured into the depths of hell, her back soaked in cold sweat. Are you insane, Old Wang? Yet, he paid her no mind. For a martial artist, true energy is an extension of the hands and feet. Manipulating the steering wheel with true energy posed no challenge. The notion of a collision was utterly unfathomable. Martial artists possess heightened perception, attuned to their surroundings, ensuring that they would never encounter an accident in their lifetime. 5 minutes later, Old Wang smiled, gradually decelerating the vehicle. In just 25 minutes, they had traversed 50 kilometers along the narrow road. The truck had done its utmost. There was no choice but to hasten their escape from the scene while remaining inconspicuous, even obscuring the license plate. With explosions ringing out. No matter how incompetent the police might be, they could not simply turn a blind eye. With over a dozen lives lost, the underworld was still composed of human beings. This was a significant case, a serious crime, and it could very well attract the attention of agencies like the CIA or S.H.I.E.L.D. Old Wang had no desire to find himself sipping coffee with S.H.I.E.L.D. He was not accustomed to such encounters. To be frank, he was not prepared to engage with S.H.I.E.L.D. at all. The current iteration of S.H.I.E.L.D. bore little resemblance to its former self. It was practically a subdivision of Hydra. The Director Superior was affiliated with Hydra, and many of the agency's capable operatives were also linked to it. Agents were infiltrated throughout their ranks. It was perilous. After 18 years of arduous training, this body still fell short, far from reaching the pinnacle of his previous life. He needed to tread cautiously. Casting his gaze down upon the heart of Azeroth around his neck, Old Wang sighed in resignation. When the young woman had gifted it to him, it had been brimming with essence, the heart of Azeroth in full effect. Now, it seemed not a single function was activated, rendering it no different from an ordinary necklace. Originally, with the heart of Azeroth, Old Wang might not have claimed he could stand against Thanos, but he had confidence in dealing with the Hulk and Thor. Yet now, it was evidently insufficient. He cast a glance at the local police, contemplating the current situation. Old Wang sat cross-legged, diligently cultivating. The heart of Azeroth required genuine energy, and he provided it. If it were sufficiently nourished, it might awaken. The golden finger could not be rendered useless so easily. Upon hearing this, Sky cast a fierce glare at Old Wang and opened her notebook. There were serious matters at hand. In less than 10 minutes, she successfully hacked into the Los Angeles Police Department, stealing a considerable amount of data. The police arrived at the scene in just 5 minutes, an unprecedented efficiency. They had not yet discovered any clues, and we had left no traces behind. Yet another major incident had occurred on 5th Street. Sky's voice rose an octave, her eyes wide. 2 members of the 5th Street gang were dead. Quite decisive and ruthless indeed. Old Wang chuckled. It was clearly Robbie's doing. To be precise, it was Robbie Reyes, the Ghost Rider, driven by the spirit of vengeance. The rationale was straightforward. For vengeance to be complete, every member of the 5th Street gang must perish. Robbie was not inherently murderous, yet the decision to take lives was not his to make. He was under the influence of the vengeance spirit. As for the urgency, simple. The 5th Street gang had lost many members, and the remaining ones, upon learning this, would undoubtedly be frightened, with some likely fleeing. It would be increasingly difficult to find them later. A decisive approach was necessary. No clues for the police? That was excellent news for Old Wang, who felt a sense of relief. With Sky now behind the wheel, Old Wang focused on his cultivation. After approximately half an hour, a smile broke across his face as he opened his eyes. The heart of Azeroth ceased to absorb genuine energy. It had awakened. Chapter 7. The blood of Azeroth. Old Wang slammed the brakes suddenly, causing Sky to lurch forward into the front seat. Wang, she exclaimed, rubbing her forehead in discomfort. Quickly checking her laptop nestled in her arms, she sighed in relief upon finding it unscathed. The vehicle would require all 4 tires to be replaced. If an accident were to be avoided, it would need to be taken to a repair shop for proper maintenance. Clutch, brakes, and more would be indispensable, along with refueling, which would amount to a significant sum. Clearly, $1,000 would not suffice. The car may be damaged, but she couldn't afford to let her means of livelihood be compromised. Otherwise, she would truly lack the funds to buy a new computer. Wang, you pay for the repairs. Sky lamented, feeling the sting of financial loss. This outing had been a significant setback. Not a single cent of profit had been made, and she had even incurred substantial expenses, covering the fuel costs all on her own. It wasn't that Old Wang was miserly. He was genuinely impoverished. Do I look like a wealthy person to you? Old Wang raised his eyelids and shifted his position slightly. You drive. Are you finally willing to spare my car? Such kindness? Sky regarded Old Wang with suspicion, concerned he might change his mind. She swiftly closed her notebook, pressed her hands against the front seat, and with a burst of strength, leaped from the back seat to the driver's seat in a matter of seconds, more agile than an athlete. Then she paused, astonished. When had she become so nimble? When I was short on cash, Old Wang replied, ignoring her, reclining in the passenger seat with his eyes closed. A force began to pull him, his soul drawn into the heart of Azeroth, arriving at a grand temple of a giant, towering and majestic. The circular temple stands open to the sky, where one can behold a constantly shifting and overlapping expanse of stars and void above, while below lies a spherical seal. within which glimmers the light of countless stars. Delicate beams of light intertwine with the starlight, and the energy within pulses with a richness akin to liquid, seemingly devoid of any definitive form. This is the purified soul of Titan Argus. The Titans embody the essence of planetary life. Thus, the soul of a Titan is synonymous with the soul of the planet itself, a collective manifestation of all the soul energy of the world. The entire temple is constructed from an unknown material, impervious even to the might of the Titan himself. There are 7 seats, each belonging to the 7 Titans of the Pantheon: Amon-Thul, Sargeras, Eonar, Norgannon, Cosmodon, Galganeth, and Agrimar. Presently, none occupy them. The 7 seats form a significant arc, with a portion conspicuously absent, just enough to accommodate 2 seats, one for the purified Argus and another for the yet-to-mature Azeroth. This is not the Pantheon of the Warcraft universe, but merely a reflection imprinted upon the heart of Azeroth. The scenery is rather pleasing, though he is not here for mere aesthetics. There are weightier matters at hand. In a cascade of starlight, a figure coalesces into that of a little girl, neither human, nor elf, nor any other mortal race. She is a Titan in her soul form. Although she appears as a young girl, her stature is considerable. Even the great king stands no taller than her calves. She is adorned in a lovely white princess gown, a design once conceived by King himself, favored by both human and elven women for its breathability and beauty. It is surprising to find that Azeroth too has an affinity for such attire. The last time she donned a cheapao, it was merely 18 years ago. Indeed, a woman's wardrobe changes more swiftly than that of a boyfriend, were it not for the hindrance of a mysterious force. The king could easily gaze upon the scenery beneath her skirt. The little girl, lowering her gaze to meet the raccoon-like king, smiled as if she had found a cherished toy, bending down to lift him into her palm, raising him to eye level, and blinking. "King, you have finally awakened. I have awaited your return for 18 years. It has been dreadfully lonely with no one to converse with." "Yes, it is you who have awakened," Azeroth the king sighed, bowing his head in reverence. Indeed, this little girl is none other than Titan Azeroth, the most promising among them all. Even in her slumber, her emerald dreams permeated the cosmos. Should she mature, she would undoubtedly become the most formidable presence in the Pantheon, surpassing even Amon-Thul and Sargeras. The king's 10 years of endeavor within the Warcraft universe were dedicated to her salvation. "I am not asleep. This is merely my projection. My true self remains in slumber. You see, we Titans are immortal. Our lifespans are akin to that of the universe itself. One slumber can span tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of years. This is preferable, as it alleviates the tedium." Azeroth smiled radiantly. "Amon-Thul and Norgannon have indeed succeeded. You truly traversed to an unknown universe. I had thought it would end in failure." The king replied, "So you use me as an experiment? The Pantheon is nothing but a collection of pitfalls." With a heavy sigh, he lamented, "What more could be said? Unable to prevail, one must simply accept their fate. Since I survived the first journey across dimensions, it is highly probable that I shall endure the second as well. It has been 28 years since I left home, and the longing is profound. Yet, after living in this world for 18 years, I have forged new friendships and embraced a new life, which I find difficult to relinquish. The marvels of the Marvel Universe are indeed worth experiencing." The voice of the lady, devoid of vitality, has taken on a lower tone. "What? Old Wang's voice is quite high. Devoid of vitality? Surely, this must be a jest. What vitality? The blood of Azeroth. The heart of Azeroth is a supreme artifact crafted collaboratively by the Titans of the Pantheon, driven solely by the essence of Azeroth, which is to say, the blood of Azeroth, Titan blood, whether it be the original well of eternity, the later Sunwell, or Azerite, they all essentially represent the essence of Azeroth, albeit in a diluted form. The true blood of Azeroth is the purest liquid energy essence. As for its exact origin, Old Wang cannot ascertain. Titans are not human. The distinctions of blood, be it from fingertips, tongues, arteries, or veins, are likely inconsequential, provided it is not menstrual blood. However, Titans presumably lack the physiological characteristics of humanity. Even if they did, the lady is still quite young, not yet having reached that stage of development. With so much blood of Azeroth, one could create countless sun wells. Has it all been expended? I recall Norgannon once stating that the blood you bleed is sufficient for 10 journeys across dimensions. Old Wang's gaze was intense. I clenched my fists, yearning to strike that bearded elder. Chapter 8. Monetization is the sole path to power. It was originally possible to traverse dimensions 10 times. This is an unexpected turn of events. The lady patiently elucidated, The theories surrounding temporal and spatial travel are exceedingly complex, and I confess my ignorance. In any case, while navigating through the temporal nexus, I was inexplicably interfered with, leading to a failure in localization. I drifted aimlessly until I fortuitously encountered this universe, exhausting 9,999 units of blood to ensure your successful arrival. Is that so? So, who exactly is the formidable figure obstructing my path? And what are the remaining 001? Although it is merely 001, it must still amount to several dozens or hundreds of tons. While it may not compare to the original well of eternity, it certainly surpasses Illidan's version of the well and the sunwell of the High Elves. Even Archimonde would be envious. Where has it gone? This universe is fraught with peril, inhabited by beings not inferior to Archimonde or Kil'jaeden, and some of comparable caliber. During my journey, I even glimpsed a planetary lifeform's cranium and a nascent entity resembling a titan. The lady extended a finger to poke Old Wang's face. To prevent you from being captured as a test subject, I utilized the remaining 001 blood, amounting to 9,999, to create interference and disguise, erasing all traces of your dimensional travel. Everyone will perceive you as a native life form of this universe, including those capable of exploring the multiverse. There's one such entity on Earth. Not inferior to Archimonde, such beings abound within the Marvel Universe, far too numerous to count. A planetary life form's cranium? A nascent entity resembling a titan? It appears a memory has resurfaced. Venturing into the unknown carries its perils. The actions of the young lady are indeed justified, for survival is paramount. One cannot become a mere guinea pig. Dissection is out of the question, though it may be acceptable to slice others, such as the purple sweet potato or the wooden man. In a moment of exasperation, Old Wang inquired, "What about that 001 of 001? The one in a billion drops of Azeroth's blood? How could it have been exhausted? It has helped you reconstruct your body." The young lady replied, winking, "Do you wish to live on Earth with panda eyes and a protruding belly? You will be captured for dissection." Indeed, I almost forgot, I am a Pandaren in the world of Warcraft, along with titles such as the Heir of Shauhau, the Star of Pandaria, the Dragon Knight, the Pandaren Brewmaster, the Fist of the Heavens, and the Grand Elder of the Shadow Track sect, among countless others, beloved by the Pandaren populace. 18 years have passed since I left. I wonder if Aisha and Lily think of me. Thankfully, I was preoccupied with saving the world back then, leaving no time to cultivate my realm. Otherwise, I would have truly regretted departing. With all the Azerothian blood consumed, even the theft of the Heart of Azeroth could not be prevented. I might very well be the most unfortunate time traveler in history. With a sigh, Old Wang raised his middle finger and stated, "Reconstructing the body is one thing. Why must it be in the form of a newborn?" "The blood is insufficient," the young lady replied, lowering her gaze. "Let be," Old Wang concluded. "They mean well. One cannot simply brew a soup from donkey liver and lung. Let us return to reality. What should I do now?" Old Wang humbly sought guidance. He did not believe that the Pantheon lacked a contingency plan, considering he had initially been treated as a test subject with the potential for failure. Nazul had contemplated the possibility of failure, and thus designed a system, though its efficacy remained uncertain. The young lady snapped her fingers. Behold, time shifts, and the Pantheon vanishes. Surrounded by an expanse of void, beneath him lay a colossal circular interface extending into the abyss, obscured by void, energy, and infinite starlight, its true size indiscernible. At its center was a spherical space, encircled by a ring, the first ring of Azeroth. Beyond this ring were two identical spherical spaces, leading to another ring, the second ring of Azeroth. The second ring bordered three spherical spaces, forming the third ring, and so forth, continuing to the fourth and fifth rings. Upon witnessing this, Old Wang comprehended. Is this the means by which I traversed? This is not the time-space nexus designed by Amonthul and constructed by Norgannon, as one might expect. The young lady elucidated, the spherical spaces are intended to contain my blood. When the blood fills a ring, it activates a level 1 time-space portal, consuming 1 microgram of my blood per second. The second ring activates a level 2 portal, consuming 10 micrograms per second, and so forth. Therefore, the level 100 portal consumes 100 micrograms per second. My arithmetic is not particularly strong. This is illogical. How could the housing prices of the third ring be tenfold that of the second ring? Old Wang dismissed this conundrum and promptly inquired, apart from time travel, what else can a time-space portal accomplish? Portals, of course, are meant for transportation. Your journey is merely a means of transport. The young lady poked Old Wang's face again, saying, by activating the portal, we can transport items from our universe to this one. For instance, the staff you once used and later gifted to Lily, the banana grove you presented to Tyrant, and even skills such as Archimonde's Death Grip or Killjaden's Thousand Souls of Darkness can be transferred, albeit once. Naturally, various tiers of items and skills necessitate distinct levels of temporal portals. Isn't this akin to summoning? However, summoning typically involves creatures and, at most, equipment. Summoning skills is quite rare. Can Death Grip and Thousand Souls of Darkness vanquish Thanos? Can we summon creatures? Old Wang inquired further. Yes, but it is advisable to refrain. The young lady replied with a serious tone. Firstly, living beings have considerable impact, unless one expends significant resources to conceal and disguise. They may easily attract the attention of formidable entities. Secondly, if a living creature is captured and controlled by others, it could expose our universe, which is perilous. Then we shall hold off on summoning for the time being. Old Wang contemplated before asking, how might I acquire your blood? Could you possibly gift me several trillion tons? The Titan represents order, and Norganon has always emphasized equivalent exchange. He claims you're not a good person and often deceives me. Thus rules must be established that cannot be violated. I'm still young, and I cannot alter his rules. The contributions you made for me and the Pantheon, along with the heart of Azeroth and my considerable blood, have already compensated for much. The young lady appeared somewhat embarrassed. Thus, you must exchange something of value. Preferably high-value items, such as the unique substances I observed within the skulls of planetary life during your travels. Of course, lower-tier items like gems or gold would suffice. I possess none of those low-tier items, Old Wang lamented, so it seems I must resort to spending money. How else can one grow stronger? What is the exchange rate? He queried helplessly. The young lady feigned innocence. I have no idea. The heart of Azeroth is yours now. How would I know? In truth, you cannot ascertain this. Not even Norganon knows. You may bring lifeless materials you encounter here, and the system will evaluate them for you. She gestured, and a status panel appeared before them. True Heart of Azeroth, Supreme Artifact, Azeroth Blood, 0, Chapter 9. You are our last hope. Old Wang was utterly at a loss for words. Just 2 lines of text. Nothing more. Such a poor quality status panel. Such a lackluster system. Norganon, it seems you have never played any of the dozens of games I developed in collaboration with the gnomes. This is merely the initial interface, the young lady defended weakly, her voice tinged with timidity. The heart of Azeroth actually possesses numerous functions, including all of the Titan's blessings, which are quite powerful. However, sufficient blood must be stored to unlock them, and currently, Old Wang sighed heavily. Yes, I am quite impoverished at present, having not even acquired a single drop of blood. No need for your reminders. My concern is that I might accumulate too many valuable items, and the blood required for exchange may not fit. He gazed at the small spherical space beneath him, pondering, how much of your blood can fit in there? A drop, or perhaps a tenth of a drop. The young lady chuckled softly. Do not worry. Norganon has endowed it with the capacity for automatic expansion. As long as it is engorged, it will grow, capable of containing all the blood in my body. Engorged and enlarged? Thus, the material of this spherical space resembles that of cavernous tissue? How many rings must I activate to traverse? Lao Wang posed the most pressing inquiry. You are currently too feeble, barely a fraction of your peak state. Your energy intensity is low. 5 rings will suffice. The young lady affirmed, her words devoid of deceit, a stark truth. The emphasis here is on your weakness, underscored markedly. So few? Surprisingly, Lao Wang felt a sense of relief. How much Azerothian blood does 5 rings yield per second? I cannot ascertain, yet it is certainly not substantial. Indeed, however, there are several matters to address. The young lady blinked. Speak. The absence of issues is the gravest concern. Lao Wang had long grown accustomed to this. First, the previous traversal encountered complications. Amon Thul and Norganon are recalibrating, which requires time. I truly am a test subject. Lao Wang pursed his lips. Continue. Second, there was an unidentified entity that interfered at that time. This time, eliminating such disturbances will require 10-fold, 100-fold more effort than before. I suspect it is the Queen of Blades. Lao Wang scratched his head. Proceed. You once again find ways to remind me of my insignificance. Lao Wang massaged his temples. Continue. That will suffice for now. The young lady blinked again. I will inform you when I recall more. That is already quite a lot. Lao Wang spread his hand, so the young lady became serious for the second time, extending a finger to press against Lao Wang's forehead. Therefore, strive onward, Wang. His head felt compressed. It was directly pushed into his body. Subsequently, even his body felt diminished. My apologies. I did not anticipate that you could not withstand even a finger. The young lady hastily withdrew her finger. You have mocked my weakness for 3 days. Lao Wang quickly recovered. Thankfully, it is merely my soul. Had it been my physical form, would I not be reduced to a mere pulp? Suddenly, Lao Wang sensed a powerful repulsion. The heart of Azeroth was rejecting him. The vital energy you provide is insufficient. The total energy does not even reach 0.001 micrograms of my blood, thus can only sustain this for a brief moment. The young lady waved her small hand. Farewell. Farewell. Lao Wang vanished without a trace. The young lady sighed suddenly, her ethereal form beginning to dissipate, and whispers gradually fading away. The corporeal universe is being distorted, eroded by the void. We remain powerless against the Void Lord. It is uncertain when Argus will fully recover, when Sargeras can be purified, and when I will mature. We need you, Wang. I never anticipated traversing into this universe, a realm brimming with infinite possibilities, where I sense the existence of kindred spirits. Wang, persevere. Perhaps you are our last hope. In a dilapidated truck, Lao Wang opened his eyes in the passenger seat. Looking down at the dim heart of Azeroth, he sighed. The young lady concealed her words. Though born eons ago, she has remained bewildered and has suffered greatly. Miss Azeroth resembles a child. Indeed, she is a child, having truly awakened only a few years ago. In the decade of World of Warcraft, Lao Wang, in his inaugural year, supplanted the esteemed Magni Bronzebeard and became the spokesperson for the lady, frequently engaging her in conversation. Her worldview and character were, in fact, shaped by Lao Wang. Before him, her innermost thoughts were utterly transparent, easily discerned at a glance. Did Amonthul and Norgannon conspire against me? Perhaps not in the traditional sense. It was mutually beneficial. Though there were ulterior motives, it ultimately proved advantageous for oneself. What of equivalent exchange? Such a notion is non-existent. Without a conversion list, the question of how many pounds of gold equate to grams of Azerothian blood remains at the discretion of the Pantheon. Having saved Azeroth and several titans, the magnitude of one's contributions is devoid of any standard for measurement. The amount of Azerothian blood capable of filling the Cloud Dragon Lake is indeed vast. In the grand scheme of planetary life, it is hardly significant. Even if the lady were to bestow some upon herself, it would bear little consequence. Clearly, those titans are reluctant to depart from the Marvel Universe, which harbors the very treasures they covet, technology, magic, and artifacts like the Infinity Stones, among others. Their pursuit of such items likely serves the purpose of confronting the Void Lords, the Pantheon's sole adversary at present. World of Warcraft is my second home, while the Marvel Universe serves as my third. Strive onward, young one. Lao Wang turned to the driving Sky. Take a break. I shall drive. Startled, Sky jolted and turned off the ignition. Please spare my vehicle. Sky gritted his teeth. I shall treat it with care. I have matters to attend to. Lao Wang sighed, nudging Sky out of the car, starting the engine. Could you help me check Robbie's residence? Find out where he works. Why do you need to know? Sky questioned skeptically. Just being frugal, he added, not believing Lao Wang as he sifted through information. Speak the truth. Lao Wang pressed the accelerator. I'm quite curious about the Ghost Rider. I thought to inquire if he has any lucrative opportunities. You ought to make some money. You owe me $526. Hurry and repay me. Sky huffed, then asked, where shall we stay tonight? Without hesitation, Lao Wang replied, let us find a hotel room. Sky instantly lamented. That will be expensive. 2 rooms will cost at least. He inhaled deeply, his fists clenched. Considering the futility of confrontation, he restrained his impulse, biting his lip and uttering a single word. Wang. Chapter 10. The Avengers in the Dead of Night, at the Trident headquarters of S.H.L.D. In the director's office, Nick Fury, sporting an eye patch, sat in his chair, idly toying with a cube smaller than a standard Rubik's Cube, his mind elsewhere. This world is not as ordinary as it appears to the untrained eye. Aliens, mutants, inhumans, and a myriad of chaotic entities, some willingly, others unwittingly, have perished only to emerge with bizarre powers, perpetually posing a threat to global security. Some remain compliant, while others revel in chaos. Most individuals are quite astute, recognizing that possessing a modicum of ability is not particularly noteworthy. They tend to conceal their talents, occasionally playing the role of vigilantes or heroes, while some choose to keep their capabilities entirely to themselves, fearing that the state apparatus might subject them to experimentation. The truth is, their abilities are rather trivial and often quite bothersome. There is a certain individual who, during an experiment, inadvertently toppled several test tubes, causing various solutions to spill onto his groin. Whenever he became excited, he would become erect, and it would swell to twice its usual length, remaining firm for an entire day, refusing to soften. Consequently, he faced accusations of sexual harassment from over 50 women, lost his job, fell into depression, and ultimately sought refuge in Thailand. Some, however, display a remarkable degree of foolishness, believing themselves to be the chosen ones, protagonists of their era, or even favored by the divine. They often descend into madness, engaging in bank robberies or joining criminal enterprises. Those with sharper minds and greater abilities tend to either amass wealth quietly or, while being somewhat ostentatious, still manage to thrive. Take, for example, the Red Skull during World War II, who orchestrated chaos with Hydra. The purpose of SHIELD is to confront such nefarious individuals, with Hydra being the foremost threat. For decades, SHIELD has cataloged numerous such individuals in its roster of special abilities. For those deemed harmless, surveillance is maintained. For those potentially harmful, a higher level of scrutiny is imposed, and for those certainly dangerous, they are either apprehended or controlled, though the latter two seem to convey similar implications. Ultimately, harmony and stability reign supreme. Yet, some individuals pose significant challenges, necessitating the intervention of their own kind. In a plethora of speculative comics, these individuals are dubbed superheroes. SHIELD has indeed had its share of superheroes. During World War II, there was the Human Torch, and Captain America existed before SHIELD came into being. Subsequently, there were Ant-Man and Captain Marvel. Presently, some of these figures are no longer among us, while others have departed for different reasons. Regardless, the current iteration of SHIELD still boasts a few superheroes serving as agents, such as Black Widow and Hawkeye, yet they pale in comparison to Ant-Man and Captain Marvel, lacking their caliber entirely. What concerns him even more is the uncertain nature of the times. It seems that the number of individuals with special abilities is on the rise. While well-trained agents equipped with superior gear can manage most adversaries, some are simply insurmountable, such as the Hulk. For over 4 years, this individual has occasionally lost control, wreaking havoc that has cost billions of dollars in damages. Not even handguns or sniper rifles can subdue him. Artillery and missiles prove futile against his might, rendering him truly monstrous. As the director of SHIELD, he feels compelled to take action. He has his plans. It is time to assemble the Avengers. A knock resonates at the door. Enter, with a flick of his hand. He conceals a square object within his attire as a tall, coolly composed woman clad in azure enters. Lean and efficient, she exudes a slight air of aloofness. Agent Hill, what brings you here? He straightens his posture, adopting a more formal demeanor. He held a profound admiration for the woman, yet there was an undercurrent of wariness and vigilance. Ever since the invasion by the Skrulls, he had adopted a skeptical stance towards everyone, including even the most trusted Agent Coulson. Agent Hill was exceedingly capable, remarkably efficient, and possessed a resolute demeanor. She was his second-in-command, a level 9 agent. However, her tendency to disregard his directives proved to be a significant concern, ultimately earning her the confidence of the Council and the former director of SHIELD, now the current Secretary of Homeland Security, Alexander Pierce. This situation had caused him considerable trouble in his work. Certain secrets were imperative to keep from her, such as the small cube he had just encountered. Director, a small gang known as the 5 Street Gang in Los Angeles has been eradicated, resulting in the deaths of 37 individuals. With only one survivor who was incarcerated at the time, Hill placed several documents and a stack of photographs on the desk. Nearby agents conducted a thorough investigation and uncovered some evidence that had not been destroyed, suggesting this incident is connected to individuals with extraordinary abilities. Extraordinary abilities? Agent Egg leaned forward, scanning the photographs before picking up the documents and scrutinizing them for a full 5 minutes. As a leader, he refrained from making hasty conclusions. Speaking less led to fewer errors while preserving an air of mystery. He would contemplate the information thoroughly before reaching a verdict. If his subordinate was correct, he would acknowledge, "You are right, I share your thoughts." Conversely, if the subordinate was mistaken, he would express his perspective while delivering a stern critique, primarily to showcase his leadership prowess and authority. How splendid. Share your assessment. Agent Egg regarded Hill with eyes that radiated encouragement and trust. Hill's expression remained impassive. He knew Egg too well. The man was cunning and, crucially, exceptionally gifted. His face was darker than coal, rendering it impossible to discern his true thoughts from his expressions, especially at night. He was a natural-born agent, truly the king of espionage. The scene bore signs of chains having been used, as well as scorch marks on the ground. indicating areas where tires had left their imprint, yet there were no signs of vehicle explosions or fires nearby. Eyewitnesses reported seeing a flaming car and a figure with a head ablaze. I suspect this involves a mutant or inhuman capable of manipulating flames and fond of using chains. That vehicle is also suspicious, though other possibilities cannot be dismissed. He'll cast a glance at Egg's black leather trench coat, pondering how he could wear such attire in the sweltering heat without air conditioning. Director, is it necessary to prioritize style over comfort to this extent? It's positively sweltering. The black fabric absorbed heat, and coupled with his naturally dark complexion, it seemed an ill-advised choice for the season. Proceed? Egg nodded, still with that encouraging gaze. Continuing, Hill resumed his report. I believe the extermination of the 5th Street Gang was executed by 2 individuals. The fire wielder's abilities are relatively straightforward to assess, while the other left no discernible traces, rendering further analysis impossible at this juncture. Egg nodded in affirmation. You are correct. I share your assessment. Agent Hill, what do you intend to do next? Director, are you certain you wish to proceed? Hill maintained her impassive demeanor. Let us begin with the remaining member of the 5th Street Gang. Investigate whom they have offended. Perhaps Agent Coulson or Agent Romanoff will be the most suitable candidates. Egg, clasping his hands together with a smile, replied, then let them investigate. This is a Level 3 incident classified as Level 7. You are responsible for the documentation. Is there anything else? The implication was clear. There was nothing more to discuss, so she should take her leave. Hill remained still, her gaze fixed on Egg for a full 2 minutes. Egg, feeling increasingly uncomfortable, leaned back in his chair. Speak your mind. With so many Level 7 agents in the Bureau, why must I handle the documentation? You are well aware of my workload. Hill paused for a couple of seconds before responding. Director, are you quite interested in superheroes? Egg chuckled. I grew up listening to tales of Captain America and reading his comics. You are familiar with his exploits. Ant-Man and Captain Marvel have both saved the world. Can you deny that? Hill fell silent for another 2 seconds before fixing her gaze on Egg. Director, I place my faith in the system, in the strength of the collective, rather than in heroes or illusory hopes. Chapter 11. Neighbor Wang, orphaned the following morning, just as dawn broke. Sky was abruptly roused from her slumber by her neighbor, Wang. It's only 4 o'clock. I haven't had enough sleep. I've been utterly exhausted these past few days. My back is killing me. Get out. Put down the blanket. Sky rubbed her eyes, finally becoming somewhat alert. Observing Wang's infuriatingly smug face and the neatly arranged furniture and water cup, she suddenly recalled something and leaped from her bed. How did you get in? I locked the door. I even barricaded it with the table and placed a cup on the doorknob. Wait, how long have you been here? Master Kato's techniques allow for door entry, inspection, and intruder capture. Nothing is beyond my capabilities. Wang glanced at Sky's pajamas, somewhat surprised. Didn't you prefer sleeping nude? Why are you dressed? And didn't you claim to be AD? Are you certain it's AD? This seems more like AC. Am I mistaken? This isn't in my house. It's in my truck. I must be cautious of individuals like you. Sky retorted angrily, forcefully pushing Wang out the door. I need to catch up on sleep. The early bird catches the worm. Oversleeping is not an option. Rise and practice your stances. Wang stood like a sturdy pine tree, showing no signs of defense. His innate ability to absorb force rendered Sky's efforts futile, leaving her increasingly irritable. God, I'm reporting someone for cheating. Wait, Wang is Chinese. Perhaps the almighty ISNT concerned. Jade Emperor, I report that someone is cheating. See, if you don't diligently study martial arts, how will you defend yourself against someone like me in the future? I am merely concerned for your well-being, Wang argued logically. Generally, he relied on reason to persuade others. When logic failed, he resorted to physical might. But wait, what is reason? Reason is merely a fist. Those with the larger fist hold the truth. Wang nodded, asserting that he had always been a proponent of reason. If I cannot best you in argument or in strength, can I still be blamed? Is reason even relevant? Individuals like you are few and far between in New York. Sky was nearly driven to madness, with so many martial arts schools in the city. She had yet to encounter anyone who could wield true energy. Moreover, I am resolute in my determination to acquire a firearm, for I fear not the weapon. It is only you, this peculiar creature, and Robbie, another aberration. He's the Ghost Rider. Old Wang chuckled softly, lifting Sky and placing her gently on the ground. With a half-smile, he declared, trust me, chaos will soon engulf New York, and the entire world will follow suit. There will be many more like me. You must keep pace with the times and never fall behind. Sky scoffed, her skepticism evident. I'm already 19 and have only encountered you and Robbie, 2 monstrosities. Most people are perfectly normal. Old Wang regarded her intently. Do you not wish to become as powerful as I am? Of course. Sky shot a glance at old Wang's physique and then reflected on her own, an overwhelming sense of defeat washing over her. I feel it is impossible for me to achieve that in this lifetime. You are a freak. I am not. You are the true freak. Your entire family is. This was not mere insult, but a genuine assertion. Old Wang mused inwardly while speaking aloud. Within a year. No, in 3 months, I shall make you exceedingly strong, capable of single-handedly taking down a S.H.I.E.L.D. field team. However, this is contingent upon enhancing your physical condition. Otherwise, you will be unable to withstand such power, and I would feel pain by your injuries. Really? Sky's eyes sparkled with intrigue, though doubt crept in as she asked. You want to turn me into Robbie's kind of monster, the Ghost Rider, will you? Or something like the Human Torch? No way, I refuse. Old Wang shook his head. I cannot find another spirit of vengeance. Do not dwell on that. However, I have alternative methods. Look into whether Puerto Rico has an underground city from which one can enter. Additionally, find a way to breach S.H.I.E.L.D.'s database and search for item 084, which contains a small obelisk related to you. 084? What is that? How is it related to me? Sky paused, perplexed, eager to inquire further, but old Wang had already turned to leave. Hurry up. I shall await you in the car. 3 hours later, Sky finally descended. Do not misunderstand. Her makeup did not take that long. Indeed, she did not wear makeup at all, always presenting her natural face. Instead, she had been exercising, specifically practicing martial arts through stance training and boxing. This was her daily regimen, lasting 3 hours when old Wang was present and 1 hour in his absence. Sky did not mind, for strengthening her body had its merits. Yet, persistence required willpower, and sometimes supervision from others made it easier. It was not a simple endeavor. Moreover, there was a more significant reason. Sky, drenched in sweat and nearly exhausted, finally managed to shower and change her clothes before heading down to checkout. However, the front desk attendant informed her that her room had already been vacated and the excess payment had been refunded by a gentleman from earlier. It was only then that Sky recalled she had paid for the room herself. That scoundrel, old Wang. Strangely, the attendant's gaze seemed somewhat off. Glancing at her reflection in the mirror, Sky observed her fatigued visage, flushed cheeks, and a hint of allure, as if her skin had taken on a rosy hue. What am I thinking? I am merely tired. I booked 2 rooms. Suddenly, she hesitated. Wait a moment. Was Wang in my room this morning? Sky found herself engulfed in uncertainty. Could it be that something truly happened? However, the house has been returned, and the inspection reveals nothing amiss. Lao Wang's true energy is remarkably potent. It can heal wounds. And even if there was bleeding, it must have been thoroughly cleansed. That torn area must have healed as well, leaving no evidence behind. Although I have little recollection of yesterday, having slept soundly until dawn, one cannot dismiss the possibility that Lao Wang may have hypnotized me. Despite having never heard of Lao Wang possessing such abilities, he is rather enigmatic. Who can say for sure? Nevertheless, it matters not. Lao Wang is quite a decent fellow. Admittedly, he has gained a bit of weight, yet he remains quite pleasing to the eye, especially given his robust physical constitution. After all, health is wealth. Though lacking a car, a house, and parental figures is indeed unfortunate, my greatest flaw is my own poverty. But I, too, am impoverished. As Lao Wang would say, what am I even thinking regarding social standing? Enough of that. As I entered the vehicle, intending to ask Lao Wang for money for the house, he unexpectedly grasped Sky's hand, channeling a surge of true energy into him. All weariness vanished, leaving him invigorated and utterly comfortable, so much so that he could not suppress a groan of contentment. It was indeed due to Lao Wang's presence. Without him, 3 hours of intense training would leave one utterly exhausted, incapable of doing anything afterward, mentally drained and physically spent. Let us go. I shall treat you to a feast. Lao Wang ignited the engine, pressing the accelerator with his foot, and they casually sought a place to dine, soon arriving at a repair shop. Robbie felt a mix of elation and annoyance. The joy stemmed from finally achieving revenge. Although killing was quite distressing, he felt no fear or disgust, likely due to the influence of a demon within him. The irritation arose from the fact that this demon refused to depart. Wasn't it supposed to leave once revenge had been fulfilled? It truly treated his body as its home, intending to stay indefinitely. Had he even paid rent? Robbie felt helpless. With the demon refusing to leave, he could do nothing but resign himself to his fate. He would continue as a mechanic, occasionally listening to that entity, and being a vigilante was not so bad. He lowered his head to work on the car. Suddenly, Robbie sensed something amiss. The entity within him was restless. What was happening? Robbie, someone has specifically requested you to repair a vehicle. She claims to be a good friend from Garfield High, a beautiful young lady. called another mechanic. Canolo, waving him over. Am I really that renowned? Robbie hurried over, only to find Lao Wang's face, which bore a peculiar half-smile. Chapter 12. I want you for who you are. It is him, the remarkably agile Chinese boy who possesses some extraordinary power. Robbie inhaled deeply, brimming with heightened vigilance. Who is he? Where does he hail from? What is his purpose? Did he confront the 5 Street Gang to procure that exquisite necklace? Is that necklace truly significant? More so than the lives of countless members of the 5 Street Gang? Does he intend to silence me? If so, why not approach stealthily instead of brazenly? Robbie's mind was a tangled mess. His limited intellect left him utterly baffled. He glanced at Canolo beside him, fighting the urge to transform and unleash fury upon Lao Wang, striving to appear composed. What brings you here? To repair cars. Lao Wang replied, patting the dilapidated truck, shrugging his shoulders. Yesterday, for reasons unknown, it suddenly caught fire. The engine ignited, and the tires too. Sky mentioned that you were an expert in this field. Even back in high school, you had a penchant for fiddling with such gadgets, and had even assisted your uncle on several occasions, didn't you, Sky? Indeed. Robbie, do you recall our frequent gaming sessions at the Space City Arcade in Little Tokyo during elementary school? I thought after graduating high school, our paths would diverge. Yet here we are. Fate has intertwined our lives once more. Sky nodded, arms crossed, feeling a tad anxious. After all, he was facing the Fire-Ed Man, a rather fearsome individual. Would he become enraged and eliminate me in a fit of fury? Contemplating this, Sky shifted slightly behind old Wang, seeking refuge behind his imposing figure. Robbie not only knew which high school I attended, but also my hobbies. Had he conducted an investigation? By the way, I heard your brother Gab has a broken leg and is still in the hospital. I genuinely feel sorry. Shall I accompany you after work to visit him? I brought some fruits, his favorites, durian, jackfruit, and canned herring. Old Wang wore a look of concern. Are you threatening me? Canned herring is not fruit. Robbie clenched his fists, a flicker of fire igniting in his eyes. He was furious. Are you sure you want to fight in front of others? Old Wang murmured, his voice barely audible to Robbie. The fire in Robbie's eyes dissipated, his fists tightening. Follow me. The trio swiftly made their way to the repair workshop. I warn you, do not lay a finger on my brother, or I shall not spare you. Robbie leaned close to old Wang, issuing a low warning. Do not misunderstand. I harbor no ill will towards you or your brother. In fact, I come bearing sincerity, Sky. Old Wang turned his head, giving a knowing glance. After 3 years of camaraderie, there was an unspoken understanding. Sky blinked in acknowledgement, nodding vigorously at Robbie. A few surveillance cameras captured your vehicle. I compromised the surveillance system and deleted all footage. Now, no one knows what the Ghost Rider's car looks like. The Dodge Charger is too conspicuous, making it easy to trace. Robbie glanced at old Wang, somewhat taken aback. These two are surprisingly agreeable. They aren't here to cause me trouble. They have other intentions. He was indeed short on funds. The car was expensive, but in truth, it belonged to Uncle Eli, and now they had become inseparable. Uncle Eli was also financially strapped. Despite being a PhD, he worked in some laboratory with a salary that seemed inadequate. He had exhausted his funds and even faced imprisonment. As for Robbie, being a mechanic is not a prestigious career. No matter how skilled one is, it yields little profit. With Gab currently hospitalized, expenses were mounting and his savings were dwindling. His credit card was nearly maxed out, and he was still in need of money. Sky glanced at old Wang. I told you. How can a mechanic find lucrative channels? If all else fails, I could seek out a few mob bosses' anonymous accounts or corrupt officials. I could transfer the funds in batches. There is some risk involved, but it's minimal. Those individuals wouldn't dare report it. At most, they might investigate discreetly. You know my skills. I leave no trace. Even if someone were to trace it back, it wouldn't matter. After all, there's you, old Wang, capable of taking on 100 foes single-handedly, effortlessly dispatching the firehead. Fear not. Learn, cultivate a new ethos, and do good deeds without seeking payment. Old Wang's expression was one of grievance. Do I appear to be someone desperate for money? Sky turned away, wanting to cover his face, pleading, please, don't make me pay for the room. You should foot the bill. How did inviting me to a lavish meal turn into a trip to KFC? Wang, continue your performance. I assure you, I shall not watch. Robbie's heart tightened. If you ask for no money, it suggests that what you desire is far more significant than mere currency. Besides my house and car, all I possess is Gab and myself. Which do you wish to claim? Neither. Robbie clenched his heart. Do not compel me to commit murder. That is not my wish. I yearn for a tranquil existence. Robbie fell silent. You've already investigated. Why do you still inquire? Old Wang chuckled lightly, but as far as I know, there remains one member of the 5 Street Gang alive. Is there still someone alive? Those scoundrels Haven T all perished? Robbie was taken aback, his eyes instantly ablaze with fury. The spirit of vengeance within him stirred restlessly, an inferno igniting within. Kill him, the spirit incessantly urged. You must eliminate him. This is our pact. You are bound to seek revenge. You have sold your soul to me. Of course, I must kill him. He has harmed my entire family. Robbie felt an escalating heat coursing through him. I do not kill indiscriminately. The 5 Street Gang has harmed countless lives, and every single member deserves death. I am a vigilante. My actions are justified. Calm yourself. Do you wish for your colleagues to witness your wrath? Will you kill them? Or do you desire all of New York, or even the entirety of America, to know you as the Ghost Rider? Old Wang hung his hands, ready to act at a moment's notice. This fellow cannot possibly lose control, can he? I do not wish to kill, nor will I kill without cause. Robbie took a deep breath, the fire in his eyes gradually subsiding. Gritting his teeth, I only seek vengeance. Where's that scoundrel? Old Wang glanced at Sky. Sky hurriedly replied, Los Angeles prison. I've checked. He has bribed the judge, the lawyer, and the prison guards. Originally sentenced to 50 years. His good behavior has led to continuous reductions. He may be out in no more than 10 years, or at most 8. Such is the reality. Old Wang mocked silently. I cannot possibly infiltrate Los Angeles prison. My vengeance seems futile. Robbie felt doused with cold water. I must wait for him to be released in 8 years before I can kill him. Old Wang chuckled, shifting the topic, his tone nonchalant. I heard your uncle is incarcerated as well? Also in Los Angeles prison? Chapter 13. I still desire that book. Why do you so carelessly change the subject? Robbie furrowed his brow, feeling quite perturbed. This matter does not concern you. Orphaned at a young age, his uncle was his sole relative, having provided for both him and his brother, a debt he could not forget, nor dare to forget. Having once faced death, making a pact with the devil. His brother's legs were shattered, and now his uncle was imprisoned. Within a month, life had dealt him 3 devastating blows. Robbie felt it remarkable he had managed to endure thus far. Now, to bring up this topic felt like salt being rubbed into his wounds. You are doing this intentionally, aren't you? Indeed. I am quite deliberate. Old Wang leaned against the car hood, tapping the metal. Your uncle works at a place called the Power New Energy Laboratory. A few days ago, an accident occurred. All of his colleagues perished, leaving only him alive. Thus, he has been charged with manslaughter. Although some suspect it was intentional murder. Yet evidence is lacking. Am I not correct? Robbie remained silent, fixated on Old Wang, his mood increasingly sour. You're not just rubbing salt into my wounds. You're plunging a knife in deeper. Do you really think I don't feel pain? Having died once, I still fear hurt. Old Wang, unfazed, continued to speak of himself. He is quite intelligent, one of the 10 graduates from his high school, and the sole PhD among them. In his youth, he dabbled in petty theft, but has no record of violent crime. He worked tirelessly, first to support your mother, and then to provide for both of you. Surely, you consider him a good man, don't you? Robbie fell silent for 2 seconds. He is indeed a good man. Old Wang chuckled, gazing at the young adult before him, reflecting on the naivety of youth, so easily deceived. The distinction between good and evil is rarely straightforward. In most cases, they are inseparable. Robbie, do you know what your uncle's laboratory actually does? He never speaks of it. Lately, he has grown increasingly unhappy and withdrawn, harboring a deep-seated anger. He seems quite discontent with his colleagues, sometimes cursing them as foolish white pigs. Your uncle was convicted of manslaughter due to a mishap that led to an experimental accident. Yet he survived, and given his dedication to that work, how could he possibly make such a grave error? What exactly is your uncle involved in? It's a special laboratory researching clandestine projects. Your uncle is merely a gopher, serving tea and coffee, performing menial tasks, completely disconnected from the core of it all. Old Wang shrugged. Don't look at me like that. Your uncle is a genius, although many claim he plagiarizes his papers. Isn't it a mark of genius to attain a PhD through such means? The issue lies in the fact that the other members of the laboratory are even more brilliant, particularly the leads, Joseph and Lucy. The true expertise resides with them. And the knowledge they possess, along with the book that contains it, is something your uncle yearns for. A chill enveloped Robbie. He suddenly felt a sense of disillusionment. The once intelligent, diligent, and capable uncle now appeared as a beautiful bubble, bursting at Old Wang's mere words, transforming into a fleeting spark before vanishing altogether. Quicker than a real estate crash. Though this was but one perspective, his instincts told him Old Wang spoke the truth. This wasn't mere male intuition. It was the instinct of a vengeful spirit, belonging to a realm of 6th or even 7th senses. This was no tale of Saint Seiya. In essence, engaging in a pact with the devil, believing he had sold his soul, he He indeed possessed abilities beyond those of ordinary individuals: superhuman strength, reflexes, stamina, and perception. Extraordinary prowess that surpassed the mundane, unlike the caped superheroes of popular tales. What book? Robbie seized upon this revelation. Was everything tied to a single book? The Dark Grimoire. Old Wang regarded Robbie with a knowing look. Robbie was taken aback. The Dark Grimoire? Why did it sound reminiscent of a title from a game? Suddenly, Robbie sensed the stirrings of the spirit of vengeance. It reacted to that name? What was happening? Old Wang's gaze grew more profound as he sensed the restless spirit of vengeance. This formidable evil entity could deceive others, but not him. Although the grandmaster lacked the power he once possessed, his perceptive abilities remained intact. The spirit of vengeance must respond to the dark tome, as both are intertwined with the shadowy realm, none of which bear good tidings. No, they are indeed remarkable entities. The spirit of vengeance is immensely powerful. If offered to Miss Azeroth, it could yield a considerable amount of blood, no doubt. Naturally, the spirit would resist, unwilling to be relinquished, and Old Wang had no intention of vanquishing it. His inability to do so at the moment was one factor. But more importantly, there was no need to eliminate such a captivating profession as the Death Knight. Robbie proved to be an excellent host, possessing strong family values and a commendable worldview, qualities Old Wang greatly admired. What he truly sought was the Dark Tome, the source of all black magic in existence, which stood in stark contrast to the esteemed sorceress Agamotto's Book of Vishani, the latter chronicling white magic. One could essentially regard both tomes as belonging to the same echelon. The value of this book is beyond comprehension. To Old Wang, it was not merely a tome of darkness. It was akin to barrels of the very blood of Azeroth itself. To harness the heart of Azeroth, one must exchange for the blood of Azeroth. However, to procure the blood, one must offer something in return. In theory, anything would suffice, even dirt, as everything holds its own worth. Yet, a dilemma arose. Old Wang had infused some chi the night prior, barely activating the heart of Azeroth, which allowed him to communicate with the young lady. It was then he realized that exchanging for the blood of Azeroth necessitated the opening of a temporal passage. Otherwise, how could it be delivered? Of course, due to the connection between the heart of Azeroth and the young lady, along with a certain theoretical principle Old Wang could not quite grasp. Transporting Azeroth's blood was easier than other items. Nevertheless, even with this advantage, transporting 100 tons of Azeroth's blood would incur a loss of 2 tons. This was the transport fee. The steep transport fee was one matter, but the initial charge was also significant, with cost determined by the volume of the transported items. The larger the volume, the higher the transport fee. If one were to exchange for dirt or similar items, it would not even cover the transport fee, rendering it impossible to acquire a single microgram of Azeroth's blood, and one would still be a loss. In simple terms, only items of sufficient value hold worth for exchange. Value refers to the intrinsic worth of the item itself, not its symbolic significance. For instance, if Old Wang presented a $10,000 pen to Miss Azeroth, it would be less valuable than an equivalent weight of clean white paper, as the latter is far more pristine. Chapter 14. Playing God Sky cast a sidelong glance at Old Wang. I knew you harbored ill intentions. After all this commotion, our original schedule has been delayed, costing us several $100s, all for the Dark Tome. She picked up her phone and began recording. Such a crucial conversation, at such a pivotal moment, must be documented. I have been here, I have witnessed, I have recorded. I am a witness to history, a participant in monumental events. What then is the Dark Tome? Sky's beautiful face was flushed, her large eyes sparkling with excitement, feeling as though she was engaged in something extraordinary, filled with pride and a sense of accomplishment for her involvement. In contrast, Robbie did not share her exuberance. Despite his youth, his brow was furrowed deeply. So you desire the Dark Grimoire instead of money? The demon within him grew increasingly restless, seemingly yearning for the very same tome. What exactly was the Dark Grimoire? Did it have any connection to that devil? That's merely incidental. My primary purpose is you. You are more significant than the book. Old Wang regarded Robbie as if he were a priceless treasure. I have come primarily to assist you. You seek revenge against the Five Streets gang, who are responsible for the misfortunes that befell you and your brother. Did you not capture Peter yesterday? Have you gleaned nothing from him? Robbie cast a sidelong glance at Old Wang's neck. Aren't you here for the necklace? Well, I can't be entirely certain. After all, that necklace seems rather unremarkable. The mention of Peter tightened Robbie's brow further. He claimed that someone had commissioned the Five Streets gang to commit murder, targeting not me or my brother, but my uncle. Yet, I do not believe him. I suspect he aims to mislead me into releasing him, which is why I ended his life. You should not be so impulsive. The world is a beautiful place. Moreover, Peter is not a hunter. How could he mislead you? Even if he were a hunter, he could not deceive someone of your caliber, an immunity that leaves old Wang at a loss for words. Of course, he understood that this could not be blamed on Robbie. The fury of vengeance often dulls one's intellect. Anger clouds judgment. And the spirit of retribution itself presents a significant challenge. That entity was an undeniably volatile force, brimming with destructive impulses. If left unchecked, it could yield terrifying consequences. The state of a vengeful spirit knight represented the most formidable of adversaries, capable of challenging the foremost ranks of superheroes. In most scenarios, the spirit knight must restrain the power of the vengeful spirit, striving to control it as much as possible. Naturally, this endeavor is arduous and mentally taxing, further contributing to the decline of rational thought. Through relentless practice and adaptation, the ability to manage the spirit of vengeance becomes increasingly potent, thereby enhancing the strength of the spirit knight. The first-generation spirit knight, Johnny Blaze, indeed became exceptionally powerful in his later years, despite belonging to an alternate universe. This universe, though unknown, should not fall short. As for Robbie, he remained a novice among novices, possessing average strength, negligible experience, and minimal skill, not to mention an ordinary intellect. Yet, this situation bore its advantages. Youth, inexperience, gullibility, immense potential, a strong moral compass, and unwavering principles that prevented betrayal. His most critical vulnerability was of little consequence. For old Wang, being a good person would never threaten others. Such a character aligns well with the cultivation of a persona. Though his age was slightly advanced, and he was male, Sky, on the other hand, was preferable. Female, beautiful, full-bodied, and resilient. She had been nurtured since the age of 16, and their relationship had blossomed remarkably, with an affinity rating exceeding 90. Her potential was substantial, being a female student while old Wang assumed the role of a mentor. They shared common ground, both being orphans, though, strictly speaking, old Wang was not an orphan. The soul remains unspoken. This body was created by Miss Azeroth, akin to being nurtured by the earth. Sun Wukong and Stone Gontang are indeed kindred spirits. Yet, that is not entirely accurate, for Sky is not an orphan. His parents are very much alive. This is a lengthy and captivating tale, one worthy of a television adaptation. But I shall condense it. Old Wang does not wish to squander his words. Primarily, after such an extended discourse, his throat is parched, and he longs for water. Had he chosen the path of a mage, he could conjure water at will. Alas, being a Pandaren, he is bound to his fate as a monk, though he once aspired to be a disciple of Egwene, who, regrettably, deemed him unworthy. Old Wang, in his predicament, observed Sky engrossed in recording, while Robbie evidently lacks the inclination to serve tea or water. A glance reveals the absence of a water dispenser. Old Wang must endure, hastening to conclude this torturous topic for his throat's sake. The research conducted in the New Energy Laboratory delves into the realm deemed forbidden by the divine. A transformation from nothingness to existence, encapsulated in the lofty term of quantum state energy permanent storage. The specifics elude my understanding, but in essence, it pertains to the act of creation from thin air. Old Wang rummages through his memory and recalls certain details. This is implausible. How can one create from nothing? It is akin to a perpetual motion machine, defying the principles of science. Both Sky and Robbie interject and retort. Do not interrupt. Did your teachers not instruct you in school? Allow me to finish before posing your inquiries. Old Wang snorts, unabashedly expressing disdain. One failed to enter university, while the other dropped out of high school. What do they truly comprehend? Huh, as if you possess any understanding. You scarcely completed middle school, Sky scoffs, his youthful bravado unyielding. Even elementary students grasp the law of conservation of energy, and I did not fail to attend university. I simply chose not to, for my grades were exemplary. Robbie thinks to himself. With both remaining silent, old Wang feels a sense of satisfaction. Creation from nothing is indeed impossible. The law of conservation of energy has yet to be breached. Nonetheless, there will always be those consumed by delusions, for should one succeed, they would ascend to the status of a deity. The temptation is immense. Old Wang continues his narrative. Joseph, unbeknownst to how he acquired knowledge of the Dark Goddess tome, along with Lucy, embarked on a quest and ultimately discovered it. Remarkably, Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. failed to locate it, yet they managed to do so. Fascinating, indeed. Following the methods detailed in the tome, Joseph constructed certain devices. enabling the semblance of creation from nothing and the ability to make objects seemingly vanish. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that the Dark God's book originated from an alternate dimension, a realm as dark as hell. The so-called creation from nothing is, in truth, the acquisition of energy from that dimension, while the disappearance of objects is merely their transference to that realm. Do you comprehend? It is not creation, but theft. Your uncle Eli covets such godlike abilities. He seeks to become a deity and acquire that tome. Joseph, clearly displeased, faces a grave situation. Eli, in pursuit of the Dark God's book, exploited the devices invented by Joseph, transforming the laboratory members from existence to a unique state, gradually descending into the ghostly depths of hell. Fearful, Joseph enlisted the 5 Points gang to eliminate Eli. Who could have predicted that you and your brother would inadvertently steal your uncle's car, leading the gang to mistakenly believe that your uncle was the one driving, resulting in tragic consequences? Your uncle located Joseph and pressed him for answers regarding the whereabouts of the Dark Scripture, which Joseph adamantly concealed. Subsequently, he fell into a deep coma and was admitted to the hospital. Your uncle was apprehended. Old Wang merely shrugged, stating, "That's how it is." Sky focused intently on recording the event while simultaneously searching for relevant information online. Robbie remained silent, his emotions a tumultuous blend of confusion and disbelief. Although Old Wang's narrative was peculiar, it was grounded in reason and aligned with the information he had gathered, leaving no room for contradiction. Was his uncle truly the mastermind behind this? Was he indeed a murderer? After a prolonged silence of several minutes, Robbie finally spoke, his voice hoarse. "I still cannot believe my uncle would take a life. He may not be a good man, but he is certainly not a bad one. He has never even harmed a chicken. I regret to inform you that those days are behind us. The allure of the Dark Scripture is beyond your imagination. It possesses an innate power to corrupt the human heart and lead one astray. This force is insurmountable for mere mortals, including your uncle. Do you comprehend? That book is the true villain." Old Wang fixed his gaze upon Robbie, not merely observing him, but rather the entity that resided within him, an enigmatic smile playing on his lips. "Am I mistaken, spirit of vengeance?" Chapter 15. The staring contest between Old Wang and the malevolent knight. How could he possibly know the name of that fiend? It seemed as though he had a profound understanding of that demon. Who exactly was he? Robbie suddenly perceived a terrifying depth in the eyes of this young Chinese boy, reminiscent of an abyss, a starry sky, or the legendary realms of hell and battlefields. A chilling aura enveloped him, plunging him momentarily into an icy abyss, as visions of mountains of corpses and catastrophic warfare assailed his senses. In that instant, Robbie involuntarily stepped back, stumbling several paces, nearly losing his balance. He gritted his teeth and took a deep breath. How could this be possible? A youth, likely just coming of age, appeared to embody the essence of a cold-blooded assassin. As if he had endured decades of gunfire and carnage, like a man-eating demon, a terrifying thought struck him, causing his complexion to drain of color. This was the same individual who had intercepted a rocket with his bare hands last night, altering its trajectory and obliterating an entire truck filled with members of the Fifth Street Gang. The number of lives claimed by his hands far exceeded those he himself had taken. Murder is no trivial matter. Although the spirit of vengeance shielded him from nausea and fear, the psychological shadows were inescapable. He abhorred taking lives, unequivocally. And yet, this individual? He had effortlessly dispatched a dozen souls, doing so with an air of nonchalance, unperturbed, calm, even callous. He had grown accustomed to killing, as if it were as mundane as drinking water or eating a meal, so natural, so ordinary, so casual. Such a being is indeed a demon. No, he too harbored a demon within him, if not in his body, then undoubtedly within his heart. The spirit of vengeance was stirring, a frigid and tumultuous voice reverberating within his mind, the roar of retribution echoing forth. It was displeased. Robbie's vulnerability incited its wrath. It sought to unleash its fury, to demonstrate its power, to annihilate everything in its path. The provocation by Old Wang left the esteemed entity quite irked, and it yearned to teach this insolent fellow a lesson. Although there was no malevolent aura surrounding him, it mattered not. The irritation remained. A beating was in order. "No," Robbie bellowed, desperately suppressing the urge. "No, you cannot emerge. Not at this moment. There are still others in the repair shop. Although they are distanced, they are not blind. They will witness everything and discern the truth. They will perceive me as a demon and spread the word, summoning the police. My life will be shattered, and Gab's life will be ruined. After all we've endured to survive, we must live well. My body, I am the master. Fury blazed within his pupils. Robbie had never been as resolute, as unyielding, as defiant as he was at this moment. He wrestled with the spirit of vengeance, exerting every ounce of strength, refusing to yield. Sky retreated several paces. You may fight, but keep your distance from me. What if you damage my phone? It's quite expensive. Within the heart of Azeroth, the young lady blinked. Young man, you mustn't hold back. I, the king, have restrained myself for 18 years, itching for release but unable to find an outlet. Just grant him a chance, will you? Old Wang's lips curled into a sly smirk. Truly a novice. Hidden within him lies a formidable evil spirit, yet he cannot unleash its power, nor can he keep it suppressed. This reminded him of an old friend from Azeroth, the nearly 3,000-year-old undead archmage, Meridwen. Within Meridwen's being was sealed the fear demon, Kael'thas, who had long been ailing. A legendary undead mage, yet he displayed such weakness. It is difficult to ascertain who is stronger between the spirit of vengeance and Kael'thas, but most likely the former. How could Robbie ever compare to a legendary undead mage? Thus, he was in a more pitiable and arduous situation than Meridwen. This stark contrast, this tragic plight, persisted, partly because the spirit of vengeance was not as cunning as the fear demon, not embodying the qualities of a model youth. It still adhered to reason, discipline, and principles. On the other hand, it attested to Robbie's remarkable nature. This young man is commendable. I take a liking to him. Time ticked away, each second passing. Old Wang wore a playful smile, observing Robbie as his expression contorted, struggling, suffering, despairing, and ultimately settling into tranquility. He had succeeded. The spirit of vengeance was indeed fearsome. Even Old Wang felt a twinge of apprehension. Yet it adhered to the rules, was reasonable. The contract it had formed with Robbie was binding. This covenant was evidently reciprocal, and through its power, Robbie managed to control it. An arduous task, yet he achieved it. This displeased Old Wang. The duel of gazes was rather dull. How he longed for a real showdown. Why was he not granted the opportunity? Fearing discovery. We could arrange a duel. You choose the time and place. Do not provoke it. You have no inkling of its terror. Robbie bent down and lifted his gaze. Drenched in cold sweat, gasping for breath, as if he had just endured a protracted 5-minute skirmish in bed. Following the most intense of battles, he regained absolute composure. Becoming a sage, his intellect restored. He cast a fierce glare at Old Wang, then suddenly shivered and fell silent. For he was abruptly reminded of the look in Old Wang's eyes. That seemingly cheerful fellow was indeed quite fearsome, perhaps even more so than the vengeful spirit. Gentlemen, please refrain from escalating matters. My frail form is caught in the middle, unable to withstand the force of your conflict. If you were to confront me one at a time, I could endure it, but to face you both simultaneously, besieged from all sides, is truly overwhelming. I am the victim here. You must be the weakest, malevolent knight in history. Your disposition clearly suggests that driving a car pales in comparison to riding a motorcycle. The biker gang might rob, but can you? Old Wang shrugged. You should really advise it not to provoke me. I'm not jesting. Just ask Varian. The various hellish roars, the Minotaur chiefs, the trifecta of fools, the trio of sisters, the 5 deities, the 6 guardians, the 7 fiends, and the 9 professions. Have I not staked my claim in all of them? Robbie interjected. You were the one who instigated this, my young associate. You have gone too far. At a loss for words, Robbie felt a mix of frustration and anxiety. True strength is not to be feared. A thick skin is not to be feared either. But a combination of both, formidable strength coupled with a shameless demeanor, is truly daunting. Not even the fires of hell could penetrate such fortitude. After 2 minutes of discourse, Old Wang's throat grew parched. Even a monk requires water. He decided to hasten the conversation. What are your thoughts? What do you plan to do? Robbie was taken aback. You inquire about my plans? It is you who stirred the pot. I wish to ask you what your intentions are. No, wait. This matter does involve you. It pertains to me even more. I truly need to contemplate my course of action. Robbie felt a wave of agitation wash over him. His uncle had landed in prison, a deserved fate, one might say, yet perhaps still insufficient. He had taken several lives, committing murder rather than accidental killing, and received a lenient sentence. But he could not simply run to expose him. There was hardly any evidence to substantiate such claims. Revenge was a necessity. It was a covenant between him and the spirit of vengeance. To obtain it was to bear the burden of retribution, an unalterable obsession of the vengeful spirit. Whom should he seek to avenge? The stragglers of the 5 Streets gang? Joseph? Uncle Eli? Or perhaps the Dark Tome? Robbie felt lost. Could he really dismantle that book, tear it into fragments, and reduce it to ashes? Suddenly, while both were locked in a silent stare, Sky exclaimed, "Trouble brews." Isaaki Eilade. I set its sights on the Five Streets Gang. Chapter 16. Carlson, Natasha what? Robbie was taken aback. What on earth is S-H-I-E-L-D? I have never heard of it. It sounds like something out of a movie or a comic. How absurd. S-H-I-E-L-D is an acronym for the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, an organization dedicated to dealing with individuals like yourself. The director, nicknamed Egghead, resembles a boiled egg. He's a cunning fellow named Nick Fury, a general of considerable rank. Sky explained with an air of familiarity. Robbie was instantly filled with admiration, nearly giving a thumbs up. To remember such a lengthy name is truly impressive. As soon as he finished speaking, he caught a glimpse of Sky's phone screen, displaying a flurry of text. What a remarkable memory. A good memory pales in comparison to the internet. Someone has lived searching on site. Old Wang was neither surprised nor concerned. If they were targeting him, so be it. After 18 years of diligent training, he had remained low-key, discreetly honing his skills. Though he had yet to gather the 6 divine artifacts, still lacking 6 pieces, he had acquired a supreme relic, which was worth 12 pieces. There was no need to remain overly modest. Regardless of whether it was S, H, I, L, D, or Hydra, could he really be intimidated? Upon deeper reflection, Old Wang realized that fear was not the issue. It was a matter of heart. The crux of the problem lay in his finances. The heart of Azeroth was a veritable money pit, and what was produced in Norganon was nothing but a system for siphoning funds. Without money, he could only remain inconspicuous. With money, he could flaunt his prowess. Of course, he believed in reason. If you do not provoke me, I shall not provoke you. How pleasant it would be to sit down for a game of cards. Had S-H-I-E-L-D dispatched agents to investigate on-site, or had they gone to the Los Angeles prison? Was it Carlson or Natasha? Old Wang casually inquired, not particularly invested in the answer. How do you know? Sky exclaimed, quickly showing her phone to Old Wang. They went to the Los Angeles prison. Phil Carlson and Natasha Romanoff are both there, along with an armed field team. I say, would you believe me if I told you I guessed? I was merely speaking off the cuff. I don't know many names from S, H, O. And certainly, the egghead wouldn't come in person, Old Wang replied, smiling enigmatically. There were certain things that were best left unsaid. Speaking too much could lead to revealing his true identity. By the way, what brought those two here? Were they that idle? One a level 7 agent, the other an 8, coming to handle such a trivial matter. Had S-H-L-D recently granted a break to all its agents? Old Wang suddenly sensed something amiss. Could it be that Egghead had sent them specifically? After all, that fellow had been searching for the Dark Grimoire. Moreover, considering the legacy of the Ghost Rider, there had been several generations, leaving behind traces. S-H-I-E-L-D had been in this line of work for decades. With agents scattered across more than 100 countries, they must know at least half of the secrets of the world. Without a doubt, Egghead's toolbox contained relevant information. As the king of agents, he possessed the most secrets. His very being was synonymous with mystery. Was it possible he deduced the identity of the Ghost Rider from the traces left behind? Old Wang tapped the hood of the engine. It was quite plausible. Born in '89, Old Wang was destined to be meticulous, calm, and decisive. Yet regrettably, he often indulged in wild fantasies and daring conjectures, cautiously seeking verification, a pure embodiment of scientific spirit. Joking aside, Old Wang had studied engineering, specifically goblin engineering. Perhaps it was time to engage with S-H-I-L-D. However, caution was paramount. He needed to ensure that he was indeed contacting agents of S-H-I-E-L-D, not Hydra members lurking within. Although Egghead was distrustful of everyone, Carlson and Natasha were relatively the most trustworthy. Neither belonged to Hydra, nor were they radicals. Carlson had a pleasant demeanor, while Natasha was in excellent shape, making them suitable for deeper engagement. Although I harbor no particular affection for the machinery of the state, living in this world necessitates a degree of engagement. There's no need for outright opposition, nor for feigning indifference. I am neither a superhero, nor do I aspire to be a supervillain. The former meets an untimely demise, while the latter's fate is even swifter. Limited collaboration is the most prudent approach, provided one possesses the requisite strength and confidence, lest the outcome be dire. The agents of S-H-I-E-L-D are hardly naive innocents. Thus, Old Wang made a pivotal decision within 20 seconds, establishing the overarching direction of future operations. He snapped his fingers. Forget about S-H-I-L-D. They're too slow to keep pace with our progress. We shall pursue our own objectives. What shall we do? Sky inquired, raising her hand like an eager schoolgirl. Rest assured, It is not your place to initiate action. We will strive to access surveillance footage and continue monitoring the Los Angeles prison and the SHIELD field team. Additionally, we must ascertain the location of that laboratory and plan an evening reconnaissance. SHIELD is unlikely to uncover Eli and Joseph's whereabouts so swiftly. We should secure the valuable assets from the laboratory first. Moreover, Old Wang harbored certain thoughts regarding the laboratory and its inhabitants. Eli, a legitimate doctor, was relegated to menial tasks. The others must be exceptionally skilled, each a scientist of considerable worth, not to be squandered. Very well, Sky complied promptly. Old Wang stepped outside to purchase a drink, parched after such lengthy discussions, his throat nearly ablaze. What about me? Robbie queried swiftly, having come to a realization. After all, an uncle is still an uncle, and he had no intention of harming him. It would be foolish to report him without evidence. Joseph lay unconscious, and it was evident that his uncle was responsible. Previous reports indicated he resembled a vegetative state. Evil begets evil. The spirit of vengeance had been urging him to eliminate Joseph. That devil bore a striking resemblance to a cynical, disillusioned youth, ready to exact punishment for even the slightest transgression. It was rather excessive, yet Joseph deserved his fate. However, he was in the best hospital in Los Angeles. Teeming with surveillance, preparation was essential. The root of all troubles lay within that book. Everything else was secondary. And you? Fix the car. Old Wang paused, turning in confusion. Did I not already mention? We are here to repair the vehicle. Had you not made such a ruckus yesterday, we would not have had to flee under cover of night, and the car would not be in disrepair. I had no intention of resorting to violence. Do you think I would believe your quest for revenge implicates me? You are being unreasonable. Are you truly prepared to forego the repair fees? Believe me, I could transform into the Ghost Rider and teach you a lesson, Robbie scoffed. He then let out a sound of realization, picking up tools to commence repairs. 3 minutes later, he was disheartened, his expression peculiar. Could this dilapidated vehicle be salvaged? It ought to have been retired long ago. Driving it, were you not afraid of an accident? Contemplating Old Wang's terrifying demeanor, Robbie sighed. That fellow seemed genuinely unafraid. At the Los Angeles prison, after indescribable coercion and enticement, the conversation with the remnants of the 5th Street gang concluded, leaving Coulson with a furrowed brow. What shall we do next, Coulson? Natasha inquired. Coulson possessed a higher security clearance than her, greater authority, more years of experience, and a spotless record. As a member of the Russian intelligence organization, the Red Room, he had been recruited by Hawkeye, Clint Barton, into SHIELD, yet the stains of his past were indelible, often wielded against him by many within the agency, making advancement quite arduous, despite his capabilities. Nevertheless, Natasha remained unfazed by such matters. This time, she was cooperating mainly as muscle, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances, while the true responsibility lay with Coulson. Eli, investigate Eli. Coulson swiftly gathered his thoughts. My intuition suggests that this affair is connected to Eli. Men's intuition, women's intuition. It's the latter that truly holds merit, Natasha nodded. I shall look into it. And you? Eli is in a Los Angeles prison. I will go speak with him, Coulson replied. My instincts tell me that our time is limited. Someone is already one step ahead. Chapter 17. The true name of the king. Robbie sighed for the 18th time. He truly wished to smash this wretched vehicle. All 4 tires were nearly worn down, each having been patched multiple times. Who would dare drive such a car at 120? Afraid of a blowout? What condition were the brake pads in? Are you certain they can halt the vehicle? Regular maintenance had never been performed. Had it? At least you could wash the car occasionally. To see a perfectly good truck reduced to this state was utterly outrageous. Of course, sighing aside, repairs were still necessary. As for the money, he hesitated to ask for it. The man's words were harsh, yet upon reflection, they held a semblance of truth. That rocket had indeed been aimed at him. Regardless of how terrifying it appeared, it seemed to be human, unlike himself, who became a fiery menace in moments of excitement, instilling fear in others. The rocket's intended target was evident. Robbie believed himself to be quite responsible. Though not affluent, he could manage the cost of repairs. By the way, I still don't know how to address you both, Robbie said as he worked on the car, casually striking up a conversation with Sky, who sat cross-legged atop the hood of a Porsche. He quite fancied this beautiful woman, who was of mixed heritage, embodying the best traits of both cultures, appealing to both Eastern and Western men alike. Engaging in conversation with her brought him joy. However, Robbie merely flirted cautiously, not daring to pursue her further. The two seemed quite close, likely romantic partners. What if that fellow became angry? Could he truly hold his ground? Most likely not. That man's gaze was formidable, his presence intimidating, quite fearsome. "You can call me Sky," she replied without looking up, casually adding, "My name is Wang Jingza." Old Wang approached, tossing a bottle of water to Sky and Robbie each. The mineral water was pure and refreshing, healthy and thirst-quenching, and above all, inexpensive. "Jingza Wang," Robbie called out. Although he didn't understand its significance, the name sounded quite pleasant. Sky's lips twitched, her face reddening as she struggled to stifle a laugh. "I mustn't laugh, otherwise. Tomorrow's training regimen will surely double." Suddenly, she burst out, "I can't hold it in any longer. Wang, you clearly do not bear that name. Is it truly amusing to deceive others? 3 years ago, you brazenly assaulted those individuals, and when they inquired about your name, you proclaimed yourself as Wang Outyin. At that time, when I implored you to teach me martial arts, you claimed your name was Wang Yonglu, and I foolishly believed you until a year ago when I began studying Tang poetry. When I asked you your true name, you informed me that you were Wang Zhirongyao, with Wang as your surname and Zhirongyao as your given name. Pray tell, how many names have you bestowed upon yourself throughout your life? How many more do you intend to adopt? You may simply call me Wang, as per the American custom." Old Wang chuckled softly. It slipped out inadvertently. "What I truly wish to convey is that I am Wang Buliaxing, though I am neither a magician nor an herb. Yet my gaze remains keen. However, my preferred moniker remains the neighborly Old Wang, for the mountains are high and the waters long. Of course, Wang suffices, aligning with Western conventions, sounding both harmonious and commanding, and importantly, it bears certain advantages. Wang." Robbie nodded and continued his work on the vehicle. As her boyfriend had arrived, it was inappropriate to engage further. As a seasoned driver, I find little interest in two-legged beings. It is the four wheels that embody true love. Old Wang leaned closer to Sky, peering at the laptop screen, though his gaze wandered to grander matters. The Romanoff agent had departed from the Los Angeles prison, presumably to liaise with S.H.I.E.L.D. regarding Eli. The phones utilized by S.H.I.E.L.D. are specially designed and impervious to hacking. Sky furrowed her brow. The technology still lacked finesse. Although she had joined the Tide organization and risen to the rank of a skilled hacker, she remained a novice compared to the organization's experts. Most critically, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s cybersecurity system is among the most formidable globally, possessing an extensive array of hackers. Even the Tide organization cannot breach their core database, leaving her powerless. Wang had mentioned that there exists information within S.H.I.E.L.D. pertaining to him, connected to his lineage, which served as one of the two primary motivations for his endeavor to master computer technology 3 years ago and become a distinguished hacker. The second reason was to earn a living. Regardless, Old Wang strained to lift his gaze, fixating on a laptop screen. "Where's Coulson?" "He has gone to meet Eli." Sky opened a small video, broadcasting live. 10 minutes later, outside the Los Angeles prison, Coulson and Natasha converged. "Swifter than I had anticipated. Your expression reveals to me that you have encountered obstacles, bloodied and bruised." Natasha cast a sidelong glance at Coulson. "Am I so transparent?" Coulson felt a tinge of disappointment, reluctant to articulate his thoughts, even if I offered to secure his release. It appears he harbors a secret, one that outweighs the value of freedom. My experience suggests that he is the key to this entire affair. Natasha's bright eyes flickered. "Do you require my assistance?" "I am proficient in 137 methods of interrogation. Grant me an hour, and he shall divulge even when he first began to solve matters with his hands." "I'm indifferent to that." Coulson scrutinized Natasha for a brief moment. "Your expression indicates significant findings." Natasha's demeanor shifted to one of gravity as she unlocked her phone and presented Coulson with the limited information accessible at Level 7 permissions. "Director Fury bestowed upon me a document classified at the highest level of secrecy, Level 10. The document was extensive, and Coulson perused it for a full 3 minutes. The Dark Tome, also known as the Book of Sin or the Grimoire, possesses boundless knowledge, capable of bestowing divinity upon those who seek it. The Red Skull has sought it, as has a man named Daniel Whitehall, and even Director Fury has pursued it, yet none have succeeded in their quest. It is said that the Dark Tome is connected to zero matter and dark matter, and as early as the 1940s, one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D., Peggy Carter, along with her Howling Commandos, encountered a company engaged in the study of dark matter. This company was later acquired by Roxxon, and the laboratory where Eli works is also under Roxxon's control. Coulson rubbed his temples, feeling the weight of the chaos in their world. In simple terms, the Dark Tome is linked to that very laboratory. Natasha summarized, then inquired about their next course of action. To the laboratory, Coulson decisively stated, "Let us go now." The repair shop was bustling with activity. S.H.I.E.L.D. operates with remarkable efficiency, It seems rest is not an option for them. Old Wang chuckled and stood up, ready to head to the laboratory. However, the car was not yet repaired. Sky pointed towards Robbie, who was busy nearby. But there's another car, Old Wang remarked, making his way toward the Dodge Charger. Sky quickly followed. Robbie sighed, tossing aside the wrench and brushing off the dust from his clothes. Chapter 18. The Ghost in the Box. The laboratory was not far, typically a 10-minute journey. Robbie, being a part-time racer, found a modified Dodge Charger, equipped with Hellfire capabilities, to be powerful and resilient. He had no qualms about pushing the limits, overtaking where possible and cutting in line, earning a chorus of honks and a torrent of frustrations, arriving in just 5 minutes. If only he had the golden touch of Lord Liu from next door, his progress would be effortless, free of concerns over training and leveling up. It seems Coulson and Black Widow are not as swift as we are. Old Wang exited the vehicle, scanning the area, finding it deserted. He turned back to Robbie and gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Impressive." Robbie lifted his chin, feeling proud, a piece of cake. The Ghost Rider is not to be trifled with, and the legend of the Spirit of Vengeance will endure forever. Isaaki would still take half an hour to reach the scene. Sky remained fixated on her phone, having hacked into the road surveillance system, gaining top-level access. A vivid red flashed across the screen. Coulson's red sports car, Lola, was unmistakably conspicuous. With its flamethrowers, the world's first GPS, and the ability to fly. It is one of S.H.I.E.L. DS&T collectibles, a personal favorite of Coulson's. He insists on driving himself, never permitting others to take the wheel. Nor does he refrain from driving at all. Yet his driving skills are mediocre, and he even named the car after a woman. One wonders, has he married? Surely he wouldn't use the car for personal matters? Which part? One might speculate. The thought alone is exhilarating. Time is of the essence. Let us hurry. Old Wang wasted no words, striding directly to the entrance. The laboratory's door appeared unassuming, yet was remarkably sturdy, incomparable to the gaudy, superficial facades of lesser establishments. This was a facility dedicated to cutting-edge technology, and Roxanne had invested immeasurable resources, with equipment costing tens or even hundreds of thousands of dollars. If a thief were to steal something, the monetary loss would be trivial compared to the potential leakage of sensitive technologies. "Allow me," Sky and Robbie chimed in unison. As their gazes intertwined, sparks ignited between the two. "Are you attempting to usurp my position?" This was a high-tech password lock, employing retinal recognition. "Give me 30 seconds, and I shall decipher it," proclaimed Sky, her words tumbling forth with the rapidity of raindrops as she brandished her phone, launching the necessary application to commence her task. For a password lock of this caliber, it was hardly a challenge. For the members of the Tide organization, it was merely child's play. Robbie's eyes blazed with fervor. "I only need 1 second." Although Hellfire was not a natural flame, its capacity to incinerate circuits was astonishingly simple. The Ghost Rider possessed strength that far surpassed that of ordinary mortals, making even the high-strength fiber isolation chambers of S.H.E.L.D. ineffective. What was this door compared to that? A hand restrained him. No vandalism. One claimed 30 seconds, while the other required merely 1. Indeed, women proved to be more enduring than men. Old Wang rubbed his temples, pondering the caliber of individuals he had chosen. One who traversed the internal networks and databases of various organizations with ease, possessing countless aliases, frequently exposing government cover-ups, clandestine operations, and evidence of criminal activities online, while simultaneously challenging the law, leaving the government, the military, and the police in a state of ambivalence towards this freewheeling hacker. By day, he appeared to be an unassuming and diligent mechanic, yet by night, he transformed into the Ghost Rider, mercilessly executing all, regardless of the severity of their crimes, leaving no survivors, a figure laden with transgressions. "Are you not aware that such actions will leave traces?" Old Wang sighed, pressing his left hand against the door. A stream of true energy flowed, manipulating the lock mechanism. With a melodious click, the door swung open. "Sky, Old Wang, if you had a solution, why wait until we finish speaking? Was that intentional?" "I truly did not mean to," he retorted, "but you were so hasty." Ignoring their banter, Old Wang entered, his stride commanding and formidable. This was the demeanor of a master, an aura that could not be feigned. Upon entering, he immediately sensed a chilling presence. This chill transcended mere temperature. It was an intangible sensation, existing on both a spiritual and soulful plane, reminiscent of his experiences purging Stratholme. Not merely cold, but a deep-seated gloom. The essence of specters. The atmosphere was imbued with the essence of ghosts, yet it was obscured by some peculiar force. Not even ordinary individuals. let alone demons or other undead entities, might perceive it. Had he not frequently interacted with the undead in his previous life, having vanquished no fewer than 8,000 of them, he might not have possessed even a vague awareness. Yet this was inconsequential, for from the very beginning, he comprehended the nature of this haunted place. Advancing along the corridor, he opened several doors until he reached the most critical chamber of the laboratory. A monumental reaction furnace loomed at its center, flanked by 2 laptops and 6 boxes. Some cables connected the furnace to the boxes. The furnace remained operational, its azure light illuminating the entire room, evidently providing power to the boxes. What is this? Sky and Robbie hurriedly caught up, witnessing the scene before them. Old Wang, is the dark grimoire within these boxes? No, he replied. It is something far more sinister. Robbie's eyes flared with an infernal light, a manifestation of the spirit of vengeance stirring within. The contents of the box were intertwined with the dark realm, linked to the malevolent place from which it had scarcely escaped, evoking a loathing that surpassed even that directed towards murderers who had slaughtered dozens. This was another dimension, one that dwelled within the realms of magic and quantum mechanics, a realm of phantoms. Old Wang casually offered an explanation, expecting perhaps to witness Sky erupt in loud protests or derisive laughter, claiming that ghosts did not exist and that one must respect science. Yet, no such reaction occurred. Perhaps it was due to her prior encounter with the spirit of vengeance that she felt a sense of immunity and mental fortitude. More importantly, this young woman was undeniably courageous. Whether this trait stemmed from her dismembered and resurrected mother, an extraordinary being, or her deranged father, remained uncertain. In any case, rather than fear, her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she eagerly inquired whether ghosts truly existed in this world. Could he release them for her to observe? What were they like? Did they conform to the American descriptions, or the Japanese, or perhaps those of the Chinese and Indians? Did hell truly exist? She bombarded him with questions, finally turning to Robbie, or rather the spirit of vengeance within him, and asked if it had ever traversed the depths of hell. Ghosts do exist, and so does hell, Old Wang replied with a smile. I have dispatched many. It seemed plausible enough, at least from his perspective. Is there only one hell? He continued. In the Marvel Universe, there are multiple. Otherwise, how would the Demon Lord arise? The so-called hells were, in truth, additional dimensions. Surely, Kamar-Taj was well aware of this. One could not help but wonder whether the sorcerers of Kamar-Taj, who have long safeguarded Earth and monitored those capable of causing immense destruction, overlooked the spirit of vengeance, or perhaps held it in disdain. Their leader, the Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One, seemed to be on par with the likes of Dormammu and Odin. Old Wang glanced at Robbie. The spirit of vengeance within him was, in essence, an entity that had escaped from hell. According to certain principles, the spirit of vengeance must merge with those possessed of intense vengeful desires, transforming them into ghost riders as a means of survival. For the spirit of vengeance, revenge serves as sustenance, nourishment, the very essence that enables its continued existence in this world. When a ghost rider loses their thirst for vengeance, the spirit must seek another host. Thus, generations of ghost riders are formed, each succeeding the last. Old Wang approached, applying force to pry open the topmost box. An orange-yellow glow, invisible to ordinary eyes, surged forth, coalescing into a spectral figure of profound gloom. It resembled a specter that had endured 3 days and nights of arduous cultivation. Chapter 19. The Quantum Mechanics Expert. Who am I? What has happened to me? What is my purpose? Before him stood a woman with golden hair and blue eyes. It was evident that in her youth, she must have been breathtakingly beautiful. Indeed, she must have been striking while alive. Now, however, she was a terrifying sight, shrouded in an otherworldly aura, a force that seemed intent on dragging her into the abyss of hell. She stood in a daze for a few seconds, gazing at the figures of Old Wang, Sky, and Robbie before her, then glanced around and at herself. When she reached out to touch the box and the wall, her hand passed through them effortlessly. An expression of disbelief crossed her face. Seemingly struck by a thought, she concentrated and attempted to touch again, this time making contact with the box and the wall. I am Lucy Powell, the wife of Joseph Powell and a scientist at the Dynamic New Energy Laboratory. We discovered that book. We learned the method of creating everything. We sought out an engineer named Eli to manufacture a quantum generator, and we succeeded. We conjured a small piece of carbon from nothing. What does this mean? We can create atoms, molecules, inorganic substances, organic materials, and even life itself. This is the realm of the divine. Eli desires that book. He wishes to be God. He attacked us, using the quantum generator to alter our forms from existence to non-existence. We have become ghosts, transformed into the phantoms of legend. I never aspired to be God. I am a victim, yearning only to be human. Eli is responsible for this. I will kill him. Lucy felt a surge of anger, despair, and madness before ultimately settling into a state of calm. She realized her condition was precarious. She could traverse freely between the tangible and the ethereal, granting her the horrific ability to penetrate any substance, to strike at any entity, and to evade all forms of attack. However, her state was in constant flux, as a strange force tugged at her, pulling her toward an unfathomable place. Was it hell, an abyss, another world, another dimension, or another universe? Lucy could not tell. Instinctively, she recoiled from that unknown, mysterious realm. My time is running short. The pulling force grew stronger, and Daisy knew she had to act swiftly. My secret must remain undisclosed. My plans cannot be interfered with. Anyone who obstructs or disrupts me must pay the price. Lucy looked at the three individuals before her, determined to teach them a lesson. You cannot see me. You cannot see me. Lucy floated and planned to circle around to find a fire axe, intending to scare these intruders away or eliminate them directly. However, she noticed Old Wang and Robbie's heads turning in unison, their eyes, one pair dark and the other aflame, fixated on her as if automatically locked on. Only Sky appeared oblivious, unable to see anything at all. Yet, the girl was quite astute. She quickly sensed something supernatural had manifested and, in her excitement, grasped Old Wang's arm, exclaiming, "Where is it? Where is the ghost? Wang, can you help me see it? Is it as hideous as in the movies and television shows?" "You're the one who is hideous. Your whole family is ugly," Lucy retorted, anger surging within her. What woman wishes to be deemed unattractive? I can't truly be that ugly, can I? There are no mirrors here, and in this state, it seems I cannot see my reflection, just as novels often describe. Wait a moment, can you see me? Lucy was taken aback. The book did not say this, neither did the movies. Wait, and what if I see you? Can you truly harm me? Lucy's visage twisted into a grotesque expression, her complexion shifting like a play of light and shadow, alternating between pallor and darkness, transforming into a semi-corporeal form. Recalling the depictions from cinematic novels, she raised her hands, extending them like claws, and menacingly declared, "I shall kill you all. Come down and accompany me." Yet, no one paid her heed. Sky looked up at Lucy, utterly delighted. Is there really a ghost? Have you ventured into hell? What is it like there? Is there a three-headed dog guarding the gates? Are there figures like Satan, Hela, the Grim Reaper, or Yama? He continued, "Stay still. I want to take a picture." Old Wang sighed wearily. "Lucy, it's been several seconds. Your reflexes are rather slow, aren't they? Sky, those Reapers do not belong to the same realm. If you group them together, are you not concerned they might clash?" Old Wang raised an eyebrow, not a ghost. At least not one from World of Warcraft. The specters in that realm only manifest after death. Beyond the soul itself, they typically exude an aura of death, which is evidently absent here. Instead, she possesses a different essence, akin to that of a death knight, emanating from a dark dimension, from hell itself. Old Wang tilted his head, pondering, and finally recalled the appropriate terminology. He glanced at Lucy, then at Robbie, and inquired between dimensions. Is she trapped between two realms? Constantly being pulled by the dark dimension? Could it be that the so-called ghost is merely this peculiar form? It is indeed a possibility. They say that when a person dies, their soul lingers for 7 days. What do they call it? The first 7 days? Might it be that they linger between dimensions and then completely vanish after 7 days, transitioning to another realm? Additionally, there are those who remain for extended periods for specific reasons, such as lingering resentment. The vengeful spirit must rely on its thirst for revenge to remain in the corporeal universe. It's similar to resentment, all stemming from emotions. Emotions are a powerful force. No wonder Lord Lu grows stronger from negative sentiments. It's not mere superstition, but grounded in scientific principle. Upon hearing Old Wang's words, Lucy appeared bewildered, abandoning her role play. Another dimension? She recalled the theories of quantum mechanics and certain esoteric knowledge from the Dark Tome that both she and Joseph were unable to decipher. Looking back at Old Wang, she hesitated for a moment. Have you read the Dark Tome? Are you a quantum mechanics expert? Sky, busy snapping pictures, nearly choked upon hearing Lucy's question. A quantum mechanics expert? Huh, you're a bit of a know-it-all, aren't you? Lucy was taken aback. If he isn't a quantum mechanics expert, then he must have read the Dark Tome? Robbie showed little reaction, but the vengeful spirit within him stirred restlessly, clearly affirming Old Wang's assertions. Eliminate her, and you diminish her, the spirit clamored. Old Wang's expression darkened. Sky, you have become overly inflated. Keep an eye on S-H-I-E-L-D. Leave her alone. She is of use to me. He cast a dangerous glance at Robbie, whose eyes blazed with an intensifying fire. Am I causing trouble? You think I'm just a ghost? Young man, I'll fight you. You have switched hosts, yet your vengeance remains insufficient, and your strength is lacking. Are you truly certain you wish to engage me in combat? Old Wang cast a sidelong glance at him. The spirit of revenge immediately wilted. Very well. I shall overlook this transgression on your part this once. Have you perused the Dark Scriptures? Did you abscond with the Dark Scriptures? No, that cannot be. The Dark Scriptures reside with Joseph, and among the living. Only Eli is privy to this matter. It is Eli who sent you. He has obtained the Dark Scriptures. What has he done to Joseph? Lucy, who harbored genuine feelings for Joseph, exclaimed, Quick, give me the Dark Scriptures. Where's Eli? I shall slay him. Chapter 20. Old Wang's team of scientists. Lucy lunged at Old Wang with a fierce demeanor. Whoosh! With a swift motion, Old Wang summoned his vital energy. Seizing Lucy by the neck, lifting her, as one might a chick. Old Wang's stature was imposing, and while he often wore a jovial expression when he turned serious, he exuded a formidable presence that could be quite intimidating. Emerging from a sea of corpses, he had faced titans and ancient deities, and after traversing a decade of turmoil, he had seldom known peace. Yet, such experiences forged an undeniable aura of authority, one that even the spirit of revenge dared not contend with, let alone the insignificant Lucy. Observing Lucy's desperate struggles, Old Wang maintained a bemused expression, recognizing the situation. Caught between dimensions, and you think your ability to shift between realities is impressive? Physical attacks cannot harm you, but what about energy? With your abilities, you are even inferior to the ghostly inhabitants of Moonstream Town, yet you dare to cause a ruckus? Lucy momentarily froze, then gasped, her eyes igniting with the fervor of a scientist. You can manipulate energy? How is that possible? This cannot be real. This is the stuff of films and novels. Nothing is impossible. This is the essence of a scientist's mindset, Old Wang replied, calculating the time elapsed. It had been nearly 5 minutes, and time was of the essence. Do you wish to reclaim your former self? He inquired. I have not yet lived enough. My scientific research remains incomplete. My life's worth and societal contributions have yet to be realized, and I have yet to bear children. Then cease your antics. We are allies now, and I shall assist you. Old Wang snapped his fingers, and a jade-hued lightning bolt materialized from thin air. If you believe you can withstand it, feel free to flee. If not, as the films and novels depict, spirits fear lightning. As Lucy beheld this fantastical spectacle, it felt as though she had opened her third eye and glimpsed a new world, realizing her predicament. Yet, she remained obstinate. You are Eli's subordinate. I shall never serve him. Even if it means my demise, I shall not. Who told you I am Eli's subordinate? At your age, how can you indulge in such wild fantasies? Old Wang replied, exasperated, rubbing his temples. Perhaps you should refrain from watching so many soap operas. Do you truly believe Eli has the authority to command me? What are you thinking? Lucy paused, contemplating. Well, that does seem plausible. A person capable of conjuring lightning out of thin air is likely far more formidable than the decades of propaganda surrounding Captain America. He is practically a superhero, or rather, a supervillain. In his presence, Eli is merely an elite adversary, utterly unworthy of being labeled a boss. So Eli serves you? Lucy pondered again. You are overthinking it. Old Wang responded, utterly speechless. I have no connection with him, all right? At last, Lucy has overcome her internal struggles, realizing that the prospect of starting anew is indeed a positive one. The scientist's rationality has triumphed over fear and anger. But what is the price of this? A minimum of 3 years, with the maximum penalty being death. Old Wang released her shoulder, offering a gentle smile. That's the spirit. There is no need for violence. I will assist you in your rebirth. In return, you will work for me, continuing your research, and your financial support will remain intact. So you desire my collaboration? You should have stated that sooner. Lucy conceded, no longer resisting. I wish to be reborn. I wish to pursue scientific research. Everything else pales in comparison. Does it truly matter whom I serve? However, vengeance still lingers in her heart. And what has become of Joseph? She dismissed such thoughts, recognizing that now was not the time for such musings. Boss, please give your instructions. Your first task, Old Wang pointed at the nearby crates, is to release your colleagues and persuade them to cooperate. Otherwise, I shall compel them through force, or worse. 5 minutes later, Old Wang had not resorted to violence. After Robbie transformed into a malevolent knight, nearly eliminating one of Lucy's colleagues, the 3 newly freed individuals swiftly fell in line. They had no choice. They were outmatched, unable to flee, and certainly could not escape faster than lightning. Old Wang possessed a cloud whip. Not to mention the night was the nemesis of these abominable creatures. One misstep could lead to their utter annihilation. Compliance was their only option. Hugo, Vincent, and Frederick stood in a row, joining Lucy, Joseph, and Eli, thus constituting the entirety of the new energy laboratory team. Each member of this laboratory was noteworthy, holding at least a doctorate, with many being distinguished in the realm of quantum mechanics. Though they may not rival the likes of Hank Pym, the first Ant-Man, or Bruce Banner, the Green Giant with 7 doctoral degrees, they were still competent scientists in their own right. Furthermore, apart from Eli, the others had perused the Dark Tome, making them formidable in certain respects, possibly exceeding the capabilities of renowned scientists. In mere minutes, Old Wang had assembled a respectable team of scientists, one that typically only a mid-sized fortune could sustain, an enterprise like Stark Industries, or at the very least, Hammer Industries could afford. With talent secured, the only thing lacking was funding. Excellent, Old Wang applauded. Now we shall seek out the Dark Tome. Lucy paused, realizing an opportunity had arisen. The Dark Tome is with Joseph. We must find him. Boss, I can persuade him. He is the most remarkable among us, a true genius. His contributions outweigh the sum of all our efforts combined. You must need him, right? Hugo, Vincent, and Frederick exchanged glances. Lucy, what are you saying? Your words carry weight. They glared at the photograph hanging on the wall, fixating on Joseph, their expressions contorted with fury. It's all Joseph's fault. He is as detestable as Eli. That's enough. Old Wang shot Robbie a glance, noting the lingering fury in his eyes. It seemed the others were indifferent, but the true culprit, Joseph, cannot be spared. Is Joseph truly so vital? No, what truly matters is the Dark Grimoire. Furthermore, 10 Josephs cannot compare to a single Wraith Knight. Old Wang is quite adept at arithmetic. Moreover, Lucy, observe the expressions of your colleagues. They appear as if they would devour Joseph whole. Old Wang calmly remarked that Joseph had concealed the Dark Grimoire in the very location you discovered it. Lucy, eager to contest this, was suddenly interrupted by Sky's exclamation. Wang, the agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. are approaching. On the mobile screen, a throng of individuals seemingly emerged from nowhere, blocking the laboratory entrance and preparing to breach it. A peculiar smile graced Lucy's lips. It appeared that the boss was on the verge of clashing with an entity known as S.H.I.E.L.D. Perhaps I could seize this opportunity to escape. Has Coulson contacted other S.H.I.E.L.D. agents? Indeed, S.H.I.E.L.D. is omnipresent. Old Wang mused. Government agencies are formidable indeed. Wang, what shall we do? Sky inquired, a hint of panic in her voice. We cannot directly confront S.H.I.E.L.D., can we? There is no means to disguise ourselves here. Fear not. There are numerous solutions. Old Wang confidently strode to the battery box, placing a hand atop it. In the next moment, the box vanished. Miss, it's time for an exchange. Chapter 21. The first blood of the mist this time. Old Wang did not enter the heart of Azeroth. After all, it is the soul that enters, inherently fragile. What if Lucy and her companions were to betray him? What if the spirit of vengeance stirred up trouble? Human hearts are inscrutable, especially considering these beings are not even human. Thus, he merely allowed a thread of his consciousness to permeate and engage in dialogue with Miss Azeroth. 5 battery boxes lay before him. After some contemplation, Old Wang retrieved another. Lucy's new phantoms were awaiting their rebirth. The new specters were primarily theorists. Practical execution necessitated Eli. Therefore, it was imperative to extract Eli as well. Out of respect for Robbie, it was unlikely he would be rendered useless. Perhaps he could redeem himself, as the scientific team still required an engineer, and Eli was competent enough. Did Eli harbor ambitions? Did he wish to ascend to godhood? Such matters are trivial. Who among us lacks some ambition? How many individuals in this world do not aspire to be gods? The key is to ensure that such ambitions do not manifest. Otherwise, they must be eliminated. The challenge lies in constructing a rudimentary quantum generator using existing equipment, which is not overly difficult. However, the most technically demanding battery would require more time than available. As reiterated, the new specters cannot afford to wait. One will suffice. At worst, the quantum generator will be smaller, converting one at a time. It is indeed troublesome, but the critical factor is cost efficiency. Wang, have you finally procured something valuable? Miss Azeroth appeared, her large eyes blinking in anticipation. Now, I want Teeny to sleep continuously. She glanced at the battery boxes, her disappointment palpable. Is this it? It looks rather ordinary. How much is it truly worth? Whatever it may be, I shall accept it. Old Wang sighed. One does not grasp the value of sustenance without bearing the responsibilities of management. Earning money is quite challenging, you know. However, fret not. Once the Dark Grimoire arrives, miss, you shall have to part with a substantial sum. Just don't fear the pain. The miss extended her hand, pointing towards the void. As the first ring illuminated, the temporal passage was activated. Naturally, Old Wang did not possess the blood of Azeroth. This time, it was to be paid for, with the essence of the young lady serving as the currency. After all, her essence was intrinsically linked to the heart of Azeroth, granting her the unilateral authority to open the temporal portal. The 4 battery boxes vanished, and the spherical space within the first ring of Azeroth began to overflow with blood, rapidly filling to the brim. Old Wang was astonished by the sheer volume. Was it truly so abundant? He had never anticipated this. The battery boxes must be incredibly valuable. He had assumed they would yield merely a few grams, perhaps tens of grams. But this spherical space was vast enough to contain him without issue. Surely it held at least 10 tons? Was it possible that the true worth lay not in the boxes themselves, but in the technology they embodied? Indeed, knowledge is priceless, and technology is invaluable. Overwhelmed with joy, Old Wang began to dream and calculate what could be achieved with 10 tons of Azerothian blood. A single vial of water from the Well of Eternity could create a sun well, a source that had sustained an entire kingdom of high elves for thousands of years, even as their bodies withered, offering them immense comfort and extraordinary magical prowess. Authentic Azerothian blood would undoubtedly surpass the power of the Well of Eternity. How many sun wells could be created from 10 tons of Azerothian blood? 100? 1,000? Perhaps even 10,000? If utilized for summoning. Could he not bring forth the Windrunner sisters, Tyrant, Dalaran, and Jaina, to form a joyful family, living in bliss for 10 days or even half a month? Alternatively, he could summon Deathwing to wreak havoc upon the world. But wait, how much blood was it after all? Filled with ambition, Old Wang waved his hand, conjuring his attributes panel. Upon inspection, he was left dumbfounded. Genuine Azerothian heart, supreme artifact, contained merely 10 micrograms of Azerothian blood? To fill a bathtub with the blood of Azeroth, there existed only 10 micrograms? Young lady, are you serious? Old Wang raised his gaze towards Azeroth, his eyes ablaze. This is an illusion. I am concealing your poverty. The young lady gestured, and the abundant Azerothian blood vanished, leaving behind an imperceptible droplet. Yes, just a droplet, one so minuscule that Old Wang could only perceive it through mental acuity. This was the young lady's first blood. First blood. What could 10 micrograms of Azerothian blood accomplish? A level 1 temporal passage requires 1 microgram of Azerothian blood per second to sustain itself for 10 seconds. Thus, it could summon beings permissible through a level 1 temporal portal, such as the infantry of Goldshire, elven archers, or priests from Northshire, to serve Old Wang for 10 seconds of sheer exhilaration. Alternatively, it could be exchanged for items valued at less than 10 micrograms of Azerothian blood, such as soft undergarments or stockings belonging to Sylvanas, or perhaps even a banana from Tyrant. The value could only diminish, given the transportation costs involved. Of course, there remained the option to exchange it for a one-time skill. The first-level spatial portal is evidently capable of accommodating only the most rudimentary abilities, such as the apprentice-level Frostbolt or the inferior Fireball spell. Lao Wang had already made his choice. He had no intention of confronting the SHIELD agents directly. It was wiser to remain hidden. Beside him, Robbie's eyes blazed with fury, the spirit of vengeance within him incessantly urging, "Release your wrath, young one. Eliminate them." Lucy oscillated her gaze between Lao Wang and Robbie, and then to the outside, her heart racing with both tension and anticipation. "Come on, SHIELD. Agents, do your job. Detain those two, and I'll seize my chance to escape." Indeed, without surveillance, they remained unseen. Yet, sound still permeated the air. No matter how skilled the agents were, they could not move without a whisper of footsteps, and Lao Wang's hearing was nothing short of daredevil level. He could perceive every nuance of sound. The faintest footsteps and even the softest heartbeat were as clear to him as the breath of the landlord's daughter, discernible through 2 walls. Only about 20 meters, not in a straight line. "Let us go." Lao Wang hoisted the battery box and stepped outside. "Wang, are we really going to confront SHIELD head-on?" Sky hastily tucked her phone into her pocket and sought refuge behind Lao Wang. The spirit of vengeance within Robbie began to stir restlessly, nearing the brink of eruption. "Quick, there are people inside, 2 men and a woman, unarmed. Rush in and subdue them." Several SHIELD agents exchanged silent signals, brandishing their weapons as they advanced. Tension gripped the air as they approached. Lao Wang wore a calm smile. "Miss, Activate the first level spatial portal. I require the invisibility spell, the least effective variant, 3 times. Chapter 22. What about the living beings? World of Warcraft, Azeroth. A timeline destined for destruction. 4 years after the Dar portal's opening, July 14th, clear skies. The magical kingdom of Dalaran. Recently promoted to an official mage, the fortunate Ronin stealthily entered the Dalaran library, a section not accessible to ordinary mages. He sought to borrow the tomes of the astral mage Medivh, which had been acquired by his mentor Khadgar from Karazhan. Suddenly, footsteps echoed nearby. Several Dalaran knights, unmounted, patrolled closer and closer. Ronin felt no concern. He was experienced, seasoned in the art of conflict. He raised his staff and began to cast. Invisibility. However, it bore no effect. What happened to my invisibility? Ronin was bewildered. Where did such a substantial spell vanish to? The footsteps grew nearer. With little time to ponder, Ronin cast again, yet still no results. This is peculiar. I've never heard of the Violet Barrier having the capacity to suppress magic. Even if it did, it should only cause the invisibility spell to falter, not render it entirely absent, leaving not a trace of its residual energy. I clearly succeeded in casting. The footsteps drew even closer, and their pace quickened. Clearly, the Dalaran Knights had sensed the magical disturbance and were determined to prevent any unauthorized spell casting or entry into the restricted library. Growing frantic, Ronin, refusing to yield to fate, attempted once more. Yet again, he vanished. There is no time left for casting spells. The Dalaran Iron Knights charged forward. It is Ronin, the Bane of Dalaran. I knew it was him. He has escaped me several times before. Quickly seize him. A knight bellowed. No need to report to Speaker Antonidas or Senator Crasus. Throw him straight into the dark room. Another captain-clad Iron Knight ordered with a grim expression. Ronin's face was filled with bitterness. Great, once again. I must rely on Master Crasus to rescue me. How embarrassing. In the laboratory, a well-equipped S.H.I.E.L.D. field team burst into the quantum reaction chamber. Do not move. Raise your hands. Crouch against the wall. The next moment, they froze in disbelief. The space before them was utterly vacant, devoid of even a battery case. Only a solitary quantum generator and 2 laptops remained as company. Grant Ward furrowed his brow. As a renowned covert operations expert of S.H.I.E.L.D. and a level 7 agent, he trusted in his professional acumen and the new technology from the department. The X-Projector S screen had clearly displayed 3 individuals moments ago. Though their faces were indistinct, the silhouettes suggested 2 men and a woman. Where could such living beings have vanished so suddenly? Could there be a secret door or mechanism? Or perhaps optical devices that distorted light? Like a grand illusion, making people disappear? You 2 secure this area. You 2 search the left. You 2 investigate the right. The rest, search this room. Ward swiftly commanded, then pressed the communicator while adjusting the 3rd button of his shirt. Sir, the individuals have vanished. The quantum generator's accompanying batteries are also missing. 5 kilometers away from the laboratory, on a main thoroughfare, a red sports car sped along. The Black Widow, Natasha, propped one long, snow-white leg up and then removed her loose outer garment. The seasoned driver, Coulson, instinctively glanced over, following the alluring leg downward, almost spotting something that caused his hand to tremble, nearly steering the red car into a close encounter with a large truck. Watch the road, Natasha huffed, donning her combat suit. The ringing of the phone masked Coulson's embarrassment. Upon hearing Ward's report, Coulson paused momentarily, then immediately ordered, lock down the laboratory, continue the search. After hanging up, Coulson sharply turned the wheel. With a swift motion, Natasha inadvertently sliced her tactical knife through her undergarment, revealing a glimpse of her porcelain skin. What are you doing? Natasha asked impassively, continuing to dress. She furrowed her brow. Selling it for profit? A single battery case could fetch at least $100,000. Or perhaps they seek to continue the related experiments. Coulson remarked, my instincts tell me this incident is connected to the accident at the laboratory. A friend in the Los Angeles police informed me that the bodies of the other individuals from the lab have yet to be found, not a drop of blood or a single hair, as if they vanished into thin air. Natasha pondered. I have reviewed the data. The quantum generator and its accompanying batteries were both produced by Eli. Do you think the person who stole the batteries might seek out Eli? It is also possible to seek out Joseph, who is the head of the laboratory and the core of the team. Coulson pressed the communicator. Director, the situation is as follows. We are currently en route to the Los Angeles prison, and we have dispatched personnel to the hospital to protect Joseph. The Rapid Response Special Forces happen to be nearby on a mission, led by Agent Brock Rumlow, a world-class martial artist with Captain America as his target. Skye held her breath, cautiously moving outward. Although she was unaware of what had transpired, it felt quite formidable. The SHIELD agents were right in front of her, yet they had not detected her presence. Old Wang still had tricks up his sleeve. But then again, who could fathom how many secrets Old Wang possessed? This man was a veritable embodiment of mystery. Footsteps? The breeze stirred by movement? Even the slightest breath or heartbeat could alert a skilled agent, such as the level 7 operative before her, an expert in clandestine operations. Apologies, but that would not be the case. A stream of energy emanated from Old Wang's hand, flowing into her body, concealing her heartbeat. She held her breath, moving slowly, leaving no trace. Robbie beside her mirrored her stealth. Old Wang led the way, a Pandaren monk capable of meditating and training on a lotus leaf, as the grandmaster. He was undoubtedly even more impressive, his footsteps silent. As he maneuvered between the two agents while carrying a box, Old Wang felt a twinge of regret. The quantum generator was too large and was directly installed in the ground, making it impossible to carry away. However, those two laptops could be taken. They were the latest models, each worth several $1,000s. How could he have forgotten? Old Wang pondered and deemed it not too late, but ultimately decided against it. SHIELD would surely have ways to trace the computers. Once connected to the internet, there would be no escape. Sky's hacking skills were not yet sufficient. And if targeted by SHIELD, they would be exposed. It was simply not worth the risk. Lucy and her 3 colleagues exchanged glances, as if witnessing a ghost, suddenly feeling a chill wash over them, their bodies trembling. This guy, was their boss really capable of such feats? Vanishing like something out of a movie or a novel, it was astounding and terrifying. It was over. They would truly have no freedom now. They might as well resign themselves to fate. They hurried to catch up. The Dodge War horse stopped at a considerable distance, in an area devoid of surveillance. Once inside the vehicle, Old Wang glanced at Lucy. She understood. He intended for her to be the guide. With the saying, when under a roof, one must bow their head echoing in her mind, Lucy sighed. 2 full hours later, the Dodge War horse halted before a dilapidated old house in the countryside. Is this the place? Old Wang mused. I sense a powerful dark force. He recalled the Battle of Hyjal, where, with the aid of the Bronze Dragon, he traversed time and personally vanquished Kil'jaeden's right-hand man, the formidable Tarangor, acquiring an epic tome of magic, Chronicles of Dark Secrets. The auras of both were strikingly similar. Dark Grimoire, here I come. Meanwhile, Coulson and Natasha stood before the surveillance screen in the Los Angeles prison, their eyes fixated on Eli, not daring to blink. How long are we to watch? Is there truly going to be a jailbreak? Natasha shifted into a more comfortable position. My intuition tells me it certainly will. Coulson straightened his posture. Chapter 23. The Dark Grimoire. This house possesses an air of peculiarity. Upon entering, I descended into the basement. At first glance, Old Wang spotted a poster. It was a depiction of the Ghost Rider, featuring Johnny Blaze on his motorcycle, the Blazing Johnny, the predecessor of Robbie. He was the one who passed on the spirit of vengeance to Robbie, as per Marvel's official account. Not far off hung a shield, a replica of Captain America's shield, crafted from aluminum alloy. It seems the owner of this residence has ties to the Ghost Rider, or perhaps is an admirer of Captain America. Old Wang nodded. Across the nation, Captain America boasts a legion of fans, including even the likes of Egg and Robbie. The fact that the Dark Grimoire is concealed here likely indicates it belongs to the homeowner. This is intriguing. Could the Dark Grimoire possibly be connected to the Blazing Johnny? Or perhaps to the Spirit of Vengeance? I must find a moment to inquire with the Spirit of Vengeance, though I am uncertain if it would be willing to communicate. Convincing it seems utterly impossible. Subduing it? That also appears unattainable at present. We stumbled upon it here. Lucy floated to the center of the house, noticing disturbances in the soil beneath her, her expression laden with complexity. Joseph truly had been here. She felt a twinge of sadness. Joseph is her husband, and they share a close bond. However, since acquiring the Dark Grimoire, their relationship has soured. He has distanced himself from her, forbidding her from touching the grimoire. It seems as though the Dark Grimoire has become his true companion. Can it share a bed with you, or engage in intimate encounters? This book is a bane, yet it is undeniably a remarkable artifact. I long to possess it. If only I could obtain it, nothing else would matter. Eli would be insignificant. Joseph would be inconsequential. Let them languish in prison or become comatose. However, it remains unattainable. Looking at Old Wang, Lucy's eyes brimmed with resentment. Old Wang paid her no heed. He extended his left hand, pressed down, and then grasped. Dust swirled into the air. A cloth bag flew into his grasp. Upon opening the bag, he discovered a book, thick, akin to the Oxford Dictionary, with a black cover and adorned with unknown runes. It bore a single inscription, the Dark Grimoire. This tome emanated potent magical energy. While ordinary individuals might perceive nothing unusual, Old Wang could sense the formidable magic sealed within. It was at least on par with the Chronicle of Dark Secrets, perhaps even more powerful, though it paled in comparison to the Book of Medivh seized from Kil'jaeden. The Dark Grimoire holds considerable significance. It is regarded as the source of all dark magic, containing numerous exceedingly powerful spells. Legend has it that eons ago, an ancient deity named Zysorn was pursued and fled to other dimensions. Before escaping, he inscribed all his malevolent deeds and spells on impervious parchment, known as the Scroll of Self-Accusation, or rather, the Zysorn Scroll. Subsequently, these parchments were bound into a tome, thus becoming the Dark Grimoire. However, it is evident that this book is not crafted from parchment and bears no relation to the Zysorn Scroll. Thus, its value cannot compare to that of the Zysorn Scroll, and it remains uncertain whether the knowledge contained within is complete. This delineates the distinction between counterfeit and authentic. The origins of this tome remain shrouded in mystery. The individual or entity responsible is likely to possess capabilities that lie somewhere between those of Reggie Donhan and Medivh. This range appears somewhat extensive. Each page of the book is imbued with magical protection, rendering it exceedingly resilient to destruction. More significantly, these enchantments possess the power to sway individuals, leading them to corruption and an irresistible desire to possess it, leaving no room for protection, let alone destruction. Observing the crowd around one can easily discern this truth. The newcomers among Lucy's group, for instance, resemble lecherous inmates who have languished in prison for decades. Upon encountering the Dark Tome, they gaze upon it as though it were an unparalleled beauty, and had they the strength, they would have lunged at it long ago. This is Sky's first encounter with the Dark Tome, and while its influence on him is minimal, his gaze remains fixated, unwilling to divert. Robbie, however, exhibits no reaction, not due to his own prowess, but because the spirit of vengeance within him is undeterred by the book, though it harbors no affection for it either. The spirit, having narrowly escaped from the dark dimension, harbors an intense loathing for anything associated with darkness, excluding itself, of course. Old Wang requires no further elaboration. Setting aside the cheerful and optimistic demeanor of the Pandaren, he inherently possesses a robust resistance against the corruptive influences of the mind and spirit. The seven-headed demon of Pandaria was vanquished by his own hand, as was the heart of the ancient god Isharge. He has eliminated enough fearsome entities that one could assemble a battalion. What, then, is a mere magical tome to fear? He opens it without hesitation. A blank expanse. A book devoid of words? This tome seems destined for me. Old Wang muses as he places his hand upon it. Elegant Chinese characters materialize, not in the Song or Kaiti fonts, but in the elegant style of Jing Lei, a script that enjoyed popularity prior to his first journey across realms, and one that he personally favors. Indeed, it is in Chinese characters. This is also a constant magic of the tome, allowing it to peer into the user's thoughts. This process bears a resemblance to the thought theft employed by priests, adapting the presentation to the reader's native tongue. Should Robbie gaze upon it, it would manifest as pure American English. Quite intelligent, indeed. Old Wang chuckles, casually scanning the contents. He then promptly abandons the endeavor. Each character is familiar. Even the mathematical symbols are recognizable. Yet, when assembled, they coalesce into an incomprehensible mass. Not even the world's most brilliant scientists, such as Tony Stark, Hank Pym, Bruce Banner, or Princess Shuri, could hope to decipher even a fraction of it in a matter of years. The only individuals capable of truly understanding it are those formidable entities from the dark dimension, like Dormammu, the spirit of vengeance, and Mephisto, or the most adept sorcerers in the universe, such as the Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One. After all, it is a magical tome, while science and magic share a connection. Low science and high magic do not intersect. The scientific level of Earth still falls slightly short. Old Wang remains unfazed. The ability to comprehend it is of little consequence. Lucy and her companions have undoubtedly studied it for countless years and will likely grasp a portion of its contents, which suffices for now. As for the present, the dark tome suddenly vanished, entering the heart of Azeroth, appearing before the young lady in a clandestine location unknown to others. The others dared not utter a word. After their leader underwent a heart and organ transplant from that enigmatic woman, he had rejuvenated, becoming even more sinister and terrifying than before. We yearned to acquire the box numbered 084, yet the endeavor was fraught with challenges. Even as high-level operatives within S.H.I.E.L.D., we remained distant from it. That artifact was under the vigilant watch of numerous guards, accessible only to those with level 10 clearance. Currently, The sole possessor of such clearance within S.H.I.E.L.D. was Director Fury. The phone rang. Whitehall glanced at his mobile device, furrowing his brow. Why would Clairvoyant risk contacting him directly? He had painstakingly ascended to level 8 clearance, a status of immense significance. Did he wish to jeopardize it? Hello. Whitehall gestured for everyone to chant Hail Hydra and depart before he answered the call. A deep voice resonated through the line. Whitehall, let us strike a bargain. The Dark Tome has re-emerged. Chapter 24. Old Wang once flourished a wisp of consciousness entered the heart of Azeroth. The Dark Tome floated at its center, appearing as ancient and ominous as ever, exuding an aura of grandeur. The young lady beckoned, and the Dark Tome glided into her grasp. Oh, this is quite impressive. Far superior to the box you previously handled. As she spoke, the tome automatically turned to its first page. It seeks to interpret my thoughts and present them in my native tongue? How audacious. But what is my native language? Titanese? The young lady frowned, contemplating for a moment. She was a Titan. Logically, her mother tongue should indeed be Titanese. However, each Titan was born devoid of language, isolated, with no one to teach them, was it not? The original Titan language was created by the first Titan, Amonthul, and the young lady had only mastered it many millennia later. As a being of planetary origin, she possessed fluency in the languages of all races inhabiting Azeroth. She was proficient in Common Tongue, Elvish, Dwarvish, Tauren, as well as Draconic, Demonic, and Nalish, achieving an expert level of mastery. If one were to trace back, the first language she learned would have been the elemental tongue used during the primordial era of Azeroth. Which language to choose? The young lady pondered. She shook the Dark Tome. What do you think? Which language would be most suitable? The Dark Tome trembled incessantly. Sister, how would I know? I intended to delve into your thoughts, but alas, I cannot. Your level far surpasses mine. How could I comprehend? I concede. I shall not intrude upon your mind any longer. Perhaps you could read me instead. What about using Chinese? Old Wang suggested. During his years as a spokesperson for Azeroth, when he was weary from battle, he would converse with a young lady, sharing stories and singing nursery rhymes, even teaching her Chinese, Tang poetry, song lyrics, Yuan drama, Ming and Qing novels, the 100 family surnames, and the 1,000-character classic, repeating them several times over. Time is a formidable force, capable of causing one to forget many things, the most critical of which is one's mother tongue. All right then, the young lady concluded. I shan't dwell on it any longer. It is not of great importance. To speak of it, throughout her existence spanning billions of years, the language she has spoken most frequently is indeed Chinese. After all, prior to having Old Wang as her spokesperson, she had no one to converse with. The young lady cast a glance at the Dark Tome, which immediately ceased its trembling, obediently revealing the still form of Silent Lei that Old Wang had previously encountered. Ah, a magical system entirely distinct from that of our universe is intriguing, though it pales in comparison to the enchanting comic you illustrated of fairies in battle. The young lady's eyes sparkled with delight. Old Wang, momentarily taken aback, pondered, what is this fairy battle? I'm at a loss. Is it the 7 dwarfs versus Snow White, or perhaps the 7 Calabash brothers against the Serpent Spirit? Surely it cannot be the 7 fairies battling Sun Wukong. I only recall writing a series about young women striving through hardship, along with a tale of a golden carp leaping over the Dragon's Gate. It was quite inspirational, nurturing one's character and aiding in swift emotional maturity. The young lady scrutinized the tome for a full 7 seconds before finally concluding her reading. What are we waiting for? She huffed. The Dark Tome quivered, its pages wrinkling in dismay, feeling quite wronged. Sister, how was I to know you had finished? I cannot read your thoughts. Naturally. It dared not voice its complaints and continued turning the pages, increasingly quicker. 5 minutes later, the young lady closed the book and tossed it into the air as if discarding refuse, exhaling a satisfied sigh. Finished. Her expression, demeanor, and tone were no different from when she had completed the youth series, yet she claimed it was unappealing. Women truly are paradoxical. The 7 rings of Azeroth illuminated. The Dark Tome sensed its impending disappearance. Old Wang was taken aback and quickly exclaimed, Stop! What is the matter? The young lady looked perplexed. Were you not seeking exchange? Although I cannot ascertain precisely how much can be exchanged, surely there must be at least 100 grams. Do you not want it? 100 grams? Old Wang's breath became heavy. That is not trivial, for battery boxes yield merely 10 micrograms. The value of the Dark Tome is, astonishingly, several million times that of a battery box. Wait, that does not seem quite right. The higher the value, the lower the proportion of shipping costs. The shipping fee for the Dark Tome might only be 2, considering its value is not far inferior to that of equivalent weight in Azeroth's blood. This tome, at most 500 grams, can astonishingly be exchanged for 100 grams of Azeroth's blood, which is remarkable, even within the realm of World of Warcraft. Few items can rival the worth of Azeroth's blood. Most are legendary or of artifact caliber. The battery boxes, however, are quite different, large and heavy. Their shipping costs are exorbitant. Despite ultimately exchanging for only 10 micrograms of Azeroth's blood, the shipping costs could easily exceed 100 micrograms, possibly even reaching 1 milligram. Yet even so, the value of the Dark Tome equates to tens of thousands of times that of the battery boxes. Such high-tech products, their intrinsic value is hard to ascertain. If sold on the black market to those in need, like Justin Hammer or Tony Stark, it could fetch not merely 100,000, but potentially 1 million. When one considers this, how high is the value of the Dark Tome? Several $billion dollars? Perhaps even tens of billions? Stark Industries' market value seems to be just over $300 billion, and it is soon to decline. A book can be likened to an industrial giant, such as Stark Industries. While this comparison may seem exaggerated, it could certainly represent at least a fraction, perhaps 1/10, of Stark Industries. Upon reflection, Old Wang realizes this notion may indeed hold merit. The cost of a single Iron Man suit could easily exceed hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars, and that is without considering the most advanced models, such as the anti-Hulk armor, which would undoubtedly command an even higher price. The primary material of the Iron Man suit consists of titanium alloy, with the anti-Hulk armor being of substantial weight. Typically, the core materials are the least expensive, while the true value lies in the technology. As for the technology behind the Iron Man suit, even $1 billion would hardly suffice, and one could inquire if Tony would even consider selling it. If he dared to sell, figures like Justin Hammer would be eager buyers, not to mention the immediate interest from the government and military. Despite the fact that Tony has yet to be kidnapped and Iron Man has not yet come into existence. Moreover, the technological prowess of Stark Industries pales in comparison to the arcane knowledge contained within the Dark Tome that encompasses dimensional transportation and the creation of life. The worth of such a book is immeasurable. Thus, the realization dawns upon Old Wang that he is in the presence of a treasure worth billions. His breath quickens, and it is not without reason. He too has experienced wealth in the past. In the world of Warcraft, he was the nominal ruler of Pandaren, a descendant of Xiaohao, governing a territory larger than the United States. Not to mention, after vanquishing Deathwing, he monopolized the dragon's remains, including several tons of its elemental armor, valued at hundreds of times the price of gold. Furthermore, having purified Karazhan and received the blessing of Lady Egwene and King Varian, he became the master of Karazhan and the lord of the Path of the Wind. In places such as Iceground Citadel, the Tomb of Sargeras, and Karazhan, he acquired over 20 class artifacts including Frostmourne, the Apocalypse, and the Scales of the Earth Warder, alongside more than 30 legendary items that rival artifacts, all of which he has given away. Even the 3 monk artifacts he once held dear have been relinquished. Now, Old Wang finds himself in a state of financial destitution, with a mere $1,000 in his pocket and unpaid rent looming next month. Faced with the prospect of billions, how could he remain unmoved? Indeed, Old Wang remains unperturbed, for he does not wish to exchange what he has. Nevertheless, he still requires funds for sustenance, housing, transportation, and other necessities. Thus, he resolves to shift his perspective. Clearing his throat, Old Wang ponders for 2 seconds, gazing toward Azeroth. Knowledge is priceless, and the book merely serves as its vessel. Having perused the entire volume, you have extracted its most valuable contents. I do not seek much, merely 99 grams of blood would suffice. Or shall I accept a slight loss, perhaps 90 grams? Chapter 25. The Supreme Sorceress, Ancient One. The Dark Tome trembled thrice. It could no longer endure, having changed hands numerous times and served countless masters. It had never encountered such audacity. Indeed, knowledge holds great significance, but the essence of the book is paramount. Young one, you cannot solely focus on the book's inner wisdom while neglecting its exterior. This is excessive. Depth of content is vital, yet appearance holds equal importance. Knowledge may be replicated, yet a book remains unique. Miss Azeroth earnestly articulated the sentiments of the Dark Tome. My king, I recall you mentioning that the internet is rife with pirated books available for free download, while printed editions are exorbitantly priced. Thus, I surmise that the knowledge contained within the Dark Tome holds no intrinsic value. Its worth lies solely in the physicality of the book itself. The Dark Tome trembled in delight, its cover creasing into a grin. How boastful it was! Old Wang pondered, did I truly utter such words? I now grasp the meaning of trouble arises from one's own lips. Of course, Miss Azeroth was jesting. The extent of blood exchange was not for her to determine. The system of N'Zoth employs a specialized valuation framework, where the worth of items is dictated by the realm of Azeroth rather than that of Marvel. For instance, in the Marvel universe, a carat of diamond can command tens of thousands, while a 595 carat pearl could fetch millions, and in USD at that. However, in Azeroth, the scenario diverges dramatically. The dwarves possess a formidable mining prowess. Diamonds produced in Ironforge are not particularly valuable, whereas magical gems hold true worth. Pearls, too, are in dire straits. Many pearl oysters are magical beings, growing to impressive sizes, and their harvested pearls, enriched by arcane and elemental energies, shine brighter and appear more uniform. Old Wang recalled a time when he aided Lord Neptulin, the water elemental, in vanquishing the ancient sea beast Azhara. With a wave of his hand, Neptulin opened his treasury to Old Wang, granting him free reign. It took Old Wang 3 days to fill 2 warships and 48 transport vessels of the 7th Legion. He had even summoned the demigod from Misty Island, but alas, he swam too slowly. Neptulin insisted that the Naga were launching a major offensive, sealing the water elemental plane and forcing Old Wang to retreat. Such injustice. One of the ships was designated solely for a single pearl, a colossal gem towering 3 stories high. It was rumored to have been acquired by Neptulin after defeating an ancient oyster, and due to its superior illumination, it languished in the warehouse gathering dust. Ultimately, it was presented to Anduin as a wedding gift. A 595 carat pearl? Regrettably, the noble women of Stormwind would not even cast a glance at it. Gold, however, retains its value wherever one may go. Exchange, Old Wang decisively declared. The first-level time-space portal activated. Indeed, the delivery of knowledge necessitates the opening of a time-space conduit. The flow of information is akin to a current traversing 2 universes, and it comes at a cost. Nevertheless, the delivery fee is relatively modest. Within the confines of Azeroth's first ring road, a spherical space began to engorge, albeit without expanding. A single drop of blood floated at the center of the sphere, barely discernible to the naked eye. Upon examining the attribute panel, wealth surged to unprecedented levels. True Heart of Azeroth, Supreme Artifact. Azeroth Blood, 0, 88 kilograms. What was the price of a gram of Azeroth blood? This cannot be calculated. However, no matter how Old Wang estimated, it would not be trifling. One could certainly acquire several buildings in Chinatown with it. As for its consumable value, Old Wang dared not ingest it, fearing he would be instantly overwhelmed, reduced to ash. This was primarily due to his current physical condition. The Old Wang of Azeroth would undoubtedly not shy away, for he had experienced such things before. Nonetheless, energy remains abundant. In the past, Illidan extracted 7 vials of essence from the primordial well of eternity, each vial containing perhaps not much more than a kilogram. This was sufficient to create a sun well, which sustained the entire Elven kingdom for millennia. It even had the capacity to summon beings of Kill Jaden's caliber from distant celestial bodies. The blood of Azeroth surpasses the essence of the well. While it may not compare to the Infinity Stones, it certainly exceeds the capabilities of Tony Stark's miniaturized arc reactor. They belong to entirely different realms of power. A mere drop of this substance, if utilized for Iron Man's suit, could potentially last a century, safe, efficient, and environmentally benign. Perhaps it could be sold to Tony for a single drop? Of course, that is a consideration for the future. Presently, Tony seems to have no need for it. Moreover, selling blood directly feels rather lowly. Exchanging it for other commodities would be more appropriate. The world of Warcraft possesses a plethora of treasures. Anything absent from the Marvel Universe is deemed valuable. Rarity enhances worth. Furthermore, I hold a genuine monopoly over this. The price of such items is determined solely by my discretion. Old Wang squinted, recalling the charlatan druid who peddled silver-scaled breastplates, and a merchant-like smile crept across his face. What is of utmost importance? The body is paramount. It is the foundation of revolution. In truth, Old Wang's physical constitution is quite formidable, having trained for over a decade. He surpasses the average individual, and even Olympic champions pale in comparison. Neither Daredevil, Black Widow, nor Hawkeye can match him. They all fall short. Old Wang estimates that his current physique is slightly inferior to that of Captain America. The monk's overall capabilities are exceptionally high. He is adept at combat, healing, and enduring, proficient in both melee and ranged engagements, capable of both offense and defense, with balanced proficiency in physical and magical attacks and defenses. Yet, none of these attributes stand out particularly. His senses are slightly inferior to those of Daredevil. His vision lags behind Hawkeye's. His physique is not as formidable as Crossbones, and his attractiveness is overshadowed by Black Widow. However, in a confrontation, These renowned fighters combined would not be sufficient to withstand Old Wang's might. What? They're all world-class martial artists? Apologies, but practical experience is the sole measure of combat effectiveness. How many have they slain? How many battles have they fought? Old Wang is the one who stood atop mountains of corpses, defeating Archimonde. Although he admits he did struggle in that initial encounter. As for Captain America, without having engaged in a 50-50 battle, Old Wang finds it difficult to assess. He is something of a bug in the system, able to withstand Thanos' punches in peak condition. In a Marvel universe, the physical prowess of Earthlings is notably inferior to that of the world of Warcraft, and they cannot be compared to the Pandaren at all. There is a lack of abundant energy nourishment, regardless of his dedication and hard work. Old Wang's physical attributes remain stagnant, falling far short of the blood-bleeding Master Zhu Talon and the Pandaren Wine Master Lao Chen. Monks have minimal equipment requirements. For combat, a simple staff suffices. Though Old Wang has mastered 3 disciplines, he has not truly acted as a tank. Offense is the best defense. Healing also does not fall within his purview. A robust physique is preferable to all else. Thus, he resolved to continue enhancing his physical capabilities. The blood of Azeroth is not meant for direct consumption. It is more akin to a bomb once processed. However, this does not imply that other substances are similarly restricted. For instance, there exists an elemental crystal known as the Eternal Life. Old Wang pondered for a moment before resolutely deciding. Exchange for me the Eternal Water, precisely 0. 11 grams. Kamar Taj, home to the Supreme Sorceress, the illustrious Ancient One, a guardian of Earth and a prominent figure within the multiverse, gazed intently at the cosmic cauldron, lost in thought. Suddenly, she closed her eyes. A divine power conduit opened. Energy from alternate realms of the multiverse, manipulated through silent incantations and mental prowess, took on tangible forms. This was magic, the magic of Kamar Taj, the sorcery of the Marvel Universe. After a full minute, Ancient One opened her eyes. Once again, a temporal shift occurred, bridging to another universe, one I had never encountered before, infused with an energy I had never witnessed. A powerful interference made precise location impossible. After another 2 minutes, a robust black man entered the chamber. Supreme Sorceress, he greeted with a respectful bow. Mordo, Ancient One replied calmly. Notify the Sanctum in New York to closely monitor the temporal fluctuations in North America. Someone has opened a new divine power conduit. A new divine conduit? Baron Mordo was momentarily taken aback. Is it not the triune god of Vishani? Could it be? It is neither Dormammu, nor the Dark Dimension, nor any hellish realm. Ancient One interjected, her brow furrowed. Someone has established contact with a powerful energy entity unknown to us. We must discern whether it is friend or foe. Chapter 26. The Eternal Water Bottle. Baron Mordo was slightly stunned. The sorcerers of Kamar Taj must connect with magical entities from other dimensions within the multiverse to harness energy and successfully cast spells. The source of energy for legitimate sorcerers is the triune god of Vishani. Since the establishment of the 3 great sanctums by the first supreme sorcerer Agamotto, millennia have passed, and the number of sorcerers on Earth is unfathomable. It is not solely Kamar Taj and the 3 sanctums that possess sorcerers. Some have departed, others have betrayed. Some refuse to shoulder the responsibility of protecting Earth, while others consort with the enemy. Traitors are ubiquitous. The sources of energy have diversified beyond the triune god of Vishani. Some have forged connections with Dormammu of the Dark Dimension, utilizing its energy to gain greater power and so-called immortality. Others have allied with various hells to obtain energy from demonic lords, such as Mephisto. There are even those who have reached out to the more formidable Red Dimension. Yet, how many can garner the attention, or even the vigilance, of the Supreme Sorceress? Ordinary traitors and deserters are naturally dealt with by the sorcerers of the 3 sanctums, either eliminated or monitored. Earth constantly faces a multitude of terrifying threats, but only those from a multiverse draw the scrutiny of the Supreme Sorceress. For instance, Dormammu, Odin, or Thanos. Recent appearances of the Hulk and the ever-present Ghost Rider do not warrant such concern. Is it possible that one has emerged on Earth? Even you cannot locate him? The entire Earth is within your sight. Baron Mordo was perplexed. Is there yet another supreme mage whose whereabouts remain elusive? A peculiar force, or a formidable artifact, has interfered with my spells, rendering accurate location impossible. The Ancient One remained composed as ever. Powerful entities possess the capacity to disrupt spells, such as Thanos and Odin. Yet, even if Odin were to arrive, he would not escape my gaze. Heimdall casts his watchful eye upon Kamar Taj daily, and I too survey the realm of the Celestials. Mordo was taken aback. finally grasping the gravity of the situation. Could there exist a being even more potent than Odin, operating on Earth? If you cannot locate him, how could the Sanctum in New York hope to find him? Mordo inquired. The three Sanctums constitute the protective web of the Earth. The power Agamotto left within the Sanctum far exceeds my own. The onslaught from Dormammu grows increasingly relentless, with Caecilius and his fervent followers persistently attempting to assault Camartage and the three Sanctums. Hela, Malekith, Laufey, and Surtur all pose threats to Earth, and I cannot afford to be distracted. The Ancient One remarked. Each time that entity opens a temporal portal, it induces fluctuations in the fabric of time and space, effectively providing a coordinate. Although disrupted, each occurrence yields vague data. The more data we gather, the more precise our location becomes. He may move, not necessarily remaining in the same spot. Mordo furrowed his brow. If he is continually shifting locations, we may never find him. However, if he frequently lingers in a certain area or a few places, we could pinpoint him. The Ancient One elucidated. Mordo remained silent for 2 seconds before asking, "What should we do if we find him?" "Observe," the Ancient One replied. "We shall observe his every action, assess his capabilities, his methods, and determine whether he poses a threat to this world, whether he is an enemy or a friend. At the appropriate time, I shall pay him a visit." Mordo exhaled in relief. With the words of the Supreme Mage, he felt reassured. He was willing to face death to protect the Earth. But confronting an entity potentially stronger than Dormammu and Odin was beyond his qualification. Such a death would be without purpose. Might you provide a more precise range? This would facilitate the search by the Sanctum in New York. You are the most powerful sorcerer after Agamotto. You are the true guardian of Earth. Even if you cannot pinpoint his location accurately, I trust you can indicate which city he might inhabit, Mordo requested. I have already stated it. The Ancient One's expression remained impassive. North America. Heart of Azeroth within. The circle of Azeroth opened and closed within seconds, and a bottle appeared in Old Wang's hand. His expression turned peculiar, for this bottle was strikingly familiar. A crystal magic vial, palm-sized, contained potent magic. The items within would remain unchanged by the passage of time. An extraordinary enchantment. The betrayer, the demon hunter, the king of Outland, the son of light and darkness. Sargeras, the guardian of the failed love triangle. The master of the little yellow flower, the man defeated by a banana, Illidan's magic. Before becoming a demon hunter, he was a mage, one of the most gifted sorcerers of the ancient times in the world of Warcraft. His magic was indeed remarkable. Before the explosion of the Well of Eternity, he infused 7 vials with the essence of the well's waters. This is the residue from one of the bottles. In simple terms, the essence of the well water has been used up, leaving the bottle empty. Of course, there's a minuscule amount clinging to the sides, no more than 1 gram. Old Wang could even deduce from the lingering scent that this bottle was taken from Kael'dat's, though it is uncertain from which timeline he hails. The sudden disappearance of such a large bottle is indeed surprising. 1 gram of Azeroth's blood exchanged for nearly 1 gram of well water essence, accompanied by an eternal flask crafted by Illidan, is quite a good deal with minimal shipping costs. The eternal flask itself is a remarkable magical item, suitable for holding wine. Once wealthier, indulging in a few barrels of fine wine would be delightful. Colin-S Thunder Brew, Old Chin-S Storm Brew, Courage Brew, Carefree Brew, Ethereal Brew, and Tiger Eye Brew, all possessing magical effects, specifically designed for monks. Old Wang felt quite satisfied. The waters of the Well of Eternity nourish all life across Azeroth, naturally sustaining him and his soul as well. There remains an additional 0.77 grams of Azeroth's blood, to be exchanged when necessary. Suddenly, Old Wang pondered a serious concern. Would opening a time-space portal attract unwanted attention? Odin remains firmly seated in his celestial palace. Dormammu resides in another dimension, and Thanos is far removed. His greatest worry, however, is the supreme sorceress, Ancient One. She is the guardian of Earth, a formidable force akin to Egwene and Medivh in Azeroth, undoubtedly possessing significant power. If she were to discover his actions, it might not be too dire after all. Ancient One is quite benevolent, and he is not a villain in any sense, perhaps merely under surveillance, which is somewhat unsettling. The activation of a time-space portal could indeed induce temporal fluctuations. The young lady stated, "I will utilize several hundred tons of blood for interference and camouflage." The heart of Azeroth itself possesses disruptive capabilities. Even a spellcaster of Norgannon-esque caliber would struggle to pinpoint its exact location in one attempt. However, the more frequently the portal is opened and the longer it remains active, the easier it becomes to locate. Old Wang nodded in understanding. He realized that, until his power reached a certain threshold, it would be prudent to minimize the frequency of openings. In truth, there is little to fear. If even Norganon-level beings cannot accurately locate him, Ancient One, no matter how formidable, pales in comparison, lacking several tiers of power. At this moment in time, the only figure on Earth to be wary of is Ancient One. Caution is advisable. Old Wang waved his hand and departed from the heart of Azeroth. Chapter 27. True Magic and Martial Arts Mastery in the Dilapidated Old Residence. He felt a twinge of regret. Old Wang is not a mage. Otherwise, he could have mastered the spells within, establishing contact with the Dark Dimension and Hell, potentially achieving feats that rival Doctor Strange. Perhaps even usurping his position as the new Supreme Sorcerer. Unfortunately, being a mage requires a certain intellectual capacity, and Old Wang lacks confidence in his own intellect. Wait a moment. Mages in the Marvel Universe seem to have less stringent intellectual requirements, which differs from the standards set in World of Warcraft. Baron Modu and a certain librarian of the same name do not exhibit particularly high intelligence. There is no necessity for them to toil over the study of arcane knowledge or to laboriously weave spells. Instead, they merely need to find a way to connect with the triune god of Ishani or other magical entities from different dimensions, thereby borrowing their powers, which superficially resembles spellcasting. This phenomenon is what is referred to as magic. Quite impressive indeed. The sole drawback, however, is that this practice resembles a castle in the air, rather unreliable and fraught with peril. Should one invoke another's strength? What if they are displeased? What if they harbor ulterior motives? Additionally, it seems there is a cost associated with casting spells, which could manifest as the loss of limbs, entrapment in a mirrored space, or a temporal island from which escape is impossible, or even bodily harm that shortens one's lifespan. This is precisely why the sorcerers of Camartage are all formidable. Each one embodies the archetype of a battle mage akin to Gandalf, with primary attributes focused on strength, agility, and constitution, while secondary attributes, such as spirit and intelligence, are somewhat trivialized, as they are not of paramount importance. Charisma may be entirely disregarded. They do not even need to expend energy on simple illumination spells, as their magic is derived from others. Spellcasting cannot be indiscriminately employed. The variety is limited, lacking frost arrows or fireballs, leaving them to engage primarily in hand-to-hand combat. In stark contrast to the mages of World of Warcraft, who begin as apprentices and must acquire an extensive array of magical knowledge to construct a comprehensive magical framework, often spending years or even decades before they can cast spells, thus establishing a solid foundation reliant on their own abilities rather than external forces. The sorcerers of Camartage bear a closer resemblance to shamans and warlocks, at least to some extent. A world-shattering mage may emerge after merely 2 years of study, while a warlock can enhance their power through the sale of their soul. And even a novice with a few years of experience can become a guardian of the New York Sanctum, where talent plays a crucial role. This talent manifests in their ability to communicate with magical entities in other dimensions within the multiverse, as well as in their adeptness at harnessing energy. For Old Wang, however, these matters hold little significance. What truly matters is that mages who draw power from the dark dimension and infernal forces, having been tainted by darkness, typically do not possess striking appearances, resembling individuals who have meditated for days on end. Darkened foreheads, purple lips, lifeless eyes, and sunken eye sockets akin to those of a panda. Something feels off. Old Wang suddenly perceives a certain affinity with this description. After all, in his previous life, he was a panda person with dark circles under his eyes. Moreover, he seems to share similarities with the sorcerers of Camartage. They can establish contact with powerful magical entities from the multiverse, treating them as sources of energy. For him, however, the source of energy is the charming ladies of Azeroth. Thus, he realizes that he is not merely a monk. According to the definitions within the Marvel Universe, he is, in fact, a mage as well, a true master of both martial and magical arts. The distinction lies in the fact that the sorcerers of Camartage incur various costs when casting spells, such as being eroded by darkness. Meanwhile, his sole cost of casting spells is monetary. They pay with their lives, while he pays with currency. Is there anything more tragic than this? Upon witnessing the reappearance of the Dark Grimoire, the eyes of several new specters instantly sparkled with excitement. Yet, just as smiles began to grace their faces, the Dark Grimoire vanished once more. Emotions fluctuate like a roller coaster, undergoing transformations akin to those of a sine function within mere minutes. Hand over the Book of Darkness, bellowed the irate Vincent, a portly specter, or else I shall confront you. The rational and slender specter, Frederick, swiftly grasped him tightly. Friend, refrain from such antics. if you wish to perish. Do not drag us along. I yearn for a second chance at life. Lucy pondered deeply. Previously invisible, it now seemed they had entered an alternate realm. Was it the quantum domain or a parallel universe? Was it related to wormholes or phase transitions? Did their employer possess extraordinary abilities as a mutant, or had he acquired some surreal high technology? Sky gazed at old Wang in silence. This fellow harbored more secrets than a boiled egg. The disappearance of the Book of Darkness. Had it truly vanished or merely become invisible? Such inquiries were best left unvoiced, especially in the presence of outsiders. They would seek a private venue later that evening to converse calmly. Inside Robbie, the spirit of vengeance had surprisingly settled into tranquility. It abhorred the dark energy of the Book of Darkness, much as it detested anything associated with the infernal. Yet, possessing the book might prove advantageous, potentially augmenting its own power, for it was undeniably inferior to Zysorn, and even the likes of Mephitos and Dormammu were beyond compare. It harbored a strong desire to seize it, though it feared Robbie's reluctance. The crux lay in whether it could best the other party in combat. Old Wang surveyed the reactions of everyone present, a warm smile gracing his face akin to that of a neighborly boy. These new specters were scientists, PhD graduates, intellectually equipped, and possessed of considerable emotional intelligence. They ought not to be so impetuous. The Book of Darkness was to blame for their altered temperaments, subtly diminishing their intellect. You are aware of the Roxxon power plant, are you not? Old Wang fixed his gaze on Lucy, a smile playing on his lips. Lucy froze. Incredulity etched upon her features. The employer knew of this? While knowledge of the Roxxon power plant was not extraordinary, being a subsidiary of Roxxon Corporation, which had existed since World War II, predating Stark Industries, and recognized as one of America's largest corporations, what lay behind such knowledge? Did he truly comprehend the connection between the laboratory and the Roxxon power plant? The research conducted there had commenced during the war, and that laboratory was now the Roxxon power plant. The complete array of equipment for constructing quantum generators had originated there. Had the employer truly grasped this? His breadth of knowledge seemed boundless. Rest assured, I know far more than you can fathom. Old Wang smiled enigmatically. He clapped his hands and declared, we shall split our forces. You will proceed to the Roxxon power plant while I retrieve Eli. You shall not have to wait long. Lucy nodded, feeling the tug of that dark power. Hell, the dark dimension spoken of by the boss, is a realm of infinite darkness, stripped of any semblance of light and warmth. It seeks to absorb any beings that venture close to this state of existence, and trapped within the interstices of dimensions is one such entity. Time is of the essence. There are no alternatives. One must take the risk. Sky, Robbie, proceed to the Roxxon power plant and await my arrival. Old Wang chuckled. Lucy, you and the others accompany me to find Eli. Los Angeles prison. Natasha stepped out for dinner, bringing along a meal for Coulson. Shall we continue to wait? Coulson rubbed his stiff face. My experience tells me that those who take the battery will inevitably return. He cannot be without Eli. Chapter 28. The prison break. As night descended, the prison was illuminated. Outside Los Angeles prison, Old Wang turned into an isolated spot and dialed. Sky, is it ready? A melodious voice responded. In 1 minute, the surveillance and communication systems will be incapacitated. You have at most 30 minutes. If it drags on too long, I will be traced back to the access point. Both SHIELD and police hackers are monitoring the surveillance systems. They're not hackers, Sky. You are, Old Wang remarked, hanging up with a light chuckle. Lucy, it's your turn. Lucy nodded. The four new specters glided into Los Angeles prison, swiftly locating the main power switch. Materializing, they cut the power, severing all primary lines. Subsequently, the four specters dispersed, drifting to various corners of the prison. Moments later, Lucy spotted a guard. Recalling the boss's instructions, she floated over and passed through him. In the surveillance room, Coulson, while dining, kept an eye on screens, epitomizing the diligence of SHIELD. Suddenly, all screens displayed the same image, a skull with 6 serpentine appendages beneath. The entire image glowed a blood-red hue against a pitch-black background, symbolizing darkness and brutality. Beneath the image were 3 crimson lines of text. Hail, Hydra. Cut off one head. 2 more shall grow in its place. Simultaneously, a chilling voice resonated. Upon seeing this image and hearing this voice, Coulson spewed a mouthful of pasta, nearly splattering Natasha. Hydra. On the opposite side, Natasha, relaxed with her arms crossed, tensed up in disbelief. Wasn't Hydra eradicated long ago? I have reviewed the relevant data. They were eliminated by the Howling Commandos. The Howling Commandos, led by Peggy Carter, one of SHIELD's founders, were the inheritors of Captain America's legacy. Coulson set down his cutlery and rose. I wish this were a prank. Otherwise, this HLD is in grave danger. Agent Romanoff. They have come to rescue Eli. Inform our people to set the trap and catch the fish. Natasha nodded, flexing her hands. Let us hope they are worthy opponents. She picked up the communicator and dialed. Upon checking the signal, she found it to be non-existent. The image on the screen faded, replaced by static. Disconnected? The adversary proved to be far more formidable than we had anticipated. The distribution room encountered a malfunction, and it appeared that the prison had been infiltrated by individuals on their side. Coulson remarked, Fortunately, we have contingency plans. Prepare yourselves. My experience tells me that a power outage is imminent. No sooner had he spoken than the entire prison was enveloped in darkness. A solitary beam of light flickered to life. Coulson shook his flashlight, stating, The prison is equipped with generators and backup power, which will soon be activated. The internal network will also be restored shortly, and the cybersecurity personnel will work to revive the network and communication systems, though it may take some time. We must locate Agent Eli Ward and his field team, who are stationed outside the prison. There should be no issues. The two, armed with flashlights, proceeded toward Eli's cell. Suddenly, they encountered several prison guards. Having previously exchanged pleasantries, these guards quickly recognized Coulson and Natasha as agents of SHILD and approached to report the situation. However, before they could utter a word, the guards' expressions morphed into sheer terror, as if they had encountered Spectre. Retreating while brandishing their weapons, Coulson's countenance shifted. He observed that the guards had dark circles around their eyes, resembling the undead from a horror film, emanating an eerie aura. Something is amiss with these individuals, Coulson thought, swiftly drawing his weapon. He was unperturbed by the possibility of collateral damage, as this was a non-lethal freeze gun developed by SHIELD's Technology Department. Director Fury had instructed that they needed live captives. Yet, he questioned whether this peculiar weapon would be effective against such strange beings. Before he could fully draw his weapon, a shadow darted past. Natasha crouched low, bending her knees, and launched herself into the air with a powerful kick. A flurry of movements ensued. A scissor kick, an elbow strike, a heavy punch, a throat grab, disarmament, and a decisive kick to the gut. With a series of muffled groans, the guards collapsed to the ground. Just as she was about to speak, Natasha noticed Coulson's transformation. He had taken on a ghastly appearance, reminiscent of a creature risen from the depths of hell. A chill ran down her spine as she realized something was amiss. Opposite her, Coulson aimed his weapon at Natasha, who now mirrored the terrifying visage of the guards in his eyes. Nevertheless, both refrained from making a move. Agent Romanoff? Coulson inquired tentatively. Coulson, Natasha responded softly. Am I affected too? Coulson forced a wry smile. I am in the same predicament. Upon witnessing Coulson's smile, more terrifying than the specters, Natasha shivered. Perhaps you should refrain from smiling. It's rather unsettling. Coulson's grin immediately faltered. After a brief pause, he sighed. Have you encountered a situation like this before? Natasha shook her head. I have faced even more terrifying foes. Inhumans who wield flames, indestructible mutants, cybernetic monstrosities. And many intelligence agencies refuse to believe in the existence of the Winter Soldier, but nothing like this. Coulson fell silent. If the entire prison populace had succumbed to this ghastly transformation, chaos would surely ensue. What could have caused this? Could it be related to the Ghost Rider? Or perhaps the Darkhold? They exchanged glances, uncertainty looming. Unbeknownst to them, a spectral figure named Lucy glided through their midst, lost in contemplation. The name of the ghostly infection is indeed intriguing. These individuals have become infused with the energy that emanates from her, an energy from another dimension, resulting in their current state. Those they gaze upon appear ghostly, as if their eyes are veiled by a sheer, spectral shroud, a mist formed from this otherworldly energy. The memory of that slightly plump, warm-smiling young man of Asian descent flashed in Lucy's mind, causing her body to tremble with a mix of trepidation and curiosity. How does the boss know everything? Who exactly is he? On the other side of the prison, it was time. Old Wang donned a black cloth over his face and leaped into the air, vaulting over the 4 to 5 meters high barbed wire, moving stealthily in the darkness. His footsteps silent as he surged into the prison. The facility was intermittently illuminated by flashing lights, yet not a single beam could reach Old Wang. The guards did their utmost to secure every passageway and shut every cell door, but proved futile. The darkness could not obscure Old Wang's keen vision, and the guards were oblivious to the presence of a figure more agile than a cheetah. No matter how fortified the cell doors, they could not withstand Old Wang's true energy and fists. Occasionally, he encountered obstructive guards, Old Wang's strikes were executed with remarkable speed. A chokehold, a hand strike, an elbow jab. He hardly needed the energy techniques of the Panda Man. Dealing with these ordinary individuals was sufficiently manageable. Having memorized the layout of the entire prison in advance, Old Wang did not take a single unnecessary step. In less than 3 minutes, he located Eli's cell, spotting the SHIELD field team guarding it vigilantly. Chapter 29. The genesis of misunderstanding. Leaning against the wall, Eli remained utterly still, a hint of derision playing at the corners of his mouth. Someone was attempting a prison break. Of course, it had nothing to do with him. He did not believe anyone would come to his rescue. Feeling insignificant and alone, he was engaged in self-reflection. The police were unable to ascertain the reason behind the disappearance of Lucy and her associates, and Joseph had been rendered a vegetable, incapable of interrogation. The matter concerning the book would undoubtedly remain confidential. His own charges primarily revolved around malicious injury, and a laboratory incident could not be attributed to him. Though he faced several years of imprisonment, there would eventually come a time for release. When that moment arrived, he must find a way to obtain that book. It was the Book of God, containing the knowledge required to ascend to divinity. I am doing this for humanity. Eli clenched his fists, continually persuading himself. Mastering the knowledge within that book would grant him the ability to create from nothing. He could resolve the food crisis, eradicating famine from the world, and even create life, allowing women to escape the agony of pregnancy and childbirth, and freeing men from the uncertainty of paternity. He envisioned a world where men do not need women, and women do not require men, where love exists solely as love, transcending the confines of gender and race. Even if one were to fall in love with a snake, a ghost, a tree, or a stone, they could still propagate, disregarding reproductive isolation, regardless of whether they were male or female. He would become a hero of humanity, the singular deity in the hearts and minds of mankind. Contemplating these thoughts, Eli straightened his posture. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. He hurriedly retreated to the corner, fearing inadvertent harm. It seemed the escapee was quite formidable. Who were they attempting to rescue? That corrupt politician? Or perhaps the leader of the Five Streets gang? It matters not, for it bears no relevance to oneself. The gunfire intensified, accompanied by muffled groans. Had they reached the outside? Eli pondered, seeking refuge beneath the bed for added safety. Suddenly, a loud bang. The door swung open, casting a beam of light that flickered momentarily. Eli beheld a face materializing on the floorboards. Lucy's ghastly visage, grinning widely. In another cell, a rotund, bald man reclined on his bed, indifferent to the chaos outside. A prominent tattoo emblazoned the side of his neck, the number 5. He was the leader of the Fifth Street gang. His prison philosophy was to engage in reform, striving for a reduced sentence. With continuous bribes, freedom would be within reach in a few years. Suddenly, the door creaked open again, and a deep voice resonated. "Boss, we have come to rescue you." "Rescue me?" The rotund man paused, hastily waving his hands in denial. "I refuse to leave. I am working towards my sentence reduction." "Nonsense. You think the Fifth Street gang possesses the capability to break someone out of prison? Am I to be treated as a terrorist? Who are you exactly? Why would you save me? I choose to reform." The night concealed the bald man's irritation, as well as Old Wang's bewilderment. After a brief silence, the deep voice echoed once more, "This is no longer your decision. The Dragon Master sends his regards." With that, a colossal fist appeared. 5 minutes later, the power was restored, plunging the prison into disarray. A dozen or so guards had turned on their own, but fortunately, their numbers were few, and the situation was swiftly brought under control, sparing any fatalities. Standing before Eli's cell, Coulson and Natasha exchanged glances, uncertain of what to articulate. The ground was littered with the anguished cries of SHIELD field agents, including Level 7 operative Grant Ward, leaving only Coulson and Natasha unscathed. Though limbs were broken, the assailants appeared reluctant to engage in a full confrontation with SHIELD, opting instead to restrain themselves, even withholding the release of other inmates to incite chaos. Yet one could hardly label them as benevolent. They had committed a breakout and caused injury. Could they truly be deemed good? Eli was whisked away. The operation had failed. How many were involved? Coulson harbored concerns regarding his year-end bonus. After a year of hard work, would he ultimately receive nothing? His beloved Lola awaited to apply her finishing touches. "One," Ward grunted, rising painfully from the ground, a blend of fear and exhilaration evident in his demeanor. There was only one, and their strikes were swift and powerful. We barely had a chance to raise our weapons. I have never encountered such a formidable opponent. They are a true master of combat, a master among masters. Natasha raised an eyebrow. Never encountered? Surely you have seen my prowess in action. So, you believe this individual surpasses me? To what extent? She inquired, her gaze tinged with danger. I cannot say, Ward replied, stealing a glance at Natasha. I truly do not know. They were too quick. I could scarcely perceive them. The entire ordeal lasted no more than 5 seconds. Their movements were impeccably precise, devoid of any superfluous action, akin to a seasoned warrior who has fought in countless battles of the cold weaponry era. Natasha pondered. In modern society, what remnants of cold weapon warfare could exist? Could this be a highly trained assassin? She recalled the Red Room and the training she underwent in her youth. Ward is not a man of limited insight. His judgment is seldom erroneous. The adversary surpasses him in strength? It appears that not only have they undergone the most rigorous training, but for an extended duration as well. By this calculation, it is conceivable that they are already in their 70s or 80s, having executed numerous missions and taken many lives. Without ample time and experience, it would be nearly impossible to easily vanquish an entire, well-equipped field team, and moreover, to have held back. Suddenly, Coulson was struck by a thought and turned to ask, Agent Romanoff, is it within your capability to defeat an entire field team under circumstances where resistance is futile? Ward scoffed inwardly, proud as he was. Although he held great admiration for a legendary operative like Natasha, he also possessed his own sense of dignity. Director, what are you suggesting? I can do it. Unless, of course, the opponent has undergone some form of enhancement, akin to the transformation of Captain America. Coulson articulated the conclusion. He withheld certain information as it was classified. General Thaddeus E. Ross, known as Thunderbolt Ross, had reignited the Super Soldier program. The current Hulk, once Dr. Banner, is one such unintended product of that program. There are multiple experiments of this nature. Some are military, others governmental, and even some from civilian sectors. SHIELD has dealt with similar incidents on more than one occasion. Must they contend with another? Indeed, there could be other explanations, mutations perhaps, even transformations akin to Captain Marvel's extraterrestrial enhancements, or high-tech assistance reminiscent of Ant-Man, or connections to mysterious organizations such as the Hand. If it were any of these, it would not be insurmountable. What truly concerned him was another possibility. Captain America was not the first to receive the Super Soldier Serum. The leader of Hydra, Red Skull, was. Could it be that Hydra has successfully developed the Super Soldier Serum? Coulson felt a headache coming on. Ghost Rider, the Darkhold, Hydra, the Super Soldier Serum. This situation was becoming increasingly intricate. The network and communications were restored. Coulson stated, Agent Ward, assist the guards in maintaining order. I will request a Quinjet, along with a field team comprised of medical personnel, tech department members, and combat division agents. I apologize, but all of you must undergo treatment and interrogation. Ward nodded. Procedures must be followed. From this point onward, everything would no longer concern him, whether it was related to SHIELD or Hydra. Coulson and Natasha soon departed. In a secluded area, he picked up the communicator and dialed. Director SHIELD may be facing grave trouble. Yes, the Hydra insignia has appeared. Chapter 30. The Winter Soldier outside the prison, somewhere. Old Wang tossed the unconscious leader of the 5 Points gang and Eli into the vehicle. The former he had subdued himself, while the latter had been incapacitated by Lucy and her companions. Not killing them was a small mercy. Old Wang shook his head. Were it not for the exorbitant costs of the time-space portal and his desire to avoid drawing the attention of the Ancient One too quickly, this could have been handled far more simply. He could have simply gone invisible, taken Eli, and teleported away. How convenient that would have been. Now, this commotion had escalated significantly. However, directing attention towards Hydra is quite advantageous, as it effectively diverts focus. The SHIELD organization remains oblivious to Hydra's ongoing existence. Now that this matter has been brought to light, with Egghead's intellect, experience, and extensive intelligence network, a thorough investigation is bound to unveil numerous individuals, rendering a purge inevitable. It is likely that, in the short term, both SHIELD and Hydra will lack the bandwidth to pursue their grievances against me. Of course, this is contingent upon the conclusion of the current events. Nevertheless, the Darkhold, whether it be Egghead or the prominent figures of Hydra, cannot be overlooked, particularly by Whitehall. That enduring associate of the Red Skull. Is this a plot twist? Old Wang chuckled, unfazed. Following the script is rather mundane. Being a prophet is exceedingly tedious. Since I have arrived in this realm, I must stir up some intrigue. Keep a watchful eye on them. Old Wang entered the vehicle, ignited the ignition, and pressed the accelerator, racing towards the Roxxon Energy Corporation. At the Triskelion headquarters of SHIELD, within the director's office, Egghead leaned over the desk, fixated on the cluttered surface. It was strewn with a myriad of documents, including field photographs sent by Coulson, classified Level 10 files from the Howling Commandos of World War II, investigative reports on the Ghost Rider and the Darkhold, as well as dossiers on Hydra. A small, black cube rested at the center, projecting an array of light that formed intricate three-dimensional images, continuously shifting. After an indeterminate period of time, Egghead shut his eyes. The Ghost Rider, the 5 Points Gang, Eli, the Power Energy Research Lab, Joseph, the Darkhold, the archive documents of the Howling Commandos, the clandestine experiments of the World War II era, and the relentless pursuits of Red Skull and Whitehall all flickered and coalesced in his mind, ultimately crystallizing into a singular name. Egghead opened his eyes. He seized the communicator and dialed Coulson's number. "Assemble everyone and head to the Roxxon Energy Corporation." At last, the phone rang. He hastily answered, his voice filled with urgency. "Garrett, what is the situation?" A calm voice responded. "Fury has not yet conducted a thorough investigation of SHIELD, that cunning and treacherous individual. He has ordered Coulson and Black Widow to proceed to the Roxxon Energy Corporation. A Quinjet has transported Ward and his team to a secret base for treatment and interrogation." Whitehall furrowed his brow. "No thorough investigation? That is even more alarming than a direct one. Fury seems intent on avoiding significant damage to SHIELD, likely planning to deploy Level 10 authority to meticulously ensnare everyone. Unfortunately, he remains unaware that his superior, Alexander Pierce, the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security and a member of the SHIELD Council, is one of us." "What does Pierce say?" Whitehall inquired again. "He is an elder, the current leader of Hydra, primarily focused on research rather than management. Moreover, Hydra is not a highly centralized organization. Each serpent leader possesses their own sphere of influence and primarily collaborates with one another, making it difficult to command others. Pierce is the serpent leader associated with Hydra within SHIELD, and he currently wields the greatest power and capability." Whitehall paused for a moment. "What about the Darkhold? It is as crucial as the first 084. Garrett, you are acutely aware of your physical condition. You have but a few years left to live. Should I acquire the Dark Tome, I can bestow upon you a new body, granting you immortality. Now is not the time to sever ties with SHIELD completely. We are not yet prepared." Fury's gaze is fixed upon every individual within SHIELD. "This shall be our final communication. The Seer remarked that the Dark Tome can only be accessed through your associates. Moreover, Pierce will provide you with an accomplice." "Who?" "The Winter Soldier." At the Roxxon power plant, Old Wang disembarked and unceremoniously tossed Eli and the bald leader of the Five Streets gang to the ground. A thud echoed as they landed. Covered in mud, Sky and Robbie had already arrived. Upon seeing the unconscious Eli, Robbie's expression turned complex. "Kill him. Kill him. He is the one who harmed you and your brother. Let your fury consume him. Let the flames of hell exact punishment upon him." The spirit of vengeance incessantly urged him. "Be silent," Robbie muttered in annoyance. Old Wang cast a glance at Robbie. The spirit of vengeance is truly a malevolent entity. This being has escaped from the depths of hell, surviving solely on the desire for retribution. Without such a desire, it would be dragged back to hell in an instant. Hence its relentless prodding of Robbie toward vengeance, disregarding personal emotions entirely. Old Wang recalled the original narrative. Robbie was a good soul, possessing a strong moral compass and a kind heart, deeply valuing familial bonds. Until the very end, he had urged Eli to let go. It was only when Eli turned his murderous intent towards Robbie that he dragged Eli into the abyss alongside him. At least up to this point, Eli had never contemplated harming Robbie. It was entirely unintentional. How could Robbie possibly lay a hand on him? If vengeance were to be sought, Joseph would be a more fitting target. However, Joseph Sky interjected, "Wang, Joseph has been taken. There was a timestamp, half an hour ago. The SHIELD rapid response team assigned to protect Joseph was suddenly ambushed by a group of armed assailants, employing RPGs, assault rifles, and sniper rifles. Aside from Agent Brock Rumlow, who narrowly escaped with severe injuries, none survived. One of the assailants even shouted "Hail, Hydra!" into the surveillance camera before Joseph, unconscious, was whisked away. The camera was subsequently shot to pieces. Quite the prompt reaction. Old Wang scoffed. Joseph is the head of a laboratory, undoubtedly significant. The technological department of SHIELD possesses a plethora of advanced technologies capable of erasing and altering memories. Awakening Joseph is not beyond the realm of possibility. The knowledge he possesses regarding the Dark Tome is more critical than that of a multitude of scientists. It is entirely reasonable that Hydra would desire him. Agent Rumlow is a premier combat master, on par with Black Widow. Thus, it is not surprising that he survived while others perished. Everything appears normal. The issue lies in the fact that Agent Rumlow himself is an embedded Hydra member within SHIELD, the infamous Crossbones, a trifecta of success. They have abducted Joseph, eliminated the SHIELD rapid response team, and ensured that Crossbones remains undetected. Truly impressive. It remains uncertain whether it was Alexander Pierce who orchestrated the scheme or if it was another undercover agent, such as Grant Ward's superior, the all-seeing John Garrett. Most likely, it was the former. The actual executioners are likely other snakeheads, and it is even possible that the ancient and twisted Whitehall is involved. It appears that SHIELD intends to conceal significant figures. With Pierce, a formidable figure, providing cover, no amount of cunning from Fury will suffice. Pierce was the former director of SHIELD, and it was he who facilitated Fury's rise to the position. Although Fury trusts no one, Pierce, along with Coulson and Black Widow, undoubtedly ranks among those he holds in highest regard. With Hydra's resurgence, it is expected that Fury will consult with Pierce. In terms of oratory prowess, Pierce is indeed exceptional, and Fury is likely to be outmatched. We must act swiftly as SHIELD, and Hydra will soon be upon us. Old Wang cast a glance at Robbie, conveying a clear message. It is now your moment to shine. Unleash your fury, young one. Chapter 31. Confronting SHIELD. Robbie, his countenance dark, remained silent as he grabbed one person with each hand and entered the vehicle. There was no need to ignite the engine. It roared to life effortlessly, a testament to his seasoned experience. The tires began to smoke. Lucy glanced at Old Wang, her expression one of pitiful innocence, her eyes gleaming with an eerie intensity. Old Wang offered her a knowing look, urging her to comprehend the unspoken message. Lucy understood. With a wave of her hand, the quartet of ghouls followed suit, grinning wickedly. In the heart of Azeroth, the young lady quickly shielded her eyes and stealthily slipped through a narrow gap. Suddenly recalling that Old Wang had not entered, she felt a sense of relief, removing her hand and softly murmuring about the importance of diligent study. The ensuing scene was decidedly unsuitable for children. Due to the considerable distance, even with Old Wang's keen hearing, he could only discern fragments of the unfolding events. Robbie, being a seasoned veteran of the streets for several years and having faced death once, was not easily swayed. Lucy and the others were equally seasoned, and forgiveness for Eli was out of the question. Some sought to vent their frustrations, others yearned for explanations, while a few implored for mercy. Yet the outcome was predestined, a reality Old Wang, with his extensive experience, had long anticipated. 10 minutes later, Robbie returned. The bald member of the Five Streets gang was nowhere to be seen, and Eli had awakened, roused from unconsciousness by a beating. His face was bruised and battered, every part of him sore, with dark circles under his eyes. Lips tinged with purple, blood smeared across his visage, and burn marks hinting a near disfigurement. His legs were tightly clenched, leaving the prospect of future happiness uncertain. However, his limbs were intact, and he still drew breath. Is it resolved? Old Wang assessed Robbie with satisfaction. Lucy was quite respectful. Old Wang then turned his attention to Eli, inquiring about his condition. So it was all a fabrication. There were no creations from thin air, no gods, only devils, perhaps. Eli rubbed his panda-like eyes, gazing at the warmly smiling young Chinese boy, feeling an icy chill wash over him, as if he had just returned from the depths of hell. He nearly soiled himself, forcing a smile as he recognized the truth. Robbie, I am, in fact, a good person. I have always upheld the law. It is the dark scriptures that are to blame. He cast a desperate look towards Robbie for salvation. Robbie, with an expressionless visage, averted his gaze, muttering to himself that he could not see, nor did he wish to engage with the chaos unfolding before him. The furious quartet, led by Lucy, encircled him, their faces contorted with rage. All right, I concede, he pleaded. I shall assist you in constructing a quantum generator, aiding you in your rebirth. I do not wish for my demise. Once completed, you must spare my life. Eli hastily raised his hands in surrender, acknowledging his fate. Old Wang remained non-committal, recognizing that it was indeed the Dark Tome that had wrought this havoc. The dark tome had the power to entice and magnify the sordid sins harbored within one's heart. Yet one must possess such malevolence to begin with. It was fair to say that nearly everyone had their share of darkness. It was merely unfortunate that he had encountered it. I may spare you, but will others show you the same mercy? That is not my concern. I am not your guardian. How you resolve your internal strife is of no consequence to me. As the night deepened, Roxon Power Plant lay shrouded in darkness. It had recently ceased operations for reasons unknown, with only a handful of security personnel remaining. Old Wang employed his skills in physical hypnosis to neutralize the guards and sauntered into the facility. Following Lucy's guidance, he swiftly located the desired materials. All was readily available. Batteries were at hand, and all that was required was the construction of a quantum generator, which need not be of superior quality. A one-time use would suffice. Prioritizing function over form. Eli, well acquainted with the task, was aided by Robbie, Lucy, and others, ensuring the endeavor would not take long. Regrettably, the battery units were not true storage batteries, but rather adapters that required an immense power supply, one that could not be provided elsewhere, not even through high-voltage electricity. The most viable solution was to restart the power plant. Eli, a proficient engineer, possessed a wealth of knowledge. Time slipped away, second by second. Suddenly, Old Wang's ears perked up. He detected faint footsteps. A visitor had arrived. With a smile, he took a small sip of the eternal well water. Feeling the primal energy of Azeroth invigorating his body, akin to infusing himself with the essence of the land, he stifled the overwhelming sensation of vitality and turned to Sky, inquiring about the source of the disturbance. Was it S-H-I-E-L-D, or Hydra? The Roxon Power Plant was equipped with a surveillance system. Once rebooted, the power restored, Sky immediately infiltrated the monitoring system, swiftly locating a fleeting image. It was S-H-I-E-L-D. As she magnified the image, the emblem of S-H-I-E-L-D became apparent on the intruder's attire. The fleeting moment was due to S-H-I-E-L-D agents swiftly identifying the breach and promptly destroying the camera. Impressive professionalism, Old Wang remarked, stretching his hands and cheerfully commenting that with S-H-I-E-L-D present, Hydra could not be far behind. No sooner had he spoken than the sound of gunfire erupted. Sky quickly accessed the relevant footage. A burly man clad in a dark gray uniform, his face obscured with disheveled hair and a cold gaze, strode forth, wielding an undeniably formidable grenade launcher. He raised a weapon. Boom! A grenade detonated amidst the S-H-I-E-L-D personnel, resulting in a cacophonous explosion and significant casualties. Discarding the grenade launcher, the masked giant seized a similarly impressive submachine gun. Rat-a-tat-tat. A barrage of gunfire ensued, accompanied by muffled grunts, as an entire S-H-I-E-L-D Special Forces unit was decimated. Some attempted to retaliate. The bullet struck the masked behemoth, yet it had no effect whatsoever. Tiny holes appeared in the uniform, with not a single drop of blood to be seen. The left sleeve was torn, revealing a gleaming, metallic silver arm, an enigmatic mechanical appendage brimming with advanced technology. Old Wang was momentarily taken aback, then stunned again. What on earth was happening? This was none other than the Winter Soldier. That rascal Pierce had actually dispatched the Winter Soldier? If memory serves, his next appearance was supposed to be against Egghead, but it seems he has arrived ahead of schedule. Old Wang felt a surge of excitement. After 18 years in this world, he was finally encountering someone worthy of being an adversary, and it filled him with delight. Captain America had yet to be unfrozen. Iron Man had not been abducted. The Hulk was still lurking in Brazil or Canada, and Thor had not descended to Earth. The original Ant-Man had been estranged from S-H-I-E-L-D for over a decade. Captain Marvel was nowhere to be found. Who in S-H-I-E-L-D could possibly stand against the Winter Soldier? Hydra was relentless. It seemed they aimed to eliminate everyone sent by S-H-I-L-D in one fell swoop. Wait, it appeared that S-H-I-L-D was merely a secondary target, while the Darkhold was the primary focus. You all stay here. Robbie shall protect you, while I confront the Winter Soldier. Old Wang's hands itched with eagerness to engage with the Winter Soldier and, in the process, perhaps rescue some of S-H-I-E-L-D's personnel. Coulson was a decent fellow, not affiliated with Hydra, and it would be prudent to negotiate with S-H-I-E-L-D. Through him, the others were either unreliable or excessively rigid. Old Wang favored a gentler approach. as women preferred the more assertive types. Black Widow was undeniably beautiful. If there was a chance to save her, Old Wang was inclined to do so. However, his preference leaned more towards those of mixed Asian heritage, or simply Asians, rather than blonde bombshells. He didn't require much more flesh, given he was already quite ample himself. Additionally, Black Widow's romantic history seemed a tad excessive, yet her beauty was undeniable, and her presence added a certain allure to the narrative. Without her, who would soothe the tender, vulnerable heart of the Hulk? Robbie, ensure your uncle doesn't act recklessly, otherwise you may find yourself in a similar predicament, and we'll see who can outdo whom, Old Wang cautioned once more. Robbie nodded emphatically, grasping his chains as he followed Eli closely. Old Wang felt reassured, even if Eli attempted something underhanded, sending everyone into the dimensional rifts. The Ghost Rider would undoubtedly deal with him. Having witnessed the Ghost Rider's terrifying prowess, Eli would likely think twice. The sounds of gunfire continued, accompanied by distant explosions and the rumbling of collapses. Old Wang, unarmed and masked, sprinted towards the Winter Soldier, the wind brushing against him from both sides, gently teasing Sky's face. Chapter 32, Black Widow versus Winter Soldier. Within the power plant, not far from the entrance, a special forces unit was ambushed. With only one enemy present, Coulson, holding a tablet, monitored the live footage, his expression grim. Hydra has such formidable operatives? This individual exhibited physical capabilities that surpassed the limits of human training, reminiscent of the data preserved on Captain America by the Strategic Scientific Reserve. That face seemed somewhat familiar. As a devoted fan of Captain America, Coulson had always kept a keen eye on the teams led by him. The SHIELD possesses classified documents of relatively low secrecy, including photographs of certain individuals. The faces on the tablet evoke a sense of familiarity within him. Their facial features and physiques seem somewhat recognizable. However, obscured as they are, he finds it difficult to recall, and he fails to connect them with Bucky, Captain America's comrade who vanished after a fall years ago. Natasha cast a fleeting glance, her entire demeanor stiffening. Her pupils dilating as an unusual hint of apprehension crossed her face. Agent Romanoff, do you know him? Coulson perceptively sensed the disturbance. The renowned Black Widow, trained from childhood under the most rigorous and brutal conditions, would harbor trepidation? A notorious assassin, whose existence many intelligence agencies doubt, is referred to by some as the Winter Soldier. Some believe his emergence signifies the arrival of winter, while others contend that the Winter Soldier embodies a scheme. Perhaps more than one. Natasha shifted her wrists uncomfortably, meticulously adjusting her widow's suit and gripping her firearm tightly. For the past 50 years, he has been implicated in over 20 assassination cases, all of which he executed flawlessly. I suspect he was responsible for Howard Stark's assassination. Now it appears he is affiliated with Hydra. 50 years? Coulson furrowed his brow. He appears quite youthful, no older than 40. SHIELD maintains relevant records, accessible with Level 7 clearance, which you may request at any time. Researchers in the scientific department speculate that it may relate to cryogenic technology, suggesting he could have survived since World War II, spending much of the time in stasis, a technology not overly complex. Natasha continued, I once sustained severe injuries and nearly perished. You're aware of this, I presume? Coulson replied, I am not. Although my clearance surpasses yours, you have always followed the director's orders. Your movements are shrouded in secrecy. An SHIELD seldom encounters you, leaving only your legend behind. How could I be privy to your circumstances? Natasha elucidated at that time. I was escorting a nuclear physicist out of the Middle East when someone detonated my tires near Odessa, causing the vehicle to plummet off a cliff. It was the Winter Soldier's doing. We narrowly escaped. He fired at me, and I shielded the scientist, resulting in the bullet passing through me and killing him. She lifted her shirt, revealing a wound on her right side. Farewell, Bikini. I've heard they now have perfect scar removal techniques, but our salaries are insufficient, and the director would certainly not reimburse such expenses. Coulson's mind wandered back to his nearly non-existent year-end bonus, his mood plummeting from poor to dreadful. How formidable is he? His combat skills are on par with mine, and he wields firearms with greater proficiency. He speaks not a word, devoid of humanity, cold and silent, rendering him even more terrifying. Without hesitation, Natasha declared, he possesses a robust physique, comparable to Red Skull and Captain America, having undergone physical enhancements. His left arm is a high-tech mechanical appendage, equipped with counter-tracking technology that even the science department cannot decipher, disrupting electromagnetic waves. I will confront him, Others shall provide support. Very well. Coulson refrained from being overly sentimental. The combination of his formidable physique and affiliation with Hydra immediately drew Coulson's thoughts to the Super Soldier program. If his assumptions are correct, the Winter Soldier has also been injected with the Super Soldier serum. Strength is equivalent to that of a battleship, speed comparable to that of a family sedan. Endurance on par with renewable energy sources, and perception and reflexes are monstrous in nature. The combat experience and capabilities rival those of the Black Widow. Such a creature cannot be confronted alone. Wait, Ward once mentioned that the only person capable of rescuing Eli is someone whose power surpasses that of Agent Romanoff. Could it be the Winter Soldier? He indeed possesses such capability. Yet, why would the Winter Soldier spare the lives of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents instead of eliminating them all? Does he have ties to S.H.I.E.L.D.? Suddenly, gunfire erupted again, accompanied by cries for help in the earpiece. Not only the Winter Soldier, Hydra had dispatched others, at least 50. Damn, where did so many come from? Coulson couldn't help but curse. Ward's team was sent for treatment and interrogation. The Rapid Response Special Forces had been decimated, with a lone survivor gravely injured and near death. No matter how formidable S.H.I.E.L.D. is in such a desperate moment, they could not muster enough manpower. Even the Quinjet support would take time. Melinda May, who had fought alongside him, had withdrawn from field operations due to the Bahrain incident and transitioned to a desk job, leaving Coulson with a profound sense of insecurity. You handle the others. The Winter Soldier is mine. Natasha's expression remained impassive. I will engage him while you await backup. She did not claim she could eliminate the Winter Soldier. Merely restraining him would suffice. The Winter Soldier was engaged in battle, or rather, in a slaughter. His face was devoid of emotion, his gaze sharp and frigid, utterly single-minded. Years of brainwashing had rendered him a mere automaton, passively accepting and executing commands without any other thoughts. His focus was unervingly intense. A person who concentrates deeply can succeed in any endeavor, mastering it in a decade. As for assassination, he had been honing his skills for over 50 years. Although much of that time was spent in cryogenic slumber, he had also spent considerable periods awake, undergoing relentless training, mastering numerous languages, and becoming proficient with hundreds of weapons, including piloting the latest Quinjet. To possess such a level of focus is terrifying. In the eyes of some within Hydra, he is even more formidable than Captain America was in his prime. The mission comprises 2 directives. First, acquire the Darkhold at all costs. Second, eliminate S.H.I.E.L.D.'s operatives, particularly Phil Coulson and Natasha Romanoff. The first directive takes precedence. Intelligence indicates that someone has obtained the Darkhold, taken Eli, and entered the Roxxon power plant, seemingly to conduct some urgent secret experiment. What exactly that entails remains unknown. However, one thing is clear, this mission will not be easy. The adversary is likely connected to a being known as the Ghost Rider. The scan information provided, less than 10 pages, reveals that the Ghost Rider possesses strength and speed comparable to Captain America, along with superior endurance and the ability to manipulate flames. This will be the most formidable opponent he has faced since his inception. He has made ample preparations. Yet before that, he must eliminate all adversaries in his path. Raising his weapon, he fires. No one can stand in his way. Countless hours of training have honed his marksmanship to a level that surpasses nearly everyone in this world. Aiming is unnecessary. Every shot finds its mark. Suddenly, the Winter Soldier sensed an imminent threat. A surge of electricity, reaching up to tens of thousands of volts, struck him, causing his body to convulse uncontrollably, nearly leading to loss of composure. A miniature explosive detonated instantaneously, followed by a tear gas canister. A barrage of bullets whizzed through the air. A cold, exquisite tactical dagger sliced through the darkness. A shadowy figure advanced from the distance. Do you remember me, Winter Soldier? Recognizing her, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent who had narrowly escaped uttered not a word, while a device on her left arm activated. The explosive's power was limited, failing to inflict any real harm upon him. The tear gas canister was ineffective. He had endured it countless times before. The potent electric current could incapacitate an ordinary person in an instant, yet for him, it merely induced a temporary numbness, exempting his left arm, which countered electromagnetic interference. He swiftly swung his left arm to confront Black Widow's venomous strike. 50 meters away, down a corridor that twisted 3 times, the wind blew from both sides. Yet Old Wang suddenly came to a halt. A one-on-one confrontation between the Winter Soldier and Black Widow. This solitary man and woman, cloaked in darkness, confined in a room, seemed rather inappropriate, did it not? They could certainly use a 100-watt light bulb. A warm smile akin to that of the boy next door graced old Wang's lips. Such a rare scene deserved a closer look. Yet he must not disturb their moment. He would tread lightly, slowing his pace to remain undetected. He stepped forward, the wind brushing past him. Moments later, he halted in the shadows. Chapter 33. It is he. The dagger was easily blocked. Crafted by S.H.I.E.L. DS Technology Department, the tactical dagger was made of excessively durable materials. Yet Hydra's mechanical arm was equally formidable, exuding a sense of advanced technology and resilience. When the tactical dagger struck, it merely left a trivial scratch. This arm also possessed enhanced strength, akin to a Marvel version of a mythical beast's limb, truly impressive. It effortlessly sent the tactical dagger flying. Natasha felt an overwhelming force, her arm tingling, and she executed a complex and graceful maneuver mid-air before landing on the ground and springing up with her legs apart, then together, twisting her hips, and using her head to gain leverage. Natasha found herself perched upon the Winter Soldier's shoulder, performing the iconic Black Widow scissor kick. Despite her slender legs, they held immense strength, capable of snapping a man's waist or neck, a truth known by many Marvel superheroes. These legs, with their signature scissor motion, had undoubtedly severed countless necks. Yet, it proved futile against the Winter Soldier. Even her attempt to leverage her weight to topple him was in vain. His feet were as firmly rooted as if they had taken root in the ground. His expression remained impassive. Suddenly, he seized Black Widow. A headbutt. Bang. Their heads collided. Natasha was momentarily dazed, nearly losing consciousness. She twisted her waist, transforming into a slippery eel, escaping the Winter Soldier's grasp, only to be forcefully tossed to the ground. The mechanical arm lifted, launching miniature missiles. Natasha took off running. Boom! The missile detonated, unleashing shockwaves and debris. Natasha dove to the ground, evading most of the fallout. Yet she still sustained several blows, her back aching and her waist throbbing painfully. The Winter Soldier strode purposefully towards her. Natasha scrambled to her feet and fled. Engaging him in combat was utterly futile. Not only did the Winter Soldier possess formidable martial skills and exceptional physical prowess, but he also exhibited a chilling detachment when it came to killing. He was a weapons aficionado, relying on armaments rather than bare hands, rendering his combat effectiveness terrifying. Most alarmingly, he showed no inclination for a fair one-on-one duel. A dozen Hydra operatives surged forward. The sound of gunfire erupted in a cacophony. Natasha hastened towards the corner, seeking refuge. Alas, her speed was insufficient. No one could outrun bullets amidst a torrential downpour of gunfire. One bullet struck her, nearly fracturing her waist. Then another hit her leg, causing her to buckle and drop to one knee, making it all the more difficult to rise again. Suddenly, the gunfire ceased, replaced by the sound of heavy footsteps. The Winter Soldier, whose presence felt even more imposing than his appearance suggested. What were their intentions? Natasha knew all too well. Capture her alive, subject her to interrogation, and inflict a myriad of cruel tortures, including those most dreadful for women. She had endured such horrors countless times before. If they could not extract information, they would use her as bait. S.H.L.D. would take risks for the infamous Black Widow. She was far too significant. Natasha resolved to offer no resistance. If captured, so be it. Perhaps she could glean vital intelligence about Hydra and devise a means of escape. She had performed similar feats so often that it had become second nature. Lost in thought, Natasha suddenly spotted a foot clad in sneakers. Then came a leg, adorned in sweatpants. It was neither short nor long, neither thick nor thin. A second foot appeared, followed by another leg. Someone emerged from around the corner, rushing toward her. Suddenly, in the blink of an eye, the figure vanished. Natasha instinctively turned her head, catching a fleeting glimpse of a near-invisible silhouette rolling past her and landing before the Winter Soldier. Indeed, it was not a run nor a walk, but a roll, a compact ball-like tumble. What kind of special forces or assassin school taught such a technique, where rolling could surpass running in speed? It defied the laws of physics. The human sphere exploded into form, revealing an individual clad in inexpensive athletic wear. The kind you might find at a roadside shop for no more than $20, an unmistakable imitation. The person stood upright, roughly the same height as the Winter Soldier, slightly plump, yet appearing decidedly less imposing than him. Together, they resembled a corporate employee standing before a fitness instructor. The face was obscured, age and features indistinguishable, but the aura conveyed a sense of maturity and composure, qualities not easily attained by the young. Suddenly, the figure raised a hand. It did not appear particularly swift. It was remarkably fast. Not a fist, but an open palm. It struck the Winter Soldier's chest with force. He was sent flying, while the attacker remained steadfast. In that moment, Natasha felt her entire worldview shattered. This certainly does not align with the principles of physics, does it? The concept of action and reaction, as taught in high school physics, is quite clear. When one individual strikes another, the force is reciprocal, provided both are firmly grounded. It is the lighter person who will be displaced. Even considering the added momentum from speed, such an outcome seems implausible. You remain utterly motionless. Yet the considerably heavier Winter Soldier is inexplicably propelled away. Are we filming a movie here? This is merely the beginning. The subsequent scenes cause Natasha's eyes to widen in astonishment. Her mouth agape as if it could accommodate 2 quail eggs and a sausage. The gunfire erupted. The Hydra operatives, well-trained, opened fire. Yet not a single bullet found its mark. The figure surged into the throng, fists, palms, legs, headbutts, chokes, rolls. A sequence of attacks unfolded with elegance and beauty. At times fierce as a tiger, other times steadfast as a mountain, and occasionally swift as a leopard. In a mere 9 seconds, Hydra's forces were decimated. Only the Winter Soldier, a short distance away, rose unscathed. Natasha suddenly recalled the earlier report from Agent Ward. Was it not the Winter Soldier who had dispatched all of them in just 7 seconds? Was it instead this man before her, clad in a cheap tracksuit? No wonder he refrained from slaying Agent Ward's companions. He was not an ally of Hydra, but rather their adversary. Old Wang did not indulge in such psychological musings to embellish his own narrative. With a surge of energy, he executed the fierce tiger palm, the divine crane neck kick, the illusionary kick, and the wind tread combo, among others. He had absorbed various martial arts from numerous masters in Chinatown, mastering the intricacies of Bajikwan, Tai Chi, Bagua, Xingyi, Hungar, Wing Chun, Jeet Kune Do, and Praying Mantis, seamlessly integrating them into his repertoire. With effortless grace, he dispatched the Hydra soldiers, who heavily relied on advanced technology. The sole exception was the Winter Soldier, who, after receiving a powerful strike from the fierce tiger palm, was sent flying several meters, crashing through a wall, yet sustaining no visible harm. Is the Super Soldier Serum truly that formidable? Old Wang casually brushed off non-existent dust from his attire, resting his right hand on his back while extending his left, gazing at the recently risen Winter Soldier with a bemused expression. Should I address you as Sergeant Barnes or the Winter Soldier? Do you still recall Captain America from Brooklyn? Steve Rogers? Elsewhere, amidst a firefight with other Hydra operatives, Coulson was momentarily stunned by the calm voice emanating from his earpiece. The Winter Soldier is Sergeant Barnes? Had he not plummeted from a cliff, presumed dead? How could this be possible? At the Triskelion headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., in the director's office, a hand gestured towards the air, summoning a holographic display of the dossier on James Buchanan Barnes. Several details captured his attention. In 1943, Sergeant Barnes had been captured by Hydra, where Dr. Zola conducted experiments on him akin to the Super Soldier program. He was subsequently rescued by Captain America, Howard Stark, and Peggy Carter. His physical capabilities had markedly improved, and his combat performance surpassed that of others, second only to Captain America. In 1944, during a mission, he fell off a cliff. Captain America once attempted to locate his body, but to no avail. Chapter 34, Greetings from Kunlun Iron Fist. Sergeant Barnes? Steve Rogers? Captain America? Why do these names resonate so profoundly, as if I have encountered them before? Yet, the memory eludes me. Pain surges through my head. How odd. Why does thinking of this cause such a headache? No, I must not dwell on it. I am here to fulfill a mission. My objective is to obtain the Dark Book of God, weaken S.H.I.E.L.D., and eliminate Agent Coulson and Agent Romanoff. Regardless of the adversaries that obstruct my path, they must be eliminated. The Winter Soldier resolves to disregard Old Wang. Combat is of utmost importance. First, I must deal with this foe, and then confront one known as the Ghost Rider. Suddenly, Old Wang pulls out a piece of crumpled paper from his pocket. With no other choice, he unfolds it, channeling his energy to smooth it out before giving it a gentle flick. Then, with a swift motion, the thin paper darts through the air like a throwing knife, landing before the Winter Soldier. Initially, he intends to evade it, sensing an eerie aura emanating from the paper. However, upon hearing Old Wang's alluring, deep voice, reminiscent of a 10-bass speaker, he inexplicably extends his hand, leaving a fleeting afterimage as he grasps the paper. Using his left mechanical arm, he astonishingly leaves a white mark on the robust alloy exterior, a feat that defies belief. This was a comic book page, its edges uneven, appearing as if it had been torn from a book. The Winter Soldier picks it up and is momentarily taken aback. It depicts a train, precariously traversing the edge of a cliff. The predominant colors are white, a landscape blanketed in snow, where mountains dance like silver serpents and elephants glide through waxy paths. The scene is overwhelmingly pristine. The Winter Soldier's mood darkens at once. I'm not even fighting anymore, and you present me with this? Turn it over. Old Wang, slightly embarrassed, explains that he had casually taken it from the old house where he found the dark book. The owner was a devoted fan of Captain America, possessing a plethora of comic books and posters, even a counterfeit shield. Old Wang had originally intended to use the restroom, but, lacking paper, had grabbed a comic book. Unexpectedly, it has come in handy now. After some time, it has become somewhat musty, yet still serviceable. To his astonishment, it proves useful. The Winter Soldier flips the page. The same scene reappears. A dashing figure, clad in a revealing uniform and brandishing a round shield, crouches atop the train, his face etched with urgency as he reaches down, seemingly attempting to grasp something. Below him, another individual plummets off the cliff, hand outstretched, his visage painted with despair. The Winter Soldier is taken aback. He recognizes the faces of the two individuals. The one above seems so familiar, as if he's seen it somewhere before. Could it be from a dream? Is he truly the Captain America from Brooklyn? The face below is even more recognizable. It is my own. A series of bizarre, indistinct images flashes through his mind. There's Captain America himself, a striking and formidable woman, a proud and brilliant scientist, along with a group of exceptional comrades. There exists a diminutive yet intimidating figure, alongside another, more fearsome creature fixated upon the Crimson Skull. Some weapons transcend time, yet their fragments fail to weave a coherent narrative. Thus, each piece becomes a tale unto itself. Suddenly, a peculiar emotion surges forth, a blend of nostalgia, gratitude, and an unwavering trust rooted in friendship. An amalgamation of familiarity and strangeness that has traversed 64 years. The Winter Soldier is momentarily engulfed in confusion, grappling with an intense concern for his past. Who am I? Where do I come from? What is my purpose? What connection do I share with Captain America? His eyes moisten, blurring his vision. What is this? Tears. A symbol of weakness? No. The Winter Soldier is a warrior. Tears are not permitted. Clarity returns, his mechanical arm clenched tightly, crumpling the comic into mere shreds. His expression turns icy as he charges towards Old Wang. Old Wang merely shrugs, anticipating this outcome. The brainwashing techniques of Hydra are formidable. Even Captain America's bond could not awaken his memories, let alone a mere comic. Yet, perhaps it will have some effect, potentially causing Hydra some discontent. With his right hand, burdened by the past, shifting to the front, Old Wang resolves to unleash his full strength. His stance firm, he slightly crouches, one hand forward and the other back. Tiger style. Tsubasa Azora, prepare for battle. The slightly stout youth strides with the grace of a tiger, his sturdy hands forming a perfect circle, each movement flowing seamlessly, as if painted by the brush of 5 millennia of history. It resembles Tai Chi, Bagua, the strokes of ink and wash. It is akin to running script, yet also cursive. With bold strokes and fluid motions, one can envision dragons and serpents dancing. In truth, it is neither. It is the blocking and evasion technique of the wine immortal. Having sipped a diluted Baijiu, he appears neither fully intoxicated nor entirely sober, embodying the ethereal essence of the wine immortal. In an instant, he counters the Winter Soldier's 17 assaults. You may be strong, yet the gentle breeze caresses the mountain ridge. You may be arrogant, yet the bright moon illuminates the great river. Old Wang deftly shifts his stance, his body pivoting, suddenly unleashing a palm strike. A surge of true energy erupting like the roar of a tiger. With swift strikes, he unleashes a series of blows. Thunderous rage. Bang! The Winter Soldier is once again sent flying, his chest caving in. This relentless barrage shatters the carbon fiber uniform, breaching the formidable physique of the super soldier. Amidst the crisp sounds of breaking ribs, Old Wang shows no mercy. His footsteps swift as the wind, he follows up with several punches, then kicks. Rising sun kick. Crane neck kick. The Winter Soldier soars even further, crashing through a wall. Whoosh! Old Wang curls into a ball, rolling on the ground, his true energy surging forth. In an instant, he catches up with the Winter Soldier. The mechanical arm flails. Old Wang sidesteps, fingers together, a hand strike descending. It lands upon the Winter Soldier's left shoulder. Then he clasps the Winter Soldier's mechanical arm, twisting it with sudden force. Crack! A sharp sound echoes from the shoulder joint. Old Wang then raises his leg for a kick, executing the crane neck kick. Once more, The Winter Soldier is sent flying. Yet that high-tech mechanical arm remains in Old Wang's grasp. The Winter Soldier rises, poised to continue his assault. Suddenly, his footsteps froze, as if he had heard something. He turned and fled. Just as Old Wang was about to pursue, a flicker of realization crossed his face, and his brow furrowed. Grenades were being hurled in, one after another. Was Hydra out of their minds? Old Wang hastily halted his steps and turned to escape. The corridor was on the verge of collapse. The structure above was about to give way. This entire area was destined to crumble. If he did not flee now, he would be buried alive. Though Old Wang had confidence in his survival, the sensation was undeniably unsettling. Furthermore, considering the Black Widow, half kneeling in the corridor behind him, he sighed. There was still a burden to bear. The grenades detonated. A surge of energy enveloped his body, shielding him from harm. Old Wang rolled on the ground, twisting mid-motion, swiftly reaching Natasha, extending his hand to scoop her up. With a flick, he hoisted her onto his shoulder and dashed away. Natasha felt an overwhelming pain. Her waist, back, and chest throbbed, and her lower abdomen ached as if pressed against something hard. As she reached out, realization dawned upon her. It was Winter Soldier's mechanical arm, positioned most awkwardly. Of course, the Black Widow would never blush, nor would her heart race. Such concerns were trivial. What mattered was that she had survived. Was this a rescue or a capture? The masked figure, whose age and appearance remained obscured, seemed to wield a mysterious power from the east, something referred to as chi. Natasha recalled a past mission, where she had faced an opponent from a martial arts society who had also employed chi, albeit feebly, and no match for her. In comparison, the individual beneath her was immensely powerful, an entirely different caliber. Who on earth could this person be? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Old Wang came to a halt. With a slight exertion, he set Natasha down and raised an eyebrow. You may leave now. Remember, you owe me a favor. No sooner had he spoken than a gust of wind swept by, and Old Wang vanished from sight. Natasha stood there dumbfounded. Was he truly leaving? Was he not going to capture her? Not imprison her? Not torture her? Not interrogate her? This was hardly procedural. She still wished to extract information from him. What is your name? Natasha suddenly called out. Immediately, she regretted it. Why would he respond? This wasn't a soap opera. Then, a fleeting voice echoed back to her. Kunlun Iron Fist sends you greetings. Chapter 35. Energy interference with matter. Old Wang did not linger. Wang, how are things? Let me see if you're injured. Sky rushed over, reaching out to examine Old Wang. The placement was off, a bit too ticklish. Before Old Wang could decline, she exclaimed, looking up at him with an unfriendly gaze, you smell of a woman, quite strongly. She casually tugged at a curled strand of golden hair. Sky, are you a dog? Even Quake has this ability? Old Wang shrugged, helplessly clarifying, I just saved the Black Widow's life. There was some physical contact, but it's not what you think. You know, I couldn't have acted so quickly. It hasn't even been 5 minutes. I'm fine. What is the situation now? Sky ignored Old Wang's final remark, rolling her eyes. I am uncertain. How could I possibly know? Furthermore, this wretched attempt at diversion is beneath you, Wang. The Hydra has retreated, and the agents of SHIELD are now engaged in the grim task of clearing the battlefield. Both sides have suffered greatly, with SHIELD incurring even greater losses than Hydra. Sky remarked, the surveillance cameras have been largely destroyed, so I'm not entirely aware of the specifics. Wang, what do you possess in your hands? A mechanical arm? Old Wang glanced around. Where's Robbie? He nodded. Hydra has infiltrated SHIELD. Thus, Hydra is privy to every movement of SHIELD. Were it not for my intervention, the agents dispatched here by SHIELD would likely have been eradicated by Hydra. Natasha would have surely met her demise, and Coulson would most likely have perished as well. So, am I a benefactor to SHIELD? It is said that many years ago, the formidable Iron Fist, Wu Fengji, vanquished a considerable portion of the Phoenix's power. A remarkable feat, indeed. In comparison, the current individual is utterly feeble, reduced to the status of a street-level hero. The immortal might of the Dragon of Longevity is astonishingly limited to a mere fist, often bullied by ordinary folk, even inferior to the underage panda girl, Lily. How pitiful. Perhaps I should venture to Kunlun to seize the power of the Dragon of Longevity. I shall become the Iron Fist. Old Wang contemplated this in secret. Though it was a spur-of-the-moment idea, it lingered in his mind for several seconds, and for good reason. It might yield extraordinary results. Of course, that is a matter for the future. For now, the pressing issue of the 4 little demons, Lucy, must be resolved swiftly. The Winter Soldier is severely injured, and Hydra will certainly retreat. The Egghead is astute, appears formidable on the surface, and reinforcements will arrive promptly. Natasha is gravely wounded. Yet Coulson is likely to lead a pursuit of the Winter Soldier, only to be ambushed by Hydra operatives. That fellow is fortunate to be alive and will most probably survive. Additionally, Natasha will apprise Coulson and Egghead of the situation. In truth, there is no need for extensive communication, as her miniature cameras and communicator have remained active. Everything that transpires here is known to Coulson and Egghead. They would not dare intrude, for my prowess, as the Kunlun Iron Fist, combined with the spirit of vengeance, is beyond their capacity to confront. It would be unwise to resort to bombardment, as accountability to the public is paramount. This is not the aftermath of the Battle of New York where extraterrestrials could be blamed. Moreover, rescuing Natasha signifies an act of goodwill. Egghead is not a fool brainwashed by nationalistic fervor and would certainly refrain from provoking a master of martial arts who cannot be controlled. Even if there were a conspiracy, its execution would not be immediate. Time is limited, yet manageable. The sound of heavy footsteps approached. Robbie appeared, dragging chains behind him. He bore no blood, nor even the sin of it, as it had all been incinerated by hellfire. The spirit of vengeance is indeed formidable, obliterating all traces of evidence. Leaving no remnants of hair or blood, DNA analysis would prove futile. Is everything resolved? Old Wang glanced over and noted that the spirit of vengeance seemed even more powerful than before. This individual thrives on vengeance. The spirit of vengeance seeks retribution for himself and for other victims as well. In simple terms, whenever an individual errs, a victim inevitably emerges, thus by eliminating the wrongdoer. The spirit of vengeance gains strength, becoming formidable enough to contend with Doctor Strange. It is my hope that Robbie can maintain control over it, otherwise, we may have to resort to more forceful measures. He approached Eli from behind, lost in thought. Within him, the spirit of vengeance stirred restlessly, yet ultimately refrained from causing chaos. This restraint stemmed from witnessing Old Wang produce that magical crystal vial, which even he found somewhat enticing, taking a small sip. The energy within him surged, replenishing not only what he had expended, but also exceeding those levels. His constitution had strengthened, and his abilities had amplified. In his current state, however, he still seemed unable to prevail. Half an hour later, the final wire connected, and Eli let out a triumphant shout, his face aglow with unprecedented joy. Old Wang cast a calm glance at Lucy, prompting her to conduct a check. She complied eagerly. Moments later, her nod conveyed uncontrollable excitement. Indeed, it's absolutely correct. I can finally reclaim my humanity. This is wonderful. I've awaited this day for nearly a month. Old Wang smiled. Then let us commence. The four spirits floated into a quantum generator the size of a room. Activation commenced, with the entire power plant's energy directed towards it. Old Wang raised an eyebrow, sensing the concentrated energy, which intriguingly resonated with shadows. It made sense. The quantum generator was opening a portal to another dimension, a dark realm referred to as hell, where the energies were fundamentally akin to shadow or void energy. All hells fall under the category of darkness, including Dormammu's homeland. The so-called dimensions are, in essence, states of being. The energy had already transformed into a form of hellish existence, yet had not penetrated hell itself, akin to spirits lingering in a mortal realm. Now, the quantum generator was altering this state. This represented a transformation of energy into matter. Certain spells can achieve this quite easily, such as energy manipulation, if few have succeeded in doing so scientifically. Captain America is one such example. It is not merely the super soldier serum that qualifies one to be Captain America. The serum must be absorbed with the aid of a special apparatus, alongside an immense power supply. Years ago, the attempt to assist Captain America in absorption resulted in widespread blackouts. The ultimate outcome was astonishing. The once frail Captain transformed, gaining height and muscle mass, with a significant increase in weight. This exemplifies the transformation of energy into matter. Currently, Lucy and her companions, shifting from virtually weightless spirits to corporeal humans, required an even more substantial energy supply. Fortunately, the power plant was sufficiently equipped. This process unfolded rapidly. Before Old Wang could complete his train of thought, Lucy and the others materialized within the quantum generator, assuming human forms, their former garments intact. Old Wang felt a twinge of disappointment. It lacked intrigue. Chapter 36. Do you not seem pleased? A momentous occasion. This is a time to witness miracles. Eli could scarcely contain his exhilaration. He raised his hands high, tilting his head at a 45-degree angle to the heavens, allowing the spotlight to cast its glow upon him, reveling in the glory of public admiration. Although the audience consisted of merely 7 souls, he experienced profound satisfaction within, filling both body and spirit, realizing the value of his existence and societal worth. His worldview felt complete, as if the world lay beneath his feet and the universe existed solely in his gaze, instilling in him a delusion of divinity. Only God can create man, a domain forbidden to humanity. Yet now, he had accomplished this feat, conjuring 4 humans from thin air. What of dark dimensions, hell, or the cracks between realms? Such matters were trivial. Even if he siphoned energy from another space, so what? I'm the only one capable of such a feat. I'm God. Eli was lost in an infinite reverie. In the next moment, however, he noticed the unfriendly gazes of Lucy and her companions, sending a chill down his spine. 1 against 4, it was evident he stood no chance. I can help you become human again, yet you wish for me to become a ghost? Robbie observed Lucy and her group with a similarly wary expression. My uncle is just my uncle. He harmed you yet saved you, which balances out. Although the injuries inflicted upon my brother and me remain unaccounted for, that is a matter for me to settle. You all can step aside. The aura of hell still clings to you. Beware, lest I transform into a vengeful knight and send you to the underworld. Old Wang cast a glance at Robbie, primarily focused on the vengeful spirit within him, his expression decidedly unkind. They are my people. If any destruction is to be wrought, it shall be by my hand alone. Were you to dictate my actions? Stand aside. Wang, there's a situation. Sky, uninterested in the group, remained engrossed in his phone until he suddenly addressed Old Wang. Indeed, it appears we have been ambushed. The Kuan-style fighter is quite the asset. I should find an opportunity to trap a certain egg, and perhaps a few pilots as well. It seems that Coulson's crew has indeed come looking for me. My relentless pursuit of knowledge remains undeterred. Old Wang chuckled, leaning closer. What are the specifics? Show me. Sky lifted his phone, displaying a series of fragmented videos, resembling something akin to covert recordings, unclear in detail. The Winter Soldier blended into the crowd and made his escape. Even with his severed arm, none could hinder him. He leaped from towering heights with the agility of a parkour master, transforming Los Angeles into a vast expanse. SHIELD suffered heavy casualties, with personnel deployed in Los Angeles likely facing substantial losses. Hydra fared worse, as operatives fell one by one to meet their demise. Among them, one SHIELD agent appeared familiar, a woman in her 40s with Eastern features and a modest stature, her expression grim. She was exceptionally skilled in combat, executing moves with precision and showing evident concern for Coulson, rushing towards him as soon as she disembarked from the plane. Those who block my path shall perish. Her ferocity rivaled that of men. Armed with both a handgun and tactical dagger, her proficiency was apparent. She unleashed a flurry of punches, kicks, and headbutts, displaying an intensity that suggested rigorous professional combat training. Remarkably, she dispatched 7 Hydra soldiers armed with substandard weaponry, sustaining a gunshot to her left arm without flinching, a testament to her exceptional prowess. Melinda May, a level 7 agent of SHIELD, should now be classified as a level 5 or 6. Not long ago, during the Bahrain incident, she eliminated a young, inhuman girl capable of controlling others, thereby rescuing numerous hostages. The renowned Iron Rider shook his head in disbelief. May possesses commendable skills. Although she cannot quite match Black Widow, she is certainly superior to Ward. She is a living legend within SHIELD, known by nearly every agent who has heard tales of her exploits, which have grown increasingly exaggerated over time. Some claim she single-handedly defeated over a dozen foes. Others assert it was 20 agents. And some even say she took down more than 100 armed assailants. In truth, these are mere fabrications. Black Widow could have achieved similar feats. While her combat prowess is formidable, her mental fortitude falters. The act of killing a young girl has left her psychologically scarred, the extent of which even her husband cannot ascertain. She has surprisingly opted for a desk job instead of fieldwork. Unlike Black Widow, who is as tough as iron and embraces life and death with indifference, May's situation is likely influenced by the Inhuman's powers. It is remarkable that, amidst so many controlled by the girl, she remained unaffected. Now, she has bravely overcome her psychological barriers to assist Coulson. Is their relationship truly as simple as that of colleagues and friends? Regardless of others' beliefs, Old Wang himself harbors doubts. It appears May is divorced. Coulson seems to remain unmarried, and both of them, having reached a certain age, find themselves in the prime of their lives. Coulson, an open-minded American, and May, who grew up in America, share a long-standing friendship marked by collaboration over the years. It is not inconceivable that, in the solitude of a cold night or day, they might cross the threshold of friendship, seeking warmth and joy in each other as company. Old Wang shook his head, dismissing these errant thoughts, and beckoned everyone to gather around. S-H-I-L-D is on its way. We must leave. What are your plans moving forward? Lucy and her three companions exchanged glances, chuckling. You genuinely expect us to plan for ourselves? Knowing your identity and secrets, can we really depart unscathed and free? That's ludicrous. After a 5-second silence with no responses, Old Wang sighed. Very well. I shall take full responsibility for you all. You certainly cannot remain in Los Angeles. You need to find a new place. What do you think of Puerto Rico? Puerto Rico? Lucy paused, taken aback. How did you think of Puerto Rico? Although it is a U.S. territory, it functions as an autonomous commonwealth and differs from the 50 states represented on the flag. While Puerto Rican citizens enjoy U.S. citizenship, they do not receive the full benefits of American citizens. What will we be going there for? A wild adventure. The distance is also a concern. It is not located on the North American continent, but rather on an island chain between North and South America and the Eastern Caribbean Sea. It is said that there are quite a number of pirates in that region. Moreover, this place once enjoyed various favorable policies from the United States, akin to being treated as a beloved. However, those policies have now vanished, transforming it from a cherished partner to an illegitimate child, left to fend for itself. There is no promising future to be found there. I, of course, have my own plans. Old Wang cast a glance at the group. You seem rather reluctant. Fear not. I am not one to impose or threaten others. You are free to leave at your discretion. By the way, the agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. should be arriving soon. Do not hold them in too high regard, nor overestimate your own importance. The meager knowledge you possess may not even hold as much value as your own physical presence. With a sigh, Old Wang continued. Moreover, those in business understand that a single item may not fetch a high price, but when sold separately, it can be quite valuable, like organs, for instance, or slice portions. Chapter 37. Jaina's group teleportation sky rolled her eyes at this notion of slicing. You're craving the lamb slices from the hot pot in Chinatown again, aren't you? Robbie scoffed, the spirit of vengeance murmuring in his mind. This guy's a bit wicked. Boss, you're clearly making threats, Lucy interjected hastily. Vincent, Frederick, and Hugo exchanged glances and echoed. We're in. Eli initially contemplated asking if he could join Lucy and the others in different locations to avoid any potential hardships later, but upon seeing Old Wang's cheerful demeanor, he grasped everything and exclaimed, Count me in. However, he raised his hand to ask, but how do we leave? How do we get out of the power plant? How do we reach Puerto Rico, thousands of kilometers away? The 1,000 in your bank account is evidently insufficient, and mine is lacking as well. As for these individuals, they don't even have bank cards. Are we to buy a piece of wood and drift away? Ladies and gentlemen, behold this miraculous moment, Old Wang declared, as he accessed the map of Puerto Rico on Sky's phone, simultaneously obtaining the coordinates. A fragment of his consciousness entered the heart of Azeroth, where a young lady smiled and inquired about exchanging for a teleportation spell capable of transporting us all thousands of kilometers away. Men are indeed not to be trusted. They only remember me when they need something. The young lady huffed, her expression icy. The Battle of Mount Hyjal, Jaina's group teleportation spell, cost me 011 of my blood. Outside the power plant, in the sky, aboard an invisible Quinjet, Melinda was bandaging Coulson's wounds. Her technique was deft, albeit a tad too forceful. Whether by design or accident remained uncertain. Mel, it's truly wonderful to have you here. Coulson winced through the pain, forcing a semblance of a smile. It seems you have emerged from the shadows. We can fight side by side once more. After the Bahrain incident, he added, let's not dwell on that. Melinda frowned, clearly agitated, sensitive to that term. Coulson, how many times have I saved you? The 6th time? Then let us dispense with the small talk. Melinda's expression remained stoic, though her eyes reflected a hint of tenderness and guilt. Had I not opted for a desk job, I would have surely participated in this operation, and you likely wouldn't have faced such dire circumstances. 2 minutes later, the bandaging was complete. The aircraft had landed in the clearing of the power plant, still cloaked in invisibility. The operation was set in motion. Coulson rose to his feet, addressing everyone with gravitas. The objectives of this mission were threefold. First, to rescue the trapped agent Natasha Romanoff. Second, to secure the power plant and gather all useful items and intelligence. And third, to establish contact with those inside. No firing without my order. Now let us proceed. The others filed out in quick succession, dispersing rapidly. They formed small teams of 5, activating their detectors, continuously searching and moving bodies to the open ground to search them. Coulson, accompanied by Melinda and a few others, made their way directly into the power plant along a designated route. After navigating several twists and turns, breaking through doors, and demolishing walls, they finally found the Black Widow slumped against a wall. "You finally made it." Natasha managed to lift her head, unable to stand. "Agent Romanoff, you are gravely injured and require immediate medical attention." Coulson observed the numerous bullet wounds adorning Natasha's body, realizing the severity of her condition. Given such injuries, having sustained multiple gunshots and being delayed for so long, it was a miracle that she was still alive. Had it been anyone else, perhaps even himself, they would have perished by now. "You're losing too much blood. Mel, take her out immediately. Use the Quinjet to transport her to the hospital. Do not refuse. This is an order. Among my acquaintances, you are the finest pilot." Coulson issued the command with utmost seriousness, then bent down to assess Natasha's injuries. In the next moment, he was taken aback. This was peculiar. Despite the numerous gunshot wounds, she was not only alive, but appeared to have lost very little blood. Her complexion surprisingly vibrant rather than pale. "Agent Romanoff, I recall that you never carry any hemostatic agents. Even if you did, they're not like potions in video games. They merely stem blood flow, not restore a rosy complexion, nor are they aphrodisiacs. Moreover, in this tight-fitting uniform, there was nowhere to conceal such items." "He saved me." Natasha felt the peculiar, continuous flow of energy within her that was healing her wounds, conjuring the image of the masked martial arts master. No, the grandmaster. He had sustained her, channeling a force that protected her vital organs and staunched her wounds, facilitating their repair, which was why she had not continued to bleed. She felt warm and comfortable, even pleasantly tinged with a gentle itch. That person was quite remarkable, albeit a bit older. To possess such mastery over martial arts was something she had never encountered. He must be at least in his 40s or 50s, perhaps even in his 70s or 80s. Such stamina, speed, and strength. Was it all a result of his chi? How astonishing. Coulson's hand remained frozen before Natasha. Her tone and manner of address were somewhat amiss. Who was he exactly? That individual who claimed to be the Iron Fist of Kunlun? Of course, now was not the time for inquiries, and it seemed he had no obligation to explain. Agent Romanoff was indeed a true legend within S.H.I.E.L.D., answering only to the director. "Leave one person to tend to Agent Romanoff. The rest of you, follow me," Coulson instructed as he and Melinda moved deeper into the facility. As he walked, he continuously called out, "Please pay attention. I am Agent Phil Coulson from the Department of Strategic Homeland Defense, Attack and Logistics. I am here representing Director Nick Fury. I bear no ill will. Please do not attack. I repeat, please do not attack." Coulson hesitated for a few moments, gestured cautiously, and continued to approach with vigilance. The support of the Quinjet had brought advanced freezing and electric guns from the Department of Technology, more powerful yet non-lethal, along with various types of tear gas, smoke bombs, and flashbangs sufficient to handle the individuals inside, one would presume. After 5 minutes of walking, having covered less than 200 meters, they finally reached the innermost part. Coulson was taken aback. Where is everyone? Where's the Ghost Rider? Where's Eli? Where's the Iron Fist of Kunlun? And what on earth is happening here? He surveyed the surroundings, at a loss for words, his expression one of utter confusion. Not only had the people vanished, but many items that should have remained intact had been dismantled. The ground was marked with signs of dragging and scraping. Earlier, when outside, he had scanned the area, expecting it to be filled with numerous objects. Yet, it was all gone, leaving only a few stray wires lying desolately on the ground. Coulson continued to gaze into the distance, and again he was startled. The traces of dragging had disappeared. Had someone carried those items away? But the door was so small. It was impossible to exit with anything substantial. What on earth had transpired here? Coulson was utterly bewildered. Chapter 38. The Pain and the Joy in Azeroth. On an inconsequential timeline, at Mount Hyjal, looking at the valley ahead, littered with the bones of the Lich King, Ragnaros, and the feared demon, Anathalon, who had finally perished under the onslaught of thousands of elite soldiers, Jaina let out a sigh of relief. The onslaught of the Burning Legion had become increasingly terrifying. They could no longer hold their ground and must retreat. It was imperative to set aside hatred and support Thrall and his new horde. Brave adventurers, I am grateful for your assistance. I regret that my mana and spirit are severely depleted, and I cannot take all of you to the horde camp. The Night Elf Sentinels will guide you forward while we depart first. With the aid of the human and high elf mages, Jaina began her incantation. After several seconds, a grand mass teleportation spell was finally completed. Jaina breathed a sigh of relief. For someone who had yet to ascend to legendary status, Casting a spell of such magnitude was indeed challenging, yet it was necessary. Mount Hyjal was vast, spanning dozens of kilometers from the Alliance camp to the Horde camp. As for those greedy adventurers, they had been compensated adequately. She owed them nothing. In a moment of crisis, they would surely flee, unlike the warriors of the Alliance, who would fight to the death. Alliance warriors, follow me. We are heading to the Horde camp. Jaina raised her staff, and beams of azure light enveloped each of the Alliance soldiers, eliciting envy from the adventurers. Let us depart. Jaina activated the mass teleportation spell. The mood among all the Alliance soldiers shifted to one of ease. Then, in a flash of light, they remained in place as the mass teleportation spell dissipated. Jaina glanced at her staff, then at the bewildered Alliance soldiers, and finally at the adventurers engrossed in their struggle for the Dark Secrets Chronicle and the unyielding will. Feeling overwhelmed with despair, Father, Teacher, Arthas, Kaelditz, Thrall, can any of you tell me, where has such a grand mass teleportation spell gone? Exhausted, she found herself unable to cast another mass teleportation spell. The weary and wounded Alliance soldiers could not outrun the seemingly tireless horde of Burning Legion demons. 3 hours later, the Alliance was annihilated, and Jaina perished. A day later, the horde was obliterated, and Thrall fell. 3 days later, the Night Elves were extinguished, and both Malfurion and Tyron met their demise. The magnificent Archimonde finally emerged, climbing atop the World Tree, greedily siphoning its energy. He grew ever larger until he absorbed all the energy from the World Tree and the Second Well of Eternity. A year later, beneath a burning sky, the entire world lay in ashes. In the Temple of New York, since receiving the message from Baron Mordo regarding the orders of the Supreme Mage, Agamotto, the Temple Guardian, Daniel Drum, had been utilizing the Temple's power to monitor all of North America. Suddenly, his calm demeanor shifted. His thick lips parted to reveal a set of gleaming white teeth. He had finally detected something. With the Supreme Mage's monitoring, it could be confirmed. That unknown mage was located in the western or southern regions of North America. In America, in a certain region, in an obscure location, lay the secret base of Hydra, the Whitehall exclusive laboratory. Joseph reclined on a specially designed examination table, enjoying the peculiar privileges afforded by a cadre of lab-coated attendants. Adorned with an oddly shaped helmet reminiscent of the long-awaited virtual reality headsets, it was a stark contrast to the inhumane tools contained within. Fine probes pierced his skull, and a milky white serum enhancing his neural senses coursed through Eli's body. A faint electric current provided an intense stimulation akin to that experienced by some individuals on electric chairs in certain countries. Though not as severe, it instead yielded an unprecedented pleasure, evidenced by a stubborn bulge. The operating room's shadowless lights illuminated every crease on his face. Joseph felt as though he had lived 100 years in a dream. At times he struggled in agony, veins bulging, features contorted, drenched in cold sweat. At other times he moaned in delight, his aged face flushed, body writhing in a most embarrassing manner. Several data cables connected him to various medical instruments, including an expensive supercomputer. The fluctuating spectrum monitored his vital signs and brain activity. After a full 10 minutes, Joseph suddenly opened his eyes. He screamed in anguish. Then, as the pain subsided, his gaze began to sharpen. Confused, he took in his surroundings. Where am I? I shouldn't be bound to a table by Eli, subjected to the sting of a whip, should I? That place was rather pleasant. Why have we relocated? What do you intend to do with me? Please no. Very well. Whitehall approached the experiment table, idly toying with a slender, sharp scalpel, gesturing it close to Joseph's face while meticulously adjusting his grip, a gentle smile gracing his lips. I ask a question, and you shall answer. The first query: where is the Book of Darkness? The Book of Darkness? What are you speaking of? I know nothing of it. You ought to search the library. A flicker of evasion and panic danced in Joseph's eyes. Who is this man? How could he possibly know of the Book of Darkness? Does he know Eli? Is he affiliated with Eli? Or is Eli in his service? Eli could not pry my secrets from me, so he delivered me here, into this man's hands? I fear not ropes, whips, or candles. Should I tremble before a mere scalpel? No one shall take my Book of Darkness. Why does my face ache so? No, it is more than merely an ache. How exhilarating! Whitehall beamed softly, deftly maneuvering his fingers, the scalpel carving a deep, elongated gash across Joseph's left cheek, from the corner of his eye to the corner of his mouth. Quite aesthetically pleasing. Joseph's fists whitened from clenching, suddenly overwhelmed by an exhilarating pain, a noxious liquid surging from his lower body, the acrid scent permeating the air, saturating the entire summer. Whitehall continued to smile as the scalpel traced another phantom line. Joseph's right cheek bore an almost identical wound, mirroring the left, neatly aligned and visually appealing. This beauty bore no relation to art. It was a mathematical elegance, a beauty understood by the mind of the engineer, polluting the air one cut at a time. Whitehall's smile widened. Rest assured, I have dissected many bodies. A few years ago, I specifically studied the ancient Chinese method of Ling Qi. I assure you, each incision will be swift and precise, as thin as a slice of lamb. While 60 cuts may not suffice within 120, you shall certainly not meet your demise, not even if you wish to. Joseph swallowed hard, enveloped in an overwhelming sense of dread. He did not fear injury. He reveled in pain and pleasure, a truth many fail to grasp, yet he found joy in it. However, the prospect of being severed into hundreds of pieces was undeniably less appealing. How could such a terrifying individual exist in this world? In that moment, Joseph's fear of this man eclipsed the allure of the Book of Darkness. I shall speak. I will tell all. Chapter 39, San Juan, Puerto Rico. The capital, San Juan. This coastal city lies beside the boundless sea to the north. The entire town bathed in the briny breeze, refreshing throughout the summer. In the outskirts of the city, a flock of sheep grazed without a care. Some were plump, others lean. Some were swift, others sluggish. Some appeared languid, while others were strikingly beautiful. A few even exuded a festive air. Suddenly, azure lines appeared in the sky, intricately outlining a complex teleportation array. A cable descended from the array, reminiscent of a legendary divine tether. Boom! With a resounding crash, a square, quantum battery box descended from the heavens. The lambs were bewildered. What on earth was happening? Sheep dashed across the ground while a box fell from above. More objects tumbled down, a tangle of wires, data cables, and peculiar items that moved when electrified. Ultimately, several individuals plummeted as well. A little lamb blinked in astonishment. It had heard of rain from the sky, but never of people descending from it. And there were quite a few. Bang, bang, bang. Eli landed at the bottom, followed by the slender Frederick and Hugo, then the portly Vincent, and finally the ample Lucy. The prolonged screams startled the lambs. It wasn't Eli, but Frederick and Hugo. Eli was knocked unconscious upon impact. Vincent stirred, feeling something soft and warm pressing against him, a sensation so comfortable that he was reluctant to rise. Robbie crouched slightly, falling onto the grass, bound by his signature chains. Intricately and expertly secured, Old Wang appeared on the other side, gracefully touching down. He reached out, catching Sky in his embrace, exhaling a sigh. This landing site seemed a miss. However, discrepancies were inevitable. In the infinite timelines of Azeroth, they had merely selected the most suitable one. Not that they could summon Jaina or Medivh to the scene for casting. So expectations should not be too high. Luck was relatively favorable. Had they been transported thousands of meters into the air or beneath the depths of the sea, that would have been truly disastrous. As for directly summoning Jaina or Medivh for assistance, Medivh was a lost cause, given Old Wang's meager vitality. As for Jaina, the white-haired witch version would not suffice. The one from the Battle of Mount Hyjal could be summoned, but it would demand a significant toll of health every second. Old Wang had no desire to be a fleeting hero for 5 seconds. That experience was far from pleasant. Moreover, group teleportation was exceedingly challenging, requiring considerable time to cast, rendering completion impossible. Old Wang gazed into the distance. The horizon met the sea. The sunset mingled with solitary wild geese, while autumn waters mirrored the expansive sky. It was undeniably beautiful. San Juan lay just 10 miles away, a considerable distance, but not insurmountable. This ancient city, founded in 1508, boasted a population exceeding 600,000. In the context of the gluttonous empire, it was hardly significant, not even rivaling a small county. Yet on the relatively modest island of Puerto Rico, it was quite remarkable. San Juan was, in fact, a port city with considerable annual trade, a decent standard of living for its people, and a relatively uncrowded atmosphere. A city quite suitable for retirement. However, Old Wang was acutely aware that he likely would not have the fortune to enjoy a life of leisure. A protagonist is never afforded such tranquility. Wang, what brings us here? Sky turned, escaping from Old Wang's embrace, captivated by the exotic scenery ahead, momentarily entranced, contemplating how delightful it would be to spend a lifetime simply savoring the view with Old Wang. Yet, he had yet to find his parents. They needed a place to reinstall these items and continue their experiments. Observing the objects before him, Old Wang felt a deep sense of gratification. Gianna's group teleportation spell is remarkably powerful, effortlessly capable of transporting a modest-sized army in one go, yet it must not be squandered. Therefore, at that moment, Old Wang resolved that these expensive materials and equipment must be taken along. After several minutes of diligent effort, Robbie and his companions managed to gather all the valuable items that could be dismantled. Accompanied by a flash of magical luminescence, everything was teleported to their current location. As for how to transport them further, money could solve that dilemma, but the issue was a lack of funds. Feeling the bank card nestled in his pocket, Old Wang turned his gaze towards Robbie. Lucy and her 3 companions had just been resurrected and were undoubtedly penniless. Furthermore, having recently died. If they were to suddenly report their cards lost and request replacements, they would likely find themselves invited for a chat at the police station, possibly even attracting the attention of SHIELD or Hydra. Eli had just emerged from prison, and not through conventional means, similarly devoid of funds and unable to visit the bank. Sky's belongings were still in the car, which was at the repair shop. After much consideration, it turned out that Robbie was the wealthiest among them. In fact, there remained a sum of $1,000 in his bank account, which was sufficient. Yet Old Wang needed to think ahead for future living expenses, advocating for frugality. Very well, it would need to be repaid. Robbie sighed, preparing to call for a rental car. Do not worry, you will not be getting your money back. Not a single cent will be returned to you. Old Wang patted Robbie's shoulder, observing the fiery expression on his face, and added with a smile, however, I can help you heal your brother's broken legs, restoring them to their former functionality, perhaps even better than before. How's that deal sound? Robbie was on the verge of transforming into the Ghost Rider to confront Old Wang when he suddenly caught the latter's second statement. He froze momentarily. His brother was still in the hospital, both legs severed in that tragic accident. He lacked the funds to send his brother to the finest hospital or to hire the best doctors. Even if he had the money, it would be futile. Modern medicine could not remedy such injuries. His brother, ever resilient, reassured him that everything was fine, yet Robbie had seen him shed tears in the dead of night. No one is indifferent to the loss of their legs. Robbie, who had been steeped in despair, now glimpsed a glimmer of hope. What is a mere sum of money compared to the restoration of his brother's legs? He hastily called to rent a vehicle. 2 hours later, a cargo van arrived, laden with everyone and all their possessions, halting in the old town of San Juan, near the northern watchtower. Subsequently, Robbie rented a reasonably priced large warehouse, generously paying a year's rent up front. All items were moved inside and reassembled. Naturally, this required time, and Old Wang could not remain there indefinitely. San Juan possessed what he needed, or rather, what Sky required, and this was the true reason for his choice of location. But that was not the priority at present, for there were more pressing matters yet to be addressed. And as for now, the urgency was palpable. Robbie could hardly wait. A flash of magical light flickered through the air. Chapter 40. Are we not allowed to eat? The teleportation point chosen by Old Wang was a parking lot near the Roxon power plant, with Robbie's Dodge Charger parked nearby. Robbie drove with Old Wang and Sky, swiftly arriving at 5th Street Hospital, not far from the repair shop. There, they encountered Robbie's younger brother, Gab. He was a cheerful high school boy, somewhat slender, reclining on his hospital bed while engrossed in a book. His spirits appeared low, as he occasionally stifled yawns. It was already late at night. Ideally, patients should rest. Yet Gab was determined to stay awake, waiting for his brother. Upon seeing Robbie, a bright smile illuminated his face. Robbie, Dr. Cumberbatch said I'm doing well. Just a few more days of observation and I could be discharged. Thankfully, I've been self-studying, so my studies haven't suffered. What do you think about me applying to Stanford or Berkeley? Aren't they your friends? Noticing Old Wang and Sky, Robbie greeted them warmly. Hey, Gap. Sky approached with a bag in hand, flashing a charming smile. I'm Robbie's high school classmate, Sky. This is Wang, my friend. Robbie mentioned you enjoy durian, jackfruit, and canned herring. Too bad you can't eat them here. Otherwise, no one in the hospital would get any sleep. You'll have to endure for now. Sky clearly had a fondness for Gab, who was also an orphan. Thank you, Gab said politely, then winked at Robbie, his meaning unmistakable. How come I didn't know you had such a beautiful high school classmate? What's your relationship? With your ironclad, straight man demeanor. I thought you'd never find a girlfriend. It's not what you think, Gab, Robbie replied, casting a glance at Old Wang. Seeing that Old Wang was calm and had no intention of physically confronting him, Robbie sighed in relief and leaned closer to Gab, whispering, There's no need for observation anymore. We're checking out today. This gentleman, Mr. Wang, is a kung fu master from China, and he can heal you. A master from China? Like those charlatans in Los Angeles' Chinatown? Using so-called inner strength and vital energy to deceive people? Gab's demeanor shifted, a hint of displeasure surfacing. Robbie, you fool. You haven't been tricked, have you? He seemed to have been deceived often throughout his life. By the way, a few hours ago, Robbie withdrew a significant amount of money. Their family finances were almost depleted. Could it be that this so-called Master Wang has swindled him? Gab glanced at old Wang, suddenly perceiving the once kind young man as rather distasteful. His gaze toward Sky also shifted uneasily. Were these two friends? Had they colluded to deceive Robbie? However, an early discharge wasn't necessarily a bad thing. It could save some money. Robbie was no longer a child. Marriage and children would require funds. So every bit saved counted. Very well. Gab decided to observe for now and find an opportunity to have a serious talk with Robbie, if necessary. He would alert the authorities. Why had Robbie come to believe in this so-called master? You weren't like this before. You always believed in science, asserting that only science could explain the world, that only modern medicine could heal my leg. Robbie, you've changed. Dr. Cumberbatch had, of course, recommended a few more days of observation, but the patient held the ultimate decision. That night, while old Wang and Sky were absent, Gab pulled Robbie aside for an all-night conversation. Robbie, having a broken leg is no big deal. Hawking had it far worse. He has the potential to become a world-renowned scientist, and so do I. I have meticulously mapped out my plans. I will attend Stanford or Berkeley, and upon entering university, I shall apply for internships at Stark Industries or Hammer Industries, focusing my efforts on exoskeleton armor technology. One day, I shall rise to my feet. Gabe is remarkably resilient, while Robbie remains steadfast. Do not fret, Gabe. Mr. Wang is no charlatan. His abilities are beyond imagination, as I have witnessed firsthand. Furthermore, my monetary contributions are of significance. Not a result of deception. Robbie suddenly falters. It seems that the funds were indeed appropriated by old Wang, who does not intend to return them. Thus, it is true that I am paying someone to assist Gabe in healing his legs, as Gabe rightly pointed out. Of course, Robbie is not concerned about being swindled. After witnessing old Wang's prowess, he understands that old Wang is far from an ineffectual master. He is a true artisan. Akin to the Kung Fu masters in Kung Fu Panda, much like Poe's mentor. No, he surpasses even those masters, resembling a deity from Chinese mythology. A portly deity, perhaps, not quite resembling Poe's mentor, but bearing a striking resemblance to himself. The following morning, a few individuals arrived at Robbie's abode, which is actually Eli's home, where Robbie and Gabe have resided since childhood. The space is modest yet cozy. Robbie gently placed Gabe onto the bed, then looked at old Wang with pleading eyes. Wang. About Gabe's legs. Old Wang sighed in resignation. If you don't let anyone fill their stomachs, Robbie, you will undoubtedly struggle to find a girlfriend. He set aside his instant noodles and spicy sauce, approaching Gabe. A promise made must be honored, especially since old Wang had long intended to bring Robbie aboard the chariot toward the purple sweet potato essence. Gabe is a commendable young man, consistently excelling academically. Otherwise, he wouldn't possess the confidence to aim for Stanford or Berkeley. Internships at Stark with a lackluster hammer. The laboratory of the Dark Grimoire in Puerto Rico welcomes you. He raised his hand and placed it on Gabe's leg, channeling a stream of vital energy to assess the situation. The bones are healed, the vessels are intact. The primary issue lies with the nerves, but it is manageable, old Wang conjectured. It is not a grave concern. At least there is no need for bone setting, as American medical practices are still commendable. Old Wang's fingers twitched slightly, and a mist of pale green materialized, seeping into Gabe's body. The mist of revival and solace gently mended the injuries, soothing the tender heart. All done. Old Wang clapped his hands and stood up. Wang, how is it? Robbie, assuming old Wang was still examining Gabe's condition, inquired anxiously. The treatment is complete. He shall recover swiftly. Old Wang extracted a bottle of eternal water from his pocket, carefully dispensing a drop into a cup on the table. After a moment's thought, he added another drop, poured in some water, and drank. He then handed the cup to Robbie. This is a complimentary bonus. You've struck a significant deal. Indeed, it was a substantial gain, though only 2 drops. The essence of the eternal well water mixed within amounts to no less than 0.0001 grams, equivalent to 1 milligram or 100 micrograms, comparable to dozens of quantum battery units. Previously, he had specifically inquired with Eli about the exorbitant cost of quantum batteries, each priced at several tens of thousands of dollars. The essence of the eternal well, a mere 100 micrograms, is valued at no less than $1 million, enough to purchase a house. The mist of revival from the grandmaster of the 3 revisions. The soothing fog could undoubtedly heal Gab's ailment. These 2 drops of exquisite elixir are indeed a generous gift. Thank you, Wang. Robbie expressed his gratitude hurriedly. Previously, observing old Wang sip his drink, taking merely a small taste each time, made it evident that this concoction was immensely precious. Additionally, the spirit of vengeance had murmured repeatedly in his mind, chastising old Wang for indulging excessively, deeming it a waste. A single drop suffices, not a mere sip. Witnessing old Wang's pained expression as he dripped 2 drops suggested this essence was likely far more valuable than Remy Martin and Matai. Perhaps a secretive tonic of tiger bone or ginseng. A small vial worth hundreds of dollars? Gab scrutinized old Wang with skepticism, utterly disbelieving that this charlatan could heal his legs. I've seen Hong Kong movies. Even if you pretend to be a master, at least do it convincingly. Gab scoffed, intent on exposing Master Wang's true nature to reveal the reality to Robbie. Suddenly, warmth enveloped his legs, more comforting than home. How delightful! Yet an itch arose, a maddening itch that begged to be scratched. Moments later, a peculiar sensation of soreness and pain emerged, torturing Robbie's nerves. Wait, am I feeling something? Has the nerve in my leg revived? This defies logic. Gab was both astonished and elated, a mix of exhilaration and dread coursing through him. Fearful that it was all a mere illusion, he attempted to move his leg. It responded. He pinched himself. Ouch! He hastily tried to stand, his legs trembling. He stumbled, unaccustomed to the sensation. Waving his hands, he declined Robbie's assistance and made another attempt. Steadily, he rose to his feet, and he took a few steps, then several steps. He could truly walk. I can even run. How is this possible? Gab turned to old Wang. Could there truly be such miraculous abilities, such extraordinary individuals in this world? Come, drink this, old Wang said, taking the cup filled with water from Robbie and offering it to Gab. Rest assured, no strings attached. Gab glanced at Robbie, who nodded encouragingly, his eyes brimming with support. No longer hesitating, Gab gulped it down, nearly choking. A powerful arcane energy, accompanied by the nurturing essence of life, coursed through Robbie's being. He became healthier than 99% of the world's population. As time progressed, and with the continual absorption of the eternal well essence, his constitution would only improve. You could participate in the Olympics, old Wang chuckled, picking up a bottle of Master Kong and tearing off the paper seal. Suddenly, his brow furrowed, and he sighed. Will I ever get to eat in peace? 10 seconds later, a knock echoed through the air. Chapter 41, The Wandering Physician. Curing all ailments, old Wang exchanged glances. The exuberant Gab quickly lay on the bed, feigning the appearance of having 2 broken legs. Robbie took a deep breath, striving to temper his emotions into a less exuberant state, though it proved challenging, before proceeding to open the door. Leaning against the wall, Sky was engrossed in her phone, flashing a V sign at old Wang, signifying that all tasks he had previously assigned were completed, and there was no fear of scrutiny. Old Wang nodded with a smile, giving a thumbs up. The price of Lao Ma is exorbitant, and even Kong Fu is not inexpensive. If it weren't for the fact that Los Angeles boasts the oldest Chinatown in American history, and nearly everything available domestically could be found there, it would indeed be challenging to procure certain items, particularly the bamboo shoot and braised pork noodles and the shredded pork with snow bamboo noodles. Old Wang relished these dishes. Their fresh bamboo flavor evoked fond memories of his time in the mysterious island in Pandaria. The door swung open, revealing 2 figures, a man and a woman. One tall and the other short. The man, exuding warmth and enthusiasm, contrasted sharply with the woman, whose demeanor was as cold as ice. This striking combination of a fiery male and a frosty female, alongside their differing statures, was truly a remarkable pairing. Old Wang stole a glance at them, deeply impressed by the dedication of S.H.I.L.D. agents. Even in such a state of injury, they still reported for duty. Despite their visible injuries, they appeared entirely normal, a testament to the professionalism of S.H.I.L.D.'s disguise techniques. Mr. Robbie Reyes? The man, impeccably courteous and amiable, introduced himself. I am Agent Phil Coulson from the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack and Logistics. This is Agent Melinda May. We have some inquiries to discuss with you and your brother concerning your uncle, Eli. The 2 displayed their credentials. Could you repeat that? Robbie appeared somewhat bewildered. Though he had heard the name before, its length made it difficult to remember. You're not the first to say that. You can simply refer to us as S.H.I.L.D. Coulson maintained a charming smile, glancing briefly into the room and pausing for 2 seconds on both old Wang and Sky. May I ask who these 2 are? I apologize, but our conversation may not include outsiders. This is Mr. Wang, and this is Miss Sky. Robbie offered minimal introduction, believing it wiser to let them speak for themselves. Gab's leg is broken. Mr. Reyes asked me to come see him, and Miss Sky is my assistant. You 2 carry on. We'll step outside for a bit. Old Wang rubbed his stomach, seizing the opportunity to grab a meal. Casually glancing at Robbie, he remarked, Buddy, continue your performance. Wait a moment. Melinda May, who had been silent until now, suddenly fixed her gaze on old Wang and inquired, Mr. Wang, are you Chinese? My heart belongs to China, though my nationality is American. I was born in an orphanage in New York's Chinatown. Old Wang halted, speaking in Mandarin. I apologize. Melinda's expression bore no hint of remorse. While the plight of orphans tugged at her heartstrings, the familiarity of encountering a compatriot in a foreign land was comforting. Nevertheless, as a Chinese-American S.H.I.L.D. agent who struggled with her own fluency in a language, she was more intrigued by old Wang's identity. Mr. Wang, are you a doctor? An orthopedic specialist? Surely you must be under 20 years old, perhaps a medical student? A wandering folk healer, just turned 18. Old Wang pulled a business card from his pocket and handed it to Melinda, stating, if you need assistance, my rates are reasonable, fair to all. And I do not take advantage of women. Let us see you try, he added. Melinda accepted the card, scrutinizing it with a peculiar expression. What does it say? Coulson leaned in, his face darkening. The characters are indeed Chinese, completely unrecognizable. This is America. Even if you're in Chinatown, do you not engage in other business? An ancestral secret remedy, specifically for treating injuries, infertility, endocrine disorders, fractures, back pain, leg pain, and various other perplexing ailments. Below are the name, phone number, and address. Melinda translated. Coulson remarked, you might as well say it cures all diseases. The youth's arrogance was quite pronounced. Melinda pondered for a moment and then inquired, Mr. Wang, I wonder how much you know about Chinese mythology, particularly Kunlun? Coulson cast a surprised glance at Melinda. Do you suspect he is Kunlun Iron Fist? That is impossible. The Romanoff agent stated that reaching the prowess of Kunlun Iron Fist would require at least 4 to 5 decades, possibly even 7 or 8. So, you believe he might be acquainted with Kunlun Iron Fist? She mused. Indeed, Kunlun Iron Fist had broken out of prison, taking Eli with him. Robbie is Eli's nephew. Mr. Wang appeared at Robbie's residence. There might be some connection I am unaware of, such as Mr. Wang also being affiliated with Kunlun or Kunlun Iron Fist. Kunlun? A mountain? Old Wang shrugged. The orphanage does not teach these things. My knowledge is limited. You could read a book on Chinese mythology or watch the National Geographic Channel. May I take my leave? I apologize. Thank you for your cooperation. You may go, Coulson said with a smile. Old Wang and Sky departed. Wang, are you not concerned? After walking approximately 50 meters, Sky lowered her voice and said, S.H.L.D. has come knocking, and it is evident that Melinda is suspicious of you. This was anticipated. If they cannot uncover this, how could the government justify the funding S.H.I.L.D. receives each year, which surpasses that of the CIA and the FBI? Old Wang replied nonchalantly. Eli's escape and S.H.I.L.D.'s interest in Robbie are both quite normal. Their investigation into us is merely incidental. Now, let us not dwell on such matters and go have a meal. And then, Sky felt that old Wang was too nonchalant. Little did she know, he was now bold due to his skills. With the golden finger found, there was no longer a need to tread carefully as before. Of course, I must indulge. In this world, connections, wealth, and power are undoubtedly important, but the essence of the Marvel Universe is that strength prevails above all. Old Wang possesses strength. As long as S.H.I.L.D. does not intend to eliminate him at any cost, he shall remain unharmed. What is there to fear? Old Wang, cunning and shrewd, knew that Coulson was benevolent. S.H.I.L.D.'s priority should be confronting Hydra. In such circumstances, they would not easily offend anyone, especially those who were difficult to deal with. Yesterday, old Wang had allowed Hydra to take the blame, one of his objectives being to muddle the waters, thereby enabling him to fish in troubled waters. And then, watching a movie and booking a room, it would not be convenient to stay at Robbie's house. Half an hour later, Mr. Reyes, thank you for your cooperation. If Eli contacts you, please reach out to us immediately. Coulson stood to take his leave. I will. Robbie managed a forced smile and closed the door. Coulson and Melinda walked 50 meters away and entered a red sports car. As Coulson started the engine and pressed the accelerator, he asked, Mel, what are your thoughts? Robbie and Gabe's expressions were somewhat off. It seemed they were concealing something from us. It was highly probable that Eli had been in contact with them. Melinda, furrowing her brow, remarked, there is something peculiar. Half a month ago, Robbie and Gabe were assaulted by the 5th Street Gang, resulting in Gabe suffering a broken leg, while Robbie emerged unscathed. This is rather improbable. According to the hospital investigators, when Robbie took Gabe to the hospital, he bore no signs of even a burn, which is quite strange. Coulson nodded in agreement. That is indeed a point of suspicion. What else? Melinda scrutinized the business card in her hand. Sky appeared somewhat anxious. Mr. Wang's demeanor and gestures were quite natural. Either there is no issue, or he is an Oscar-winning actor. I believe we should conduct a follow-up investigation. I fear we may be running out of time. We have more pressing matters to attend to. Chapter 42. The abduction of the Ghost Rider. As for what we accomplished in those 2 hours, dining was a necessity, while watching a film was out of the question. Old Wang had entrusted his bank card to Eli and Lucy, and their expenses over the past few days had nearly depleted Sky's savings. Watching a movie would require funds, and it was considerably more expensive than a meal. A lavish feast would undoubtedly surpass the cost of cinema tickets. However, Old Wang could hardly afford such indulgence. Typically, he would prepare a couple of simple dishes and serve them with steamed buns, occasionally treating himself to the nearby Chinese restaurant for a fleeting taste of luxury. Those 2 buckets of instant noodles and a bottle of spicy sauce were considered luxuries. The only regret Old Wang harbored was that he ultimately did not secure a room for the night. The lack of funds was certainly the primary reason, while the other was that he now had a place to stay. Old Wang had successfully treated Gabe's leg, and both Robbie and Gabe were immensely grateful. Upon learning of Old Wang and Sky's precarious situation, they insisted he stay at their home, and Old Wang felt too bashful to decline. There was indeed a guest room available. Although it was only one room, Eli's room was unoccupied. Naturally, Robbie did not explicitly point this out, as he was uncertain whether Old Wang and Sky required separate accommodations. Perhaps they desired to seek warmth in the sweltering summer, comforting each other's lonely souls. This, however, was of little consequence. The reason for staying an additional day before departing was that Old Wang had yet to fulfill another objective for his visit. The secondary purpose was to acquire the Dark Grimoire. It was, in fact, not difficult to locate. As a grandmaster monk who had meditated in the Zen bamboo grove for a full year and had long been in communion with the Divine Child, awakening Joseph on a spiritual level and subsequently prying the whereabouts of the Dark Grimoire from him through physical means was not inherently challenging. Was it truly necessary to go through such elaborate lengths, even incurring the ire of H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra? Was it merely to gather Eli and Lucy's company? Yes, they were all talented individuals, yet this world is not lacking in talent. What it lacks is genius. The Ghost Rider is a genius, a born prodigy. Ultimately, Old Wang's intentions revolved around the Ghost Rider. Such an extraordinary being must not be squandered. The hellfire-baked purple sweet potato ought to taste exquisite, crisp on the outside and tender on the inside, with an enticing aroma and a familiar demonic essence, evoking a sense of nostalgia. Even without considering the essence of the purple sweet potato, Old Wang held a profound interest in the Ghost Rider himself. In Azeroth, he had encountered more than one demon residing within a parasite, and had also come across a being somewhat akin to the spirit of vengeance, the vengeful deity of the night, elf warden, Maiev Shadow Song. In the stillness of the night, he once engaged in profound discourse with Maiev, transcending the ordinary. Yet their conversation bore no relation to the vengeful deity. Their time was squandered in skirmishes with the Fae. After all, though Old Wang was a robust Pandaren at that time, Maiev, an ancient night elf of over 10,000 years, was equally formidable. They were matched adversaries, each desiring to best the other, leading to a spirited contest. Now, upon encountering a spirit of vengeance reminiscent of that vengeful deity, Old Wang could hardly afford to let the opportunity slip by. Assisting Robbie in his quest for vengeance and aiding Gab in healing his leg, Old Wang and the brothers were in a blissful phase, making it imperative to seize the moment and solidify their alliance. As for how to secure their cooperation, it was not an arduous task. His middle school language teacher had imparted that the most effective method of persuasion was to present facts and reason. Old Wang was a man of logic, albeit more often employing his fists than his words. Both S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra were no fools. Since the Ghost Rider had entered their radar, they would undoubtedly investigate further and inevitably uncover their whereabouts. Reclining comfortably on the sofa, Old Wang remarked the S.H.I.E.L.D. under Egg's leadership is relatively temperate and should pose no significant threat to you. However, Hydra will not engage in casual conversation over coffee. Whitehall was a perverse figure, rejuvenated unnaturally. He had captured Joseph and was now likely prying information from him, soon to arrive at their doorstep with a firearm in hand. Thus, their safety was compromised. Seated beside Old Wang was Sky, while Robbie occupied the opposite seat. As for Gab, Old Wang infused him with a stream of energy, inducing a deep slumber. Unless permitted by Old Wang, he could remain in this state for at least a day and night. This was indeed beneficial, for Gab had scarcely slept the previous night and was exceedingly weary. Although his physical condition was quite sound, the fulfillment of his body could not alleviate his mental fatigue. A restorative sleep would serve him well. Gab remained oblivious to Robbie's true predicament, a truth Robbie was reluctant to disclose. Upon hearing Old Wang's words, Robbie realized that his brother faced threats far more terrifying than the loss of a leg, the specter of death itself. While he himself was unafraid, being undead as the Ghost Rider, Gab was not so fortunate. What could be done? Relocate? Where could they possibly go? According to Old Wang, Hydra could infiltrate even S.H.I.L.D., rendering any refuge futile. It was impossible for him to remain by Gab's side at all times. The thought of this incited a sense of urgency within Robbie. Were it not for the fact that the spirit of vengeance was not only malevolent, but also beyond his control, he might have contemplated bestowing it upon his brother, believing it would ensure Gab's safety. "Ah, Mr. Wang," Robbie exclaimed, a jolt of realization coursing through him as he turned to Old Wang, his eyes igniting with fervor. "Please, do not gaze at me with such intensity. I fear I may be consumed by your hellfire." Old Wang waved his hand and said, "The best approach is to empower Gabby to strengthen himself. After consuming my essence elixir, his overall physical capabilities will significantly improve, but it is still insufficient. If he could drink just a few drops daily and train under my guidance, within a month, he would be more than capable of handling several agents. Perhaps he might even become resilient enough to withstand a gunshot, thereby acquiring the means for self-defense." Both Sky and Robbie were taken aback. Is it really that potent? Sky's immediate reaction was, "Wang, I want some too. Just a sip a day, and I'll live to 99. Robbie, however, had a different thought. His first response was, "You only take a small sip a day? Previously, you gave my brother just 2 drops. It must be quite expensive. If it's a few drops daily, who can afford that?" After a moment of contemplation, Robbie inquired, "How much do you sell your essence elixir for?" "1 drop for 1,000,000, Old Wang shrugged. "How much?" Robbie clearly could not believe his ears. "You heard me correctly." Old Wang chuckled. "That is the truth." "That's outrageous." Robbie sighed in relief. He could not afford even a single drop. A month's supply would cost 10 million, which was beyond his means, even if he sold himself. So he thought, there was no need to dwell on it. "What shall we do now?" Robbie pondered. "You've been of immense help in acquiring the Dark Grimoire. It will be no trouble for me to gift you the essence elixir." Upon hearing the first part of Old Wang's statement, Robbie felt a flicker of hope, a mix of gratitude and shame washing over him. He was grateful for Old Wang's generosity in offering the elixir worth 10 million, but felt ashamed as he realized that he had not truly contributed much, merely tagging along. But upon hearing the latter part of the statement, Robbie was torn. "I can't let you stay here for a month, can I?" "Wait a moment, I was just considering moving." "Yes, moving," Robbie resolved firmly, stating, "Mr. Wang, I understand your intent. I will accompany you." Old Wang was about to present his well-prepared second argument to persuade Robbie to join him, but before he could say anything, Robbie eagerly volunteered. "This is rather forward," he thought, feeling quite pleased. Old Wang regarded him with satisfaction, as if watching a sprightly golden chive approach him. "Robbie, you've matured. You've become a self-sufficient chive. It's time you learn to harvest yourself." Chapter 43. Tony has disappeared. Relocating was not a challenge. That very day, Sky assisted in finding a suitable apartment, a 2-bedroom unit, complete with a living room, kitchen, and bathroom, conveniently located near Old Wang's rented bachelor pad. The following morning, the 4 of them set off towards New York in 2 vehicles. Robbie did not intend to remain in New York for an extended period. Mr. Wang had stated that within a month, Gabby would possess the means for self-defense. Upon hearing Robbie's plan, Sky chuckled. Once aboard Old Wang's vehicle, he thought he could disembark midway. Did he believe it was a kindergarten shuttle or a bus that stopped at every stop? "Young man, you are rather naive. The moment you entered this vehicle, Old Wang sealed the doors. For the sake of the $10 million essence elixir, you have essentially sold yourself and your brother. The illustrious Ghost Rider, what a bargain." Old Wang once remarked that Captain America's shield alone cost at least $50 million in materials, with its true worth being incalculable. When considering Captain America himself, the total value surely exceeds several hundred million. "Robbie, let us be honest, even Captain America's shield is worth more than you. How do you manage to get by?" Since Old Wang was driving, Sky opened her laptop to see if she could find work to earn some money. Her wallet was truly empty, and 3 years of hard work had seemingly vanished. "Old Wang, you must compensate me with your essence wine. I intend to extract every drop of your vitality." Suddenly, a piece of news caught Sky's attention. On a trending news platform, it was reported that the chairman of Stark Industries, a key military partner, a genius among geniuses, who had ranked in the top 10 of the Forbes billionaire and celebrity lists for 10 consecutive years, a self-centered madman, a proudly arrogant bachelor, had gone missing after a terrorist attack in Afghanistan. Stark Industries stock plummeted by 224 points, prompting a mass exodus of capital. Sky was momentarily stunned, slamming her laptop shut and exclaiming in despair. Old Wang had always urged her to monitor Stark Industries stock, which had now fallen for the second time since its inception, and had sunk to unprecedented depths. When was the last time it declined? When founder Howard Stark had his accident. Old Wang had repeatedly advised that whenever the stock dipped, it was an opportune moment to buy in, guaranteeing profit. Sky believed in this wisdom, as Old Wang was a rather reliable person. The problem, however, was that she had no money. Wasn't Old Wang's essence wine priced at $100,000 a drop? Perhaps she could persuade him to sell some. As for clients, the SHIELD would be a great option, or perhaps those elderly billionaires who might not have many years left. Arriving at their destination in a flashy red sports car, they switched to a Quinjet. Coulson and Melinda swiftly reached the Triskelion headquarters of SHIELD. Without time for rest, they immediately entered the director's office, laying out the materials they had organized overnight. Coulson began a 10-minute briefing. Aside from the Eggman, Black Widow was also present, her complexion rosy, clearly on the mend, thanks to the essence and vital energy administered by Old Wang. The Eggman remained quiet, listening, contemplating, and analyzing. The emergence of Hydra was not surprising, but the revelation of the Winter Soldier's identity through Kunlun Iron Fist did catch him off guard, leading to divergent thoughts. If the Winter Soldier were indeed Sergeant Barnes, enhanced through Hydra's experiments and survived a fall, then could the physically superior Captain America also have survived? This thought flickered briefly. The Eggman did not dwell on it. In the past, when Captain America went missing, the Strategic Scientific Reserve, SHIELD's predecessor, conducted numerous searches but found nothing, not even Captain America's aircraft. Of course, amnesia was also a possibility, akin to the protagonists of Korean dramas. Perhaps they should dispatch someone to investigate the area where Captain America had vanished. The Winter Soldier's prowess astonished the Eggman. It was likely he had undergone a body enhancement experiment similar to that of Red Skull and Captain America, exhibiting combat abilities that were not inferior to the former, yet not insurmountable. What truly captivates Liu Dan's attention is the Kunlun Iron Fist. Curiously, this name seems familiar. Liu Dan's mind harbors the most secrets in the world, yet memory is ultimately limited. Thus, he has stored more detailed information within a small black square. This diminutive cube, smaller than a Rubik's Cube, employs the most advanced technology from S.H.I.E.L.D.'s tech division, the latest intelligence system, the hardest metallic shell, the most impenetrable encryption, the largest storage capacity, and a level 10 access privilege. It is a toolbox, specifically Nick Fury's toolbox. Kunlun Iron Fist. Liu Dan enunciated clearly, his lips dark and teeth white. The black square immediately commenced an intelligent search, retrieving all relevant information concerning Kunlun and Iron Fist. Kunlun, the land of deities. Kunlun, the novel by Feng Gu. Kunlun, a synonym for Chinese characters. Kunlun, a legendary organization that exists only in folklore. Yes, that is it. Iron Fist, a term describing a hard fist. Iron Fist, a film. Iron Fist, one of the 7 immortal weapons of Kunlun. Indeed, that is the one. Liu Dan perused the information point by point. At first, he felt calm, but then an unsettling tranquility enveloped him. Ethereal legends, oral accounts, records from those in the know, all the data disintegrated and amalgamated in his mind. A powerful and enigmatic organization gradually took shape. Kunlun, a divine realm that no one can locate. Iron Fist, a heritage imbued with mysterious powers, linked to a divine dragon named Shou Lao, passed down through generations. Could it be that this individual is indeed the Kunlun Iron Fist? No, other possibilities exist. Kunlun is not solely represented by Iron Fist. Much like Kung Fu Panda is not merely about pandas. There are others capable of harnessing Qi aside from Iron Fist. According to decades of intelligence gathered by S.H.I.E.L.D., numerous individuals are associated with Qi. For instance, there is Shang-Chi and the 5 Fingers of the Hand Association. What connection do they share with Iron Fist? With Kunlun? Liu Dan closed his eyes and, after several seconds, opened them again. The thread of Kunlun Iron Fist must not be severed. The Dark Codex remains in his possession. Liu Dan's solitary eye fixed on Natasha, Agent Romanoff. You have had contact with Iron Fist and possess a deeper understanding of him. You shall investigate, focusing particularly on the Hand Association and the martial artists among the Chinese. Coulson, may please provide relevant materials to Agent Romanoff. The Hand Association? Natasha queried, somewhat exasperated. She knew she must heed the director's orders. Shouldn't the priority be addressing Hydra instead? Agent Romanoff is the most exceptional operative, best suited to confront Hydra, while the investigation into Kunlun Iron Fist can be entrusted to me. Coulson volunteered eagerly. I will personally handle Hydra. Liu Dan offered a brief explanation before continuing. Coulson, you have more pressing matters at hand. Tony Stark has gone missing. Chapter 44. We rely on our strength to survive. The playboy who has bedded the entire entertainment and fashion circles has vanished? Natasha raised an eyebrow. She had been recuperating for the past few days and was unaware of this development. The individual in question holds immense significance and possesses a unique identity. Thus the S.H.I.L.D. has its hands full. While en route, I caught wind of the news that he has likely been abducted by terrorists. They may either demand a ransom or compel Mr. Stark to manufacture Jericho missiles for them. His venture to the Middle East appears to be solely for the purpose of selling Jericho missiles. I have perused the relevant materials, and the destructive power of the Jericho missile is truly formidable. Coulson furrowed his brow, noting that the Middle East does not fall within S.H.I.L.D.'s sphere of influence. We have but a scant few agents in that region. Locating Mr. Stark, who has been seized by terrorists, will be quite the challenge. The Department of Defense is undoubtedly more anxious about this matter than we are, given that Stark Industries is the military's largest supplier. In matters of search and rescue, we possess greater expertise than the Department of Defense, and we shall endeavor to fulfill our responsibilities. Eggroll rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Howard Stark, one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D., has a son whom we cannot neglect. Moreover, you are aware that Howard generously supported S.H.I.E.L.D. during his lifetime, contributing billions annually, and S.H.I.L.D. also holds shares in Stark Industries. With so many agents and advanced technological equipment, including the exorbitantly priced Quinjet, one must wonder where the funding originates. Is it solely from government allocations? That would be utterly insufficient. In reality, S.H.I.E.L.D. possesses numerous obscure enterprises and has dedicated investment activities. The organization also acquires assets through various operations and engages in both overt and covert collaborations with numerous magnates and corporations. Nevertheless, the principal benefactor remains Stark Industries. After all, the founder of Stark Industries is one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s original creators. The success of Stark Industries can be attributed significantly to both generations of Starks. But it is inconceivable to assert that they achieved this without S.H.I.E.L.D.'s assistance. Coulson glanced at Eggroll, remarking, Director, how is it that you remain unashamed? Such capabilities are truly enviable. The shares of S.H.I.E.L.D. are in essence your shares, and the funds of S.H.I.E.L.D. are fundamentally your funds. Where has all that money gone? How many clandestine operatives have you been funding outside? How many secret bases have you constructed? You are well aware of it in your heart. Moreover, due to the connection between Stark Industries and S.H.I.E.L.D., many within the organization, myself included, have invested in Stark Industries stock. With Tony Stark missing, the stock has plummeted by over 20%, incurring significant losses. If we manage to locate Tony, perhaps this year's year-end bonuses will be salvaged? The thought invigorated Coulson. This matter is of utmost importance, Coulson, Eggroll reiterated. 5 hours ago, Ms. Peggy Carter reached out to me. She is a friend of Mr. Howard Stark and is deeply concerned about this situation, urging me to ensure his safe return. Melinda suddenly looked up. She had been raised by Peggy Carter, and all that she is today is due to Ms. Carter's influence. Ms. Carter's affairs are inherently her own. That dashing playboy must not come to harm. The future Iron Man in peril? Old Wang calculated the timing. It seems to align perfectly. The plot of Iron Man 1 is officially commencing, heralding the most exhilarating chapter in the Marvel Universe. In the coming decade, extraterrestrials, mutants, demons, sorcerers, deities, and a myriad of supernatural beings shall emerge, revealing to the world that the seemingly secure existence they have long taken for granted is, in fact, far more perilous than anything depicted in science fiction. The reason for this prolonged tranquility can be attributed to the tireless efforts of the supreme sorcerer and the esteemed mages of Camartage, alongside the venerable Norse god Odin, who, in his advancing years, has developed a fondness for peace and stability. It is undeniable that S.H.I.E.L.D. has also played a significant role in this delicate balance. However, it will not be long before the supreme sorcerer departs this realm, destined to become a celestial spirit, following the Eternal One in a grand voyage through the multiverse, a notion that is both grandiose and questionable. Odin, too, faces his mortality. Isa'aki Elave. Once a formidable organization under the auspices of the United Nations, will gradually devolve into a scattered band of stragglers, diminished by the machinations of Hydra and the efforts of individuals such as Phil Coulson. Yet, the Avengers shall rise anew. Those valiant heroes, who have thwarted countless conspiracies and vanquished numerous adversaries, will suffer a catastrophic loss as half of their ranks perish with a mere snap of Thanos' fingers, leading to an unprecedented reversal of fate. Some shall make their entrance, others shall take their leave. Some will enjoy the warmth of hearth and family, while others shall rest beneath grass that grows 3 feet high atop their graves. And all of this, indeed, shall begin to transform from this moment onward. For this world has me. Old Wang sighed, raising his gaze to the setting sun, which was gradually fading from view. He felt a weight upon his shoulders that had never felt so burdensome before, bearing the mission of saving the world. His heart swelled with a newfound sense of purpose. His aspirations elevated, his perspective on life and the world refreshed. In the back seat, Sky, preoccupied with plans for a comfortable retirement, suddenly sensed an unusual feeling. He looked up, instantly captivated by Old Wang's posture. The sunlight streamed through the window, casting a golden veil upon him, rendering Old Wang both ethereal and mysterious, noble and distant, as if he hailed from the heavens. Suddenly, an unexpected sound broke through the moment. Goo goo. Old Wang rubbed his stomach, thinking, I'm not a cuddly panda. So what else with the goo goo? Pandaren do not indulge in cuteness. We survive by our prowess. In a remote corner of the Middle East, Afghanistan, within a poorly ventilated cave on a desolate mountainside, Tony Stark awoke from unconsciousness. At first, his vision was blurry, his mind foggy, and his thoughts ineffectual. However, clarity soon returned, and images began to surface in his mind. Exploding missiles, incoming bullets, American soldiers falling around him. What had transpired? Had a terrorist organization attacked? Was he kidnapped? A tube was inserted into his nose, causing considerable discomfort, and a dull ache throbbed in his chest. Tony struggled to remove the tube, yearning to sit up, but found himself unable. Suddenly, he heard a sound. Turning his head, he beheld an elderly man, at least 60 years of age, shaving before a mirror. In an attempt to rise, he shifted his body sideways, hoping to stand. Yet he remained immobile, as though ensnared by some unseen force. Tony lowered his gaze, lifting his shirt to reveal a peculiar, circular object embedded in his chest, 2 wires leading to a nearby battery. What have you done to me? Tony's voice was frail, lacking its usual strength. Once a figure of assertiveness, he now resembled a vulnerable maiden stripped of her defenses, left at the mercy of others. The elder set down his razor, rose, and turned towards him with a smile. I have saved your life. Chapter 45. The Specialty Store of Azeroth. A day later, after settling Robbie and Gab into their new home, Old Wang and Sky arrived at Old Wang's bachelor apartment. Wang, we must strive for our future, Sky proclaimed, plopping down onto the sofa. I'm out of money, truly out of money. If we don't earn soon, we'll face starvation, left to endure the harsh winds of the Northwest, drawing the essence of heaven and earth, absorbing the quintessence of the sun and moon. Those who consume energy are divine and long-lived. The northwest wind is tolerable, but the southeast wind is even better. Old Wang casually pulled out a copy of Huinanzi and tossed it to Sky. Study it well. A tranquil mind leads to abundance. Get lost, Sky retorted, knocking the Huinanzi aside, then brandishing a copy of 3-character classic. This is what I've just learned. Your book is too advanced. Moreover, can reading earn us money? Can it fill our bellies? Can it secure us a spouse? No. Enough of this nonsense. We must earn. There are treasures hidden within books. They contain wealth and sustenance, as well as the essence of beauty and spiritual nourishment, which is quite delectable. Seeing Sky about to throw the book again, Old Wang quickly pleaded, all right. It is indeed time to earn. Haven T, I've been working diligently. The Dark Tome Laboratory has been established. We are destined for great wealth. I assure you, within 2 years, I will upgrade your vehicle. The popular Doomsday vehicles are beneath us. How about a Cohen-type fighter jet? If that won't do, I'll see if I can procure a S.H.L.D. Sky Carrier, though I wonder if it is completed. Working for someone else is out of the question. This life will never allow for such. Thus, one must become a boss. Naturally, Old Wang did not leave the Dark Tome with them, but rather, Sky transcribed its contents to share. This was partly due to concern over their potential greed, fearing they might abscond with the tome, and partly due to the worry that if Hydra discovered it, they could lose both book and knowledge. Fortunately, Sky was also aligned with the technological side, comprehending the content just as Lucy and Eli had. In the past, Lucy and her team had spent a considerable amount of time studying only a few pages. According to Lucy, The knowledge contained in the Dark Tome far exceeded current technological levels, beyond the full grasp of the human mind. Even a mere few pages would require months, if not years, to decipher. Patience was essential. While siphoning energy from the underworld to create from nothing was not impossible. Establishing a connection with hell could easily open a rift between reality and the infernal realm. Should something akin to a vengeful spirit escape from hell, it would spell disaster. Moreover, creating from nothing was not a simple task. Conjuring a piece of carbon was easy, but crafting a human was an arduous endeavor. The sorcerers of Kamar Taj believe that every act of magic comes at a cost. The Darkhold is fundamentally a grimoire. While many of its spells can be realized through scientific means, they too carry their own expenses and risks. However, some spells pose relatively minor hazards. Wang, not a sorcerer nor a scientist, finds the Darkhold incomprehensible. Yet, having watched Agents of S.H.I.E.L., he is aware that there are certain things the Darkhold can undoubtedly accomplish. The original experiment has been terminated. Wang has tasked Lucy and Eli with their initial research endeavor, the framework. This framework is, in essence, an expansive virtual realm akin to the Matrix from the Matrix series. And if fully realized, it may even surpass that. It resembles not so much a technological virtual world as a grand illusion rooted in magic. Somewhat reminiscent of the Emerald Dream from World of Warcraft, albeit on a much more modest scale. What could a virtual world with nearly 100 realism offer? Military training? Virtual education? Social entertainment? Immersive gaming? An unprecedented mental realm? A second world for all humanity? The possibilities are endless. The financial prospects are beyond imagination. Of course, for someone like Wang, who once stood at the pinnacle of power and wealth, money is as ephemeral as clouds. It holds little significance. At least, it is rather intriguing. Is it not? Skye, long since immune to Wang's whims, finds no interest in mocking him. Why ridicule a laboratory that merely deceives others for money to rent storage? A lab with an initial funding of merely 1,000. Wang, dreams are lush, but reality is stark. What we need to focus on now is profit. All right, what are your thoughts? Wang shifted to a more comfortable position, glancing at Skye. Your elixir of vitality. Let's sell it. Skye leaned closer to Wang. I'll reach out to clients. After the sale, we'll split it 50-50 or perhaps a 70-30 division, with you taking the larger share. How does that sound? Your Chinese has improved. Wang chuckled, finding the idea quite appealing. Purchasing gold to exchange the elixir of the wellspring of eternity and selling it for a 10-fold or even a 100-fold profit is indeed plausible. Moreover, there is no need to worry about sales. There are plenty of wealthy individuals in this world, and many more awaiting a chance for renewed life. There is no concern about overselling and driving down prices. The Marvel Universe encompasses far more than just Earth and its civilizations. If sales falter on Earth, one could venture to the 9 realms. If the 9 realms decline, there are the 3 great empires of Marvel, and countless other diverse civilizations within the vast Marvel cosmos, too many to count. While some races possess long lifespans, they are still finite. The Kree and Skrull do not live indefinitely. Asgardians may enjoy extended lives, but their existence spans merely 5,000 years or so, and many must be approaching their twilight. However, it remains uncertain whether the elixir of the wellspring of eternity would be effective for Asgardians. Furthermore, why limit ourselves to selling only the elixir? Skye's remark opened Wang's mind to new possibilities. The world of Warcraft may not necessarily surpass the Marvel Universe in superiority, yet it undoubtedly offers unique commodities that this world lacks. Rarity begets value. The essence of the Eternal Well is merely one of the myriad treasures. Equipment can be sold. Distinctive metals, beast pelts, and elemental materials are also marketable. Potions and elixirs can find buyers. Even knowledge itself holds value. The ladies of Azeroth are undoubtedly supportive, as mutual exchanges foster prosperity. Hence, do I aspire to transform into the legendary Merchant of Realms, commonly referred to as a trader? Skye, shall we establish a shop? Old Wang rolled over, pressing down on Skye, his gaze intensely surveying her as he proposed the most magnificent shop in the universe. What kind of shop? Skye felt a tightness in her chest, struggling to breathe under Old Wang's weight. Without a second thought, an impressively sophisticated name sprang to his mind, and he exclaimed, Azeroth Specialty Store. Chapter 46. The Death Knight Deliverman. After much effort, Skye succeeded in kicking Old Wang off, rubbing her chest, which ached slightly. What is Azeroth? A glance at the necklace around Old Wang's neck revealed it to be the heart of Azeroth. Could it be that this so-called Azeroth is a mysterious place unknown to me? Perhaps a hidden realm on Earth? A planet or civilization within the cosmos? or even another dimension akin to hell or the dark void. Had it been a former version of Sky or someone else, such thoughts would never have crossed their mind. Yet the current Sky is different. 3 years ago, a fateful encounter with Old Wang irrevocably altered her perspective, including her worldview. Old Wang incessantly inundated her with a cacophony of fantastical notions. The 9 great kingdoms, the multiverse, pocket dimensions, additional realms, higher and lower dimensions, parallel universes, extraterrestrials, and mutants. It is a mystery how he conceived such a plethora of ideas. He certainly wasn't known for writing novels. Little did she know, Old Wang's mind housed thousands of stories, with worldviews crafted from hundreds of concepts. Prior to his first traversal, he was merely an obscure author on a website. Initially, it seemed trivial. Sky found amusement in his tales, which indeed were fascinating. However, the situation has since evolved. The emergence of the Death Knight, the arrival of hell, and the resurrection of spirits have all been witnessed, rendering anything possible. This even sparked her audacious speculation. Could Old Wang hail from the enigmatic Azeroth? Or might he share some connection with it, akin to the sorcerer of Kamartaj he once mentioned? Of course, she would never directly inquire about such matters. If Old Wang wished to share, he would, and if not, it mattered little to her. Her concern lay not with Old Wang's origins, but with the essence of who he is. Contemplating these thoughts, Sky concluded that the term Azeroth could be retained. The concept of specialties held no objections. Yet, why must it include the character for Earth? Thus, she vehemently protested, from verbal dissent to physical resistance. She ultimately achieved a resounding victory. The Azeroth Specialty Store was transformed into the Azeroth Specialty Store. Naturally, Old Wang would assume the role of proprietor, while she gracefully ascended to the position of salesperson and cashier. What remained was a delivery person and a security guard. Sky held a small notebook, diligently taking minutes of the meeting. Biting the tip of his pen, he murmured, "The items we sell in our store must be quite expensive. With so many elements of the New York underworld lurking about, safety is a concern. And then there's S, H, I, E, L, D, and HYDRA. One cannot keep watch constantly. We ought to hire a few security guards. As for the delivery personnel, forget it. We only sell goods, not deliver them. That simply will not do. Our service must be comprehensive." Old Wang tapped the table, a sly grin playing at the corners of his mouth. "We possess the most reliable delivery personnel and security in the world." Sky paused, his mind conjuring an image of a fiery-headed veteran. "Are you suggesting that Robbie is looking for a job? How much can he earn as a mechanic? Once Gabby experiences the effects of the essence wine, Robbie will certainly encourage him to continue drinking it. But what if he lacks the funds to purchase it? What then?" Old Wang blinked. "What do you think about signing a 10-year contract with him? Money is out of the question, but we could offer him essence wine as payment. 1 drop a day. How's that sound?" Old Wang was genuinely well-meaning, truly considering Robbie's best interests. As a delivery personnel for the Azeroth Specialty Store, Robbie would undoubtedly attract attention, even malevolent intent. Those who resort to treachery are rarely of good character. As the spirit of vengeance, Robbie is perfectly suited to confront such nefarious beings, thereby empowering the spirit of retribution and himself in the process. Old Wang had thoughtfully devised this plan, and Robbie need not thank him. Sky initially intended to admonish Wang. "Don't go too far. Bullying the spirit of vengeance is hardly manly. If you're so capable, why not challenge Odin instead?" However, upon hearing Old Wang's subsequent remarks, he hesitated. Isn't 1 drop a day excessive? Perhaps 1 drop a month would suffice? Old Wang was taken aback. Is that all the esteemed spirit of vengeance is worth in your eyes? Just recently, Tony Stark, the future Iron Man, was ransomed. He earns several $1 million a day, with single orders worth billions. Are you suggesting we offer him less than $1 million a day? How miserly! Old Wang shook his head, retrieving the eternal flask and taking a small sip. Suddenly, he froze. The eternal flask was not particularly large, even with just a sip daily. It would be emptied within a month. If he were to offer only a drop per day, it seemed it would not last long. In the short term, he had no idea where to acquire suitable items for exchange. Surely, he could not resort to the Dark Tome, which still held value, as some buyers were far more generous than others. Sky, you have a point. Contemplating these thoughts, Old Wang nodded. He then retrieved a bottle of Erguo from the fridge, opened it, and poured it into the eternal flask. That looks much better. Gazing at the now-filled eternal flask, Old Wang felt a surge of clarity. A little sip here and there, and he could drink it for a lifetime without finishing it. Sky rolled his eyes, feeling pity for Robbie. "Young man, once again, you have been outsmarted without your knowledge. Old Wang, you have gone too far." Sky huffed, defending Robbie. Suddenly, an idea struck him. "Wang, didn't you say the spirit of vengeance is immortal, and those of us training in martial arts can also live long lives? Living to 100 is certainly feasible. I believe 10 years is too brief. Why not sign for 100 years? Old Wang replied. This woman can be more ruthless than any man. Just 10 years. He decisively concluded. There exists an abundance of inconsequential matters. After all, a decade from now, the enigmatic figure of the purple sweet potato will have snapped their fingers. And at that juncture, it will either be a test of fortune or a matter of vanquishing the purple sweet potato or seizing the infinite gems. Regardless of the outcome, the presence of the Ghost Rider will no longer be requisite. Shifting to the next topic, Sky tapped the table with the tip of his pen to establish a shop. One must possess a storefront. Setting aside our financial constraints regarding renting a space, acquiring a shop in New York is no trifling matter. This indeed poses a challenge. It is difficult to secure a rental, and Old Wang is unlikely to vacate Chinatown, where he finds comfort among those who converse in his native tongue, despite the fact that the local Chinese community often struggles with fluency. However, Old Wang has connections. He retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Instantly, a broad smile illuminated Old Wang's face, his voice taking on a pleasantly sweet tone. Hongjia, I have mastered a new massage technique. A complete set that surpasses even the comfort offered by bathing centers. Would you care to give it a try? From the other end, a languid voice replied. Speak your mind. Are you looking to defer rent or borrow money? Little Wang, I've told you numerous times, with your looks, physique, and the masterful skill of your massage, should you be willing to serve as my public relations, I guarantee you a monthly income of 100,000. Beside him, Sky regarded Old Wang with a cold smirk, akin to observing a streetwalker outside a barbershop or a lead actress in a television drama. Chapter 47. Old Wang Goes Fishing. Willing ones are hooked. Hongjia, whose full name is Ruan Qinghong, is 3 years Old Wang's senior, a third-generation heiress. The single apartment Old Wang rents belongs entirely to her, as do several other buildings in the vicinity. Countless shops in Chinatown and throughout New York are under her ownership. Although she does not qualify for the Forbes billionaire list, her assets place her among the top 100 wealthiest Chinese Americans, with her grandfather being the true magnate. Old Wang maintains a cordial relationship with Ruan Qinghong's grandparents, and indeed, he is well acquainted with many elderly residents of Chinatown, earning the title of a genuine friend to the middle-aged and elderly. The business card he previously handed to Melinda, although hastily printed by a roadside shop and appearing dubious, actually represents Old Wang's reputation as a notable practitioner in Chinatown, unperturbed by any scrutiny from organizations like S.H.I.L.D., lacking formal medical training, diplomas, or a medical license. Old Wang cannot open a clinic, yet this does not preclude him from providing care. The realms of medicine and martial arts are intertwined. Even without employing true energy, Old Wang is a competent healer. While pediatrics and gynecology are challenging fields, primarily due to the reluctance of patients to seek his services, he excels in treatments for muscle and bone ailments, particularly in massage therapy, receiving commendations from the elderly who have experienced his skills. This positive word of mouth gradually spreads. Old Wang does not seek monetary compensation. Instead, he earns goodwill. With robust relationships, he need not worry about securing work to sustain himself. Hongjia is currently studying at Caltech. A mere phone call from Old Wang prompted her to promptly secure a modest shop without much inquiry. The rent is neither excessive nor minimal, aligned with market rates. Although there are no extraordinary concessions, the mere availability of a shop constitutes a significant favor, reflecting respect for Old Wang. The shop is small with rent deferred, and as Hongjia is financially secure, no renovations are necessary. A simple sign change and procedural completion will suffice to inaugurate the store. Old Wang was not like some characters in novels, who refused to sell anything of lesser value, only offering exorbitantly priced local specialties from Azeroth. Indeed, there was one such item, the signature essence wine, priced outrageously high, deterring anyone from making a purchase. The small shop still possessed a fair amount of merchandise, which Old Wang sold at cost price. The funds were provided by Sky, who surprisingly still had money, leaving Old Wang astounded. Truly, she was a woman skilled in managing her finances and concealing her savings. Half the people on the street recognized Old Wang. His business remained as bustling as ever. Sky managed the shop. Robbie handled stock and deliveries, while Old Wang lounged in a chair at the entrance, soaking up the sun and using his true energy to assist Gab in absorbing the essence of the well of eternity, teaching him meditation and stances. It must be said, this handsome and intelligent high school student was indeed an academic achiever, excelling in his studies. Now, as he trained with Old Wang, he displayed remarkable dedication. What teacher wouldn't appreciate such a student? Yet, Old Wang found him bothersome due to his incessant questions, which disrupted his sunbathing. Robbie, envious, was spurred on by the spirit of revenge to practice martial arts during his free time, leading to Sky often being the one busy with tasks. For an ordinary person, such a life seemed quite satisfactory. Work for a few years, save up, and marry for a blissful family life. However, Old Wang was far from ordinary. One day, Robbie approached, handing Old Wang his phone, stating, "Your uncle is on the line." Upon receiving the call, Old Wang paused, suddenly recalling his shadowy experiment in the laboratory and the group of starving scientists waiting for sustenance. As soon as he answered, Eli's cautious voice emerged. "Boss, the 1,000 you left has dwindled to 250. We can't even afford hamburgers now. Hugo said being human is too painful. It's better to be a ghost. No food, no hunger. Lucy suggested we buy a bag of rice to cook. It should last a week." Old Wang was taken aback. Is Puerto Rican rice really that expensive? Or are you all just voracious eaters? 250 ISNT enough to last a week? Robbie, standing nearby, nearly erupted with frustration. "Boss, your focus is misplaced. We need some vegetables." Gab, striving to maintain his stance, could not help but defend Eli. Sky, meanwhile, was struggling with her rudimentary Chinese, trying to handle an elderly lady's bargaining and missed the entire conversation. On the other end, Eli was quite exasperated, not wanting to speak further. "Boss, oh boss. In my 40 years of life, this is the first time I've encountered a boss like you, and the first time I've joined a laboratory in such dire straits. With 1,000 in startup funds, others have at least several hundred thousand, if not millions." Old Wang felt a flush of embarrassment. "Well, I'll remember this. It was no longer the era of yore. Those researching atomic bombs were not better off than those selling tea eggs. In the 21st century, how could scientists be allowed to suffer?" Gab was right. In addition to rice, they could also have vegetables or meat, just don't let them go hungry. Old Wang assured Robbie with a pat on the chest. Meanwhile, Eli on the other end sighed, unable to inquire about the exact timeline. Lacking funds, he hesitated to even purchase a hamburger. As a fugitive, he dared not pass by the police station, and he had to exercise great caution whenever he ventured outside. Not to mention, the laboratory consumed an exorbitant amount of electricity. If it were to operate normally, he could hardly afford the electricity bill. When would this life reach its conclusion? After hanging up the phone, Old Wang waved his hand dismissively and reclined back into his chair, calculating in his mind. It had already been several days. The genuine customers ought to be arriving soon. He beckoned to Sky. "Come here. Today, I shall tell you a story." "Huh? ISNT at class time?" Sky sprinted over, and following their usual tradition, naturally began to massage Old Wang's shoulders. "I've heard the tales of your superhero series, like The Ruckus in Heaven, The Escapades of Neza, and The Adventures of the Calabash Brothers. Which story shall we delve into today?" The fisherman Jiang Taigong. Old Wang squinted his eyes, took a sip of his drink, and with a voice both distant and ethereal declared, "Those willing to hook will be rewarded." Natasha had been exceedingly busy of late. The director's orders were imperative, and she herself was eager to locate the elusive Kunlun Iron Fist, a mysterious force from the east that held a fatal attraction for her. Mastering this energy would undoubtedly elevate her power to a new echelon, greatly enhancing her capacity to fulfill her mission and ensuring her safety. For the past few days, she had been investigating the Hand Association, a clandestine organization seemingly linked to Kunlun, with members hailing from various corners of the globe. It was said to possess influence in numerous countries across both the East and West, including Japan, Russia, and the United States. The leaders of the Hand Association were known as the Five Fingers, each shrouded in mystery, to the extent that even SHIELD was unaware of their true identities. This was primarily due to the fact that the Hand Association had not intentionally provoked SHIELD, resulting in little investigation into their affairs. However, upon closer examination, Natasha discovered that the depths of the Hand Association were profound. The organization's members, especially those from Eastern nations, were predominantly martial arts experts, adept in disciplines such as Muay Thai, Taekwondo, Karate, Judo, and traditional Chinese martial arts, showcasing formidable capabilities. Several dojos and martial arts schools in New York appear to be connected to the Hand Association, yet few possess the ability to harness qi, according to scant records. One such individual was Madame Gao. Unfortunately, she was of Chinese descent, with her primary enterprises located in China. Although she had some influence in New York and tenuous ties to the renowned Rand Corporation, she was currently absent from the city. Natasha resolved to explore another avenue, the Chinese community. Chinese residents were scattered throughout New York, with the largest concentration in Chinatown. The business card provided by Melinda indicated that Mr. Wang resided in Chinatown. Chapter 48. The investigation of Black Widow rather than approaching him directly. Natasha opted to conduct preliminary investigations. She spent a full 3 days wandering through Chinatown, employing various means to uncover the life story of Mr. Wang. Having spent his childhood in an orphanage, he developed a fascination for martial arts after being captivated by Hong Kong action films. In his leisure time, he practiced diligently, often becoming the subject of ridicule among the other orphans. At the age of 12, he painstakingly saved up $13.51, purchasing a collection of books by weighing them from a street vendor. At 14, he left the orphanage, earning a living through massage therapy, skillfully alleviating pain and discomfort, which endeared him to many middle-aged men and women. He did not charge for his services, earning numerous nicknames: Old Wang, self-proclaimed, Little Wang, as most refer to him, Big Wang, as his peers called him, Master Wang, as his patients addressed him, and the formidable lightning-born Wang the Strong, a title bestowed by the orphanage director, with a few calling him Wang the Chubby and very few addressing him as Mr. Wang. He had a history of fights, always emerging victorious. He had challenged every martial arts school in Chinatown and the surrounding 19 streets, never facing defeat. 3 years ago, he met Sky, a year his senior, and they formed a close bond, often engaging in deep conversations on a truck late into the night or inviting Sky to his bachelor apartment to discuss life and aspirations. The business card given to him by Melinda was ubiquitous among the elderly in Chinatown, with nearly everyone over 60 possessing one. This Master Wang had become somewhat of a local celebrity. The investigation by SHIELD soon yielded results. Robbie Reyes stumbled upon Sky's advertisement online, which proclaimed Master Wang's miraculous healing abilities. Out of desperation, he called, seeking Master Wang's help for his brother Gabe's leg injury, unaware that Sky had fabricated the online persona and communication records. Subsequently, Master Wang and Sky traveled to Los Angeles. After their vehicle broke down and was sent for repairs, they visited Robbie's home. A financial transaction followed, neither too large nor too small, likely a consultation fee. A few days prior, Robbie and Gabe had moved to New York with Master Wang. Remarkably, Master Wang suddenly opened a specialty store, presumably funded by Robbie's consultation fee. Robbie worked as a clerk, while Gabe learned martial arts under Master Wang's guidance. Intriguingly, Natasha's eyes sparkled with interest. His expertise in massage therapy and martial arts was undeniably masterful. A youth not yet 18 exhibiting such prowess had become a dual master. His life held no apparent shadows. The true turning point lay in his acquisition of those books at the roadside stall. Self-taught? No. The world is rife with prodigies. Yet Master Wang transcended mere talent. He must either be a reincarnated sage or have received tutelage from a remarkable mentor. That street vendor was indeed the true master. Natasha's imagination took flight. Perhaps the vendor saw the young Master Wang's dedication and passion for martial arts and recognized his unique potential, secretly taking him as a disciple to impart the wisdom of martial arts and traditional Chinese medicine, much like how Ms. Carter once recognized Melinda's potential, giving rise to the Iron Riders. And who was that street vendor? The legendary Kunlun Iron Fist. Natasha clenched her fist. Though these were mere conjectures, she felt confident in their accuracy. Why did Kunlun Iron Fist choose to mentor Master Wang? Perhaps it was merely due to Wang's diligence and innate talent. Or perhaps there was a desire to cultivate the next generation for Kunlun. Should fortune favor Master Wang, he might ascend to become the next Iron Fist, soaring to great heights. To locate the Iron Fist, Master Wang serves as the crucial key. Natasha hesitated no longer. The Iron Fist had connections with her. Carlson and Melinda had also interacted with Master Wang. As long as Master Wang was astute, he would undoubtedly be aware of being watched, and thus would take precautions. Carlson and Melinda held Master Wang in high regard. Surveillance would prove futile. The adversary would not reveal any weaknesses. In truth, SHIELD possesses numerous combat experts and masters of martial arts. Yet no matter how formidable a martial artist may be, can they truly withstand bullets and grenades? With adequate preparation, a well-trained and fully equipped SHIELD agent could easily eliminate the so-called martial arts master. However, the level of the Iron Fist is an entirely different matter. Limited data indicates that a master who wields Qi possesses a significantly enhanced physical constitution. Strength, speed, endurance, reflexes, and sensory perception all surpass that of the average person. Such individuals, even when unarmed, are not foes that ordinary agents can contend with. In the fleeting moment one draws their weapon, the opponent has already detected them and will swiftly neutralize the threat. Although their interaction was brief, Natasha discerned that the Iron Fist was no ordinary martial arts master, but rather a grandmaster of unparalleled skill. His prowess surpassed even the accounts found in S.H.I.E.L.D.S. classified Level 7 documents, including those regarding Madame Gao. Most importantly, from the director's tone, it seemed he intended to recruit the Iron Fist for the Avengers. The Iron Fist appeared to harbor no malice towards S.H.I.E.L.D. Perhaps they might even become allies in the future. Natasha resolved to pay a visit. On that day, she arrived at the Azeroth specialty store. Upon reaching the entrance, Natasha was taken aback. This was utterly outrageous. 3 men were lounging in the sun at the door. One reclined on a chair, while the other squatted in a horse stance. The shop had few patrons. With only a single young woman busily attending to tasks, something felt decidedly amiss. Where was the chivalry? As a product of the most rigorous and demanding training as a Black Widow, Natasha was inherently skeptical of notions of chivalry and the care of women. During missions, she often found herself caring for those weak and pitiable men, ultimately opting to work alone. However, being a woman herself, she could not overlook the scene before her. It was not too much to expect that they treat women with respect. At the very least, equality between genders should prevail. Taking a deep breath, Natasha composed herself and scrutinized the small shop and its surroundings. Though modest in size, the rapid availability of the space indicated not merely financial means, but also that Master Wang possessed extensive connections and prestige, cultivated through 4 years of providing free medical care to the elderly. The patrons who frequented the shop treated Master Wang with kindness, and his demeanor was relaxed, which spoke volumes about his strong relationships. It was evident that a heavy-handed approach would be ill-advised, for it would likely lead to significant complications. Whether in China or the United States, the elderly are not to be trifled with, particularly when they gather in significant numbers. What if hundreds or even thousands of seniors were to protest at New York City Hall or engage in a spirited square dance? Robbie and Gab, despite their seemingly theatrical stances, possess astonishing physical prowess, their legs steadfast and unwavering. How is this possible? Even more astonishing is Gab's apparent recovery from a leg injury. Is it the result of some mystical Eastern remedy, or perhaps the aid of Qi? Natasha's gaze drifted to Master Wang, first feeling a twinge of disappointment, then suddenly taken aback. This Master Wang exuded an aura that suggested he was merely an ordinary couch potato. In any other context, she might have mistaken him for an unremarkable individual. Yet it was evident that he was anything but. He bore none of the hallmarks of a martial arts master. His hands were not calloused, his legs not muscular, his physique lacking the imposing presence often associated with such prowess. Instead, he radiated a languid energy, unlike the ever-watchful agents like Grant Ward or Brock Rumlow. Such a demeanor rendered him a quintessential chameleon. What particularly incited envy in women was Master Wang's flawless complexion, neither overly pale nor unhealthy, but strikingly smooth. How could a man possess such skin? Moreover, while most martial artists maintain a commendable height-to-weight ratio, this Master Wang appeared to carry a slight plumpness, his belly notably round but not sagging, perhaps a genetic quirk. Was he truly a dual master of traditional Chinese medicine and martial arts, or merely an imposter? Natasha refused to dismiss her earlier investigations and conclusions. This only suggested that Master Wang diverged from her initial perceptions. Perhaps the disciples of Iron Fist were meant to embody such peculiarities. Having observed enough, Natasha mentally rehearsed her approach and entered the modest shop as an ordinary patron. The store was small, with few shelves, easily surveyed at a glance. Tiger Bone medicinal wine, priced at $66 per bottle. Tiger Whip medicinal wine, $88 per bottle. Tiger Tooth pendants, $99 each. Tiger Head shoes, $11 per pair. Tiger Skin hats, $22 each. Natasha was left speechless, utterly disinclined to comment. Master Wang, when did tigers become so affordable? Furthermore, the tiger skin hats and shoes were clearly fabric imitations, bearing no relation to actual tigers. Natasha maintained her composure, privately scoffing. Yet, one could hardly label Master Wang as a charlatan. After all, the prices clearly indicated the products were counterfeit, and patrons frequented such establishments precisely to purchase fakes. Suddenly, a graceful hand reached over her shoulder, holding a golden glass vial containing a liquid of utmost significance to men, emblazoned with a bold proclamation. Indian Miracle Oil. No, thank you. I'll look for myself. Natasha instinctively declined. However, before she could finish her sentence, a sense of alarm surged within her. Something was amiss. The formidable Black Widow, one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s most capable agents, had failed to notice someone approaching from behind. She was entirely unaware of the presence behind her. In this quaint establishment, aside from Master Wang, are there hidden experts? Natasha was eager to take action. Suddenly, a hand shifted aside, placing Indian oil on the shelf and casually grabbing a box of Durex. Perhaps this is what you require, Agent Romanoff. Chapter 49. Do you have the contact information for Iron Fist? In broad daylight, the door was shut, the lights dimmed. Ahem. The Azeroth specialty shop is closing during work hours, with few patrons. When Old Wang announced the temporary closure, the familiar elderly patrons exchanged glances at Natasha. Grandma's son, with her poor eyesight, winked at Old Wang, gesturing subtly. Across the street, Mr. Chun, who squinted through his glasses, offered a knowing look that said he understood without needing an explanation. Meanwhile, Mrs. Li, practicing Tai Chi 3 streets away, huffed disdainfully, pulling Mr. Li away while muttering about how no man was worth a dime, lamenting that the family flag remained upright while the outside world was full of colorful banners, leaving Mr. Li feeling quite embarrassed. This situation also left Old Wang feeling helpless, sensing that Natasha had unfairly gained a significant advantage. Old Wang, throughout his life, had maintained a certain purity and integrity, lacking the extensive experience of the renowned Black Widow. Indeed, it felt like being taken advantage of. Yet, if one counted the decades spent in the world of Warcraft, Old Wang's experience was incomparable to Natasha's, as he pursued not just quantity, but also diversity, making such comparisons futile. Ultimately, with a legendary the agent at the door, the little shop had no choice but to close its doors. Sky sat at the cash register, tapping away, busy promoting the Azeroth specialty shop online, while simultaneously launching an e-commerce site. Old Wang had moved a recliner into the shop, lying beside the door, while Natasha stood opposite him. This left her somewhat disoriented. Why did it feel as though she were the one under scrutiny, while these two were the real agents? Was she there to investigate them, or were they there to interrogate her? The illustrious Black Widow had indeed encountered such situations before, and one could say she was quite seasoned in this regard. However, those instances had been mere disguises, aimed at extracting desired information, followed by the unfortunate recipient experiencing the Black Widow's signature close-quarters combat techniques. Now, it seemed as if she truly was the one being interrogated, just a step away from coercive tactics. What could the famous Black Widow possibly want in this little shop? Old Wang whistled, watching Sky hurriedly abandon her computer to approach him, thinking that her recent training was commendable. With a daily drop of essence wine, her physical condition was rapidly improving, resembling a second phase of development after maturity. What was meant to grow had grown, what was meant to shrink had shrunk, what was meant to refine had refined, and what was meant to smoothen had smoothed. Everything was progressing splendidly. Even her height showed signs of further growth, inching toward the lofty goal of 170 centimeters. The Well of Eternity truly deserved its reputation as the source of Azeroth's primal energy, significantly surpassing the effectiveness of silicone, surgical enhancements, and elevator shoes in nurturing growth and vitality, existing in an entirely different realm. Old Wang had never been one to be stingy. Although the essence of the Well of Eternity was running low and the blood of Azeroth was scarce, it was essential to utilize what was available. Let us not dwell on the immense potential of the future Shockwave Woman. Rather, it is the relationship between the two that dictates the necessity of bestowing the essence, albeit in moderation. Both Sky and Gab possess physical capabilities that pale in comparison to Old Wang, necessitating restraint in the quantity of essence they can absorb. Should they exceed the limits, it would not culminate in a dramatic explosion akin to a bursting balloon, but rather result in squandered resources. Upon hearing Old Wang's words, Natasha's body instantly tensed. The moniker Black Widow, derived from a distant northern realm, is not merely a mythic tale, as some intelligence agencies may dismiss, but is known to only a select few who occupy the zenith of global power and wealth. The fact that Master Wang is aware of it is quite remarkable. Moreover, this alias is rarely uttered, even among the upper echelons of for those who cannot restrain their tongues, regardless of their stature, often face dire consequences. Typically, when addressed as Black Widow, Natasha would respond with her characteristic assertiveness. Yet, in this moment, she inexplicably relaxed, her aura transforming dramatically. From the cold, silent demeanor of the Black Widow, she metamorphosed into an alluring matron, radiating the charm of a mature woman. Her exquisite physique and captivating gaze transforming her from a spider spirit into a vixen. Is it inappropriate to shop, Master Wang? She inquired, batting her eyelashes. The electricity in the air. Old Wang regarded Natasha with pure admiration, scrutinizing this captivating being. Standing at 160 centimeters, weighing 48 kilograms. Her measurements elicited a derisive snort from Sky. The pressure of his grip intensified. Old Wang remained unfazed. A true warrior confronts the ravages of shockwave and dares to face the allure of the widow. What a juxtaposition of suffering and bliss. Embracing the notion that this is a form of cultivation, Old Wang, with an artistic appreciation, scanned Natasha, adhering to the principles of the red-haired skeleton and white bones. This was merely the first step of observation and inquiry. A seasoned practitioner, he discerned without the need for vital energy that Natasha's injuries had nearly healed, though not entirely. Impatient to investigate, one might wonder if she had been thinking of him. At the time, Old Wang had administered vital energy to Natasha, meticulously controlling the dosage. Minor ailments require minor treatments. Moderate ailments necessitate significant care, and major illnesses demand control. In most cases, such an approach proves remarkably effective. Very well. The shop is open for business, welcoming patrons from all walks of life, including S.H.I.L.D. Old Wang gestured invitingly. We have no need for Indian aphrodisiacs or Durex, beautiful miss. What is it that you seek? I am injured, gravely so, Natasha replied, rubbing her chest, appearing genuinely pained and pitiable. I have heard that Master Wang is the finest traditional Chinese medicine practitioner in America. Could you assist me? My fees are quite steep. Old Wang replied with a hint of modesty. Rest assured, money is no object, Natasha assured him. This is a work-related injury. The organization will cover it entirely. Does S.H.I.L.D. truly concern itself with such trifles? Come here, let me take a look. Old Wang beckoned, remaining seated. It seems as though Natasha is summoning her pet, and she sways her waist as she approaches Old Wang. He raises his hand and reaches towards Natasha's chest. 10 minutes later, Old Wang shakes his hand, which was almost bruised by Sky, with a look of helplessness. She is in pain in her chest. Of course. I must examine it. Please refrain from jumping to conclusions. Every painful area must be thoroughly examined. I am quite ethical in my profession. I'm not foolish enough to flirt with one woman in front of another. He inspects her chest, back, waist, hips, thighs, and calves, noting multiple injuries and internal damage. A normal person would not survive 5 minutes. TSK, how fortunate to have a master to save you. Otherwise, even with your physical constitution, you wouldn't last an hour. Old Wang shakes his head in admiration, his face filled with reverence. Such a master is truly remarkable. One does not encounter someone of such caliber once in a millennium. He must be over 100 years old, a grandmaster indeed. To have met such a grandmaster, Romanov agent, you are exceedingly fortunate. May I inquire if you possess his contact information? Chapter 50. You have an illness. I have the remedy as Natasha tidies her disheveled clothing. She cannot help but roll her eyes. Are you suggesting that Kunlun Iron Fist has lived for over a century, having experienced the era of Captain America? Moreover, your exaggerated performance indicates that you likely know Iron Fist, probably as his disciple. Why the pretense? Furthermore, praising your master in such a manner is quite shameless. Sky's grip on her shoulder tightens. Ha, Old Wang, your various ways of self-praise are truly brazen. Yet, what you say is indeed the truth. As I share the same sentiment. Regrettably, that Grand Master saved me and then departed. My external injuries have healed, yet the internal wounds to my heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys still require considerable attention. Without that Grand Master's assistance, even in the finest hospital, it would take at least a month to heal, accompanied by potential aftereffects. Natasha gazes at Old Wang with tear-filled eyes, exuding a sense of profound pity. Master Wang, there cannot be many Grand Masters like that, can there? Do you know him? Could you possibly introduce me? Rest assured, money is not an issue. I do not know him. And besides, is a Grand Master a greedy individual? Their pursuits are not of such nature. Old Wang expresses a longing to know the Grand Master, helplessly raising his hands. The Grand Master is like a dragon from Eastern legends, elusive and variable. It is not within our power to meet him. However, I can inquire. Our circle is relatively well informed. Perhaps we might locate him. Natasha blinks. Master Wang, are you implying that it is not easy for you to meet Iron Fist as well? Furthermore, you have an organization, presumably Kunlun? Although you cannot meet Iron Fist at will, you can contact others from Kunlun. Is that correct? Kunlun appears to be quite formidable. There must be many individuals involved. Also, to meet Iron Fist, money alone is insufficient. One must acquire rare treasures that cannot be bought with wealth. Natasha ponders for a moment, biting her lip. Yet, I fear I may not have the patience to wait. Master Wang, can you heal my injuries? She yearns to test the capabilities of this Master Wang once more. Master Wang's words hinted at a desire to collaborate with S.H.I.L.D. likely under the influence of Iron Fist or Kunlun. What could their intentions be? In this world, there are no unaccounted-for pawns, nor are there acts of goodwill without motive. A mysterious organization that may have existed for centuries suddenly takes such actions. What could be the underlying reason? SHIELD's understanding of Kunlun is alarmingly sparse. Perhaps through this Master Wang, the obscurity surrounding Kunlun might be unveiled. Whether adversarial or cooperative, it is imperative to gather ample intelligence. An imbalance in information could lead to dire consequences. You're gravely injured. While I can heal you, the efficacy may not surpass that of a reputable hospital. Old Wang remarked with a shrug. Natasha contemplated this. Did he wish to conceal his true strength? If he spoke the truth, then Master Wang indeed had a mastery over Qi, albeit significantly inferior to that of Iron Fist. This revelation was still alarming. How many such individuals existed within Kunlun? A handful, dozens, or perhaps hundreds. Natasha felt a tinge of disappointment. The technology division of SHIELD could hardly mend her injuries in mere days. She was no Captain America, lacking such formidable regenerative abilities. The director had resolved to confront Hydra. At such a crucial moment, her diminished strength due to injury was unacceptable. It was then that Old Wang interjected. While my abilities may be lacking, it does not imply that my remedies are ineffective. You are unwell, and I possess the means to heal you, albeit at a slightly elevated cost. With a snap of his fingers, he summoned Sky to retrieve a jar of the storied Izila's vintage, aged for 72 years. Certainly. Sky paused her work and ventured to the back, retrieving a jar from the highest shelf, its antique appearance exuding elegance and sophistication. Feel free to indulge, with no limitations. By the time you finish, your injuries should be healed. Old Wang glanced at the label, which read a staggering sum of 1 million. Sky clutched the jar as if it were a precious treasure, fearful that Natasha might attempt to seize it. Payment up front, no negotiations for this modest business. Natasha examined the label, where a clear figure of 1 followed by 5 zeros was inscribed. Miss, are you unable to count? It is clearly 100,000, not a million. A million is indeed substantial. Although she was a legendary agent of SHIELD, her monthly salary was not exceedingly high. Compensation was based on rank rather than renown. She was not the director, with no opportunity for embezzlement. Over her years with SHIELD, her savings had not amassed to 1 million. Of course, for SHIELD, that amount was hardly significant. Surely the director would approve, considering even a single hair from a prominent figure could outweigh her entire frame. Yet the pressing question remained. Could this remedy truly heal her wounds? If it could, the investment would be worthwhile. Her current state was critical, and the difference between being healed and remaining injured would greatly impact her forthcoming endeavors. 10 million would not compare to that. Yet, what if it did not work? No matter how affluent SHIELD was, they could not afford to be gullible, lest they become a joke to Hydra. In that moment, Natasha found herself engulfed in uncertainty. After some contemplation, she concluded that it should not be regarded as a significant matter. After all, in most instances, the cost of a single operation or the price for damages far exceeds 1 million. Given the paramount importance of Kunlun Iron Fist, would the director truly be concerned about a mere 100,000? If they could successfully invite Iron Fist to join SHIELD or the soon-to-be formed Avengers, even 100 million would be a trivial expenditure for the director. A quick phone call, and the transfer could be completed within 10 minutes. Natasha did not bargain, as she did not wish to create discord with Master Wang over such a paltry sum and tarnish her impression. After all, it was not her own money. She did not even inquire about Master Wang's account number. If SHIELD could not uncover that, they would have long been disbanded and unable to maintain their current standing. Old Wang was quite satisfied and cast a glance at Sky. What was this 72-year-old cellar-aged liquor? In truth, it was merely ergotu diluted with boiled water, and the ratio was quite remarkable. He then added 110 drops of essence. Yes, 110 drops. At the time, Old Wang had added 1 drop to a bottle of ergotu, shaken it, and then poured it into 10 jars, filling them with water. To his astonishment, Sky blinked, and the price jumped from 100,000 to 1 million, a staggering 10-fold increase. This was utterly excessive. Old Wang sprang up from his recliner, beaming as he pointed to the jars piled high at the back, saying, "Drink it up and come back for more, but act quickly, or it will soon be gone. This is a limited edition, only 10 jars available." As Natasha was on the phone reporting to the egg, she sensed something amiss upon hearing this. Priced at 100, 000, yet selling for 1 million, and so casually offering 10 jars. How did it feel more like selling cheap beer in bulk than high-end medicinal liquor? Was there a possibility of deceit? Little did she know, old Wang's voice was quite loud, and the egg, with sharp ears, caught the words, responding in a deep, magnetic tone. I'll buy it. Give me a 50 discount. A swift deal of 5 million was at hand. Director, you are truly wealthy. Have you hit the lottery? Natasha did not question the reasoning behind it and turned to old Wang, stating, Master Wang, if you could offer a 40 discount, I would take all this essence liquor. By the way, what will you do with that remaining 10? Buy cosmetics? Old Wang was intrigued. Director Natasha, you intentionally lowered your voice. I could barely hear it, yet you caught every word. How'd you manage that? Do you have a hearing aid at such a young age? All right, 50 it is. Natasha initially intended to save the remaining 100,000 for SHIELD, hoping to secure a portion as her year-end bonus. Even Black Widow had her living expenses. Wasn't T. Coulson saying there was now technology for scar removal? It was time to save for her bikini. However, for now, winning over Iron Fist took precedence. Sky wished to increase the price, but old Wang had already extended his left hand to seal the deal. One must not be greedy. Moderation is key. Patience will yield greater rewards. There will be plenty of opportunities for business in the future. One should not jeopardize significant ventures over a trivial sum. Old Wang was not lacking in funds. A few million were inconsequential. Chapter 51, Apologies, but you cannot afford my essence. Indeed, SHIELD was not short on money. The 5 million was swiftly transferred. Natasha, with a stern countenance, drove away carrying 10 jars filled with boiled water mixed with ergo-2. Sky, delightfully observing the balance in her account transition from single digits to a staggering 7 figures, beamed with joy. It was the first time in her life she had encountered such a sum. How much ergo-2 and boiled water could this purchase? That dilapidated truck could be cast aside in favor of a new, opulent, post-apocalyptic battle vehicle fit for a zombie apocalypse. The old laptop was to be replaced with the latest model, a server-grade masterpiece. The phone was to be exchanged for the newly released Banana 1 horsepower. As for old Wang, he too could be replaced. Oh wait, this one would remain, as it was still brand new and unused. Sky felt an unprecedented happiness, a rare joy in her life. However, her elation was short-lived, as old Wang calmly remarked, leave 1 million, and find a way to transfer the rest to Eli and Lucy without leaving traces so that SHIELD cannot track it. Very well, Sky felt deflated and reluctant. I haven't even warmed up yet, having known him for 3 years. She understood old Wang well. The calmer his tone, the more seriously she took his words. His decisions were immutable, just as wolves hunt silently. Perhaps pandas are similarly discreet when capturing bamboo rats. Change the car, the computer, the phone, the clothes, and the cosmetics. You may exchange anything you desire, freely. After a brief pause, old Wang added, use the remaining funds to pay the rent for this shop for 6 months in one go, and then rent an apartment. Buying furniture. Being a house slave is preferable to being a car slave. Can you truly live in a truck for a lifetime? Of course not. Previously, she could not afford it, but now that circumstances had changed, she deserved to treat herself better. Sky's fingers danced across the keyboard, but moments later, her expression fell. She sorrowfully realized that after all was said and done, the 1 million had evaporated, leaving her unable to procure anything substantial in the way of a new vehicle. Earning money was effortless, yet spending it proved even easier. After a while, feeling quite disheartened, Sky recalled something and, with a hint of envy, asked Wang, isn't Romanoff's physique quite impressive? Is her skin smooth? Does she smell delightful? I bet she feels wonderful to the touch. Do you genuinely believe I am taking advantage of Black Widow? Old Wang scoffed, standing with an air of mystery, his gaze profound. I am merely assessing her physical condition. Sky retorted, are you planning to delve deeper into your examination for 3 days and nights? You, my dear comrade, harbor impure thoughts that must be corrected. Old Wang replied sternly, his demeanor serious as he admonished her. Am I truly that sort of person? Black Widow's physique is abnormal, distinctly different from that of an ordinary person. It is highly likely she has undergone certain special modifications. As an experienced traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, I must be responsible for my patients. You are indeed that sort of person, Sky chuckled, unable to suppress her curiosity. So, what were the results? Her constitution is significantly stronger than that of an average individual. She has likely undergone certain enhancements. Old Wang pondered for a couple of seconds before continuing. However, compared to the Winter Soldier, she is still lacking considerably. For over 60 years, the Super Soldier program has been pursued by countless individuals. Yet none have succeeded in replicating the serum. The Winter Soldier remains the most successful version. In the past, the version of the Super Soldier Serum created by Dr. Erkins vanished entirely following his untimely demise. Subsequently, nearly all related experiments pertain to the Super Soldier Serum, either directly or indirectly inspired by it. The Winter Soldier falls into the former category, possessing physical capabilities rivaling those of Captain America, while Black Widow pales in comparison. Naturally, having consumed the essence infused within the 10 jars of liquor taken from Old Wang, his physical prowess should witness a slight enhancement. Though he may not match the Winter Soldier, his overall strength will undoubtedly increase significantly. However, to attain greater power, continued consumption is essential. It is not that Old Wang holds disdain for SHILD. If they were to indulge freely, they would indeed struggle to afford it. Stark Industries would find it equally burdensome, whereas Wakanda might manage better. Wakanda truly is the affluent powerhouse. Forging connections there is paramount. Old Wang, shall we continue selling the essence-infused liquor? Sky, on one hand, relishes the thrill of substantial earnings, often in the millions, yet on the other, she laments the dwindling supply of essence liquor. The remaining amount is insufficient for the three of us, Old Wang, Sky, and Gab. The three of them have yet to fully harness their physical potential within the bounds of legality and morality. Should they continue to drink, their physical attributes would consistently improve. While claiming to be exceedingly powerful might be an exaggeration, reaching the level of the gods of the wilderness is certainly within reach, and they would undoubtedly surpass Captain America in ferocity. Old Wang leads the trio, followed by Sky, with Gab partaking the least. The monk's primary focus is self-cultivation. The stronger the physique, the more formidable the individual. Sky aspires to become Quake, and her abilities impose significant strain on her body. Thus, a stronger physique would prolong her power and enhance its impact. As for Gab, he is destined for Stanford or Berkeley, so a modest intake suffices. Robbie requires no enhancement. Being the Ghost Rider, his singular focus is vengeance. Recently, he has been traversing the city in his flashy Dodge Charger each night. Though he has yet to take action, he is no longer alone. He is part of an organization, and impulsive actions are ill-advised. Strategy is essential. Identifying potential targets. He will inform Sky, who will diligently research and formulate a plan, such as disabling surveillance to safeguard the identity of the Ghost Rider. In a bustling metropolis like New York, beneath its glamour lies a shocking filth. To the spirit of vengeance, at least half of New York's populace bears guilt. However, Robbie will not allow chaos to reign. He adheres to his own standards of judgment. Petty theft does not warrant a death sentence. Only those who cause significant harm will find themselves on Robbie's list of targets for retribution. Old Wang remains indifferent to vigilante endeavors. Truth be told, he has little interest. Should he encounter a situation, he might intervene, for order is preferable to chaos, yet he will not actively seek out such opportunities. In a world that is too pure, there are no fish. In a person too discerning, there are no followers. Where there is no evil, there can be no goodness. The sage does not perish, nor does the thief cease to exist. A perfect world is neither paradise nor hell, but rather a realm that encapsulates both attributes of heaven and hell. Within it exist good people, bad people, and, more commonly, ordinary individuals who are neither wholly good nor wholly bad. This is the vibrant tapestry of humanity. Ultimately, Old Wang embodies a philosophy of lawful neutrality. Sky is a young woman with a pronounced sense of justice. Over the past 2 years, her involvement with the Rising Tide organization has fostered an increased sense of social responsibility, leading her to lean towards a disposition of lawful good while maintaining a foundation of lawful neutrality. As for Robbie, he was initially an ordinary individual of lawful neutrality, but has now transformed into the vengeful spirit known as the Ghost Rider, heavily influenced by the spirit of vengeance, thus shifting towards a more lawful evil alignment. The role of vigilante suits him well. Despite their differences, the three of them generally align with the principles of order. The Ghost Rider can only grow in strength through relentless vengeance. Consequently, Old Wang supports Robbie, encouraging Sky to assist him in his endeavors. The essence liquor is undoubtedly a commodity to be sold. After all, how else would one generate profit? Old Wang then shifts the conversation. Sky, who has Robbie set his sights on? Chapter 52. In addition to essence liquor, I also sell people. Natasha had never felt as anxious as she did today. Though she was not trembling, her heart, having been twisted countless times, felt as if it were lodged in her throat. 5 million may not seem substantial, yet the value of this essence liquor could very well surpass that sum for SHIELD. Hydra has infiltrated SHIELD IELD. And although her actions are solely accountable to Director Fury, who is the only one privy to them, she could not dismiss the possibility of being detected. SHIELD's intelligence network has always been formidable, and as a legendary operative, she would undoubtedly be a primary target for Hydra's infiltrators, with every move scrutinized, leaving her susceptible to life-threatening dangers. No one could guarantee that her recent movements had not been tracked or that her investigations had not been monitored. Caution is paramount. Natasha dared not let her guard down for even a moment. Suddenly, she sensed something amiss. Traffic had come to a standstill. How could this be? She had chosen the best route in advance, relying on satellite navigation. This is bad. Danger looms. Instinctively, Natasha sought to evade. Bang! Bang! A series of gunshots rang out, followed by a sharp, piercing sound. The bulletproof glass shattered. A splash of crimson blood erupted, staining the glass in a vivid scarlet. Snipers, at least 2 of them. Without needing to look, Natasha knew that snipers were concealed in some high-rise room or even on the rooftop of the buildings flanking her. Evident from the height differential of the bullets piercing through the 2 panes of glass. Abandoning the vehicle was imperative. The confined space offered no sanctuary from the sniper's gaze. The bulletproof glass and car frame could not withstand specially designed armor-piercing rounds. The only option was to risk abandoning the vehicle and seeking refuge in the adjacent structure. Natasha hesitated not for a single second, although even an operative of her caliber would find it exceedingly challenging to evade the lethal shots of at least 2 elite snipers. She had no choice but to take the gamble. Otherwise, she would be left to await her demise. It was evident that Hydra was behind this. Yet, she could not discern whether these individuals were after her or the essence liquor in the vehicle. If it were the former, only she would be in peril. If the latter, then Master Wang would undoubtedly be in greater danger than herself. No, Hydra would not kill Master Wang. They would only take him away. Whether it is for the formidable Kunlun Iron Fist behind Master Wang or the pursuit of more exquisite essence wine. The living Master Wang holds far greater value than the deceased. At that moment, Natasha heard the incessant crack of gunfire. From the surrounding vehicles, armed individuals surged forth, firing in her direction. Fortunately, these assailants were equipped only with handguns and submachine guns, their ammunition lacking the potency of armor-piercing rounds. Thus, for the time being, it would be difficult to penetrate the bulletproof glass and reinforced chassis produced by the Ministry of Technology. However, this made it clear that abandoning the vehicle was not an option. Unlike the Winter Soldier or Iron Fist, her flesh and blood form could not withstand a direct confrontation with such well-equipped and highly trained elite soldiers. Was she to await her demise? No. Suddenly, Natasha's eyes flickered, catching sight of a lithe figure. It was a robust man clad in a form-fitting black combat suit, wielding a specially designed high-tech composite bow and carrying a quiver filled with over 20 meticulously crafted arrows. Standing nearly 190 centimeters tall, he possessed no excess flesh. His exposed arms were muscular, radiating an explosive sense of power. He dashed across the adjacent Chinese structure with agility and swiftness. This whirlwind of man swiftly knocked an arrow, drew the bowstring, and released it in a flash. The lethal projectile soared through the air, targeting a distant window. A warm smile graced Natasha's lips. Undoubtedly, a sniper had been neutralized. Clint, she whispered softly, the name of a profoundly reliable and trustworthy individual who had altered the trajectory of her life. It was he who had persuaded her to leave her former organization and join S.H. Clint Barton, also known as Hawkeye, a level 7 agent of S.H.I.L.D., the most remarkable marksman in the world, in her eyes, without question. With his arrival, fear was no longer a concern. Suddenly, 2 pistols materialized in Natasha's hands. Contre-attaque, commence. Each arrow was a harbinger of death. In terms of combat, Hawkeye, proficient in both close and range combat, was far more formidable than Black Widow. While his arrows may not fly faster than bullets, they were undoubtedly more precise. Complemented by his extraordinary reflexes, hand-eye coordination, and rare computational prowess, ensuring he had never missed a shot. Isaaki Elave placed great emphasis on unity and collaboration, and few agents possessed the privilege of acting independently. Black Widow was one, and Hawkeye was another. Now, they were once again fighting side by side, akin to the 4 legendary detectives who had suddenly joined forces. Bullets flew, and arrows whizzed through the air. SHIELD's support was not limited to Hawkeye alone. A dozen elite agents materialized, swiftly eliminating numerous Hydra operatives. Natasha then realized it was no mere coincidence. This was not a trap. If the intent was to use her, or even Master Wang, as bait to lure Hydra into action, there was no need for concealment. She trusted that the director believed in her capabilities. Should she take on the role of an actress, she was confident she could captivate audiences as a Hollywood star, successfully deceiving Hydra's watchful eyes. It is more likely that they are falling into a trap. Director Fury is aware of his own movements. He has been monitoring himself and has noticed the actions of Hydra, which is why he dispatched Hawkeye and others for support. If that is the case, the director may not have the time to contemplate or assist Master Wang. Could something happen on his end? The battle concluded swiftly. Natasha, no. We must head to the Azeroth specialty store. Ignoring the pain in her left side, Natasha resolutely declared that Hydra would undoubtedly not spare Master Wang. And we must rescue him. Master Wang? Hawkeye paused, confused about his identity as he was on leave. The director decided to confront Hydra. S-H-I-E-L-D. Needed him. However, upon arriving at S-H-I-L-D, he was assigned a task to assist Agent Romanoff. Beyond this, he was unaware of anything else. So, what exactly transpired during my days off? Master Wang is associated with someone of great significance, someone who must be cultivated. Natasha opened the back seat, lifted a jar, and took several generous swigs before wiping her mouth and earnestly stating to Clint, Master Wang is a Chinese martial arts master, akin to Shang-Chi, though perhaps not as formidable. I will call him. Natasha picked up her phone and dialed. Just as she was about to speak, the call connected. Thank God. It seems Hydra has not yet made a move. Natasha quickly said, Master Wang, Hydra may pose a threat to you. You need to find a place to hide immediately. We will be there shortly. Hydra? Are you referring to those guys? Came a muffled grunt from the other end, followed by Old Wang's light-hearted voice. There are a total of 7, all alive. I was just about to ask you, how much would S-H-E-L-D pay for these guys? Natasha was taken aback. Chapter 53, Old Wang and 7 Men. Robbie has recently been investigating a blind organization, seemingly linked to drug production and trafficking. Sky, while browsing an online shopping interface and saving items she liked, absent-mindedly remarked, that blind organization is in Hell's Kitchen up north, all with Eastern features, your compatriots. Blindness, drug production, Hell's Kitchen, Easterners. Old Wang had a good idea of who it was. Nodding, he said, open the door, continue operations. Sky hurried to open the door. It was already evening, and since Old Wang had just closed shop, there weren't many people around. Old Wang rubbed his stomach. It wasn't he as round as it used to be due to hunger. How is this possible? Apologies for my previous life as a panda. A renowned hero should not go hungry. Has the Qing dynasty fallen, or is the empire out of supplies? He pondered. He decided to buy 2 servings of bamboo shoots and braised pork rice from Lao Li's 2 streets away, and then head to the bun shop at the east end of the street to buy 10 big buns with dried bamboo shoot filling. Old Wang glanced at Sky's computer, which remained open with numerous tabs, one of which was surprisingly about cosmetics, priced at $99 without shipping. This girl has even learned to adorn herself. Previously, she could barely manage to wash her face, and now her standards have elevated so much. Truly, money is a demon that leads one to corruption. She can really eat. Sky mumbled, shutting the computer and pulling out a few bills from the drawer before heading out. Old Wang casually grabbed a bottle of bamboo leaf wine and moved a lounge chair to the doorway, adopting a more comfortable reclining position. A general must not be without his armor, and a panda cannot thrive without its wine. The body belongs to humanity, yet the habits are those of the panda people. Old Wang's passion for wine was cultivated from the tender age of 3 in his first life, honed through over 20 years of existence on Earth. A decade of brewing in the world of Warcraft, and 18 years of fermentation within the Marvel Universe, thus becoming deeply entrenched in his being. The monk possesses numerous skills that require the presence of wine to be employed. For others, drinking is a hobby. For Old Wang, it is a necessity. The fragrant beauty of fine wine paired with the glow of the setting sun presents a unique charm. If it were to remain this way, it would be quite pleasant. Alas, there are always those who seek to disrupt such rare beauty. The sound of somewhat heavy footsteps approached, and Old Wang took a sip of his drink, remaining as calm as ever. Hey, boss, do you have medicinal wine? The kind every man needs. 7 men surrounded Old Wang, their demeanor starkly contrasting with the amiable atmosphere. A trench coat concealed their robust physiques, along with body armor, handguns, and tactical knives. One of them approached Old Wang's left side, his gaunt face resembling one sculpted by the wind, exuding a palpable masculinity. This man was not to be underestimated. A handgun was discreetly pressed against Old Wang's lower back as he lowered his voice, saying, the kind bought by Black Widow. Hand it all over if you wish to remain alive. Yes. Feeling the firmness at his back, Old Wang remained unperturbed, slowly rising and making his way inside. Flanked by the 5 imposing figures, the other 2 men shut the door, sealing off the outside world as if isolating 2 disparate realms. Sky, however, had not ventured far when he suddenly recalled that he had yet to ask Old Wang what soup he desired. Winter bamboo shoot with pickled mustard greens and yellow fish soup. Or spring bamboo shoot, pork rib, and egg soup. Old Wang was quite easygoing, indifferent to most things, yet 2 matters could not be trifled with. One was drink, and the other was food. He relished wine, congee, and soup, with bamboo shoot soup being his favorite, distinguishing between winter and spring bamboo shoots. Frugality was a principle for him. Although Old Wang was quite capable of earning money, most of his earnings were spent on food and drink. He often said one must never let their stomach suffer, and thus, after living alone for several years, he had saved little. Just as he turned around, he spotted 7 robust men escorting Old Wang into the establishment and closing the door behind them. Old Wang has such a hobby. Sky's expression turned peculiar. Isn't this a bit extreme? Can he handle it? Each of the 7 men was muscular, standing around 6 feet tall, with a mix of American faces, Russian beards, Caucasians, and African Americans. The sky had not yet fully darkened. Was it truly necessary to be so open? Yet upon reflection, Old Wang indeed seemed capable of handling the situation. With the physique of a martial arts master, he could perform feats like breaking stones with his chest, even in times of financial hardship. Sky recalled a time when he had discussed the culinary uses of winter bamboo shoots with Old Wang in a truck. When fatigue set in, Old Wang had not left, and in the dead of night, something had awakened him, causing discomfort. 7 men, surely Old Wang could manage them, right? Wait, what was the point of this? This was certainly not the crux of the issue. Sky hurriedly dashed away. However, just as he reached the door, he heard heavy breathing and creaking sound from within, akin to the collapse of a bed. Something was amiss. In a quaint little shop, there were no beds, only the wooden floor and shelves. Are you truly this desperate, Wang? This cannot stand. Old Wang's orientation must be corrected, Sky declared, lifting his leg to kick the door. Suddenly, the sound of heavy breathing lingered, yet the vibrations ceased. What a disappointment. Sky mused, momentarily stunned. How long has it been? 30 seconds? It seems unlikely. From the moment the door closed, it had barely been 25 seconds. With 7 men present, each would have had less than 4 seconds. Wait, that calculation seems off. Sky's expression shifted, and he turned to leave. Such a fine young man should not stray from the path. Just as he took his first step, a calm voice called out, just in time. Come in and lend a hand. Startled, Sky hesitated. Wang, haven't you all finished? Besides, there are 8 of you men and just me, a woman. What assistance can I possibly offer? What do you intend to do? You shall utilize your greatest skill. Binding, Wang replied matter-of-factly. Half an hour later, under the cloak of night, a vehicle halted outside the Azeroth specialty shop. The door swung open, revealing a long, slender leg adorned in black. Natasha, her waist hastily wrapped, gracefully approached the entrance. Hawkeye followed closely, his keen eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Faced with the closed door, Natasha hesitated for a brief moment before knocking. The door was unlocked. Hawkeye paused, contemplating. Although the call had assured them of safety, one could never be too cautious. Perhaps Master Wang had been ensnared by Hydra operatives, luring S.H.I.E.L.D. agents into a trap, with ambush awaiting within. Caution was imperative. Hawkeye subtly shook his head, drawing his bowstring taut. Natasha wavered, acknowledging the reality. Although Master Wang was a martial arts master, he was not impervious to bullets. A well-trained sniper could easily dispatch someone who was merely skilled in combat. If Hydra had made a move, how could Master Wang possibly remain unharmed? It was likely a trap. Natasha exchanged a glance with Hawkeye, who blinked in understanding. Several S.H.I.E.L.D. agents took strategic positions, weapons drawn, alert, and prepared. With a sudden kick, Natasha burst through the shop door, instantly striking a pose. Dual pistols drawn and ready to fire. What was happening? 7 robust men were bound together by relatively thin ropes, their binding technique evidently unprofessional. Yet none of the men resisted, which was peculiar. Upon closer inspection, each man had their mouths stuffed with some incomprehensible object, rendering them unable to shout, only able to emit muffled sounds. Their bulletproof vests, handguns, and tactical knives, all exquisite products of Stark Industries, lay discarded in a heap. Even more bizarrely, their limbs were twisted in ways that seemed utterly impossible, as if they had been dislocated. Master Wang, what is the meaning of this? Natasha suddenly realized that she had perhaps underestimated this slightly pudgy martial arts master. As you can see, I have rendered them incapable of using their hands and feet and gagged them to prevent any self-harm. Old Wang reclined in his chair, gazing up at Natasha as she approached, feeling as though she radiated light, much like a heap of glimmering gold coins. I have captured 7 Hydra agents for you. How much do you intend to compensate me? Furthermore, you have damaged my reinforced magic door. How do you plan to make amends? Chapter 54. 3 conditions, 8 million. What on earth is reinforced magic? And a magic door? Master Wang, your ability to speak untruths with such ease rivals even that of the director. Natasha mused inwardly, scrutinizing the scene. The small shop bore the scars of fierce conflict. 3 rows of shelves lay toppled, their contents utterly ruined. Durex littered the floor. While Master Wang was splattered with medicinal liquor, sauce, toothpaste, shampoo, and Indian aphrodisiac, not to mention numerous wounds and blood covering his body. Sky was tearfully administering first aid, wrapping his injuries. He was indeed hurt, and it appeared to be severe. His complexion was poor, and his breathing labored. Clearly, Master Wang's battle had not been as effortless as his tone suggested. His strength was evidently nowhere near that of the Iron Fist. Had it been Iron Fist in this scenario, the confrontation would have concluded within 10 seconds, without a scratch. Nevertheless, Master Wang was formidable in his own right. Even if he were unscathed, he could likely only achieve this level of prowess. No wonder he was reputed as a disciple of the Iron Fist. Natasha silently compared their abilities. Master Wang was young, lazy, lacking in combat experience, and prone to greed and vanity. In terms of fighting capability, he was likely on par with herself. However, in a life-or-death struggle, even without her full Black Widow arsenal, she had confidence in her ability to defeat him, though she would likely emerge severely wounded. The Iron Fist, on the other hand, was robust with age, exuding mastery, seasoned in combat experience, composed, eager to assist, and far superior in fighting ability. Even with her complete Black Widow gear, her chances of victory would be nearly zero. Master Wang still had a long way to go before he could compare with Iron Fist. The 7 individuals will be handed over to us, and SHIELD will express its gratitude and provide compensation. A voice from her earpiece, deliberately lowered, indicated a precaution against eavesdropping. Natasha was well aware, responding with promises. In this day and age, a fatality on a construction site could warrant a compensation of hundreds of thousands of dollars. It was said that Master Wang's homeland was slightly cheaper, yet still around $100,000, let alone when it came to Hydra agents. These were all trained assassins, each with a cultivation cost and full equipment amounting to at least $1 million, and the director was currently preoccupied with Hydra, perhaps able to extract valuable intelligence from these individuals. SHIELD could not afford to miss this opportunity. After some contemplation, considering Master Wang's injuries and the losses to the shop, Natasha proposed a rather reasonable figure. For the 7 individuals plus compensation, a total of 8 million, to be transferred within 2 hours. Agreed. Old Wang was not particularly sensitive to numbers. As long as it sufficed, 8 million was no trifling sum, even if it didn't match what Tony Stark earned in a single day. He nodded, adding, "Additionally, I have a few conditions." "Speak," Natasha replied, her ear attuned to listen. Old Wang raised his left index finger. "Firstly, I hope SHIELD can provide high-quality surveillance equipment that covers a radius of 10 kilometers. In order to prevent incidents like today's from recurring, I believe this should not pose a problem for SHIELD. 3 kilometers. Natasha echoed in a low murmur. SHIELD is a vast organization conducting 24-hour real-time surveillance on numerous individuals and significant locations, thus possessing a substantial demand for monitoring devices. Most of these surveillance tools are procured from the world's most renowned audiovisual technology companies, albeit modified by SHIELD's tech department to surpass the conventional market offerings in quality, albeit at a premium price. However, over the years, many of SHIELD's devices have been updated, leaving a surplus of older equipment that has yet to find a new purpose. Donating a portion could be an option, but the inventory is limited. It is not that they cannot cover a 10-kilometer radius, but rather that such an expense seems unnecessary. No matter how affluent, one cannot afford to be wasteful. Despite being outdated, these devices are still of excellent quality and would surely meet Master Wang's requirements. That is sufficient. Old Wang, well versed in the art of negotiation, extended his middle finger. Secondly, I would like to custom order equipment from SHIELD at a more favorable price. The tech department of SHIELD boasts a plethora of talented individuals who invent dozens of new devices each year, each a masterpiece in its own right. Although Old Wang is immensely powerful, he understands the value of efficiency when high technology can provide a solution. There is no need to reveal his own strength. Furthermore, certain high-tech equipment possesses unique capabilities that cannot be replaced by even the most formidable skills. Listening attentively to Wang's murmurs, Natasha responded, "Not all equipment can be custom-made. SHIELD will have its criteria. That is only natural." Old Wang smiled, raising his third finger. "Thirdly, I hope to establish a degree of intelligence, sharing, or exchange with SHIELD. Natasha paused, raising an eyebrow. "For instance, SHIELD possesses the world's premier intelligence network. What could you, Master Wang, or even your backing force, Kunlun, possibly offer in return? This world harbors countless secrets, and even deities who have existed for 5 millennia cannot know them all. Founded over 60 years ago, SHIELD has undoubtedly accumulated the most secrets globally, but 60 years is but a fleeting moment in the grand tapestry of civilization." Natasha's body stiffened. On the other end of the line, the one-eyed egg's eyes widened suddenly. His breath halted for 3 seconds. Then, taking a deep breath, he whispered, "Agree to his terms. The sum of $8 million would arrive in under 2 hours. SHIELD's liquidity evidently surpasses that of many multinational corporations within the Fortune 500. Of this amount, $5 million would be funneled through various channels to Eli and Lucy in Puerto Rico. With these funds, procuring the necessary equipment and materials for the laboratory would no longer be confined to theoretical aspirations, especially regarding the dark scriptures and the framework studies. Old Wang harbors high hopes for SHIELD, yet he cannot repeatedly draw upon SHIELD's coffers. After all, SHIELD is not the Federal Reserve or a major banking institution, nor does it rival Stark Industries, which leaves Old Wang's grand ambitions far from fully satisfied. The king of Wakanda, the Black Panther, stands as one of the wealthiest individuals in the world. However, even his vast fortune pales in comparison to the collective wealth of the planet's 7 billion inhabitants. One cannot merely exploit a single sheep relentlessly. What happens when winter arrives and it perishes? With 7 billion sheep, taking just a handful from each would suffice to establish 10 clandestine laboratories devoted to arcane knowledge. Frameworks that serve the public can yield unimaginable profits. Moreover, out of the 2 million, aside from reserving 100,000 for liquid assets, Old Wang intends to commission high-tech equipment from SHIELD, not just for himself and Sky, but also for Eli and Lucy. The well-being of scientists is paramount. Their safety is of utmost importance. Such funds are trivial in the grand scheme. The future Iron Man requires $600 million merely to build a laboratory. How much more for a Stark Tower? A few $1 million are insufficient even for a single extravagant gamble in Las Vegas or for a component of the Iron Man suit. Wang, I've received all the data on the gangs and criminals in New York. Sky was downloading information from a highly encrypted cloud storage when she suddenly exclaimed, "It's too large. My computer can't handle it. If you need a new computer, just say so. We are wealthy now." Old Wang retrieved a 16 terabytes external hard drive from his pocket and tossed it to her. "Use this for now. Don't delete anything or take a peek." Although he instructed her not to look, the temptation was evident. Despite Old Wang's best efforts to encrypt the hard drive, to a world-class hacker like Sky, his encryption was akin to a joke. Upon connecting the drive and sneaking a glance, Sky exhaled in relief. The contents were primarily photographs of female instructors of various ethnicities, reflecting a diverse range of ages and professions, a testament to Old Wang's perfectly normal inclinations. It accounted for a staggering 2 terabytes of data. Oh, there's also an ORD document. Upon opening it, she found hundreds of websites greeting her. "Old Wang, do you not fear the consequences of your indulgences as the grandmaster of martial arts? I mean, why do you buy toilet paper in bulk? It's wasteful, what a travesty." Once all data was downloaded, Sky meticulously reviewed the contents. The substantial space occupied was due not only to numerous files, but also to an extensive array of accompanying images and videos. One internal folder was labeled Hand Association Madam, occupying 2 gigabytes. Old Wang glanced at it briefly, then wrapped his fingers on the table. "Send it to Robbie." Chapter 55, a trifocal focus on the Hand Association in a clandestine laboratory. Whitehall set down his scalpel after hearing his subordinate's report and pondered for a few moments with his hands clasped behind his back. The most crucial plan remained unfinished. He could not afford to clash with SHIELD at this juncture, lest it provoke the vigilance of the World Security Council. At that point, Pierce would struggle to deceive those cunning politicians. Pierce, along with Garrett, Hill, and others, was fully engaged in delicate negotiations with Fury and Hill, while all undercover operatives remained inactive. The heads of Hydra each had their own agendas. This operation, personally orchestrated by him with the assistance of his far-seeing ally, ultimately ended in failure. The sudden appearance of Hawkeye allowed Black Widow to survive, but not a single jar of the fine wines from the Azeroth specialty shop was seized. Even Master Wang, who was initially presumed to be an easy adversary, exhibited prowess that rivaled Black Widow's, and the fate of the 7 elite agents dispatched remains uncertain. They may have met their demise or been captured by S.H.I.E.L.D., leading to the inevitable leakage of vital intelligence. The emergence of the Kunlun Iron Fist and its astonishing victory over the Winter Soldier made him acutely aware of the formidable power of Qi. Coupled with his pursuit of the Dark Scriptures, this prompted him to target Master Wang and the medicinal wines. Dissecting that immortal mutant granted him similar abilities. It did not endow him with combat prowess surpassing that of an ordinary human. He sought to acquire the power of Qi through the study of the medicinal wines and Master Wang's physique. And he yearned to extract pertinent information regarding Kunlun from Master Wang, harboring grand ambitions. However, with his current failure and the risk of alarming the snakes, S.H.I.E.L.D. would undoubtedly monitor the Azeroth specialty shop and Master Wang closely. For now, it was prudent not to act against Master Wang, as the larger picture must take precedence. S.H.I.E.L.D. would surely investigate the medicinal wines. Given enough time, either Clairvoyant or Pierce would access the findings. But he could not wait and was unwilling to place his hopes in others, even if they were also Hydra operatives. Whitehall flexed his hands. In this world, there exists more than one master of martial arts, and the path to strength is not confined to Qi alone. Hydra's intelligence would surpass that of S.H.I.E.L.D. The connection between the Hand and Kunlun was something he, nearing 90 years of age, knew far more about than that African director. After some contemplation, Whitehall issued 3 consecutive orders: conduct a thorough investigation of the Hand, ascertain the identities and whereabouts of the 5 Fingers, and report back at all times. Establish contact with Pierce and Garrett through clandestine channels. Inform them about an 084 case that the Howling Commandos seized from me, and I must obtain its contents at any cost. At S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Trident headquarters within the director's office. Dumpling adjusted his eye patch after hearing Natasha's report. The name of the Azeroth signature essence wine is truly dreadful. Romanoff, keep a jar for yourself, and send the rest to the technology department. Assign the most outstanding technicians to study it. Standing at attention, Hill presented 2 resumes to Dumpling. The technology department has a heavy workload and cannot spare too many personnel. I suggest we recruit exceptional graduating students from the S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy. These 2 are promising. Dumpling glanced over. Leopold Fitz, specializing in mechanical engineering. Gemma Simmons, focusing on biochemistry. The finest members in the history of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy? Future pillars of the technology department? Let them collaborate with the technology department. Indeed, Director, Hill replied, her expression unchanging. The director clearly placed significant importance on the essence wine while being rather dismissive of Master Wang's requests. How much could 2 ungraduated students truly contribute? Could they possibly rival the scientists of the technology department? Nonetheless, the technology department was currently overwhelmed and understaffed. It was indeed unwise to allocate specialized personnel to create high-tech equipment for outsiders. The director's decision was not without merit. In the dimly lit room, Agent Romanoff was tasked with personally interrogating a member of Hydra, a responsibility that stirred unease in the minds of others. Luke, with his singular eye, fixed his gaze upon Natasha, instructing her to maintain contact with Master Wang and pursue the Hand organization. He urged her to collaborate with Agent Barton and extend assistance as necessary, without the obligation of reporting back to him. Natasha hesitated briefly before asserting, "As for Hydra, I shall handle it." Luke waved her off, and she turned to depart. Hill, observing Luke's stoic demeanor, followed suit, leaving the office eerily silent. Alone, Luke turned his attention to the tumultuous clouds outside, his spirits dampened by the weight of his thoughts. The early S.H.I.E.L.D. had harbored numerous Hydra affiliates, some occupying prestigious positions, serving the agency for decades. Were they truly loyal to S.H.I.E.L.D. or to Hydra? Over the years, how many had they covertly recruited? In the current landscape of S.H.I.E.L.D., how many remained trustworthy? Was S.H.I.E.L.D. H-L-D, still S-H-I-E-L-D, or had it become Hydra? To avert a comprehensive investigation by the World Security Council and to reassure the United Nations and various governments, inquiries into Hydra must remain clandestine. Pierce was diligently maneuvering with the board members of S-H-L-D to suppress the matter, leaving the orchestration of covert operations solely in Luke's hands. The trustworthiness of his subordinates was uncertain. Coulson, Natasha, Barton, Hill, Silvet, Garrett, even Pierce, his superior, might not be entirely reliable. The only individual he could trust was perhaps himself. It was imperative to swiftly assemble the Avengers to confront the escalating threats, including that posed by Hydra. Master Wang and his representatives from Kunlun appeared to harbor animosity towards Hydra, potentially opening avenues for collaboration. Contemplating this, Luke retrieved his communicator and dialed number. Moments later. The call connected. After a brief pause, he spoke. Master Wang, this is Nick Fury. The information you requested has been provided. I seek to understand the origins and current status of Hydra. After a moment of silence, the voice of old Wang resonated on the other end. Hydra, the largest criminal syndicate in the world. Approximately 1,400 years ago, the Kree captured a Maya warrior, conducting experiments with Terrigen Mist, thus creating the first Inhuman hive. This hive possessed the innate ability to dominate the will of other Inhumans, emerging as natural leaders. Joined by other Inhumans and humans, they exiled the hive to a distant planet. Over time, Hydra branched into numerous factions, each diverging in ideology. Presently, Hydra is essentially a faction established during World War II, inspired by Red Skull's interpretation of Hydra's principles, with the ultimate goal of global domination, rather than adhering to the original doctrine. Sever one head, and two will grow in its place. Hydra is everywhere. After concluding the call, a peculiar smile crept onto old Wang's face. Luke's aspiration to exchange information on New York's underworld for details on Hydra was indeed naive. In the end, old Wang divulged only the origins of Hydra. To acquire further intelligence, one must offer valuable information or goods in return. Old Wang rubbed his swollen belly, contemplating his next move. A conversation lasting half an hour unfolded, during which Liu Dan seemed to hint at rallying the Iron Fist behind him to form an Avengers-like alliance, aspiring for a deeper collaboration with Kunlun to confront the Hydra. If I were not an imposter, I might have genuinely consented. Wait a moment, Lao Wang squinted. It is not entirely impossible to become a true Iron Fist and acquire the strength of the Divine Dragon. All of this must commence with the Han Alliance. With so many individuals involved, can Robbie manage them all alone? It appears I must take matters into my own hands. Chapter 56. Madame Gao the night grew deep. Robbie lay in bed, his mind swirling with the events of recent days. Upon his arrival in New York, he intended to seek employment to support himself and Gab. However, he was soon approached by Master Wang, who offered him a position as a delivery man and security guard at the Azeroth specialty shop. Initially, Robbie declined, setting aside his identity as the Ghost Rider, which bestowed upon him extraordinary abilities. He felt a deep-seated aversion to the spirit of vengeance. Yet, this power imbued him with a sense of superiority, and the constant influence of the vengeful spirit led him to believe he bore the right and responsibility to act as a judge, punishing those who deserved it yet remained unpunished. As Master Wang had recently mentioned, echoing the slogan from the book The Stories of 105 Men and 3 Women, execute justice on behalf of God. This sensation of having the power to take lives at will, coupled with the moral high ground from which he surveyed humanity, created an illusion of humility that masked an increasingly elevated demeanor. No matter how formidable an individual might be, they seemed insignificant in his eyes, such as a certain flamboyant bachelor who had recently secured a military contract worth 10 billion only to vanish shortly thereafter. The illustrious Ghost Rider, reduced to the role of a security guard and delivery man. Even without that identity, he was confident in being the finest amateur racer and professional mechanic in Los Angeles, earning a substantial sum each month. What could one possibly earn as a mere grocery store security guard or delivery man? I, Robbie, hold myself in higher regard. However, when Lao Wang informed him that he could receive a vial of essence liquor each month, Robbie immediately acquiesced without hesitation. 1 vial of essence liquor is worth $1 million. That equates to earning $30,000 a day, a sum he could never attain as a mechanic in a month. Such a fortunate opportunity was rare indeed. Naturally, Robbie was not naive. Such a lucrative compensation must come with its own risks, perhaps involving considerable danger. But he was unafraid. The spirit of vengeance proclaimed that the Ghost Rider is immortal. Death posed no concern. At worst, he would claw his way back from hell. a feat not unfamiliar to him. Although Robbie himself had never experienced it, the spirit insisted that his predecessor frequently did. In truth, as long as Master Wang was present. The specialty shop had no need for a security guard, nor did it require a delivery man at the moment. Robbie found himself quite at ease. Aside from training with Master Wang to better harness the abilities of the ghostwriter, he spent most of his time, under the spirit's encouragement, preparing for revenge. Robbie felt a profound sense of purpose. Every moment in this world, countless individuals suffered, unable to exact vengeance for themselves. I seek to avenge them. This is the mission of the ghostwriter. According to the essence of vengeance, those who are guilty must perish. Such a notion is excessively juvenile and radical. Robbie is not a person of that ilk. He has his own ledger to settle. Minor infractions like theft warrant lessons, perhaps a dismemberment or two. However, those who are truly beyond redemption have no right to squander the resources of this world. Ding! The crisp sound of a notification echoed. An email had arrived. Marked prominently in red. Robbie hastily opened his 5-year-old laptop and began to peruse. His expression grew increasingly grave. The Hand Association, an organization that has existed for over a millennium, casts its shadow over many world-shaking disasters. The eruption of Mount Vesuvius, the obliteration of Pompeii, the Tunguska event, and the apocalypse explosion. For more than 1,000 years, the Hand Association has orchestrated countless tragedies steeped in sin. Its members span the globe, encompassing Caucasians, African Americans, Asians, Europeans, and South Americans. Numerous notorious criminal syndicates are mere extensions of the Hand Association, including the Triads, Yakuza, and the Russian Mafia. Madame Gao is one of the 5 fingers of the hand, wielding control over the drug manufacturing and trafficking operations in New York. To prevent any leaks, she has blinded all her workers. How can such malevolent scum exist in this world? Madame Gao almost. Robbie rose and ventured outside. The night in New York was vibrant and bustling, yet beneath the glittering facade lay boundless depravity. Hell's Kitchen, a small, clandestine factory. Over 100 blind individuals of Eastern descent toil along the assembly line. Each has been meticulously taught their specific task. Deprived of sight, they remain oblivious to their actions, the actions of others, and do not even entertain the thought of inquiry. Much like a cult or a pyramid scheme, they're subjected to daily indoctrination, a singular ideology deeply entrenched in their minds. Our work is sacred. Madame Gao has bestowed upon us this employment, granting us sustenance and imbuing our lives with purpose. For Madame Gao, we willingly blind ourselves to ensure that no secrets are divulged and that our work remains undisturbed. Madame Gao is our faith. Without her, we would possess nothing. The atmosphere was eerily quiet, punctuated only by the monotonous sounds of the blind workers, rendering the place a realm devoid of speech. A dozen armed Easterners guarded every entrance and exit, with their leader, Zhou Cheng, prowling the factory, inspecting the labor of the blind. Suddenly, the door swung open. An elderly woman, leaning on a cane, entered with a tremor. She appeared to be at least 70 years old, clad in a black coat and a long black skirt. Her hair meticulously arranged, embodying a figure of discipline, wisdom, and refinement. In truth, she surpassed everyone in the secular world in knowledge. No historian could claim the privilege to discuss history before her. She herself is a representation of history. Madame Gao, this is not a matter you should inquire about. Madame Gao calmly inquired, how fares New York? We have gained control over 1/3 of the drug trade in New York, while another third remains under Wilson Fisk's dominion. And the final third is held by other gangs. Zhou Cheng promptly reported, the Rand Corporation operates smoothly. Harold has been held captive by our men since his resurrection, and his children are entirely unaware that the Rand Corporation belongs to you. With the Rand Corporation providing cover, our drug dealings remain clandestine. Our collaboration with Fisk has been relatively smooth, although he seems to be growing increasingly insubordinate, quietly amassing power. Should we issue a warning? No need, Madame Gao replied. Fisk is an astute man. He understands the limits of my tolerance. As she was about to speak further, she abruptly turned towards a certain exit. A piercing scream of agony echoed through the air, causing Zhou Cheng's heart to clench. He swiftly drew his weapon, growling, "It's Lin Cheng. Something has happened to him. Could it be the New York police? No, we have our people within the precinct, as does Fisk. It must be another gang, the Russian mob, the Yakuza, or the Irish. It is none of them." Madame Gao narrowed her eyes slightly. It is a formidable individual. With a loud crash, the door was kicked open, and Robbie, bound in chains, entered. Chapter 57. I have my limits. It is the ghostwriter. Zhou Cheng exclaimed. Was he not in Los Angeles? How has he come to New York? The ghostwriter? Madame Gao frowned. Having lived for over a millennium, She had never encountered the Ghost Rider in person, but had heard many legends about him. Those who made pacts with the devil still roamed this world. Which one was this? Eliminate him. Without hesitation, Madame Gao commanded her subordinates to open fire and turn to leave. Defeating and killing are two distinct concepts. If he cannot be slain, there was no need to linger in battle. This was New York. Excessive noise would draw the attention of the police and relevant authorities. Although she had allies within the precinct, a major disturbance would be difficult to manage. After all, there were multiple drug factories. Relinquishing this one was inconsequential. Bang! Bang! The relentless gunfire erupted as Zhou Cheng and a dozen subordinates launched an assault, yet Robbie remained unscathed. His eyes were ablaze with hellfire. His head transformed into a flaming skull. Assuming the guise of the Ghost Rider was the perfect disguise, no one could discern his true identity. On this occasion, he did not even call upon his Dodge Charger, fearing exposure. The small-caliber handguns lacked the efficacy to inflict any meaningful harm upon him. Robbie surveyed the scene, swiftly locking onto Madame Gao, who was attempting to escape. With a sudden flourish, he swung his chains. The chains, engulfed in hellfire, ensnared the nearest individual, who writhed in agony, rolling on the ground, quickly reduced to charred remains. Even his firearm melted away. The sheer might of the hellfire startled Madame Gao as she fled. A force potent enough to liquefy steel was a feat even she found challenging. The Ghost Rider was not an adversary she could confront. Thus, she quickened her pace. With a swift motion, the chains whipped through the air like a serpent, darting towards Madame Gao with incredible speed. Suddenly, with a swift motion, she struck with a palm, her vital energy surging forth, transforming into an invisible force that sent the chains flying. According to the classification of martial arts novels popular in recent decades, Madame Gao was undoubtedly a top-tier master, capable of manipulating objects from a distance with ease. After successfully parrying the enemy's attack, her steps faltered momentarily, and she was taken aback. Was the Ghost Rider far weaker than she had anticipated? The figures from her memories were not beings she could contend with. Yet this one before her clearly fell short of that caliber. Perhaps I could defeat him? This fleeting thought lasted but a second before Madame Gao dismissed it. What would it matter to defeat him? The Ghost Rider was immortal. As long as he could not be killed, the battle held no significance. Having lived for over 1,000 years, her fear of death had only intensified. She was inherently cautious, preferring to avoid conflict whenever possible. For nothing was more precious than life. As she witnessed Madame Gao's escape, Robbie felt a surge of urgency and charged forward. Suddenly, Madame Gao shouted, "The disruptor has arrived. Seize him." Upon hearing this, the previously halted blind individuals began to grope their way toward Robbie, their expressions devoid of emotion, resembling obedient automatons. Within mere seconds, Robbie found himself ensnared in their midst. Kill them, eliminate them. The spirit of vengeance incessantly goaded within him. Yet, Robbie remained resolute. Madame Gao and her subordinates were guilty, deserving of death, but these blind individuals were oblivious. They were mere puppets, victims of brainwashing, innocent souls who could not be slaughtered without justification. This was his moral boundary. Otherwise, how was he any different from Madame Gao? He was a vigilante, not a villain. After a strenuous effort to extricate himself from the throng of blind followers, Robbie noticed that Madame Gao and her accomplices had vanished. He hastened in pursuit, only to hear a gunshot nearby, followed by the explosion of a stack of oil barrels. Flames erupted fiercely. The entire factory, along with the blind individuals and even nearby residents, now faced the peril of a raging inferno. Hearing the anguished cries of the blind and witnessing some already engulfed in flames, Robbie hesitated for a mere 2 seconds before wrapping the chains around himself and dashing toward them. He could not turn a blind eye. That was beyond his capacity. Meanwhile, at the Azeroth specialty store, at the cash register, Sky was intently observing the surveillance footage on his laptop while incessantly dialing a number. Romanoff agent, this is Sky. I have some good news for you. A fire has broken out at Madame Gao's drug factory, endangering thousands of lives. What? This is not under your jurisdiction. Fine. I will notify the local police. Surely, you must handle Madame Gao and her syndicate. I'll send you the location. Wang? He claims to be asleep and even mentioned dreaming of a boiled egg. Robbie, the police and firefighters will arrive within 15 minutes. You need to evacuate. Madame Gao is not your concern. I have erased the surveillance footage, so there is no need to worry about being discovered. What? Someone took a photo? A little boy? Let me look into Peter Parker, a primary school student from a modest background with a passion for photography, though he cannot afford a good camera, resulting in grainy, indistinct images. Do not fret. There are witnesses? Robbie, Wang is right. You need a combat suit. one that conceals all identifying features, much like Captain America. In a nearby cafe, Black Widow was enjoying a coffee with Hawkeye when she suddenly received a phone call from Skye. Looking up at Hawkeye with a resigned expression, she said, "Clint, we have work to do." Somewhere in Hell's Kitchen, Lady Goff was furiously pacing with a dozen subordinates, her anger palpable. "Damn it, how did the Ghost Rider find me? I have no grievances with them." She was acutely aware that the Ghost Rider had a penchant for targeting criminals, and someone like her, stained with the blood of countless victims, would not be spared. Eliminating her would be far more advantageous than taking down 1,000 gangsters. The problem was, just a few days ago, she had heard that the Ghost Rider had appeared in Los Angeles, drawing out Hydra, which had been lying in wait for over 60 years. How did he end up in New York? Was he here for vacation? Hurry to the airport, Lady Goff commanded. A group of people moved towards the exit. This was the basement, cluttered with goods, with vehicles parked outside. They would reach the airport in under a minute. Suddenly, a series of muffled groans echoed, followed by the sound of bodies hitting the ground. Lady Goff froze, her body stiffening as she turned to see several of her subordinates sprawled on the floor. Only Zhou Cheng remained by her side, breathing heavily and visibly tense. A slightly plump masked figure stood 5 meters away, unarmed, exuding an air of nonchalance that belied the presence of a martial arts master. Lady Goff, the masked figure's voice had a hint of age, as if it were echoing from ancient times, spoken in pure Mandarin with a flavor of Central Plains dialect. "I have finally found you." Sensing the same aura and power, and hearing the same language, Lady Goff felt an unprecedented tension after decades of calm. "Who are you?" "I am the person you least wish to encounter." The masked figure raised his left hand into a fist, green energy swirling around it. Kunlun, Iron Fist. Chapter 58. Old Wang versus Lady Goff. Kunlun, Iron Fist. Lady Goff was first taken aback, then elated. After so many years, she was still able to encounter a second Iron Fist? This realization meant that the scheme she had been plotting for so long had a genuine chance of coming to fruition. The hand association consisted of 5 fingers, all traitors of Kunlun. These 5 relied on the power of the dragon bone to attain immortality and the ability to be reborn. The dragon bone stolen from Kunlun had nearly been depleted over the years, and without finding a new source, her life would truly be an end. According to limited records, deep beneath Manhattan in New York lay a complete fossil of the dragon bone, sealed by the power of a certain Iron Fist. Only a lineage heir of the Iron Fist could unlock it. Lady Goff had been in despair, but now new hope had emerged. Strangely, the Iron Fist was a guardian of Kunlun, meant to remain there. Logically, he should not have left Kunlun. Had he come to New York specifically to hunt her down? This traitor of Kunlun? Was capturing me deemed more important than protecting Kunlun? When did I gain such significance? Wait a minute. Lady Goff scrutinized the masked figure's hand for a full 10 seconds, a mix of derision and skepticism crossing her aged face. "You possess only energy, but lack the power of the dragon of eternal life. You are not the Iron Fist. Who indeed are you?" Madame Gao once held a prominent position in Kunlun and has encountered the venerable dragon of longevity as well as the previous Iron Fist on multiple occasions, thus grasping the essence of the Iron Fist's formidable power. Though this individual's aura is indeed unique and even evokes a sense of strength rivaling that of the Iron Fist, it is unmistakably distinct from that power and unrelated to the dragon of longevity. It does not emanate from any of the other 6 immortal weapons either. Could it be that he, akin to the master of Upper Chi, is a transcendent genius, not bound to the martial arts of Kunlun? "You have uncovered my secret." The masked figure, Old Wang, sighed, spreading his hands, resolved to speak candidly to this elderly gentleman on the brink of death. "This is the ultimate act of respect towards the aged. In truth, I am a disciple of the Fist of Dusk, the Pandaren Wine Immortal, a student of the Supreme Four Celestials, the final guardian of Pandaria, and the dragon hero of Azeroth." Madame Gao's expression darkened instantaneously. "Huh, your titles resonate loudly. However, the crucial question remains, who would believe you? Names like the Fist of Dawn, the Fist of Emptiness, and the Fist of Dusk are rather absurd, hardly befitting even a primary school child. What on earth is the Pandaren Wine Immortal? And who are the Supreme Four Celestials? As for the dragon hero, are you the famed panda named Pa, reduced to such a state of hunger? None of the previous Iron Fists would dare to proclaim such titles. Your audacity is remarkable." Madame Gao found herself perplexed by Old Wang's true identity. However, given that he recognized her and could utter the name of the Kunlun Iron Fist, it was likely connected to Kunlun. Perhaps he was indeed sent by Kunlun to pursue her and the other 4, or perhaps he was affiliated with her formidable rival, the True Purity Society. The latter seemed improbable, Although the True Purity Society had been quite raucous, they were merely a rabble. Devoid of any true martial arts masters capable of harnessing qi, their so-called millennium-long struggle was a farce, primarily motivated by fear of Kunlun, which is why they largely chose to ignore them. The current leader, the staff elder, was nothing but a stray dog. It was only a matter of time before he met his demise, as Old Wang was neither the Iron Fist nor any of the 6 immortal weapons. Madame Gao felt little trepidation. The Kunlun people do not permit the desecration of dragon bones to attain immortality, aside from the perpetually reborn dragon of longevity. No one in Kunlun has lived longer than she. Lifespan often signifies strength. Apart from the Iron Fist, who possesses the power of the dragon of longevity, only the Jade Emperor and the Thunder God should be worthy adversaries. This individual before her could not possibly be the Jade Emperor or the Thunder God. Could he? If you choose not to speak the truth, you court death. Madame Gao, though feigning disdain, took him seriously. For the moment, she refrained from using her palm techniques, opting instead to wield her cane. She was proficient in over 100 fighting styles from around the globe, confident that few on Earth could surpass her in this regard. While she typically employed palm techniques, in critical moments, she resorted to her most adept swordsmanship. The world has changed, and the winds of society have soured. The truth seems to be met with disbelief. Old Wang shook his head in lamentation, fully aware of Madame Gao's background and therefore not underestimating her. Moreover, Zhou Cheng had already set his sights on him, ready to strike. He rolled to the side, narrowly evading the bullet. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Zhou Cheng, delivering a powerful strike. Bang! Zhou Cheng was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, the taste of iron flooding his throat as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Despite his mastery in combat and athletic physique, he could not withstand Old Wang's casual blow, convulsing a few times before meeting his demise. Madame Gao, displaying remarkable reflexes, aimed her cane directly at Old Wang. Though she had lived for over a millennium, relying on dragon bones for her longevity and having died and resurrected several times, her prowess in over 100 martial arts was genuine. However, her physical capabilities were not as formidable as one might expect, only slightly surpassing those of Black Widow, and significantly inferior to the Winter Soldier. Furthermore, centuries of cultivation do not equate to centuries of power. The human body resembles a water tank, with a finite capacity for true qi, especially one that has been repeatedly damaged and repaired through resurrection. While Madame Gao's true qi was indeed more substantial than Old Wang's, its quality was lacking, explaining why, in television portrayals, she was often outmatched by Daredevil and the notoriously weak Iron Fist. Yet, it must be noted that television can be deceiving. Madame Gao's displayed strength was evidently far superior to her on-screen representation. After a millennium, even a tortoise can attain a semblance of enlightenment. Although her experience and technique had dulled somewhat from disuse, they were still formidable. In this confrontation, Old Wang realized that Madame Gao's millennium of existence was not in vain. Her experience and skill were indeed comparable to his own. Regrettably, she bore a critical weakness. Madame Gao was a featherweight class, while Old Wang was middleweight, a disparity that conferred a significant advantage in weight. Without the aid of qi, he could easily crush her with a mere sit. A larger physique, akin to a bigger water tank, allowed for a greater capacity of true qi, and Old Wang's ample frame granted him a higher threshold. With all her subordinates defeated, Madame Gao clearly began to panic. Where were the promised reinforcements? I had called for assistance long ago. The Triad had hundreds of members in New York, and the distance was not far. It had been over 10 minutes. Why had none arrived? Old Wang, resembling a resilient piece of toffee, was a surprisingly agile heavyweight, persistently entangling her. Strikes missed their mark, and escape was futile. His strength was on par with hers, and his youth endowed him with vigor, completely defying the notion that women outlast men. Madame Gao felt her stamina waning, while Old Wang thrived in the midst of battle, showing no mercy simply due to her being an ancient woman. Her true qi surged, presenting her as a top-tier martial artist from a wuxia novel. The cane, forged from an unknown material, was astonishingly hard and heavy, creating a fierce wind as she swung it. Old Wang, breaking from his usual demeanor, stood his ground, suddenly striking the cane with ferocity. In an instant, the cane shattered into splinters, revealing a slender, cold longsword. This was Madame Gao's ultimate weapon. Yet, Old Wang was prepared. He swiftly pushed her back and summoned a swift, azure flash of fragmented jade that descended like lightning from the sky. The master of Kung Fu possessed a keen perception. Although Lady Gao was uncertain of how Old Wang would confront her, she sensed an impending danger. Channeling her inner energy, she raised her sword overhead to fend off the inexplicable assault from above. A shard of jade fell like lightning, piercing through the layer of energy surrounding her sword and striking the alloy blade. A formidable current surged into Lady Gao's body, guided by the natural lightning rod. In an instant, this well-preserved, millennium-old woman of Asian descent found herself transformed into a humanoid lump of coal in an African coal mine. Chapter 59. The Enlightened Black Widow, Hell's Kitchen. In a certain locale, two shadowy figures darted about. One, a petite yet voluptuous figure, morphed into the dual-wielding Black Widow, swiftly claiming the lives of over a dozen foes. Fortunately, she was not the version from a parallel universe who was merely 8 years younger than Captain America. Otherwise, she would have been the quintessential dual-wielding old woman. The other, a tall and robust figure, drew his bow with precision, unleashing arrows with impeccable accuracy. Suddenly, with a flick of his hands, the high-tech composite bow transformed into an oddly shaped, hefty black staff, showcasing hand-to-hand combat skills that rivaled even those of the Black Widow. Under the remote guidance of Sky, they took a shortcut to intercept Lady Gao's subordinates, members of the Triad. The Triad had at least several hundred operatives in New York, but in their haste, only about 50 could be gathered, each armed and trained in practical Eastern martial arts, making them formidable adversaries. Yet, under the coordination of the Black Widow and Hawkeye, they posed no resistance. Despite being considered the weakest superheroes in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, they were still formidable, far superior to ace agents like Grant Ward and Melinda May, operating on an entirely different level. One of them could easily contend with several foes. What was crucial was the bond between these two, transcending mere friendship, their synergy evident even in their matching black attire, making their work less burdensome. For them, equipped properly, one could hold off dozens, even hundreds of enemies, or eliminate them altogether. Natasha found Lady Gao's subordinates to be significantly inferior to the Japanese ninjas from Murakami's crew. Hawkeye suddenly loosed 3 arrows in unison. The high-tech projectiles traced distinct trajectories before abruptly splitting, taking down 7 adversaries, with a hint of disdain concealed beneath his calm exterior. The 5 fingers, each different. Lady Gao, shrewd and cunning, oversaw the Chinese region and was likely the most concealed and formidable among the 5. Alejandra, mysterious and affluent, was the nominal leader of the Triad in the Americas. The gambler was responsible for recruitment, luring children and runaways, training them, providing fresh blood for the Triad. Soanda, an African warlord, wielded power and influence with numerous subordinates, skilled in the art of pressure points. Murakami managed the Japanese region, commanding a group of ruthless ninjas who obeyed orders without question. He himself was also a powerful figure, adept with the Japanese sword. During a mission, Hawkeye had disguised himself as a Japanese Ronin and engaged with that group of ninjas. In his estimation, Lady Gao's subordinates were vastly inferior to those ninjas. Do not underestimate. Barton, Chinese martial arts are far more formidable than you might imagine. The Black Widow recalled the mysterious and powerful Kunlun Iron Fist, and, associating Kunlun with China and Lady Gao, a compatriot, dared not take her or her subordinates lightly. No sooner had she spoken than 2 even more formidable adversaries, accompanied by additional members of the Triad, surged forth. They bore Eastern features, 1 male and 1 female, both slender and clad in black. Concurrently, Sky's voice crackled through the earpiece. Scythe and the Bride of 9 Spiders, 2 of Lady Gao's most capable subordinates, possessed considerable strength. Exercise caution. At that moment, there was no time for ranged attacks. Hawkeye and Scythe clashed, discovering that despite Scythe's slight frame, his strength was formidable, coupled with a ferocious and vicious fighting style reminiscent of Brock Rumlow's approach. Their combat capabilities were relatively equal, and with the assistance of others, they proved to be quite challenging. Meanwhile, Natasha's Black Widow suit had sustained considerable wear from prior skirmishes, and her twin handguns were devoid of ammunition, leaving her with no choice but to engage the Bride of 9 Spiders in close combat. Although the Bride, like Scythe, did not wield energy, she was a master of martial arts, exhibiting remarkable speed, which posed its own difficulties. Despite these challenges, the situation was not insurmountable. Within 2 minutes, all but a scant few had perished, including Scythe and the Bride. Natasha had sustained injuries from Scythe's blade, though they were not severe. As one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s most formidable operatives, had it not been for the dozen or so Triad members hindering him, he was confident he could have triumphed over Scythe effortlessly. Among the foes he had dispatched, Scythe did not even rank within the top 10. Let us proceed. Our mission remains unfinished. Natasha bore her own wounds. Although the Bride was no match for her, she had not been easily vanquished, and the cost had been significant. rubbing her aching abdomen. Natasha applied a special ointment while inquiring, Sky, where are Lady Gao and Zhou Cheng? The triad members were merely an appetizer. Lady Gao was the main course. They are of no concern, Sky replied. Exchanging a glance with Hawkeye, Natasha discerned mutual astonishment. Zhou Cheng, ranked alongside Scythe and the Bride of Nine Spiders, and the likely strongest of the triad, Lady Gao, had perished? Who would have done this? Was it Master Wang? No, that seemed implausible. According to S.H.I.E.L.D. intelligence, Lady Gao was undoubtedly far superior to Master Wang. He had barely triumphed over 7 elite Hydra operatives, bloodied and battered. How could he possibly contend with Lady Gao? Could it be that Wang had slain Zhou Cheng? Sky's voice brimmed with uncontainable joy. A masked figure suddenly appeared, summoning azure lightning to eliminate Lady Gao and absconding with her body. A masked figure? Azure lightning? Natasha clenched her fists. It must be the Iron Fist. Master Wang is indeed connected to the Iron Fist. They have allied. Sky had shared such critical information with her. Was she foolish? No, she was astute. Perhaps acting on the directives of Master Wang or the Iron Fist. In an instant, Natasha's mind raced with possibilities. Madame Gao is intricately connected to Kunlun. Iron Fist has slain Madame Gao. Was this an outcome of internal rivalry within Kunlun, or a manifestation of its collective will? Is it possible that the legends hold truth, branding Madame Gao as a traitor to Kunlun? The fact that Iron Fist has taken her corpse raises questions. Does it conceal secrets of Kunlun, or is it to prevent S.H.I.E.L.D. from acquiring her body and thereby unearthing Kunlun's mysteries through forensic examination? Sky has divulged this information to me, an overture symbolizing the sincerity of both Iron Fist and Kunlun, as well as their willingness to collaborate with S.H.I.E.L.D. Master Wang and Sky serve as intermediaries, facilitating the exchange of intelligence and cooperation between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Kunlun. This time, S.H.I.E.L.D. has effectively aided Kunlun, perhaps paving the way for future requests for Kunlun's assistance against Hydra. However, this will come at a cost. Benefits must be extended to both Kunlun and Iron Fist, as well as to Master Wang and Sky. It seems prudent to remind the director that substantial expenses are imminent. Natasha's imagination ran wild, even contemplating from the perspective of the egg. Master Wang has alluded to the fact that entities like Kunlun and Iron Fist do not seek monetary compensation. That would be an affront to them. They desire rare treasures that money cannot procure. The cutting-edge technology of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Science Division, along with highly classified documents that cannot even be connected to the internet and must be stored offline or in physical form, sparked a revelation in Natasha. The mysterious Item 084, confiscated by the Howling Commandos and continuously examined or sealed by S.H.I.E.L.D. for over 60 years. These enigmatic objects, which have resisted decades of research, might be better off exchanged with Kunlun and Iron Fist for their assistance. As for Master Wang and Sky, they appear rather impoverished, lacking even a home. Perhaps monetary compensation would suffice. Furthermore, the director has promised surveillance equipment with a radius of 3 kilometers. If not, it should be expanded to 5 kilometers. Additionally, we ought to persuade the director to allocate weapon manufacturing experts from the Science Division to tailor equipment for them. What can 2 students who have barely completed a year at the S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy accomplish? Cause chaos? 2 shadows flitted through the darkness, transforming their appearances before entering Natasha's vehicle. Chapter 60. The technological titans of the Marvel Universe in the basement, observing the figure resembling a humanoid charcoal. Old Wang retrieved his phone, carefully selecting an advantageous angle to capture the moment. The perspective was commendable, and the pose was striking. With a wave of his hand, he transported the charcoal figure into the heart of Azeroth and swiftly turned to flee. Sky had disabled the surveillance in this area, and her keen senses ensured their surroundings were void of witnesses. Old Wang, confident in their secrecy, quickly blended into the crowd outside. On the way, he encountered Robbie, and together they hailed a cab to the Azeroth specialty store. The door closed. Old Wang instructed Sky to shut the door, then wave his hand again, and the humanoid charcoal reappeared. Is this Madame Gao? Sky, having just concluded a conversation with Natasha, was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the figure, her expression peculiar. Wang, are you not only interested in corpses, but also in humanoid charcoal? Your interests are rather eclectic. Old Wang replied, Sky, you must be a horse. Your imagination knows no bounds. Is it still alive? Sky approached for a closer inspection, then prodded it with her finger. only to see it crumble. How could this not lead to death? Sky was genuinely astonished. Wang, didn't you say that the Shattered Jade Lightning is one of your top 18 skills? Anyone struck by it is guaranteed not to survive. I can already smell the aroma of flesh. Old Wang shot her a sideways glance. Miss, could you refrain from fabricating words at random? Moreover, the mixing of Chinese and English, while it may sound fashionable, is rather foolish, indicating a lack of proficiency in both languages, which is something I detest. He continued, ordinary people would not survive, but Lady Gao is far from ordinary. Not even a mere master of kung fu. Old Wang clarified, the power of the dragon bone fossil grants her immortality and the ability to resurrect, as long as her head remains intact. However, it will require some time. It is not instantaneous. Sky nodded, understanding. Wang, your decision not to behead Lady Gao indicates that you actually wish for her survival. It seems you have quite an interest in her. Old Wang cast a quick glance at Sky, fully aware of the implications behind her gaze. I, who have played with the likes of the ancient Red Dragon Queen and the Green Dragon Queen for millennia, and who now accompanies the eternally ancient Miss Azeroth, find no curiosity in a mere 1,000-year-old Lady Gao. Let's not be foolish. Tie her up with a rope to prevent her from resurrecting and escaping. Old Wang issued the command, then turned to Robbie, his brow furrowed. Your strength is growing rather swiftly, isn't it? He sensed that the spirit of vengeance was continuously strengthening, reminiscent of the arduous journey of Sargeras' avatar to Azeroth, restoring its power through the slaying of dragons. Robbie shrugged as he heard the spirit of vengeance's voice in his mind. It says it can collaborate with you, boss, to eradicate evil. It thrives on vengeance. 2/3 of New York's populace deserves to perish. Only by eliminating evil can a paradise be created. If it were to unleash its judgment, it could restore to its former glory. Ancient One is watching you. Old Wang rapped on the armrest, contemplating that she would likely turn her attention toward him as well. The sorcerers of Kamartaj and the 3 great sanctuaries have been vigilant against those threats to Earth, such as Dormammu and several hellish lords. There are many kinds of spirits of vengeance. Some are ancient spirits, while others may be connected to deities or angels that may or may not exist. The one within Robbie was acquired from Johnny Blaze, and, if all goes as expected, it should be the malevolent spirit known as Satanos, second only to the hell Lord Mephisto in its prime, an entity capable of giving Ancient One a headache. Of course, the current spirit of vengeance is merely a wretched creature that has fled to Earth, lacking significant power. Ancient One is preoccupied with dealing with various formidable entities across the multiverse and has no time to pay it heed. However, should the spirit of vengeance embark on a killing spree, will Ancient One intervene? Let's not forget, there exists a sanctuary right here in New York, not far from here. Upon hearing Old Wang's words, the spirit of vengeance immediately wilted. That old, immortal bald man, why does he still cling to life? I've heard that the Eternal One is calling. Should I not swiftly seek refuge in the embrace of the divine, rather than linger in this insignificant place called Earth? Sky, continue to investigate the hand association and identify the other 4 fingers. Alessandra, the gambler, Soanda, Murakami, along with Murakami's apprentice, Yoshikawa Shin, and the gambler's disciple, Corinwin. Additionally, look into a person named Wilson Fisk and investigate the Rand group. Old Wang picked up his phone and dialed Lucy's number. How is the research progressing? On the other end of the line, Lucy sighed helplessly. Boss, it has barely been a month, and we haven't even finished our foundational knowledge. Beside Lucy, Eli nodded vigorously. It's not just us. Even if we summoned that missing playboy, we wouldn't be able to produce anything substantial in such a short time. Boss, you overestimate our capabilities. The foundation of the framework lies in brain mapping technology and memory uploading, correct? Old Wang searched his scant memories and replied nonchalantly, let's conquer this first. I'll give you a month. We will do our utmost. Lucy replied hesitantly. Although we have researched the Dark Grimoire for decades and possess a foundation, our previous focus was primarily on creating from nothing, and our understanding of brain mapping is quite limited. Starting from scratch is no easy feat. We are not top-tier scientists. Not even first-rate, merely second-rate at best. Do not worry, I will find a few assistants for you. After ending the call, Old Wang rested his chin in contemplation. Brain mapping and memory uploading are scientific analyses of the Dark Grimoire. In terms of spells, they would roughly equate to mind theft and telepathy. He extended his hand, and the Dark Grimoire appeared. Opening it to a certain page, he indeed found similar spells, albeit with different names. All memories relate to the brain. As long as the brain is fully mapped, one can extract a person's entire memory. This concept was proposed long ago, but no one has succeeded until now. Yet the Dark Grimoire can. The world of Warcraft contains numerous related spells. High-level priests can achieve this, as can banshees, spider demons, and fear lords. Even some rather peculiar races. However, the blood of Azeroth is running low, and Old Wang is reluctant to waste it. Moreover, what he seeks is the entirety of Lady Gao's memories, not just fragments. Spells have a limited duration. Of course, mental control spells would be preferable. But to fully control Lady Gao, who has lived for over 1,000 years, even all the blood available is insufficient. Lady Gao has endured the harshest tortures and interrogations. Her mental fortitude is formidable, and even the most severe punishments of the Qing dynasty could hardly pry her secrets from her lips. Brain mapping and memory uploading are indeed the best methods. Old Wang is in no rush. The Dark Grimoire laboratory should indeed be expanded. Lucy and her team are merely second-rate. The knowledge contained within the Dark Grimoire, when understood through scientific methods, is largely related to quantum mechanics. The foremost quantum mechanics scientist in this world should be the first Ant-Man, Hank Pym. He was once a prominent figure associated with SHIELD, but now seems to be facing some troubles. He could be considered for recruitment. However, it would not be easy, for that old man is notoriously stubborn and rather difficult to deal with. Tony Stark is regarded as an authority in this realm, currently conducting research on the first generation of Iron Man suits at a terrorist organization S-base in Afghanistan. Given the vastness of Afghanistan, it took the SHIELD and the U.S. government several months to locate it, and Old Wang harbors little hope. Dr. Banner, who boasts 7 doctoral degrees in time, space, reality, power, soul, mind, and the Black Widow, is among the select few top scientists to have gained Tony's endorsement. Perhaps he possesses some expertise in this area. The issue lies in the fact that he is evading the pursuit of General Thunderbolt, making him difficult to find and even harder to control. Old Wang currently lacks the confidence to confront the Hulk. SHIELD also has scientists in this field, but they are at best second-rate. Akin to Lucy and her ilk, the truly remarkable figures, Leo Fitz and her assistant Gemma Simmons, are presently uncertain if they have graduated from the SHIELD Academy. Must one resort to a nurturing game? This is absurd. It is not a matter of young boys and girls. Surely, I cannot seek the guidance of charlatan like duh. Sighing, Old Wang rapped the armrest and said, Sky, please assist me in searching for a few individuals. Hank Pym, Leo Fitz, Gemma Simmons, and Reed Richards. Chapter 61. Daredevil. The following morning, Old Wang and Sky, having slept in the store, awoke and opened the door. Sky went out to procure breakfast, while Old Wang settled himself in a recliner at the entrance, perusing the newspaper. This was a habit cultivated during his time in the orphanage. Lacking funds for a mobile phone or computer, the director, Grandpa Lee, had a fondness for newspapers. Old Wang, having sold the endearing items he brought from his previous life, was taught English by Grandpa Lee from a young age, having learned earlier in a past life and returned the knowledge to his teacher. Aside from using old textbooks, the newspaper served as the best learning material. Although Old Wang had never ventured beyond Chinatown during his childhood, he was quite informed about the broader Marvel universe. This knowledge was accrued over time. However, Grandpa Lee passed away 4 years ago. The man who had lifted him from the flooded doorstep of the orphanage was ultimately taken by the deity he revered, Mazu, departing in peace without suffering. It was a bittersweet parting. Only then did Old Wang leave the sorrowful confines of the orphanage and embark on a life of solitude. As he opened the newspaper, a series of headlines caught his eye. Ghost Rider emerges in New York. Vigilante or criminal? The only photograph of Ghost Rider depicted a blurry silhouette. Our hero appeared rather frail. Authorities successfully dismantle underground drug factory, rescuing hundreds of the blind, declared Chief George, vowing to fight crime to the bitter end. An unnamed police officer suggested that the drug factory was connected to Rand Enterprises. Like a soaring dragon, delicate as a startled swan. The splendor of Chinese martial arts? Reported Wang Dalong from the Chinese Daily. Upon reading the last headline, Old Wang paused in surprise. The splendor of Chinese martial arts? Was there anyone who witnessed his battle with Lady Gao? That could not be right. It was evident that no one should have seen it. Could someone have evaded his perception? It was also possible that Sky had overlooked a hidden camera, perhaps a pinhole camera installed privately for some reason. Moreover, given the chaos of the situation and the complex environment of the basement, if someone had been hiding at a considerable distance with eyesight surpassing even Hawkeye's, it remained conceivable that they could have seen him without detection. Perhaps it was not necessarily about being seen. Some individuals possess the uncanny ability to comprehend their actions without the need for sight, much like Daredevil. Old Wang continued to peruse the text. A student from Columbia University's law school, who wished to remain anonymous, claimed to have witnessed an individual utilizing Chinese martial arts to vanquish a group of criminals. While his blind roommate remained uncharacteristically silent, Old Wang stroked his chin thoughtfully. Columbia University? A law student? A blind roommate? Intriguing indeed. Sky, do you think we should consider hiring 2 legal consultants? Old Wang inquired with a smile. Oh, rest assured, 2 undergraduates won't charge us an exorbitant fee. Old Wang's enigmatic smile deepened. Besides, those 2 are destined to become more than mere aspiring attorneys. Sky blinked, sensing that Old Wang's intentions might not be entirely benevolent. Who was he planning to ensnare after Robbie? At Columbia University, within a particular dormitory, the door was forcefully flung open with a loud bang. A chubby, blond fellow brandished a newspaper and exclaimed, "Matt, look, I'm in the paper. And I received payment from the press. Can you guess how much? A full 1,000. 800 for you and 200 for me." Matt Murdock, wearing sunglasses, smiled and nodded, yet his mind was preoccupied with another matter. Just days prior, he had taken on a private case. A woman suspected her husband of infidelity and sought proof. He and his close friend Foggy Nelson had tracked the man to an underground location, installing a pinhole camera at a critical juncture. The objective was to gather evidence, but unexpectedly, they captured footage that defied imagination. A man who called himself Kunlun Iron Fist had defeated a woman known as Lady Gao, annihilating a dozen armed assailants in the process. According to Foggy's account, both Kunlun Iron Fist and Lady Gao exhibited extraordinary strength, perhaps even surpassing his own, which had been honed through rigorous training since childhood. Certain martial arts techniques eluded his understanding, such as Kunlun Iron Fist's peculiar propensity to roll on the ground with astonishing speed, outpacing even Olympic sprinters. How was this possible? With a single palm strike, before contact was made, the opponent was sent flying. Could it be the elusive energy that only martial arts masters could cultivate, as mentioned by Master Gunzi? That was uncertain, for even Master Gunzi had never harnessed such energy. Few in the world had. Regrettably, when Kunlun Iron Fist suddenly extended his hand, the pinhole camera malfunctioned, seemingly affected by electromagnetic interference or perhaps a short circuit. The outcome remained a mystery. Had Lady Gao met her demise at the hands of Kunlun Iron Fist? Matt was indifferent to Foggy's decision to sell information to a friend at the newspaper for financial gain. The footage had not been leaked, nor had their identities been compromised. The only concern was that this friend had publicly identified Matt as a blind man in the paper. Surely, no one would seek him out, right? Matt dismissed such worries. In his mind, 2 names surfaced, Ghost Rider and Kunlun Iron Fist. Who were they truly? Were they vigilantes dismantling drug trafficking operations? In this world, there exists a multitude of malevolent forces, and my father fell victim to such darkness. The law and the state's apparatus of violence are often ineffectual in eradicating all evils. Perhaps, at times, measures beyond the confines of legality are requisite. Vigilantism, perhaps I could assume such a role. Suddenly, the phone rang. I answered hastily. Hello, who am I speaking with? What? You are seeking Matt Murdock and Foggy Nelson? Legal consultants? Really? The remuneration is modest? No matter, we are not motivated by money, but rather by the pursuit of justice. I hung up and rushed Matt, embracing him with enthusiasm, exclaiming, Matt, we have been hired as legal consultants. $20,000 a year, with all expenses reimbursed. Representation and litigation fees are additional. And we'll renew annually, with excellent performance leading to a raise. Who are these clients, or which firm? Matt inquired, equally exhilarated. In this day and age, earning a living is no simple feat. Otherwise, we would not be accepting low-paying assignments, such as apprehending mistresses. Primarily, affluent individuals, even when seeking to catch a mistress, would not hire 2 students who have yet to graduate. There are countless law firms in New York. A base fee of $20,000 a year is already a considerable sum for undergraduates. It seems to be called the Azaras Specialty Store. Upon searching online, I discovered it was a modest establishment in Chinatown, having opened only a few days prior. Meanwhile, in a clandestine training facility in America, an elderly man with graying hair and a slender frame terminated a call, enveloped in silence. The call had originated from a contact within the True Pure Society in New York, linked to events that transpired the previous night. From the sparse information available, many conclusions could be drawn. The narcotic trade in New York is fundamentally intertwined with Madame Gao. The dismantled factories and the numerous casualties among the triads indicate that she is in peril. A report from the Chinese Daily boldly proclaimed that a figure known as Iron Fist is at odds with Madame Gao. After all these years, has Iron Fist reemerged? The elder murmured to himself, uncertain. The True Pure Society follows the elders of Kunlun and the immortal Iron Fist, yet lacks the standing to enter Kunlun, rendering the reliability of the information suspect. Nonetheless, it is worth investigating. This presents an opportunity to completely eradicate the 5 traitors of Kunlun. Erica, the elder called. A woman in her 20s approached, exuding vigor and competence. Prepare yourself. We are heading to New York, the elder instructed. First, let us locate your ex-boyfriend, Matt Murdock. Chapter 62. Investing everything in stocks in Afghanistan. At a terrorist organization's base, Dr. Ethan observed a newly completed device, which emitted a white glow upon being activated, murmuring, "This does not resemble a Jericho missile." Tony Stark visibly exhaled in relief, gazing at the small apparatus and explaining, "It is a miniature arc reactor. I have a larger one back home that powers my factory. It prevents shrapnel from penetrating my heart." Though Ethan was not well versed in this area, he understood that to attract the shrapnel within Mr. Stark's body, sufficient electrical power was necessary to maintain the electromagnetic field. Thus, he inquired, "What is its power generation capacity?" Ethan was momentarily stunned, overwhelmed by the magnitude of the figure, enough for 50 lifetimes. Tony's expression revealed no trace of elation. Indeed, perhaps it sufficed for a giant to last a mere quarter of an hour. He turned, grasping a neatly organized stack of blueprints, and softly declared, "Next, we shall utilize the current materials to construct this behemoth. This endeavor may require 12 months. Our survival hinges upon it." Ethan gazed at the intricate schematics, his face a canvas of confusion. "What is this?" he inquired. "Unfold it and see," Tony replied. As Ethan spread the blueprints, he discerned a striking mech reminiscent of Gundam, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Incredible. May God bless those terrorists with ample patience." At AU's military base in Afghanistan, a plane had landed on the tarmac, and Coulson and Melinda emerged. Awaiting them was a rather slender African-American colonel. "Agent Coulson, Agent Melinda," he greeted, a flicker of a smile breaking his stern demeanor. "I am Rhodes. After such a prolonged wait, you have finally arrived. Some matters delayed me." Coulson removed his sunglasses, inquiring with a grin, "Colonel Rhodes, I hear you've invested in Stark Industries stock?" "Quite a bit," Melinda interjected, silently adding, 10 times my salary." How could this fellow, whose pay as a U.S. Army Weapons Development Chief could hardly rival her own, possess such wealth? For years, as the intermediary between Stark Industries and Captain America, how much had he truly pocketed? The smile on Colonel Rhodes' face faltered instantly. He cleared his throat, adopting a grave tone. "Mr. Stark is a crucial partner of the military and a personal friend. I must locate him. The $10 billion contract between Stark Industries and the Department of Defense awaits his completion." At the Azeroth specialty store, having finished breakfast, Old Wang retrieved the eternal water bottle, taking a small sip before offering it to Sky. "How goes the investigation on those individuals I asked you to check?" Sky carefully accepted the bottle, cautiously letting a drop touch her tongue before swiftly downing an entire cup of water, subsequently returning the bottle to Old Wang. "There are thousands of Alexandras across the United States. It will take at least a week to sift through them all. As for Murakami, the gambler, and Soanda, they are even harder to trace, along with Murakami's disciple, Gyoka Shin, who is not in the United States. The gambler's female apprentice, Colleen Wing, has been located. She operates a dojo in Manhattan." Old Wang took the eternal water bottle, casually grasping Sky's hand and channeling a surge of energy into her, nodding affirmatively. "Colleen Wing's dojo trains the youth, supplying fresh blood to the hand. Monitoring her should lead us to the gambler. What about Wilson Fisk and Rand Corporation?" "Wilson Fisk, such a common name. If we limit our search to Hell's Kitchen, there is no information available about him." Feeling the warmth of the energy coursing through her body, Sky couldn't help but emit a soft moan, her complexion flushing as her breathing grew heavier. "The Rand Corporation appears quite clean. Indeed, the cleaner it is, the more suspicious it becomes. I plan to monitor the executives' phones and computers. This will take time," Old Wang mused, stroking his chin. "Wilson Fisk, the notorious kingpin, has always collaborated with the Hand, albeit from a disadvantaged position. He is enigmatic, with the sole distinguishing feature being his appearance. Towering at nearly 2 meters. His physique is a testament to sheer muscle, with a terrifyingly low body fat percentage, weighing a formidable 200 kilograms. He is a bald Caucasian, exuding immense strength, comparable to characters such as Daredevil or the Punisher. I have lost my hair, yet I have grown stronger. In the Marvel Universe, bald individuals are not to be trifled with, and, among them, Jean is arguably the most manageable. He is an ambitious, morally conscious, cultured, and driven supervillain. While his personal strength may not be remarkable, his intellect is sharp, and he possesses the potential to establish a criminal empire and ascend to the throne of the underworld. However, at this stage, he is still on the rise, holding a position of limited power and influence, even inferior to Lady Gao, one of the 5 fingers of the hand. Such a character is easier to deal with and more easily controlled. The Rand Corporation is a long-term endeavor, intertwined with Kunlun and Iron Fist, relating to future strategies that do not require immediate action. Old Wang is more concerned about a few other individuals, those scientists. Hank Pym has been ousted from Pym Technologies by his daughter and most favored student, retreating to his home to sulk and delve into quantum mechanics, while the whereabouts of the other 3 remain unknown. Sky took a deep breath, calming her emotions, the flush on her face fading slightly, and her heartbeat slowing. She could distinctly feel a slight enhancement in her physical abilities, which would continue to improve throughout the day as she digested the essence wine and Old Wang's vital energy. Not only women, but even robust men with professional training would find her strength formidable. Of course, she still paled in comparison to Old Wang. She had tried to break free, but could only submit to his will. Old Wang paused momentarily. Fitz and Simmons are relatively obscure, and it is only natural that S.H.I.E.L.D. would assist in altering information, making it difficult to track. Reed Richards, one of the most brilliant minds in the Marvel Universe, is also untraceable? Is it that he does not exist in the Marvel Cinematic Universe? Or have the pertinent details been obscured? Never mind, it's best to set that aside for now. Suddenly, Sky fixed her gaze on Old Wang, her eyes gleaming. The stock price of Stark Industries had stagnated for 2 days, plummeting to its lowest point in 20 years. Should we invest? Old Wang wrapped his fingers on the table, exuding confidence. How much do we have left? Let us buy it all. Very well. Sky hurriedly went to execute the transaction. Ever since Old Wang had directed her attention to Stark Industries stock prices, she had been researching the stock market. While her progress had been modest, she at least knew how to navigate it. Sky meticulously calculated the profits from selling the essence wine, which were substantial. Despite purchasing a multitude of items in recent days, a significant sum remained. Along with her own savings, she had a total of 128, 469, 24 left, keeping the change aside, intending to invest the rest in Stark Industries stock. After all, the shop would continue to operate, generating ample daily revenue to cover expenses, leaving her without worry. Old Wang had assured her that it was a surefire investment. However, that amount was still modest. Stark Industries stocks are quite expensive, and she could hardly acquire many shares. Alternatively, Old Wang could produce several more barrels of essence wine, adding a couple of drops of genuine essence wine to enhance its potency. Others would be none the wiser, and selling it to S.H.A.L.D. would yield considerable profit, even with a 1 discount. A remarkable item indeed, one that will surely find its market. May I inquire, who is Miss Sky? Suddenly, a somewhat naive voice resonated. Sky looked up to see 2 individuals entering. One was a chubby young man with naturally curly blonde hair, and the other, a handsome youth with short black hair, donned sunglasses, and leaned on a white cane. It is truly a pity that one so young should be blind, Sky mused silently, and promptly replied, that would be me. How may I assist you? We do not sell guide dogs here. I am Fujin Nelson, and this is my friend, Matt Murdoch. Fujin's face beamed with a wide smile as he rubbed his hands together. You mentioned that the Azeroth specialty store requires legal counsel, correct? We have arrived. It is you. Sky recognized them, recalling that it was she who had made the call. However, she was taken aback to learn that one of them was blind. While Sky held no prejudice against the visually impaired, she wondered if one could truly practice law without sight. There's a blind massage parlor just a left turn away, which might suit you. That establishment boasts no truly blind therapists, and while the quality of their technique may be questionable, your handsome visage would surely make you quite popular. Were it not for Old Wang's presence, I might have sought your services myself. Old Wang's massage skills are unparalleled. He was the first blind therapist there, and now all the current practitioners are his students, both male and female. Sensing Old Wang's disapproving gaze, Sky quickly cleared her throat, adjusting her demeanor. Have you made your decision? If so, could you assist in drafting a contract? I must admit, I am unprepared. Fujin paused, taken aback. Did I mishear? You haven't even prepared a contract and expect us to do so? Are you not concerned we might take advantage of you? You undeniably require legal counsel. With a grin, he continued, we have deliberated and are willing to serve as legal advisors for the Azeroth specialty store. However, we must renegotiate the terms of compensation. I believe $20,000 is rather insufficient. We are graduates of Columbia University's esteemed law program, the future titans of the legal field, earning millions annually, wouldn't you agree? Matt? What seems to be troubling you, Matt? If you were gazing at this mixed-race beauty, I could comprehend. However, your fixation on a man is quite perplexing. Does this slightly plump Asian youth surpass my allure, prompting thoughts of abandonment? Indeed, as you say, we shall proceed with the contract, Matt interjected, his attention unwavering from the figure sprawled upon the chaise lounge. From the moment he laid eyes on that individual, his ears became attuned solely to the scene unfolding. Yes, his ears. At a tender age, radioactive material from a truck had splashed into his eyes, rendering him sightless, yet paradoxically enhancing his other senses. His taste, smell, hearing, touch, and intuition flourished. His tactile sensitivity allowed him to discern the ink's imprint on paper, enabling him to read by touch, a skill that propelled him from secondary school to university, making him one of the most distinguished students in the law department, surpassing over 999 peers at Columbia University. His olfactory sense could differentiate various individuals' scents and interpret the intricate array of aromas in his surroundings, detecting which women had recently engaged in passionate activities, the number of individuals exercising, their professions, and the sequence of events, whether simultaneous or sequential. His palate is so exquisitely refined that he can discern the precise number of salt grains atop a pretzel and identify which dish has been prepared with less care. He possesses a stronger intuition than most women, having once foreseen the death of his father and the departure of an ex-girlfriend. Yet above all, it is his auditory sense that prevails. After over a decade of rigorous training, he can hear every word spoken by thousands of individuals within a radius of several hundred feet and effortlessly extract the specific voice he desires from the cacophony of sound. He is capable of detecting a person's heartbeat from 20 feet away, allowing him to assess their emotional state, whether they are exhilarated or fearful, anxious or tense, based on the rhythm and amplitude of their heartbeat. He can also perceive the sounds of another's blood circulation, respiration, and bodily movements, enabling him to gauge their actions and condition. The amalgamation of all six senses endows him with a discernment and insight that surpass even that of Sherlock Holmes. Though devoid of sight, his perception is clearer than that of anyone else. Should he so desire, no movement within 20 feet can escape his awareness. He harbors knowledge of many secrets at Columbia University. For instance, Professor Connor from the law school engages in affairs with several women, and Miranda, who frequents the nearby grove, has her preferred 18 positions. He knows how many times Fudge indulges in self-gratification each week, the duration of each session, the number of tissues used, and that pungent scent that accompanies it. Now, these extraordinary five senses are concentrated on a singular individual. Matt exerts all his efforts to perceive the subtle swaying of the person reclining in the chair, someone he has never encountered before, yet whose strangeness is palpable. A faint aroma of alcohol lingers about him. He is a man who enjoys drinking, having recently indulged, albeit in moderation, demonstrating self-control. From the sounds of blood flowing, fabric rustling, and the creaking of the chair, he deduces that the man is approximately 6 feet tall, somewhat stocky, lacking in robust musculature, with more excess fat than lean mass, indicating a poor physical condition. Yet this individual is an exception. His heartbeat is remarkably slow, significantly slower than that of most athletes. Yet it is simultaneously powerful and strikingly regular. Such a heartbeat is almost inconceivable. Any individual, even in contemplation or slumber, would exhibit slight fluctuations in their heartbeat, from which he could ascertain their emotional state. However, the man in the chair possesses a heartbeat that is as constant as a clock, leaving Matt unable to discern his feelings. Is he in a state of thoughtlessness, or does he possess the remarkable ability to control his own heartbeat? His respiration is slow, yet each breath is prolonged, suggesting a lung capacity that is nearly impossible to estimate, potentially greater than that of 2 marathon runners combined. Yet, these attributes pale in comparison to the most significant aspect. He possesses an uncanny intuition. This is a formidable individual, exponentially stronger than Master Gunstick. It conjures memories of the Kunlun Iron Fist and Lady Gao. Lady Gao is an elderly woman, and according to Fudge's descriptions, the stature of the Kunlun Iron Fist bears some resemblance to that of the man reclining in the chair, albeit leaner, projecting a more vibrant and powerful aura. However, for a master of Kung Fu, one's physique can be manipulated. It is said that there exists a technique known as bone shrinking, capable of altering a person's height, body shape, and even appearance. Matt's intuition informed him that the individual reclining in the chair was indeed the legendary Kunlun Iron Fist. In that fleeting moment, he grasped that this was no mere coincidence. The other party had deliberately sought him out as a legal consultant. Otherwise, why would a humble grocery store require such expertise? He should have anticipated this, Matt pondered earnestly. He realized he was still too young, lacking in experience, and should have known that good fortune does not simply descend from the heavens, and that nothing cheap comes without a cost. Had it not been for the phone call from Foggy, in which he readily acquiesced, he doubted he would have come at all. Nevertheless, he did not decline. Since they had already approached him, evasion would serve no purpose. Moreover, he had an instinct that this encounter would prove beneficial rather than detrimental. The individual in the chair was, without a doubt, a good person. "Matt," Foggy urged, pulling him aside, whispering, "We can negotiate. We can settle on at least 25,000. The price seemed quite reasonable. Matt smiled and turned to Mr. Wang, asking, "How shall I address you? And when do we commence work?" Apologies were exchanged. "Regrettably, we have yet to graduate, so we can only take on part-time roles. Should you wish to join us, there is no space for an office. As you can see, our establishment is quite limited." Mr. Wang regarded Matt with a bemused expression reminiscent of someone observing a rare giant panda, stating, "I will reach out to you should any matters arise. It is a pleasure to collaborate." He extended his left hand. Matt hesitated briefly before reciprocating the gesture, a mutual acknowledgement of partnership. Their hands clasped, and a surge of genuine energy coursed through Matt's body, causing him to shudder momentarily. Chapter 64. Custom-made high-tech equipment. The subsequent drafting of the contract and detailed discussions were primarily handled by Sky and Foggy. Mr. Wang and Matt were tasked with the final signing, while the remainder of the time was spent in a silent exchange of glances, one wearing a subtle smile, the other wrestling with tumultuous thoughts. Matt Murdock, the future daredevil, had not yet attained the pinnacle of human physicality, in all likelihood. He was even inferior to the likes of Kingpin. His true strength lay in the enhancement of his senses, granted by his blindness. In terms of combat prowess, he was comparable to Punisher at best. As for other realms, Mr. Wang was uncertain, but in this universe, the Marvel Cinematic Universe, he was no match for Black Widow, nor could he best his master, the elderly Stick. Daredevil's abilities were akin to those of Captain America, with enhancements in strength, speed, agility, endurance, and even combat skills and intellect, all reaching remarkable heights, albeit generally falling short of Captain America's capabilities. Moreover, he lacked sight. However, his formidable senses compensated for this shortcoming. Due to the absence of physical confrontation, Mr. Wang could not ascertain Daredevil's true strength. Yet, given that he had not developed his chi, was relatively young, and had trained under Stick for no more than 15 years, his practical experience was limited. Thus, regardless of his combat skills, they remained constrained. The wealthy rely on technology, while the impoverished depend upon mutation. In a sense, Daredevil could also be considered a form of mutation. His heightened senses far surpassed those of an ordinary person. Should he cultivate his chi, his abilities could ascend to new heights, surpassing even Black Widow and Hawkeye, and truly embody the essence of a superhero worthy of cultivation. For the venerable Old Wang, who holds the esteemed title of Lifetime Honorary Chief Instructor at the Shaanxi Martial Arts Academy, the task of teaching students is not as effortless as one might presume. Despite dedicating 3 years to guiding Sky with unwavering patience and heartfelt support, the outcome remains disheartening, as Sky has yet to cultivate a single trace of true energy, an indication of his profound lack of aptitude in this regard. Night Demon, with his keen senses and remarkable speed in learning martial arts, has benefited from years of mentorship under the staff master, making him a promising prodigy. Indeed, Old Wang gazes at Matt with a beaming smile, while Matt, in turn, maintains an expressionless stare. The fleeting essence of true energy that Old Wang imparted to him unveiled an entirely new realm, a world of energy. The staff master once imparted wisdom. Energy is the very essence of life itself. The mastery of energy signifies a fundamental transformation of existence, elevating one beyond the ordinary into the realm of martial arts mastery. With the possession of energy, one's physical capabilities will be significantly enhanced and lifespan extended, rendering immortality no longer a mere fantasy. Few individuals worldwide have successfully cultivated energy, and most attain it through extraordinary means. Those who achieve it solely through their own efforts are exceedingly rare. Matt had often fantasized about the day he might encounter someone who genuinely possesses energy. Yet, he never anticipated that this day would arrive so swiftly. The tendril of true energy flowed within him, gradually dissipating as it did not rightfully belong to him. Nevertheless, it bestowed upon him newfound insights, akin to a young woman breaking through a barrier to embrace womanhood. Matt too glimpsed the prospect of becoming a master of martial arts, with only a single step remaining. However, this step is as daunting as scaling the heavens. Just as few young women can achieve this breakthrough alone, relying instead on the aid of men or other women, Matt understands that depending solely on his abilities may result in years, if not decades, without realizing this vital transformation. Yet, with the assistance of Master Wang reclining in his chair, perhaps this monumental leap could be achieved in mere months, weeks, or even days. But why would he offer such help? Drawing me in and tempting me with a wisp of energy, what does he truly desire from me? Suddenly, Matt yearns to reconnect with his long-lost master, whom he has not seen in over a decade. Perhaps he holds the answers he seeks. In a triumphant mood, the golden-haired chubby fellow presents 2 contracts to Old Wang and Matt, declaring their collaboration a resounding success. As they take turns signing, Matt departs in a somewhat distracted state, leaving a piece of his heart behind in the Azeroth specialty shop. Old Wang chuckles softly. When fish scent the bait, they cannot resist the hook. When cats catch the whiff of salted fish, they cannot help but steal a taste. It is said that gathering 7 superheroes can save the world, and they are now on their 2nd. No, counting Sky, they're already on their 3rd. By this reckoning, 7 seems too few. Shall they gather the 12 zodiac signs, or the 28 constellations, the 36 heavenly spirits, 72 earthly fiends, or perhaps even 108 warriors? ISNT, the salted egg assembling the Avengers? Perhaps I could form an even stronger alliance, or at the very least, one with greater numbers. The efficiency of SHIELD far surpasses that of the relevant authorities. The promised surveillance equipment arrived swiftly, with the enthusiastic egg even dispatching personnel for installation. The central control room was established in the Azeroth specialty store, allowing Sky to connect via computer and mobile phone to monitor every street in Chinatown at any time. The security significantly improved. Naturally, SHIELD must have left a backdoor for synchronized surveillance. SHIELD. Monitoring equates to Hydra's watchful eye. Without hesitation, Old Wang had Sky navigate through the software and permissions, layering encryption such that no one could access it without her consent. Consequently, even Gab's safety was assured. Most importantly, whether it was SHIELD or Hydra, it would be exceedingly difficult to trace Old Wang's whereabouts, which benefited him in playing dual roles, Kunlun Iron Fist and Master Wang. Not everyone is Daredevil, at least for the time being. Others would not associate Iron Fist with him. Subsequently, while Old Wang relished Sky's massage, he placed a call to Natasha, articulating his requirements. I need 5 sets of the latest field agent gear from SHIELD, a solid rod, with a length and radius of sufficient hardness. Isn't vibranium a splendid choice? If not, I'll settle for adamantium, but it must be of the highest quality. What? No superior grade? Very well. Then a titanium alloy will suffice, of the high-tech variety. Additionally, I like a pair of gauntlets, also in titanium alloy, complemented with crocodile leather. Old Wang sighed. Egg is truly stingy. During World War II, the Strategic Scientific Reserve managed to acquire vibranium for crafting Captain America's enormous shield. I refuse to believe SHIELD lac inventory. Moreover, adamantium was developed by the U.S. government with a complex chemical structure for durability. I've heard it's challenging to produce and is not inferior to vibranium. Not providing either is excessive. Titanium alloy will do, as its hardness is not lacking and can be utilized. In fact, simply obtaining a finely crafted true silver rod from World of Warcraft would surpass titanium alloy. However, the shipping costs are exorbitant. If I were to exchange, it should at least be of epic quality, ideally an orange-grade item, like the artifact I previously used. The Drunken Master's staff. Alas, it is prohibitively expensive. Let us settle for titanium alloy, then, at SHIELD's Trident headquarters in the director's office. Natasha hung up the phone and glanced at Egg, her meaning abundantly clear. Director, you are indeed stingy. Egg snorted and shot her a glare, his intention unmistakable. Agent Romanoff. Do not forget your place. You are under my command. Reflecting on the portly figure on the other end of the line, Egg felt a genuine headache. Vibranium is indeed in SHIELD's stock, but it is reserved for research purposes. How could they possibly part with it? Besides, at 10,000 per gram, a solid rod would weigh at least 15 kilograms, totaling $1.5 billion, with prices on the black market potentially multiplying several times over. Even if it existed, you wouldn't be able to afford it. The same applies to adamantium. While lower-grade adamantium is somewhat cheaper, it still costs over $1,000 per gram, and availability is scarce. Wang, you're being unreasonable. Have someone custom make it, not the tech department. Let those 2 graduates handle it. Or their names. Egg tapped his head in contemplation. My memory has always been exceptional, Yet lately, I find myself overwhelmed with pressing matters. Hydra, the Hand, terrorists, Tony Stark, the Hulk. How am I to remember 2 students amid such chaos? Continue to monitor the Hand's activities. Egg looked towards Natasha, advising her to assist Kunlun and Iron Fist, and to find an opportunity to discuss the necessity of allies for S.H.I.L.D. Hydra is not easily dealt with. Chapter 65, Fitz and Simmons S.H.I.E.L.D. Technology Department. What? Titanium alloy staffs? Titanium alloy gauntlets? Shall we fabricate them? Upon hearing Black Widow's words, Leo Fitz was filled with excitement. Having just enrolled this year, he had already garnered the highest accolades from all his instructors and was poised to graduate alongside his close companion, Gemma Simmons, becoming the fastest graduates in the history of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy in merely 1 year. It is worth noting that many extraordinarily talented masters and doctoral students have spent 4 years at the S.H.I.L.D. Academy, ultimately failing to graduate. Recently, he was summoned for a temporary assignment in the technology department, where he joined a cadre of scientists in researching a concoction known as the Azeroth signature essence. Fitz felt detached from this endeavor, as a specialization lay in mechanical engineering, while the essence belonged to the field of biochemistry, an area where Simmons excelled. Historically, Simmons had been his assistant, yet this time, he found himself in the role of her assistant, which left the outwardly delicate yet internally resilient Fitz somewhat displeased. Now, they had been tasked with the creation of high-tech equipment, his forte, while Simmons assumed the role of assistant once more, an arrangement that Fitz relished. The collaboration between the two of them, limited to just the two, was akin to paradise. Fitz couldn't help but steal a glance at Simmons, who was conversing with Black Widow, the legendary agent that all the male students at S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy wished to engage with. What is it about Black Widow that captivates so many? Her face lacks the prominence of Simmons. Her chin does not possess the same roundness. Her golden hair does not match Simmons' length, while her waist is too slender and her bust and hips too pronounced, resembling an iceberg. Who owes her 2 cents that remains unpaid? Unlike Simmons, who perpetually wears a smile, even during quarrels, rendering her irresistibly adorable. Why do so many admire Black Widow? Such tastes elude my understanding. Agent Simmons, how progresses the research on the essence? Black Widow inquired, keenly interested in the elixir that promises rapid healing, deemed tenfold superior to the best emergency medicine in the technology department. The only concern was that the active ingredients seemed rather scarce. To mend the wounds inflicted by the Winter Soldier and Hydra's assassins, she had consumed an entire vat, dozens of kilograms. If it were merely the essence, it would be one thing, but lacked any semblance of alcoholic flavor, akin to drinking plain water, leaving her bloated. Oh, that unscrupulous merchant, Master Wang. 9 vats of the essence had been purified, with 99 comprising water and only about 1 alcohol, the effective components totaling less than 10 micrograms. Upon mentioning the essence, Simmons' eyes sparkled with excitement, nearly leading her to dance. It was a substance not found on Earth, one that had never been discovered throughout the annals of scientific history. The project team is currently engaged in analytical research, utilizing equipment valued at millions. We have discovered this substance to be rather peculiar. It is less a material than an essence of pure energy, compressed to its utmost potential. Black Widow's lips twitched. 10 micrograms? Master Wang, I recognize your mercantile nature, but I did not anticipate such a degree of unscrupulousness. Alcohol consumption is one thing, but watering it down? Simmons continued, our research has reached an impasse. 10 micrograms is insufficient. We require more. Agent Romanoff, could you relay this to the director? Where did this come from? And can we procure additional quantities? We need at least 100 micrograms. Black Widow slightly furrowed her brow. This young girl seems oblivious to protocol. Following the war, all of Master Wang's documents were classified at level 10, accessible only to the director. No one else, including Agent Hilt, possesses the authority to review them. You, a mere trainee, dare to inquire about these matters? If research were desired, it should be initiated by the project's team leader or deputy leader. Cough, cough, Agent Romanoff. Simmons obtained dual doctoral degrees in biology and chemistry at the tender age of 17. 2 months ago, the Academy's mentors found themselves unable to instruct her. She is now the deputy leader of the Azerlaster Essence wine project team. Upon noticing Black Widow's displeased expression, Fitz hastily clarified, not daring to offend this legendary operative. Black Widow paused, raising an eyebrow. She is an operative who heeds only the director's commands and is unfamiliar with the Department of Technology. However, she is aware that the director places great importance on the essence wine, ordering the technology department to conduct exhaustive research. Those who enter the project team are all specialized scientists. The leaders, whether team leader or deputy, must be at least first-rate scientists, if not top tier. Simmons, a mere first-year trainee, has somehow ascended to the position of deputy leader? How astonishing. If she is that remarkable, what a fits. Is it not a waste to assign such individuals to produce equipment for Master Wang? No wonder the head of the technology department appeared displeased when I approached him earlier. Though he dared not refuse the director's orders, he likely grumbled inwardly about the director's incompetence. Perhaps I should inform the director? Black Widow pondered, but ultimately decided against it. Kunlun Iron Fist saved her life. Master Wang is a disciple of Iron Fist. 2 second-rate scientists dedicated to crafting high-tech equipment for you. Consider it a favor returned. Although the production of titanium alloy rods and fists is necessary, the research on essence wine will not be hindered, as one of the research directions was proposed by myself, which is why I was exceptionally promoted to deputy leader. Regrettably, my salary remains unchanged, still at the intern level, with years required to afford a car or a home. Many individuals in the technology department have jumped ship. Signing a non-disclosure agreement suffices. The benefits at SHIELD are not as lucrative as anticipated, and should a suitable opportunity arise, Black Widow had other matters to attend to and could not linger any longer. She handed a stack of papers to Simmons and departed. Fitz and Simmons immediately began to examine the documents. So long? So thick? So rigid? Does it require resilience? Must it be solid? Titanium alloy won't suffice. We must incorporate high-strength carbon fiber. Titanium alloy gauntlets. I envision the addition of retractable claws to enhance lethality, along with an extendable rope that could transform into a grappling hook to assist in climbing. The design must be meticulous, ensuring it does not hinder the use of the staff, which proves to be a considerable challenge. What if we incorporate a miniature aperture in the claws? By adding pressure sensors, we could release dendritic toxins and cobra venom upon sufficient pressure. The user possesses immense strength, potentially exceeding twice the Olympic weightlifting record. Surely, this is not intended for Captain America, who would likely perish from such a strain. Perhaps it is designed for a robot or a grizzly bear. At least 10,000 volts would be necessary, but such confidential information is beyond my reach, and her equipment does not permit me to investigate. The staff's lethality is limited. What if we fashioned a retractable and detachable gun barrel, allowing the staff to convert into a firearm at will, adjustable in length, integrating an internal communication device, intrusion detection and recognition system chip, capacitive screen, and high-strength tempered film into the gauntlets, supplemented with infrared and satellite-guided missiles? What do you think? The budget is rather steep, but that is of no concern to us, as we are not footing the bill. Furthermore, we can install a miniature freeze gun and tranquilizer gun, substituting the ends of the staff and the gauntlet claws with titanium alloy. Additionally, incorporating the latest intelligent systems, outfitted with dozens of applications, 16 terabytes of memory, and an implanted neural connector would enhance usability, allowing for remote control and ensuring it would not be misplaced. The consumable components must be designed for disassembly and replacement. Let us prepare 10 units. No, make it 50. The two spent a full 2 hours deliberating and budgeting, only to be taken aback. The cost of a single staff and a pair of gauntlets exceeded that of 0 sets of field agent equipment. Chapter 66. Alexandrina, the following morning. Acquiring 10 sets of field agent equipment was trivial. SHIELD had ample stock, and they were delivered that afternoon, escorted personally by Black Widow. Although the standard equipment surpassed the individual gear of the U.S. Navy SEALs, there was no necessity for a legendary agent to oversee its delivery. Black Widow, clearly with purpose, approached. Master Wang, do you still have the essence wine? This time, I hope to procure a version that does not require purification. Her emphasis on certain words was palpable, then softened as her eyes sparkled enticingly. Considering your assistance with me and Iron Fist in thwarting the triads, could you offer a discount? Perhaps half price? An hour later, Black Widow departed with a bottle of Zweiking, containing just 2 drops of the essence from the Eternal Water bottle. 2 hours hence, Wang's account swelled by $10 million. All things considered, Wang's sale was relatively modest. He was not seeking to exploit, as a sustainable profit is preferable. The profit margin plummeted from 100 times to approximately 50 times, reflecting significant discounts. Wang believed himself to be a conscientious merchant, earning honest money. The exchange of eternal spring water essence necessitated the opening of a temporal passage, risking exposure to the masters of Komartage and the myriad powers of the multiverse. After all, it is a monopolistic industry. Earning less seemed unworthy of the term monopoly and could invite mockery from competitors. His intentions were genuine. He did not wish for SHIELD to acquire too much, wasting unnecessary funds, as true research would yield little in return. The essence of the eternal well, once encountered during the days of World of Warcraft, was subjected to a year-long investigation by the Goblin and Gnome engineers under his command, yet yielded no fruitful results due to its overwhelming complexity. Concerning the technological department of SHIELD, Old Wang harbored little hope. For decades, he had clutched the cosmic cube, space gem, in his grasp, with Howard Stark, Tony Stark's father, being the only one to produce a theoretical outcome, the energy isotopes of the cosmic cube, after years of research. Relying on them seemed less promising than counting on Tony and Dr. Banner. Sky, invest $10 million to acquire all shares of Stark Industries, Old Wang declared, tapping the armrest thoughtfully. Are you leaving any behind? Not a single cent. Not even 10 million, nor 100 billion would suffice. Old Wang's ambitions soared high. After traversing 18 years, he had numerous aspirations he intended to realize, waiting for the opportune moment to buy in when stock prices inevitably plummeted again. Accumulating wealth now might just position him as a significant shareholder in Stark Industries. Oh, future Iron Man, do not fall victim to the butterfly effect. That would cost me dearly. Though 18 years had passed since departing from the World of Warcraft, the days of ceaseless wanderings were now a distant memory. Yet the adventurous spirit of the Pandaren remained intact. Old Wang had once traced his lineage, discovering that his ancestor was Lao Wang, a Pandaren traveler, and felt the wanderlust coursing through his veins. The divine mount, Shun Junzi, was an ancestral gift, inexplicably having grown into an island, defying all scientific rationale. Next door, the turtle demigod Tortala had lived for countless millennia, far surpassing Shun Junzi in lineage, yet lacked such a grand stature. Could there be some mutation at play? It seemed the demigod had engaged in some unspeakable acts, and his head was not even green. By the way, was the turtle demigod male or female? Sky. Old Wang pondered, allocate one set of these field agent gear for yourself, another for Gab, keep 3 sets in the store, and find a way to send the remaining 5 to Puerto Rico for Eli and Lucy for their protection. He chuckled lightly. As a grandmaster, he certainly did not require such mundane equipment. SHIELD. DS technology was commendable, with field agent gear being internationally advanced. However, it may not necessarily surpass the gnome mechanized infantry of Gnomerigan from the World of Warcraft, which could prove cumbersome when donned. For a monk grandmaster, only equipment of epic quality would suffice, such as the Juhas set or the Yulong set, named after the 4 supreme deities. Beyond that, a pair of gloves and a sturdy iron rod would be adequate. Understood, Sky replied, typing rapidly to summon her companions. As a member of the Tide organization, which gathered the world's most elite hackers, Sky was already a top-tier hacker, yet still fell short of the ranks of a dozen or so even more skilled than herself. Each hacker harbored countless secrets of individuals and possessed various reliable channels. For them, whether it be smuggling or human trafficking, was hardly a challenge. The news of Lady Gao's demise had already spread. It was time for the other 4 fingers of the hand to surface. Lao Wang reclined gently in his chair, yet his thoughts soared to the heavens. In New York, atop a skyscraper in Manhattan, a world-class symphony orchestra performed before a vast audience that consisted of but a single soul. This was a concert meant for one. Following the soothing strains of Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata, the orchestra transitioned into his 5th symphony, Fate. Alexandra, who had once witnessed Beethoven's creative genius firsthand, recalled that defiant young man who refused to bow to destiny. Stubborn, sensitive, easily stirred, brimming with passion, yet unable to shield himself from the onslaught of fate. He had succumbed at the age of 57, while she had lived through countless 57s, now facing a similar threat, the specter of death. My time is running short, she murmured to herself. 2 hours earlier, after a medical examination, the doctor had unequivocally informed her that her body was succumbing to the ravages of natural aging, with modern medicine offering no remedy. Before this, she had journeyed to Egypt, India, Japan, China, and traversed the globe, attempting every conceivable solution, none of which bore fruit. The dragon bone fossil she had brought from Kunlun was reduced to a mere fragment, a shared treasure among 5 individuals, and she had no right to use it independently. Evidently, it was insufficient for the collective. Of the other 4, the eldest, Madame Gao, had passed away, while the remaining 3 retained their vitality. likely to live for several more decades, whereas she had less than 5 years left, and only she felt the urgency of it. Suddenly, a cold and solemn Japanese man entered. "Madam, you summoned me?" he inquired, bowing at a perfect 90 degrees before standing upright, exuding respect. Before him stood a woman who, despite having lived for millennia, grew increasingly captivating with age. As long as she possessed the dragon bone, she could instantly regain her youth and vitality, enchanting countless men. Every acquaintance desired to possess her, including himself. In her presence, one could simultaneously experience the allure of an elderly matron, a middle-aged woman, a mature lady, a young mother, and even the essence of a maiden. Most importantly, this lady had donned countless identities and shared her life with numerous men over the ages. Through a millennium of experience, she was not only the most learned, noble, and cultured woman in the world, but also the one who understood how to delight men best. Her collection included hundreds of historical figures immortalized in the annals of history. To possess her was to stand alongside those luminaries. "Madam," Alexandra said softly as she approached the floor-to-ceiling window, "Madame Gao has died. She was slain by Iron Fist." At the mention of this name, Yoshioka's body trembled slightly, a flicker of panic surfacing within him, yet he endeavored to maintain composure before the lady. "Madam, we cannot be certain. It might have been Iron Fist, or perhaps others from Kunlun, or even a True Purity Society. Since they have killed Madame Gao, they will not spare us." Yoshioka furrowed his brow deeply. What is the worst possible scenario? Madame Gao is indeed capable of revealing all the secrets of the Hand Union. However, the Five Fingers operate independently, having been estranged for decades. Were it not for the discovery of the dragon bone fossil, I would still be in Japan, and Madame Gao remains unaware of the secrets held by other factions. Furthermore, capturing an individual alive is far more arduous than taking a life. My master once remarked that Madame Gao is the mightiest among the five. If even she were to be captured, one must ponder the true strength of the legendary Iron Fist. Yoshioka Shin fell silent for 2 seconds. "Madam, do you imply?" That would mark a historic moment. The five fingers clenched into a fist would undoubtedly alter the course of the world. Yoshioka Shin paused again for 2 seconds. "Madam, is this truly necessary? We are in pursuit of the Black Void. You are well aware of its formidable power. It could certainly contend with the Iron Fist. Perhaps we should bide our time." "Shin, you are overthinking this. Your master has deceived you. It is best not to believe him, for if you do, you will have already lost." Alexandra's lips curled into a faint sneer. "If it is indeed the Iron Fist, then it is absolutely necessary. Your master understands this as well as I do. The might of the Iron Fist is beyond your imagination." Alexandra recalled the Iron Fist she had encountered in Kunlun, a force derived from the Dragon of Longevity, one that no martial arts master could possibly rival. The immortal Iron Fist, Kunlun's mightiest weapon, also serves as the guardian of Kunlun, a protector from an extra-dimensional realm. Were it not for the Iron Fist's inability to leave Kunlun, how could the five of them have dared to escape with the dragon bones? Now, what has transpired that has allowed it to emerge? One cannot help but wonder if this generation's Iron Fist possesses the same strength as that of your. One can only hope it does not. Otherwise, there'd be no need for combat. One could simply wash up and retire to rest. There's another matter. Alexandra turned to regard the astute and capable Japanese man. "I have received word that individuals from the Jinshuan faction have arrived, including an old friend of yours. Perhaps you would wish to meet him." In an instant, a frail, aged figure appeared in Yoshioka Shin's mind, fists clenched tightly, eyes narrowing. The staff old man. For days now, Matt had remained silent, contemplating in his dormitory. A wisp of true energy from old Wang had opened a window for him, a window unlike the present. Outside lay the landscape of martial arts masters, a realm of chi, a transcendence of life's essence filled with boundless allure, even more irresistible than the form of a former lover. Especially the prolonged lifespan afforded by this transcendence could drive 99% of the world to madness. The staff old man had once spoken of many ancient Chinese martial arts masters who lived beyond 100 years, with grandmasters and great-grandmasters reaching 2, 4, and even 8 centuries, truly more genuine than pure gold. This achievement is not solely the result of rigorous training. It also demands spiritual cultivation, the unity of inner and outer realms, and the harmony of spirit and flesh. My master further expounded that martial arts masters possess not only physical strength, but also formidable mental fortitude, potentially acquiring abilities of telepathy and mind control, swaying the hearts of thousands with every movement, exuding boundless charm. The essence of humanity is sacred, perpetually seeking unity, yet once fulfilled, it becomes impossible to resist. The most powerful martial arts grandmasters can kill with their minds, split their souls, and transcend their physical forms. The venerable master has long pursued a certain realm of existence. It has been unable to attain it. The only path he can envision is to seek the assistance of Master Wang, or perhaps the Kunlun Iron Fist. Yet, what do they truly desire, and what price must be paid? Perhaps a price that life itself cannot bear. Matt, look who has arrived. The voice of the golden-haired, chubby fellow resonated, casting a knowing glance at Matt before scurrying away, determined not to play the third wheel. A woman of graceful form stood at the doorway, clad in a black gown, with cascading hair and a smile gracing her lips. Her eyes, however, bore a complexity of emotions. Fuji, you know I cannot see. Matt rose, momentarily frozen. He sensed a familiar heartbeat, a known breath, and caught a whiff of a scent that surpassed the finest perfumes. This evoked excitement and joy within him, a longing to rush forward and embrace her. Yet he restrained himself. From her heartbeat, he discerned some unsettling emotions. She bore feelings for him, yet these feelings were tinged with ulterior motives, guilt, and unease. The woman before him seemed somewhat unfamiliar, as if she had transformed in ways he could not comprehend. Perhaps she had remained unchanged, while he himself had evolved. Erica, what brings you here? Matt inquired with calm composure. If I were to confess that I missed you, would you believe me? Erica replied, her laughter enchanting. I do not. Clever, Erica shrugged, arching an eyebrow. It seems the education from Columbia University has proven beneficial. Matt managed a strained smile. Your lessons have been even more valuable, Professor Erica. Speak, what is your purpose here? Spare me the deceit. You cannot fool me. Your physique has improved since we last met, particularly your signature curves. Even amidst a sea of people, I would recognize you. Erica jested before her expression shifted to seriousness. Matt, I am being targeted by the Mafia, and I implore your assistance. They will kill me. My strength alone is insufficient to fend them off. Your heartbeat and breath reveal the truth of your words. Matt suddenly felt an odd intuition. The woman before him seemed to be under the watchful eye of death. Her physical form remained vibrant, her capabilities surpassing those of most. Yet her emotional state was evidently low, shrouded in despair. Was it the fear of formidable adversaries? Perhaps you should contact the authorities and seek legal assistance. Matt remained skeptical of Erica's claims. The more beautiful a woman, the less one can trust her. This woman was adept at deception. More importantly, she evidently had undergone some form of specialized training unbeknownst to him, enabling her to control her breath and heartbeat, thus clouding his own perceptive abilities. I'm already in the process, my esteemed lawyer. Erica sighed. It appears I cannot persuade you. No one can sway me, Matt retorted, tugging at his lips. Is that so? Suddenly, a different voice emerged. The sound of a cane tapping against the ground resonated, a familiar rhythm, a familiar cadence. It had been over a decade since their last encounter. With a steady breath and a stable heartbeat, this individual surpassed even Master Wang, a rarity in all of New York. I regarded you as my disciple, yet you perceived me as a father. Familial bonds can be perceived as a vulnerability, a potential source of peril. Erica observed as the gaunt figure of the elder entered, his voice calm, yet resolute. In order to rid you of your weaknesses, I must take my leave. The two blind men locked eyes, a moment of silent understanding passing between them. Erica stepped back, acutely aware of Matt's accelerated heartbeat and labored breathing. This man was in dire need of release, but not of a carnal nature. The physical confrontation between men often proved to be more riveting than that between women. Chapter 68. Where are the promised reinforcements? The cacophony of sounds filled Erica's ears, nearly compelling her to cover them. I wish to witness, she thought. Leaning against the door with her arms crossed, she observed the two men engaged in a fierce struggle, finding it far more captivating than witnessing women in intimate dalliance. Matt, youthful and exuberant, exuded a potent masculine aura, his vigor akin to the fleeting nature of his remaining years. Each minute felt like an eternity to him, a truth that she alone comprehended in this world. Yet the elder, despite his advanced age, demonstrated remarkable endurance, an unexpected revelation. 10 minutes had elapsed. One, youthful and robust, the other, seasoned and wise. The elder, unable to rely solely on physical prowess, resorted to experience and skill in this contest. The master and apprentice exchanged blows with fervor, their duel exhilarating. As it was not a fight to the death, they eschewed their preferred implements, which only added to the intrigue. Erica's astonishment grew. Matt had markedly improved. His strength, speed, and reflexes had all intensified, though his lack of battle experience rendered him somewhat naive. Despite possessing advantages in various domains, he found himself at a disadvantage against the elder. It was rather humiliating for a young man in his 20s to be bested by a man at least 70 years old. Of course, Matt remained formidable. In a friendly sparring match, where he held an advantage of strength and senses, she doubted she could best him, much like in the realm of intimacy. Yet, in a life-and-death struggle, no, that would never transpire. I could never bring myself to harm Matt. Never. With a thud, Matt collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. To be unable to defeat even an old man, Matt, it seems my departure from you was indeed the right choice. The elder grunted, extending his left hand. Matt mirrored the gesture, their hands clasping as he leveraged the grip to rise once more. So, you've taken on another apprentice? A female apprentice, no less? Erica is far more capable than you, he stated calmly. She lacks your vulnerabilities and does not view me as a father figure. When it comes time to kill, she never hesitates. Given that, you may take your leave, the elder concluded. Matt exhaled heavily, soon regaining his composure to continue his training. Do not seek me out. He recalled the murderer who had taken his father's life. Years ago, Erica had captured the assailant, demanding retribution for her father, rather than seeking vengeance. He had handed the killer over to the authorities. Their differing ideologies had led to a bittersweet parting. With a scoff, Matt inquired, so what transpired after all? One is an ex-girlfriend, the other a master who evokes a paternal feeling within him. He cannot simply turn a blind eye. The old man and Erica evoke the same sensation of impending mortality. They are both confronted with the menace of death. What manner of gang could pose such a threat to them? The daughter of an ambassador and an enigmatic elder shrouded in secrets? The Hand Association, a nefarious organization threatening all of humanity, a band of shameful thieves and traitors. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly. Now, they've set their sights on me and Erica. An hour later, it sounds like a Hollywood film or a superhero comic from the early 20th century, Matt mused, leaning against the window. The old man asserted, You know I speak the truth. Matt's lips curled into a sardonic smile. I'm not so sure. Though he uttered those words, he believed them. The old man had no reason to deceive himself. The issue is this tale is rather cliché. A realm beyond Earth, existing in some alternate dimension. Kunlun? The guardian beast of Kunlun, a peculiar dragon named Shaleo? The power of Shaleo, passed down through generations of the immortal Iron Fist? 5 traders who absconded with dragon bone fossils? The capacity for immortality and rebirth? The True Purity Society, which has persistently opposed the Hand Association. According to the old man, the Hand Association appears formidable, even more so than the Italian Mafia. Lady Gao, slain by the Kunlun Iron Fist, was one of such a colossal figure's leaders. Moreover, that seemingly languid Master Wang, who reclines in a chair basking in sunlight, possesses such an extraordinary background, and such a person has set their sights on him. Although he has outgrown the age of fanciful dreams, Matt cannot help but feel a flicker of anticipation. Could it be that Master Wang has taken an interest in him, wishing to take him as a disciple to inherit the Iron Fist? However, Master Wang seems rather youthful, even younger than himself. The Iron Fist has made its appearance. The aged old man is surprisingly animated, akin to a youth, regarding the elders of the True Purity Society who follow Kunlun and the immortal Iron Fist. Yet for decades, they have never encountered the Iron Fist, having lost contact with Kunlun. He has come to New York. Surely, he must be here to clear the ranks. And Matt must find him to lead the True Purity Society in following him. So, can I assume that you're merely engaging in wishful thinking? The Iron Fist might not even be aware of your existence. Matt mused internally. The old man's heart raced, his breath quickened, and even the flow of blood in his face accelerated. He had witnessed this scenario many times before. Those starry-eyed young girls, or the boys enamored with them, exhibit such behavior. If a youth under 20 were to idolize a martial arts master of his age, it could still be considered admiration. However, your infatuation with Master Wang is somewhat discordant, to be frank. I will assist you, and you as well, Erica. After some contemplation, Matt decided against revealing to the old man that Master Wang is, in fact, the immortal Iron Fist. This is a secret, unless granted permission by Master Wang. He does not intend to divulge it. However, since the True Purity Society is aligned with the Iron Fist, belonging to Master Wang, he resolved to find an opportunity to confide in Master Wang. Master Wang and the Jinshuan Society, like others, are contending with the Shoha Society. He would not refuse such an ally. You must be cautious, Jinshuan Society. Suddenly, Matt lowered his voice and gestured toward the outside. He discerned unusual sounds, faint footsteps, heartbeats, and breaths, evidence of someone deliberately concealing their presence, trained to evade detection, making them formidable adversaries. They were approaching, although the stick elder lacked Matt's extraordinary talent. His congenital blindness had heightened his senses far beyond those of an average person, and he too sensed the impending danger. Matt listened intently, detecting at least 50 individuals, each armed with firearms and blades, seemingly katana. Among them, one was particularly formidable, his heartbeat robust and vigorous, akin to my own. The stick elder's expression shifted slightly. They were ninjas from the Yamaguchi-gumi, the finest in the world. It was Yoshioka Shin, a disciple of Murakami. Matt seized his cane, urging, "Quickly alert your Jinshuin Society members to come for reinforcements. With so many armed, we cannot prevail. No matter how skilled one may be, a kitchen knife can instill fear." A master of internal martial arts might not be afraid, yet he felt trepidation. No matter how acute one's senses, they cannot halt a bullet. The mind may race, yet the body may falter, much like a novelist with an abundance of ideas but a sluggish typing speed, capable of envisioning 200,000 words, yet producing merely 2,000. At least 50 of the world's finest ninjas, armed and prepared, left Matt feeling overwhelmed. There's no one left. The stick elder's lips twitched. In New York, the Jinshuin Society consists solely of Erica and myself. Chapter 69. Leave this to me. The stick elder felt helpless. I truly did not wish for this, yet what choice do we have? The Jinshuin Society in New York once had several members undercover within the Showa Society, responsible for intelligence. They were the ones who informed me about Lady Gao and Iron Fist situation. However, they have perished, victims of the Showa Society. Had I not been reduced to such straits, I would not have sought your assistance. If I had a large cadre of brothers, I would have summoned them to confront the Showa Society long ago. I would not be in such a pitiful state now. With no one left, what can one say? Matt was at a loss. The Showa Society casually dispatched dozens of individuals, armed with firearms. Lady Gao's subordinates had numbered in the hundreds. And this was merely the tip of the iceberg. One was Japanese, the other Chinese. New York was not their stronghold. The true home advantage lay with Alessandra, who had yet to make her move. The Jinshuin Society had merely 2 members, neither of whom bore arms, an elderly man and a woman. Where had all the men gone? Elder, are you jesting? Do not worry, we can escape. I have experience, the stick elder reassured. In fact, we were pursued the moment we disembarked. The situation then was little better than it is now, yet we managed to flee. Erica added her own words of comfort. Gentlemen, what is there to be proud of? You were pursued yet still sought me out. Truly the mark of a good master and former lover. Matt sighed, retrieving his phone to dial a number. I shall request assistance. Bang! A bullet whizzed by. Matt hastily took cover. More gunfire erupted, forcing him to discard his phone and evade with all his might. The call connected, but only rang once before the phone shattered. A fierce battle had commenced. In the Azeroth specialty store, after dinner, Old Wang closed the shop and provided special treatment for Sky, using his vital energy to help her refine her body and accelerate the absorption of her internal essence. Although Sky aspired to become a woman of seismic prowess, the burden of her shockwave abilities weighed heavily on her physique. The better her body, the more capable it was of enduring rapid and powerful vibrations, thus amplifying the potency of her shockwaves. Despite Sky not being an ideal martial arts candidate, with various postures amiss, it did not preclude her from harnessing vital energy. In the absence of the heart of Azeroth, Old Wang relied solely on his own cultivation. His insufficient strength hindered his ability to unblock Sky's meridians and acupoints, stimulating her body to generate vital energy and establish a stable internal circulation system. However, after consuming copious amounts of the essence from the Well of Eternity, his physical prowess had significantly improved, elevating his total vital energy to the level of a master monk, just a tier below Old Chun and Zhu Talon, thus enabling him to assist Sky. Naturally, this was a gradual process that could not be accomplished in a day. Old Wang resolved to spend the night in the shop with Sky, a suggestion she made, eager to seize the moment and experience the subtleties of vital energy, akin to a young girl yearning to indulge in forbidden fruit. This temptation was irresistible. Changing positions for another round, Old Wang playfully patted Sky as rear. The stimulation of vital energy also required various postures, lying, kneeling, standing, sitting, all yielding different effects. In this domain, Old Wang was a maestro, perhaps surpassing even the knowledgeable Lady Gao. Years ago, to aid the Pandaren in swiftly augmenting their strength against the Shah and the Burning Legion, Old Wang meticulously crafted an illustrated compendium of 108 postures, each accompanied by specific movements, richly illustrated and informative, which continued to be utilized even after his departure, and even found its way to other continents, benefiting all of Azeroth. Suddenly, the phone rang. It was that blind lawyer. Why was he calling so late? Sky frowned, displeased at the interruption of her and Old Wang's moment. Just as she was about to answer, she hung up. What a lunatic, Sky muttered, then repositioned herself, kneeling with her hands on the ground, ready to enjoy Old Wang's services. However, Old Wang stood up, patting his backside. What's wrong? Sensing the absence of the vital energy coursing through her, Sky realized what had transpired and quickly inquired of Old Wang. My intuition tells me something is amiss. Is the phone dead? Such a coincidence. The future Daredevil would not make such a rookie mistake. Sky, hack into Columbia University's surveillance. Stay in touch. Old Wang was concerned about the future Daredevil, hoping that the young man would not meet an inexplicable demise due to the butterfly effect of his arrival in this world. Much like Lady Gao, no equipment was needed. He resolutely refused to drive. Donning a mask, Old Wang set his course and began to run, blending into the night. In the shadows of Chinatown, a slightly plump silhouette leapt between the buildings, reminiscent of an unborn Spider-Man. The sound of gunfire echoed relentlessly, awakening the slumbering Columbia University. The dormitory area of the law school was enveloped in an eerie silence. The students, startled from their slumber, refrained from displaying any bravado, opting instead to retreat into hiding, with some merely calling for help. In Western education, the paramount concern is safeguarding one's own security. Survival supersedes all else. In the face of insurmountable assailants, choosing to evade confrontation is not an act of cowardice. At times, it is a commendable decision, as unnecessary sacrifice holds little significance. Even the aged doorman John and his loyal canine companion had sought refuge. Three figures darted through the shadows, pursued by a multitude of Yamaguchi group ninjas. Matt, gritting his teeth against the pain, sprinted forward. He had been shot. The old warrior, despite his age, had not reacted swiftly enough. Had he not intercepted a bullet at a crucial moment, he would likely have become a lifeless corpse by now. With the enemy possessing greater strength, direct confrontation proved futile. It was essential to seek a more complex battleground for guerrilla tactics, which would be more advantageous. Most importantly, there were numerous classmates within the dormitory. The Yamaguchi members, aware of the potential outrage such a massacre would incite, would likely refrain from instigating a shocking nationwide slaughter, as it would provoke the populace and compel the police to take drastic measures. Nonetheless, stray bullets would inevitably harm the innocent. Moments ago, he had heard several cries of anguish from a nearby thicket. Matt was determined to prevent any harm coming to his fellow students. A change of battlefield was imperative. The nearest gymnasium presented itself as the optimal choice. The old warrior and Erica possessed ample experience, while Matt's senses were heightened. He could even discern the direction and timing of the ninjas' fire based on the sounds of their bodies brushing against one another and the flow of blood. However, if the bullets came too densely, evasion became impossible. His less-than mighty physique impeded his perception. Even when he reacted at the very instant a bullet left the chamber, he found himself unable to escape its trajectory. The gymnasium loomed ahead, yet the mere distance of several dozen meters felt insurmountable. The flame of life might extinguish in the next moment. Matt's heart burned with a fervent desire for life and a love for the vibrant world around him. Yet, if he were to perish alongside his ex-girlfriend and mentor, he would not feel alone. God had not been unkind to him. Suddenly, dozens of ninjas opened fire simultaneously. Their coordinated efforts wove a deadly net of bullets, an inescapable trap. The scythe of death had already begun its descent. A muffled grunt, followed by a scream of agony. Matt's heart trembled. Both the old warrior and Erica fell victim to gunfire, and Matt himself was struck in the back by a bullet, with death looming ever closer. Out of nowhere, a spherical object rolled towards him at an astonishing speed, veering as it passed by and coming to a halt behind Matt. It was a means of escape. The sphere unfurled, transforming into a slightly rotund figure that stood like a mountain. Old Wang extended his hand, and a bullet fell from his palm with a sharp sound. Leave this to me. Chapter 70, The Shadow of the Dragon. The name of the king gazing at the somewhat stout Old Wang. Matt felt as though he were beholding a mountain. In truth, Old Wang was slightly shorter than Matt, and still in his developmental years. At 23, Matt had grown taller, while Old Wang, at 18, was not particularly tall, standing half a head shorter than Matt. Yet in Matt's eyes, Old Wang embodied greatness akin to a mountain, vastness comparable to the sea, the height of the sky, an enduring flow of a river. His physical prowess may be lacking, yet his perception is astonishingly acute, capable of barely tracking the trajectory of bullets. Old Wang, unharmed while catching bullets barehanded, is naturally within his sensory grasp. The unimaginable speed, the unparalleled precision. and the ability to withstand the harm of bullets are attributes he cannot hope to match, even with a perception that is not significantly inferior to his own. Is this the formidable strength of a kung fu master? Merely relying on qi to enhance both body and spirit can elevate one's senses to the level of a naturally gifted individual, and yet he possesses an extraordinary vision that surpasses his own. Upon hearing old Wang's deliberately deep and hoarse voice, Matt instinctively assisted Erica and the old stickman towards the gymnasium. As for worrying about old Wang, the esteemed Kunlun Iron Fist is surely beyond the concern of an ordinary person like him. Erica and the old stickman were evidently more astonished than Matt. Witnessing old Wang roll towards them like a ball, Erica felt a mixture of amusement and surprise. Such an absurdly peculiar move unleashed a speed far beyond her own comprehension. Resembling a fusion of a panda and a cheetah, the sight of him catching bullets barehanded was undeniably impressive. With such physical capabilities, was he akin to Captain America Resurrected? The old stickman's body trembled, fully aware that Captain America could not possibly be revived, yet he understood the caliber of individuals capable of achieving such feats. Lady Gao was already among the most qi-rich individuals, and if prepared, she could envelop herself in qi to withstand the damage from handgun bullets. However, her greatest weakness was her age, rendering her considerably slower than Murakami and the gambler. Catching bullets barehanded? Impossible. Perhaps Lady Gao could intercept millions of bullets, but not in this manner. Only kung fu masters stronger than Lady Gao could accomplish such a feat in the limited understanding of the old stickman. Only those from the seventh heaven could achieve this. Recent news indicated that one of the seventh heavens, Kunlun, had indeed sent someone, none other than the most powerful immortal Iron Fist. Let me go, I must assist the Iron Fist. The old stickman was so overwhelmed with emotion that he wept. He had previously harbored concerns that the legendary immortal Iron Fist might not be as formidable as imagined. Each Iron Fist's birth required the resurrection of the dragon and the old man. The shorter the resurrection period, the weaker the power, and thus the Iron Fist wielding it would be correspondingly weaker. What if this time the resurrection only lasted a few years or decades, and the immortal Iron Fist turned out to be devoid of talent? Wouldn't he that render him utterly weak? Yet, it now appeared that his worries were unfounded. Although he could not truly appreciate the strength of this generation's Iron Fist due to not being a kung fu master, it was at least not as feeble as he had feared. Therefore, as the current leader of the true, pure society, I, the old stickman, vow to follow the immortal Iron Fist to the death, fighting fiercely against the Hand Association. Bang! Seeing the old stickman struggle desperately, Matt, growing impatient, knocked him unconscious with a punch. In a moment, your blood will run dry. Do you still have any fighting spirit left to stay and cause trouble? Suddenly, Matt felt a pang of sorrow for Master Wang. Such a powerful figure, the esteemed immortal Iron Fist had only a handful of kittens under his command. Did the presence of the old stickman and his kind truly hold any significance? The Iron Fist need not rely on them to deal with the Hand Association, after all. Immortal Iron Fist. Upon witnessing this scene, Yoshioka Nobu, who charged forward, gasped in astonishment. The might of the Iron Fist left him awestruck. However, it did not seem to possess the overwhelming strength that Master Murakami had described. One that could shatter mountains with a single blow, part rivers with a mere palm, reverse waterfalls, and cause phoenixes to lament. The legendary immortal Iron Fist was indeed terrifying. Yet, lacking an understanding of Kunlun, he believed that legends remained just that. Such a formidable fist could certainly be vanquished. Attack! Yoshioka Nobu shouted, and all others followed suit, firing their weapons. Alas! Old Wang sighed, then chuckled. The sensation amidst this hail of bullets reminded him of the volley from the Dwarven Gunner Battalion. He wondered if Brian Copperbeard was still in pursuit of the Titan relics, or if Hermit Nazenvari was still hunting. My followers, how fare thee? Rich, true energy enveloped Old Wang, making him resemble an unparalleled master from a martial arts novel. Standing firm against the legendary 18 dragon-subduing palms, unafraid even of the 5 greats of the Central Plains. His verdant, true energy transformed into a golden aura, enveloping his body in a protective shield, a manifestation of the monk's skill, Golden Bell Shield. Under Old Wang's mastery, he feared not even Orc Sword Saint's invincible strike, let alone mere handguns. Such trivial foes did not warrant the use of his most formidable skills. He was aware that members of the Hand Union were likely surveilling him, possibly even among the students of Columbia University. Old Wang wished to keep his true capabilities concealed. An ethereal blue eastern dragon entwined around him as he leaped gracefully into the air. Spirit dragon style. The might of the dragon. Soaring dragon in the sky. With 3 successive skills unleashed, the surging true energy instilled terror in all present foes. The rapidly moving azure dragon apparition inflicted genuine harm upon them. For the demon guards and dwarven warriors with their toughened hides, even someone as powerful as Old Wang could not annihilate them with a skill not renowned for its offensive prowess. However, for the ninjas, still bound by their ordinary human forms, the damage was undeniably lethal. Bang, crack, bang, bang, before they could even utter a cry. Most ninjas had their hearts obliterated and collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Those at a greater distance were fortunate to survive, albeit severely wounded, and the aura of the azure dragon emanating from Old Wang instilled them with overwhelming dread. This was the might of the supreme deity, the azure dragon Yulong. Could these mere mortals even compare? Indeed, mere mortals. In Old Wang's eyes, these so-called elite ninjas, while perhaps skilled in assassination and possessing steadfast resolve, paled in comparison to the battle-hardened veterans of the Warcraft realm, and certainly did not measure up to the immortal soldiers who fought on the front lines during the War of Resistance against Japan. A dragon is a dragon. The Amaterasu deity above, it is the Chinese divine dragon. Is it not the dragon of Korea? No, it is the divine dragon of Kunlun, the dragon of longevity. Huh. Was it not said that the dragon of longevity was red? Why has it turned blue? You are about to perish, and you still concern yourself with this? The ninjas were gripped with fear, terror-stricken, yet they did not falter. Yoshioka Nobu's voice rang out fittingly, "Do not be afraid. The energy is finite, and the power of longevity is not so easily controlled." He exerted so much energy that his body could scarcely bear it, leading him to a state of weakness. Now was the opportune moment. Eliminate him. In truth, even he did not believe his own words, but it was imperative to rally the morale. What if it held some truth? What if? The ninjas, accustomed to obeying orders, immediately opened fire upon hearing this. The bullets were swiftly exhausted, only to be repelled by the Golden Bell shield, and they charged forward wielding their katana. When it came to lethality, cold weapons undoubtedly surpassed handguns. Old Wang nearly burst into laughter. Exhausted energy leading to weakness? I beg to differ. Apart from that historically feeble iron fist, I have yet to encounter another so inept. I'm not him. My forte lies in prolonged battles. Chapter 71. Black Sky. Beast. The energy surged. Fierce tiger palm. Splitting tendons and cracking bones. Cloud-searching whip. In this highly scrutinized setting, there were numerous students peering from the dormitory, eager to witness the spectacle. Old Wang endeavored to avoid shocking the world with grand displays of wind, fire, thunder, and lightning, opting for subtler techniques. Yet, it was still sufficiently astonishing. The male students in the dormitory regarded Old Wang as a hero, pondering whether they could emulate him, seek his mentorship, and enhance their charm with the ladies. Meanwhile, the female students observed him as one would a boyfriend, contemplating whether they could spar with him on another battlefield to ascertain who was superior. The Chinese exchange students were particularly exhilarated, chanting Divine Dragon, Divine Dragon, as they witnessed martial arts and dragons in a foreign land, evoking a sense of familiarity and pride, an embodiment of being descendants of the dragon. The battle concluded swiftly. Before Old Wang, the ninjas could not even contemplate escape. His speed was terrifyingly swift. In the blink of an eye, only Yoshioka Shin remained. Old Wang decided to spare a life, hoping to extract some intelligence. Ninjas underwent the most rigorous training, making them difficult to interrogate. But they were no match for Lady Gao, who might have a way. However, at that moment, Old Wang's brow furrowed. He sensed a fearsome power awakening. Then came a low, mournful wail, or perhaps a guttural roar, seemingly not of this world. A woman dashed past him, rushing towards Yoshioka Shin. It was Erika. Erika! Matt shouted. Erika had been struck by several bullets, yet now she charged into battle recklessly. Yoshioka Shin was not to be trifled with. Old Wang narrowed his eyes. He did not impede Erika. There were few women in this world who could capture his attention. The Black Widow was one, Shockwave was another, and Erika was certainly among them. She was no ordinary woman. She was the Black Sky, a vessel for the Beast. The Beast, an evil deity venerated and perhaps exploited by the Hand Association, was an immensely powerful entity from another realm. And now, perhaps due to the oppressive might of the dragon, or perhaps spurred by bloodshed and violence, the influence of the Beast over Erika had intensified, even though its power had yet to manifest in this world due to the absence of the requisite rituals and time. To be possessed by the Beast and become the Black Sky indeed granted unimaginable abilities, yet came at a cost, the price of a corroded mind. A container is merely a vessel, while the Beast is the true master. Matt rushed forward, intent on intervening, but old Wang obstructed him. "She will die," Matt exclaimed in a state of desperation. "As long as I am here, she shall not perish," old Wang declared, waving his hand as a surge of green energy flowed into Matt, subsequently resonating with the old man. The monk's healing technique from the Mist sect, Vital Energy Wave. As Matt felt the wounds writhing and mending, he found no time for astonishment or reflection. Instead, he attentively tuned into every movement of Erica. Erica's physical condition remained unchanged. Master Wang had not aided her injuries, and blood continued to flow. Her vitality dwindled, yet her spirit soared, becoming increasingly frenzied, almost as if under the influence of a narcotic. "What has happened to her?" Matt murmured, suddenly realizing that Erica was becoming an enigma, as if she had transformed into an entirely different person. "You should consult your master," old Wang replied tersely, unwilling to waste breath on explanations, preferring to wait for the old man to awaken and provide clarity. As long as he stood there, Erica would not be allowed to succumb. Old Wang was deeply intrigued by the beast, yearning to comprehend the true strength of this entity, which appeared to rival that of the vengeful spirit. Although its power had yet to manifest, its influence on Erica undeniably augmented her prowess. Her madness and fearlessness clearly constituted a vital ability. As the foremost general under the village chief, disregarding any aura considerations, his combat skills were nearly on par with the long-retired Lady Gao, placing him at Erica's level, a formidable rival indeed. Yoshioka's weapon was a katana, while Erica wielded a pair of slender, short daggers. Though neither were martial arts masters, they were exceptional assassins, executing each move with brutal efficiency, each strike aimed to kill. In less than 2 minutes, both were injured, each sustaining multiple wounds. "How brutal," old Wang mused, perceiving in Erica the shadow of the legendary orc assassin, Garona. Yet considering physique, perhaps the blood elf rogue, Valira, was a more fitting comparison. Or even that human rogue, Vanessa, who incessantly trailed behind, calling him brother? There lies potential. Old Wang remained resolute, believing Erica was a worthy candidate. As a vessel for the beast, she had undergone the most rigorous assassin training from a young age, cold-hearted and ruthless, making her the ideal choice. In truth, the Black Void and the Death Knight were akin, both being vessels for vengeful spirits. The Night Demon had principles, while Erica did not. "Prepare for cultivation," he commanded. "The police are coming." A voice crackled through the earpiece. It was Sky. Old Wang replied softly, "Inform Natasha to clean up the mess for me. You're utterly shameless." "Old Wang," Sky grumbled, hastily dialing Black Widow. With labored breaths, Yoshioka fell to the ground, lifeless. Erica's beautiful form swayed, drenched in blood, evidently drained of both strength and spirit, collapsing weakly. "Erica!" Matt gasped, discarding the old man and rushing to embrace her. "This fellow has forgotten his teachings in the face of beauty." Old Wang shook his head. "Follow me." Ignoring the onlookers in the distance, Old Wang deliberately slowed his pace, disappearing into the darkness after a few ups and downs. Matt struggled to keep up with Erica. Inside a dormitory, a female student put away her binoculars and hurried to the bathroom to make a phone call. "Madam, I captured the video. I will send it to you immediately. I saw the dragon shadow, and Lord Xin called out the name of the immortal Iron Fist. Yes, that woman is quite mad, just as you suspected." In a luxurious villa, Alexandrina watched the video, her face filled with confusion. The old man's show is not the Azure Dragon, but the Red Dragon without a doubt. The power of the immortal Iron Fist derived from Show is only manifested in a very unique and potent aura, as if it cannot summon the ethereal image of the divine dragon. Have the elders of Kunlun made new advancements in their research on the immortal Iron Fist over the years? Historically, Kunlun is home to more than one divine dragon. There are Azure ones as well. Could it be that the Iron Fist has obtained the power of a certain Azure Dragon? The only solace is that this generation of the Iron Fist does not exhibit the formidable strength of Wu Fengji, capable of defeating fragments of the Phoenix. A handgun cannot kill him, nor can an RPG, but sufficient explosives and bombs might succeed. The woman accompanying the staff elder is evidently Heikong. If she can channel the power of the beast, perhaps she could deal with the Iron Fist. Unfortunately, she is currently with him, making it difficult to act. Fortunately, Heikong is merely a vessel, and there is more than one vessel. Alexandrina picked up her phone and dialed. "Murakami, Xin is dead. The Iron Fist and Jinchuan will unite. Our time is limited. Scatter everyone and find Heikong as quickly as possible to summon the beast. Gambler, gather your most elite personnel. It has been a millennium, and we have never been closer to death than we are now. We must mobilize every possible force to combat the immortal Iron Fist. Soanda, we need weaponry, powerful weaponry as much as possible. New York is in chaos, and drawing the government's attention is of no concern. The Iron Fist will kill us. I will contact Wilson Fisk. He will assist you in transporting the arms. The NYPD has its people. Additionally, I will purchase arms through my channels from Hammer Industries, including Jericho missiles from Stark Industries. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a battle for life and death. Chapter 72, The Black Void of the Nurturing Series. Erica, 5 minutes later, the police arrived. 20 minutes later, Black Widow and Hawkeye finally showed up. Director George? Greetings. We are from the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistic Support. I am Agent Clint Barton, and this is Agent Natasha Romanoff. This incident is beyond your capability to handle. We will take over from here. The slightly overweight Director George's somber expression finally broke into a smile as he extended his left hand. Thank you for your hard work. As the police chief, he was well aware of the basic dynamics of all the gangs in New York, even knowing about the existence of the Hand. These gangs are the true rulers of New York's underworld, having infiltrated even the police department. Freshly graduated rookie officers may not even be their own. A certain Wilson Fisk is the true police chief in every sense of the term. To hold the position of director for such an extended period, it is not due to apprehending hundreds or thousands of criminals, but rather the opposite. His success lies in minimizing conflict and avoiding trouble. Columbia University, a prestigious institution, is teeming with influential connections. Many high-ranking officials in the government and military are alumni. The pressure from the university's administration puts him in a difficult position, as he cannot afford to offend either the institution or the criminal underworld. Now that SHIELD has taken over, he finds himself elated, having safeguarded both his position and his life. Amidst the carnage and bloodshed surrounding her, Natasha feels no discomfort. Her mood is quite dismal. Anyone abruptly awakened from a deep slumber by an unexpected phone call would likely share her sentiment. Wait for me, Master Wang. Don't think I'll let you off the hook for that meager essence you provided. The thought of the essence wine given to her by old Wang only adds to her irritation. Initially, diluting it with water was excessive. Later, while it was no longer watered down, it was still mixed with liquor. Simmons had mentioned that the active ingredients had only doubled compared to the last batch, with the remainder being merely alcohol, not even of good quality. Master Wang, your stinginess is excessive. Shall I suggest that SHIELD bestow upon you some fine red wine or Matai? The Department of Science has officially named the active ingredient Azeroth Essence. This time, regardless of the circumstances, she is determined to acquire a greater quantity of the essence and drive the price down. After some contemplation, Black Widow decides to call Egghead. Commander, this represents an opportunity, a chance for comprehensive collaboration with Iron Fist and Kunlun. The Hand and Wilson Fisk control the entirety of New York's underworld. No matter how powerful Iron Fist may be, it is impossible to contend with all the gangs, provided that SHIELD offers more extensive support. I am confident we can secure a larger amount of Azeroth Essence at a lower price. On the other end of the line, Egghead furrowed his brow, perusing the research report and application sent by the Department of Science. The value of Azeroth Essence is extraordinarily high, and the project team requires further research. However, the cost is exorbitant, surpassing even that of vibranium. Recently, SHIELD has been incurring substantial expenses. Even with ample funds, such extravagance is unwarranted. Anticipating Egghead's concerns, Black Widow hastily reminds him that there are hundreds of items classified as 084, some of which have been under study for decades without significant results. Egghead's eyes brighten at the mention of 084 items, mysterious artifacts linked to extraterrestrials, mythologies, or scientific experiments. The first 084 object originated from Hydra, a mysterious obelisk composed of an unidentified material. SHIELD has spent over 60 years researching it with little to show for their efforts. Retaining such items serves no purpose. It will be far more advantageous to exchange them for something of greater value. Furthermore, it is rumored that Kunlun exists in an extra-dimensional space outside this universe, suggesting that there are treasures beyond just Azeroth Essence. If collaboration is to occur, it must be comprehensive and multifaceted. After a moment of reflection, Egghead's somber voice emerges. Leave this matter to me. I will handle the negotiations. After ending the call, he reviews the documents, casting aside the application for Azeroth Essence. The next application pertains to materials for producing titanium alloy rods and fists. As he examines the familiar and unfamiliar materials listed, and then the budget sheet on the final page, Egghead feels as though he is seeing double. Just how many digits is this? Surely, the decimal point must be misplaced. The night deepens. Sky disabled the surveillance cameras along the way. And Old Wang stealthily led 3 injured individuals to the Azeroth specialty store under the cover of night. Occasionally, they encountered solitary men and women wandering through narrow alleys. But Old Wang, with his face concealed, felt no fear. Matt, the Stick Elder, and Erica had already been exposed at Columbia University, surrounded by many onlookers, yet they remained unfazed. Old Wang understood, while that no matter how cautious one might be, it was impossible to evade the watchful eyes of the determined. New York was densely populated, and many were roaming the streets at such late hours. It was neither feasible nor necessary for Old Wang to confront each individual. Sky, close the door, he commanded. He dropped the Stick Elder to the ground and raised his hand. A green healing orb materialized, merging into the Stick Elder's body. The wounds, which were already on the brink of healing, mended completely. Even the internal injuries began to recover gradually. However, Old Wang was unable to replenish his blood, leaving him pale and unwell. The monk was a master of healing, and Old Wang was renowned in the world of Azeroth as the grandmaster of mist-weaving, having saved countless lives with his mist-weaving techniques. The elite and high-ranking members from both the Alliance and the Horde were predominantly his devoted patients. If Old Wang were to rally the call, the positions of the highest king of the Alliance and the chieftain of the Horde would be unstable. He was the only man in Azeroth with the potential to ascend to the title of supreme ruler of the world, having gained the recognition of the planet itself. The principles of the young lady were shaped by him, evolving from naivety to her current form, a quintessential example of nurturing. Master Wang, I implore you, save Erica. Matt carefully placed Erica on the lone bed, witnessing the sheets becoming increasingly soaked with blood, feeling a deep sorrow. With such significant blood loss and a rapidly fading heartbeat, could she still be saved? If she were to perish, it would not matter. She could be resurrected. Old Wang raised his hand again, this time summoning a more potent essence, the mist of resurrection and the mist of soothing. The ethereal green mist gathered at the wound, akin to platelets promoting coagulation, as the injury gradually pulsed and healed, followed by the internal injuries. This scene filled Matt with exhilaration. He heard Erica's heartbeat growing stronger and her breathing becoming more regular. Her condition stabilized, and she had survived. Had it not been for the sight of Master Wang. His face focused intently on Erica, beads of sweat appearing on his brow, revealing his strenuous effort. He would have rushed to express his gratitude. During this process, Old Wang took the opportunity to examine Erica's body closely. He paid no heed to her height, weight, or measurements, knowing they could not compare to the ladies of Azeroth. Instead, he was concerned with her physical condition and mental state. The Pandaren resided in the Pandaria continent, where the residual powers of the old god Isharj lingered. Any negative emotions could give rise to Shah. Thus, the Pandaren maintained an optimistic outlook, instilling this philosophy into the legacy of the monks they created, balancing inner and outer strength and fostering a resilient spirit. By utilizing his chi to assess Erica's body and delving into her mind to gauge her mental state, he found that her physical condition was akin to that of an ordinary person. The power of the beast had yet to manifest. Otherwise, she would not be so weak. Even if it were to arrive momentarily as a being of shadow, Erica's physical prowess would undoubtedly surpass that of the Night Demon and the Stick Elder combined. The issue lies within her psyche. Now that Old Wang has resolved to nurture her, he must take responsibility for Erica. He certainly does not wish to cultivate a being of exquisite form and temperament, only to end up with an unknown malevolent entity. If Robbie is capable of forging an accord with the spirit of vengeance to a certain extent, perhaps Erica could as well. However, this requires rigorous training, not the half-hearted efforts of the likes of Kuan South. Though Kunlun may offer solutions, it is too distant. Ultimately, it must rely on oneself. Old Wang stroked his chin and wondered, how about I arrange accommodation for you? Chapter 73. The arrival of the boiled egg arranging lodging was quite feasible. Although Old Wang lacked financial resources, he possessed connections. What is most crucial in the 21st century? With a single phone call, everything could be settled in 10 minutes. Setting off in the latter half of the night, Old Wang drove the newly acquired van from Sky, delivering Matt, Erica, and Kuan So, along with 3 sets of SHIELD field agent gear to a nearby apartment. They could move in immediately, with Robbie residing next door. With the presence of the Ghost Rider, as long as the hand did not deploy weapons of mass destruction, even if 4 fingers were to arrive, it would not suffice for judgment. Under Old Wang's care, the trio's external injuries healed, while their internal wounds would require gradual recuperation, though this was not a significant concern. With the diligent care of the seasoned Nurse Wang, no matter how severe the injuries, recovery would be possible within 2 to 3 days. Matt had an abundance of words he wished to share with old Wang, a myriad of questions he longed to ask. He desired to share meals and rest together, engaging in heartfelt conversation. Yet, both his ex-girlfriend and master required attention, and he himself was injured, mentally fatigued, and in need of rest. Physical wounds heal easily, but the psychological impact is far more challenging to mend. Kuin-so was fortunate, having merely been knocked unconscious by his most cherished disciple, and after losing considerable blood, he fell into a deep slumber, which would suffice for recovery. Erica, however, not only suffered from excessive blood loss, but was also affected by the beast's power, which inflicted some mental harm. Nonetheless, the effect was not severe. She would likely need a full day's rest, with no guarantees against lingering aftereffects. The first step in rebooting a frozen computer is to restart it. Humans are no different. Old Wang had little interest in conversing with the familiar Matt, but was intrigued by the enigmatic Erica, intending to study her closely while the iron was hot, for he possessed experience in this realm. He had delved deeply into the feared demon Banalzer, who possessed the Crusader Darsahan, and the other feared demon Kislanadal, who possessed the blood elf Ro Valira, particularly the latter. Perhaps like in years past, he could resolve the issue entirely. However, before old Wang could voice his thoughts, he received a call from Sky. Shaking his head, he answered, "Wang, someone is seeking Mr. Nick Fury." Old Wang was taken aback. The boiled egg had come calling? The esteemed director of S.H.I.E.L.D. had the audacity to seek him out in the dead of night? Was this a case of sheer boredom for the boiled egg? The boiled egg was not alone. The night granted him darkened eyes, allowing him to conceal his movements flawlessly in the silent shadows. The King of Agents was not to be trifled with. He had previously undertaken a myriad of perilous missions, his overall capabilities perhaps surpassing even those of Black Widow, with the exception of combat prowess. However, despite the circumstances, with both Hydra and the Hand gaining prominence, it remains perilously dangerous for the big boss to venture out, hence the presence of a bodyguard. The vehicle boasts sharp lines and an aura of sophistication. In comparison, Robbie's Dodge Warhorse seems rather insignificant. The Chevrolet Suburban, the preferred vehicle of U.S. federal agents and also utilized by S.H.I.E.L.D., is powerful and exceptionally durable. This particular model stands out. Scenes from movies flash through one's mind. Wild collisions, close-range defenses against heavy weaponry, effortlessly navigating through a hail of bullets as if in a realm untouched. It withstands overwhelming firepower from dozens of elite Hydra operatives without a scratch, complemented by an unyielding intelligent control system that indicates it has undergone specialized modifications by the Department of Defense, with the upgrade costs far exceeding the vehicle's original price. Glancing at his own truck, valued at under $50,000, Old Wang suddenly feels an impulse to seize the Chevrolet Suburban. This vehicle is worth more than $1 million. It is time for an upgrade. Shaking his head, he steps inside. Two figures clad in black come into view. The striking silhouette of Black Widow, with her curvaceous form accentuated by her fitted uniform, is hard to miss. Her modest gear, though not overly abundant, is of superior quality, tailored to perfection. Its effectiveness, known only to those who provoke her. Why is she here? Did she forget her supplies? A glance to the side reveals a figure clad in a broad black trench coat, his shiny dark head resting on the back of his beloved recliner. Indulging in food, my third late-night snack. How excessive. Old Wang huffed, moving closer for a better look, nearly bursting into laughter. Sky had returned from a late-night eatery with 10 fried dough sticks, 2 bowls of spicy soup, and 5 buns, leaving only the braised eggs. A tiger does not consume its own kind. Why indulge in such delicacies? Master Wang, Black Widow cast him a resigned glance upon his arrival. At this late hour, first summoned by Master Wang to attend to a personal matter, and now called by the boss to serve as a bodyguard, when would she be allowed a peaceful night's rest? Agent Romanoff, your efforts are commendable. Old Wang nodded, casually strolling toward the recliner. 10,000 for a fried dough stick, 50,000 for a bowl of spicy soup, 20,000 for a bun, and the braised eggs are complimentary. Feel free to indulge. This is my chair. Sky, keep a tally. Sure thing. Sky's eyes lit up. Black Widow shrugged. Boss, today seems to be your turn. The braised eggs stiffened momentarily, hesitating for 2 seconds before popping it into his mouth. After all, it was free. Though he felt somewhat uncomfortable eating it, the flavor was undeniably delightful. What is this called again? A braised egg? Perhaps it could serve as breakfast in the future? After consuming a few bites, just as he intended to find a napkin, Old Wang's languid voice drifted over. A small pack of napkins, 10,000 pack. Uffed. Sky, in the midst of sipping water, couldn't contain herself, spraying the braised egg everywhere. Apologies, I couldn't hold it in. Braised egg, miss. I do not use this brand of shampoo. Even if I did, I wouldn't require such an excessive amount. With my sparse hair, a single spray suffices. Wiping it with my black trench coat, I recalled that this was someone else's establishment, a private residence, sacred and inviolable. Furthermore, it seemed futile to engage in a confrontation. So I reluctantly rose to offer my seat. Old Wang, however, did not genuinely intend to sit down. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he held the rank of general and deserved a modicum of respect. Old Wang got straight to the point. Speak, what is it? Clearly, he was a young man unaccustomed to the complexities of society, lacking in subtlety. Braised Egg had prepared an arsenal of remarks, but now found them unexpressed. So he merely stated, Master Wang, the Matt Murdock and Electra Nachios rescued by the immortal Iron Fist, along with that mysterious stick, are they from Kunlun? The reason for my delayed arrival was primarily due to the time-consuming investigations. As the king of spies, Braised Egg never engaged in uncertain battles. Negotiations were no different. This statement carried significant weight. He believed that Master Wang, if not foolish, would discern its implications, such as the impressive intelligence network of S.H.I.L.D., which held knowledge about Kunlun and Iron Fist, and that one should not attempt to deceive him. This was a moment of revelation. Old Wang thought to himself that the time had nearly come, nodding as he replied, Matt and Electra are disciples of the Stick. The Stick is the leader of the true, pure society, which has existed as an outer organization of Kunlun for several centuries. Braised Egg maintained his composure, yet a tempest brewed within him. Skilled in reading the nuances of conversation, he was certain Master Wang was not lying. Indeed, Kunlun had a presence on Earth, and had even established an organization. Most crucially, while S.H.I.L.D. could uncover the hand, it had never known of the existence of the true, pure society. This organization had remained so profoundly concealed that it had persisted for centuries without anyone's knowledge. Old Wang lacked telepathic abilities. Otherwise, he too would have been astonished. Braised Egg pondered, realizing that the obscurity of the true, pure society stemmed largely from its dwindling numbers. After a moment of thought, Braised Egg inquired, how many elite members does the true, pure society have, akin to them? This was indeed a truthful query. The members of the true, pure society had nearly been extinguished. Perhaps they were all gone. Chapter 74. Braised Egg's invitation nearly all? Braised Egg exchanged a glance with Black Widow, a silent understanding igniting a shared astonishment. Was the true, pure society truly this formidable? It was said that as long as one was not a master of martial arts and had not mastered the flow of chi, even bullets were unavoidable and insurmountable. However, the real concern was whether the Stick and Electra wielded firearms as well. Given their overall high caliber, with minimal training, each individual could become an expert marksman, capable of neutralizing an adversary with a single bullet, and proficient in close-quarters combat, effectively equating 1 to 10. Why was Captain America so powerful? The comprehensive enhancement of physical attributes led to an overall increase in capabilities, strength, speed, reflexes. All senses would be heightened. Even cognitive functions would surpass those of others. A doubling of physical prowess could yield a tenfold increase in strength, or even more. This was precisely why General Ross insisted on reviving the Super Soldier program. If the members of the true pure society were equipped with the full suite of S.H.I.E.L.D. field agent gear, to what heights would their prowess soar? Wait, Master Wang requested 10 sets of equipment. Could it be intended for them? The finest weaponry is invariably wielded by the apparatus of the state, whereas organizations like True Purity Society and Hand Association, even Hydra, pale in comparison. The fusion of extraordinary physical prowess with cutting-edge armaments is what begets the new generation of super soldiers. Suddenly, Liu Dan pondered another question. If the field agents of S.H.I.L.D. were to master martial arts, their overall physical capabilities would undoubtedly elevate, thereby significantly enhancing their success rates and efficiency in missions, rendering them more cost-effective. Perhaps one could enlist the assistance of Kunlun to train the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. General Ross has painstakingly managed the Super Soldier program, pouring in untold resources and engaging in numerous clandestine transactions, yet has failed to produce a single super soldier, instead birthing a monumental headache that has taken 4 years to rectify. Although primarily due to the Hulk's considerable size, which Ross himself is responsible for, he cannot shift the blame onto others. Meanwhile, it occurs to him that he might not require any experiments at all to procure a substantial number of super soldiers, safe, efficient, and devoid of any adverse effects. Of course, meticulous screening would be essential, as there could potentially be numerous Hydra operatives within S.H.I.L. even more than he anticipates. He certainly does not wish to unwittingly fund the training of talent for his adversaries. That would be the gravest of repercussions. Contemplating this, Lu Dan gazed at old Wang with a longing expression akin to viewing a treasure. "Do not regard me with such eyes. Speak plainly," old Wang replied, though he was accustomed to being the center of attention. Yet, the fervent gaze of a man was something he found unsettling, especially with Lu Dan's striking appearance. It evoked a desire akin to craving a delicacy, pleasing to behold, but not to be trifled with. Unlike Marcus, who exuded an aura of melancholy, old Wang adhered to his principles, finding interest solely in the female of the species. Males, the undead, and demons were out of the question, with the exception of succubi, destruction demons, matriarchs, female Eridar, and female blood elves. "Very well, I wish to hire Kunlun individuals as special consultants for S.H.I.E.L.D. to teach martial arts," Lu Dan stated directly. "If Kunlun can help me cultivate a cadre of martial masters, the terms are negotiable." "Martial masters?" Old Wang's expression turned peculiar. "Are you jesting, Lu Dan? How many martial masters exist in the world? You likely have no idea, nor do I, but surely one can venture a rough estimate. Characters like Daredevil, Stick, and Elektra do not count, nor do Black Widow and Melinda. S.H.I.E.L.D. has none to spare. And you wish for a whole batch? I desire them as well." Lu Dan, seasoned in experience, recognized the futility from old Wang's countenance and, out of curiosity, inquired, "Master Wang, how many individuals does Kunlun possess, and how many martial masters?" "This I too wish to ascertain," old Wang replied, maintaining an enigmatic demeanor. Lu Dan sieged inwardly. Master Wang's thick skin was impenetrable, rendering it impossible to glean any truth from his expression, an innate talent for espionage. He then asked, "So, can Kunlun dispatch a number of martial masters to serve as special consultants for S.H.I.E.L.D.? "Indeed," came the reply. Lu Dan pondered. What nonsense is this about winter and summer vacations? It dawned on him that Master Wang was merely spinning tales. The implication was unmistakable. Do not harbor hopes for this endeavor. It is simply unattainable, and rightly so. Qi and Kung Fu are the core competencies of Kunlun, and it is certainly not something that can be easily shared with others. Moreover, it is said that the people of Kunlun seldom venture outside. The emergence of an immortal iron fist is already a remarkable occurrence. Though Master Wang is indeed a master of Kung Fu, the Romanov agents have thoroughly investigated and found that he is merely an orphan favored by the Iron Fist, someone who has scarcely left Chinatown over the years, never having set foot in Kunlun and living a rather reclusive life, often speaking fancifully. Kunlun does not engage with the outside world, and the Iron Fist's appearance this time is to confront the hand and cleanse their ranks. Master Wang has aptly confirmed Lu Dan's suspicions and subsequently indicated that S.H.I.E.L.D. is a friend of Kunlun. Since a friend is in need, the Iron Fist is willing to offer assistance. If necessary, I, along with the staff, can serve as special consultants to S.H.I.E.L.D., with remuneration being negotiable. For the first time, Lu Dan felt somewhat embarrassed, at least not as brazen as Master Wang. The matter of money seemed trivial, and since Master Wang had expressed willingness, it was undoubtedly a positive development. S.H.I.E.L.D. is not short on funds. Specific details would be entrusted to dedicated personnel, as the director cannot manage such trifles, and thus he nodded, expressing his desire to meet the immortal Iron Fist and pursue comprehensive cooperation with Kunlun. Master Wang was quite pleased to be considered a special consultant for S.H.I.E.L.D. With the backing of S.H.I.E.L.D., everything would be more convenient. In due course, he could integrate Sky, Robbie, Gab, Matt, Erica, and the staff all at once. The proficiency in Kung Fu may not be crucial, and Lu Dan likely would not concern himself with that aspect. Additionally, he could receive a salary and obtain equipment. Of course, being a consultant does not equate to joining S.H.I.E.L.D. There are no formal positions, and Master Wang did not desire one, as it would be rather troublesome. He is not a member of S.H.I.E.L.D., but rather in a partnership. As for wanting to meet the Iron Fist, in truth, you have already encountered him. Surprised, perhaps? Master Wang shook his head, stating that the Iron Fist would not appear, as he represents him fully. Comprehensive cooperation? What kind of collaboration does S.H.I.E.L.D. seek? To combat the Hand and Hydra? is not limited to that. Lu Dan cleared his throat and lowered his voice, introducing yet another matter. I am in the process of planning to establish a secret organization dedicated to the protection of the world, a league of superheroes. Chapter 75, Offense is the Best Defense. Black Widow was momentarily taken aback. Turning to glance at Lu Dan, you would reveal something as significant as the Avengers to someone you have only known for less than half a month? Is that not rather rash, entirely inconsistent with your cunning and treacherous persona as the King of Spies? Lu Dan ignored her. He had his own considerations. It has been over a decade since he fought alongside Captain Marvel against the invasion of the Skrulls. Although they successfully saved Earth, Captain Marvel does not belong to S.H.I.E.L.D., and Ant-Man has long departed. Now, with Hydra resurfacing and the alien threat ever present, the interactions among cosmic civilizations are not as harmonious as many might imagine. Should the Skrulls or other extraterrestrial beings invade again, with both internal and external troubles, who will protect Earth? Forming the Avengers League should be prioritized. As for divulging this to Master Wang, the Iron Fist, and Kunlun, the departure of Ant-Man has sufficiently demonstrated that superheroes cannot be constrained by S.H.I.E.L.D. or any other factions. The Avengers must inevitably function as a loose alliance, one that can be formed but cannot be controlled. Regarding Kunlun and Iron Fist, based on the available information, he can ascertain that they pose little threat. Were it not for the resurgence of Hydra, he might not feel such urgency. However, now, urgency is imperative. For the first challenge the Avengers must confront is indeed Hydra. Old Wang listened intently to the words of Lu Dan, quietly calculating the time. Even without his involvement, Lu Dan would likely establish the Avengers within a few months. The initial choice would have been Iron Man, but now it has shifted to himself. Numerous forces are dedicated to safeguarding this world. That Earth has managed to exist unscathed amidst the interstices of various cosmic civilizations and the watchful eyes of formidable beings from the multiverse is no mere stroke of luck. This, perhaps, S.H.I.L.D. somewhat comprehends. Kunlun is one of those forces. Old Wang, with an inscrutable demeanor, remarked, then feigned curiosity, asking, the superhero alliance? Which heroes are included? Are they formidable, similar to Captain America and the Winter Soldier? At present, there are none. Lu Dan had initially intended to mention that Black Widow and Hawkeye would join, given that both possess extraordinary abilities not found in ordinary individuals. Either having undergone human enhancement or being exceptionally gifted, by all means, they should qualify as superheroes. However, he now felt uncertain. Master Wang had mentioned Captain America and the Winter Soldier. The Winter Soldier is an adversary, thus not worth discussing. In the presence of Captain America, even when combined, Black Widow and Hawkeye would not suffice. Old Wang's words struck deep. Lu Dan glanced at the expressionless Black Widow and added, actually, there are some, but this is a secret of S.H.I.E.L.D. He recalled the long-estranged Ant-Man and the enigmatic Captain Marvel. If he could enlist them, the prestige of the Avengers would undoubtedly elevate by several notches. Yet, the challenge is significant. Furthermore, Ant-Man is a stubborn old man who harbors deep mistrust towards S.H.I.E.L.D., and Captain Marvel's situation is complex, making them troublesome prospects to consider for now. In comparison, Iron Fist appears more pragmatic. I will inform Iron Fist. I believe he will consider it, Lu Dan stated. Old Wang refrained from expressing an opinion. He had no intention of joining either the Avengers or S.H.I.E.L.D. Even in the endeavor to protect Earth, he possesses his own plans. Rather than merely following others, he prefers to lead. Old Wang is not one to bow down and obey commands. He relishes giving orders. In his view, both the Avengers and S.H.I.E.L.D. exude a sense of tragic vulnerability. Seeking vengeance arises from being wronged, and one requires a shield only after being struck. Captain America is akin to a victim, whereas the formidable Winter Soldier embodies the aggressor. Old Wang leans towards proactive measures. Earth has remained on the defensive because in the vast cosmos, it indeed appears relatively weak. Perhaps through his own efforts, he can alter this reality. Very well, let's discuss the specifics of our collaboration. The marinated egg had no intention of swiftly persuading Master Wang or the formidable force behind him. If Master Wang had readily acquiesced, it would have only caused doubt, leading to suspicions of deceit. The reason for broaching the topic of the alliance was, in truth, a means to gauge Kunlun's stance. The title of the cunning and treacherous King of Spies was indeed well-deserved. Today merely served as a prelude. A gradual approach and continuous dialogue were essential to reach a climax. There might be persistent friction along the way, yet with ample lubrication. Such friction could transform into pleasure rather than pain, ensuring a favorable outcome. Though the distinction lay in who took the initiative and who remained passive, the marinated egg believed he held the reins, only to discover that compared to D, Kunlun appeared to possess a more substantial and resilient presence. Initially, he presumed that Kunlun, having refrained from external engagement for centuries, would lean towards a passive demeanor and lack experience in such matters. However, Master Wang exhibited a decidedly active disposition, his words imbued with insight, suggesting a comprehension of Earth that far surpassed that of D. His demeanor mirrored Kunlun's stance, and his capabilities represented those of complicating matters significantly. Patience was paramount. Black Widow accompanied Sky to a late-night eatery 300 meters away, procuring a feast for 7, while Old Wang specifically ordered an abundance of marinated eggs, engaging in deep discussions throughout the night. Soon, they reached a consensus on a multifaceted collaboration between Kunlun and D, aligning on manpower, resources, and intelligence, and mutually offering verbal commitments. They established their inaugural joint operation, the eradication of the Hand Association, with D, armed with an extensive intelligence network, tasked with the information gathering. They would identify the members of the Hand Association and dispatch trusted elite agents, such as Black Widow and Hawkeye for assistance. While the principal force would undoubtedly come from Kunlun, D bore the responsibility for handling extraordinary incidents, while Kunlun sought to cleanse its ranks. Old Wang and the marinated egg were in perfect accord, promptly deciding to proceed. To demonstrate their sincerity, D generously provided titanium alloy batons and knuckle dusters, equivalent to the value of 30 sets of field agent gear. Their conversations spanned from the depths of night until dawn, with the marinated egg and Black Widow departing with satisfaction. "Director, why did you not inquire about the Dark Grimoire?" Black Widow questioned, turning her head in puzzlement as they drove. Was he truly willing to abandon the pursuit of the Dark Grimoire, which he had sought for many years? "Because I suddenly came to a realization. We must not meddle with powers that do not belong to humanity," the marinated egg declared, embodying a sense of nobility. For instance, the Tesseract? As a legendary agent and confidant of the marinated egg, Black Widow was acutely aware of the most significant research within S Technology Division. The Tesseract was not merely an enigmatic object like the 084. Yet collectively, hundreds of such mysterious items paled in comparison to a single Tesseract. If they dared to engage with the Tesseract, why fear the Dark Grimoire? The marinated egg sighed. The Dark Grimoire is either in the possession of the immortal Iron Fist or the Ghost Rider, and I am currently preoccupied, unwilling to contend with them. This matter can be addressed at a later time. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of Black Widow's mouth. "I believe you." Chapter 76. Gab's transfer. By the time the marinated egg departed, it was already the early hours of the morning, with the sky just beginning to lighten. Even the Grand Master requires respite. Although his physique, akin to Captain America, remains impervious to fatigue, the mind can still succumb to weariness. After hours of enduring the glaring brilliance of the bald-headed Liu Dan under the harsh lighting, he found himself beset by dizziness. He shut the doors, drew the curtains, and took a brief nap with Sky. Just as dawn broke, he was roused by a persistent knocking at the door. "Who is it? Can't a person get any sleep?" he muttered, preparing to close the door and return to slumber. A hand slipped in, caught in the door. "Robbie," he exclaimed. "I'm looking for the boss. It's important." "All right," Sky replied, exerting effort to keep the door ajar. "What do you need?" Old Wang, donning his attire, picked up a stack of newspapers while reclining in a wicker chair, inquiring whether it pertained to the three of them. The previous day, before departing, Old Wang had exchanged pleasantries with Robbie, requesting his assistance in looking after Matt, Erica, and the Stick Elder. Had Erica and the Stick Elder awakened? Or was Matt eager for another heart-to-heart, seeking to curry favor? "Not quite." Robbie glanced at Gab. "We intend to settle in New York for the long haul. Gab hasn't graduated from middle school yet and needs to transfer. I wanted to ask if the boss could assist us." In the United States, transferring schools is no trivial matter. Robbie lacks connections and funds. More importantly, he is deeply concerned for Gab, his only brother and kin, wishing for him to attend a reputable middle school, paving the way for easier admission to Stanford or Berkeley in the future. "Transfer?" Old Wang chuckled. "That is not difficult at all. Among the elderly I've massaged, at least 30 or 40 have taught in middle schools. There are schools in Chinatown as well, and I know the principal quite well. However, that institution may not be the finest, and its faculty and students predominantly comprise Chinese, which may not align with Robbie's expectations. But fret not, I have connections. Give me a moment. Old Wang retrieved his mobile phone and dialed. Master Wang. Lu Dan's voice crackled through the line, laced with annoyance, fatigue, and a hint of reproach. It's only 7 o'clock. I've only just fallen asleep. Still in bed so late? Is this how leaders behave? Time in the morning is invaluable. Old Wang mused internally, cutting to the chase. To better assist S.H.I.E.L.D., the newly appointed special advisor, Gab Reyes, has decided to transfer schools and settle in New York. Could S.H.I.E.L.D. lend a hand in this matter? Special advisor? Who is Gab Reyes? Lu Dan shook his head, becoming a bit more alert, recalling that last night. While indulging in Erguo 2 with Lu Dan, they had appointed Master Wang and the members of Zhen Chunhui as special advisors to S.H.I.E.L.D. to specifically teach practical martial arts. Gop? Master Wang just took him on as a disciple 2 weeks ago. You want him to be a special advisor? Master Wang, you're going too far. Lu Dan silently admonished himself to remain calm, reminding himself that it was merely a title and not of paramount importance. They were in a honeymoon phase, and he didn't want to create a rift with Master Wang. After contemplating for a brief moment, he suggested, then let him come to the S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy. The academy boasts the finest facilities and an exceptional faculty. Many of his classmates hold Master S and doctoral degrees, with instructors primarily being renowned scientists. Absolutely not. Old Wang quickly interjected. Gab is an advisor, not an agent. Let us find him a better middle school. He aspires to attend Stanford and Berkeley. Upon venturing into your territory, what if I were to be brainwashed and transformed into an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Becoming an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. would be bearable, but what if I were to become a mere member of Hydra? Shouting Hail Hydra. The schemer has long been accustomed to calculating every utterance and action with meticulous consideration. Despite the low failure rate, the accumulation of such experiences is not insignificant. However, according to Master Wang, the S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy pales in comparison to Stanford or Berkeley. Apart from the fact that it has yet to produce a president, in what aspect does it not surpass them? The schemer felt discontented and huffed. Then let it be Midtown High School, the finest public school in Manhattan, and indeed all of New York State. Midtown High School. Old Wang tapped the armrest, seemingly recalling a little fellow who attended there. I wonder if he has transformed into Spider-Man by now. Most likely not. After all, this is CU, and in this universe, the little spider should still be in elementary school. By the time of Avengers 3 in a decade, he would still be a high school student. Never mind. I shall not interfere with his life trajectory. What if, due to the butterfly effect, the little spider never becomes Spider-Man? Wouldn't that diminish the joy of this world? I shall have someone contact Mr. Robbie Reyes. It is beneath me to personally handle such trivial matters. I can leave it to Hill. As one of the very few Level 9 agents, the deputy of the director, I am responsible for specific tasks while the director oversees the grand scheme. When there are matters to address, the deputy takes charge. When not, cough cough, the director remains exceedingly busy with no time to spare. After hanging up the phone, I briefed Robbie and then began practicing my stance and punches with Ghost Rider and Gabriel. Old Wang continued to enjoy his breakfast of boiled eggs and soy milk while perusing the newspaper. The headline read, Shooting Incident at Columbia University. A professor, 2 male students, and 1 female student tragically shot in a grove with over 20 others injured. The university expresses outrage and vehemently condemns police inaction. Mr. Stephen Strange, an alumnus of Columbia, holding both an M.D. and a Ph.D. and renowned neurosurgeon, voiced concerns regarding the safety of New York and earnestly called upon all sectors of society to safeguard humanity's future. Police Chief George reaffirmed that the NYPD would relentlessly combat organized crime. Kung Fu, a term revived in contemporary discourse, suggests that masters could withstand modern weaponry. Could ancient legends hold a grain of truth? Is there truly a dragon in this world? An article detailing 18 considerations for selecting a martial arts school, along with advertisement for the 10 best martial arts academies in New York, was meticulously covered by special correspondent Wang Dalong for the Chinese Daily. The impact is indeed profound. Old Wang mused. As one of the premier universities in the United States, Columbia has produced several presidents and numerous heads of state. And now it faces a tragic incident resulting in several fatalities, eliciting a considerable societal uproar. The NYPD and even the New York City government will undoubtedly bear immense pressure. Whether it be the Hand or Wilson Fisk, there will likely be no significant movements for the time being. This is the calm before the storm. I hope SHIELD proves to be effective. The Hand must be eradicated, not solely because they possess what I need, such as the remaining dragon bone, but also because the Hand serves as a stepping stone, an instrument to breach the gates of Kunlun, somewhere in an apartment. After nearly a full day and night of slumber, the old man finally awoke. Am I still alive? A brief examination of his body revealed, much to his astonishment, that aside from being covered in blood, he bore no wounds whatsoever, not even scars from healing. Could it be that everything he experienced last night was merely a dream? No, that was certainly not the case. His heartbeat was faint, his breathing labored, and his physical condition left something to be desired. The internal injuries had yet to heal completely. Everything from yesterday was undeniably real. Yoshioka, Nabukazu, and the ninjas were real, and the immortal Iron Fist was real. So, did the immortal Iron Fist save me? The mere thought ignited a surge of excitement within him. You are awake. Matt, who had not slept a wink, approached from beside Erica's bed, taking a moment to assess the situation for 7 seconds. A look of relief crossed his face. Your condition is stable. You should recover within a week at most. The old man struggled to rise from the bed, taking a deep breath. Matt, was it you who sought the immortal Iron Fist's aid yesterday? I wish to meet him. Chapter 77, Old Wang versus. The beast Yoshioka wishes to see me? Old Wang hung up the phone, stroking his chin, somewhat unsurprised. The old fellow was surprisingly formidable. His recovery was quicker than anticipated. Compared to the withered and weakened, the old man's spirit and willpower were evidently much stronger than Erica's in the dark void. Age may weigh on the body, but the heart remains youthful, a promising asset indeed. If he wishes to meet, let it be so. There is no reason to decline someone eager to join as a subordinate. Moreover, matters concerning SHIELD and the Hand must be communicated to avoid any blunders. Close the door. Let us proceed. Old Wang stood up and, along with Sky, made their way to the nearby apartment. Master Wang, thank you for your assistance. Matt opened the door and expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Had it not been for Master Wang responding to the call to summon the dragon and eliminate the ninjas of the Hand, the three of them would have met their demise long ago, having saved 3 lives in one fell swoop. Matt felt that this debt of gratitude would remain with him for a lifetime, as one can only repay life-saving favors with life itself. He doubted he would ever find a day to save Master Wang. In fact, it was more likely that he would find himself saved by him once again. Perhaps in the next life? You're my legal advisor. If you were to be killed by the Hand, who would I turn to for legal issues concerning the Azeroth specialty store? Old Wang chuckled, sensing the body on the bed twitching and shifting restlessly, along with an unstable and somewhat agitated mental state. His brow furrowed slightly. Erica has not awakened yet. She has been asleep for a day and night. Matt's expression darkened, clearly still concerned for his ex-girlfriend. Her heartbeat is erratic, her breathing unstable, and her emotional state is dire. I can feel her fear, her anxiety, and her resistance. It feels as though she is filled with a savage, untamed power. She seems to have transformed into a beast, one ready to pounce at any moment. Old Wang nodded. That is entirely normal. The influence of the beast is not easily resisted. Matt paused, puzzled. The beast? What is that? Old Wang was taken aback as he glanced at the previously silent old man. You haven't informed him yet? The old man appeared untrustworthy. I didn't have the chance. Yes, I'm the Iron Fist. Old Wang, of course, had no intention of deceiving him. I am the next Iron Fist, and I am resolute in my ability to fulfill this role. Should the people of Kunlun be unwilling, I shall subdue them, and thereafter, I will persuade the venerable Shou Lao. Old Wang is not one to resort to violence. He prefers to persuade through reason. Convincing Kunlun does not necessitate the use of fists. Sufficient benefits will suffice. The immortal Iron Fist serves as the guardian of Kunlun, his strength only enhancing his stature. If memory serves, the next Iron Fist should be Danny Rand, a true man capable of concentrating the power of the divine dragon into a single punch, charging for 2 hours to maintain it for a mere 5 seconds. Old Wang has always been modest, yet in the presence of Danny Rand, humility seems futile. Otherwise, one might grow complacent. As long as the Kunlun people are not blind, the choice between themselves and Danny is evident. Even if they were blind, Old Wang remains unperturbed. He can always compel them. The elder with the staff grew increasingly animated. The true pure society will continue to follow the elders of Kunlun and the Iron Fist. However, Kunlun exists in a different dimension, appearing atop Kunlun Mountain in China only once every decade, and even then, it seldom communicates with the outside world. He has long sought Kunlun, but has never succeeded in his quest. Although the immortal Iron Fist is indeed the guardian of Kunlun, he occasionally departs to attend to matters beyond its realm. Alas, the elder of the true pure society has been unfortunate in this regard and has yet to encounter him. Kunlun and the immortal Iron Fist symbolize the spirit of the true pure society, albeit only as a spiritual emblem. Now at last, the real figure stands before them. The myth has transformed into reality, a sensation that stirs profound excitement. Most importantly, there is a lingering concern that the immortal Iron Fist might not be as formidable as the legend suggested, causing fears that the faith of the true pure society might crumble. Now, the heavy burden of uncertainty has finally lifted. The elder trembles, his legs weaken, and he feels compelled to kneel. There exists a ceremonial etiquette within the true pure society that dictates one must not be disrespectful upon first meeting the immortal Iron Fist. No, please don't. Old Wang interjects hastily, supporting the elder with a surge of true energy. This would be detrimental to your longevity. While Old Wang does not subscribe to superstitions about longevity and blessings, he cannot bear the thought of a man who appears to be in his 60s or 70s kneeling before him. He cannot reconcile this in his heart. The elder wishes to persist, yet he finds himself unable to kneel, feeling an even deeper respect and admiration for the immortal Iron Fist. Truly, the immortal Iron Fist embodies an essence that rivals even the venerable Lady Gao, who has lived for over a millennium. The true pure society will always follow you. The elder assures Old Wang. Your true pure society has no one left, Old Wang says, his face filled with emotion. This is precisely what I require. Your efforts have not been in vain. The true pure society has played a crucial role in curbing the development of the Hand Association. Now that I have arrived, your task will soon come to fruition. You have proven your worth and earned the right to journey to Kunlun. Journey to Kunlun? The elder's heart, which was finally calming, surged with excitement once more. Can I truly go to Kunlun? There will be an opportunity, though not at this moment. Promises made verbally may hold little value. Yet providing this stubborn elder with a modicum of comfort is still a positive outcome. Old Wang does not intend to squander words on this matter and shifts the conversation. Regarding beasts, Matt is your apprentice and thus a member of the true pure society. He has the right to know. Furthermore, my understanding is limited. The true pure society itself does not possess extensive knowledge. The old man felt a pang of guilt. We are only aware that the beast is an ancient evil god, a terrifying entity that cannot manifest in our world without a vessel. The suitable candidates, like the Black Void, serve as such vessels, though they are few and far between, and the Hand Association is constantly in search of them. Is Erica the Black Void, the beast's vessel? Matt inquired urgently. Indeed, the old man sighed. I realized this long ago. I have been training Erica, hoping to empower her against the beast. Yet, I have failed. The beast's power surpasses my imagination. Erica has exhibited uncontrollable violent tendencies from a young age, easily succumbing to anger, which leads her to harm and even kill. Matt, usually composed, was now frantic. Is there truly no hope? Perhaps there is, the old man replied, casting a glance at Old Wang. If the Hand Association seeks to harness the beast's power to combat Kunlun and the immortal Iron Fist, then Kunlun and the immortal Iron Fist should also possess the capability to counter the beast. Matt immediately turned to Old Wang, breath quickening. Master Wang, I shall attempt it. Old Wang sighed and approached Erica. He raised his left hand, reaching towards her. A profound life force surged into Erica's being, enveloping her delicate form with the ever-strengthening spiritual energy of 3 lifetimes. Old Wang closed his eyes, but suddenly beheld another pair of eyes, blood-red, wild eyes of the beast. Chapter 78. Mental Warfare. This is Old Wang's spiritual realm. The world is enveloped in tranquility, akin to a serene morning breeze amid dewdrops in a forest of Zen staffs. Each elder panda of Misty Isle, sensing their life nearing its end, would come to the Zen staff forest, plant their staff into the ground, and meditate beside it. The staff would rapidly take root and sprout, eventually growing into a tree upon the elder's demise. The elder's spirit would linger by the tree, guarding it, merging with the wood. This is the Zen staff forest, the sacred ground of Misty Isle. This place holds profound significance for Old Wang, for it is where his mentor, Master Shangxi, guided him on his path, teaching him martial arts and principles. It was here that he felt the spiritual will of past panda elders, receiving their guidance and support. Through 3 days and nights of communion with the divine giant turtle, he ascended to the rank of Master Monk in less than 2 years, shattering a millennia-old record among the panda race and laying a solid foundation for his future ascension to grandmaster. It was also from this place that Old Wang absconded with Ji Huazhang and Aisha Yunj, along with the even more crucial little girl, Lily Stormbrew. Embarking on a reckless journey to save Azeroth in the distant Eastern Kingdom, Old Wang's spiritual realm embodied the Panda tradition, serene and harmonious, reminiscent of the starry sky, the abyss, the stillness of an untroubled sea, and the silence of an ancient forest. Yet now, darkness enveloped him from all directions, akin to a blackened sky. A terrifying entity was encroaching, gazing at the formless black monstrosity, dominated by those blood-red, frenzied eyes at the forefront. Old Wang recalled the malevolent demon he had encountered upon arriving on the Pandaria continent, strikingly similar. They are all ethereal magical creatures, replete with negative emotions, ceaselessly influencing the bodies and minds of others, and even possessing the ability to inhabit their forms, treating them as mere vessels. They possess no gender, showing indifference to the distinctions between male and female. They can embody either, both, or neither. Yet, there are distinctions among them. The 7 types of malevolent spirits, known as the 7 calamities, embody 7 different negative emotions. The fearful calamity, the frenzied calamity, the wrathful calamity, the doubtful calamity, the bewildered calamity, the hateful calamity, and the arrogant calamity, each representing a singular negative emotional state that a malevolent spirit typically manifests, exerting its influence in a singular manner upon its vessel. However, the beast diverges from this pattern. It evokes the primal essence of the vessel, a wild ferocity, the original sin inherent in all beings, the primordial malevolence. Once it successfully attaches itself, it continuously absorbs the myriad sins of humanity. The greater the transgressions, the more formidable the beast's power becomes, and the stronger its primal nature. The 7 calamities do not possess this primal ferocity. The sensation the beast evokes in Wang is reminiscent of the wild gods of nature, akin to the demigod Goldrin, who dares to howl at the moon goddess. This distinction is trivial, for Wang is well acquainted with both the 7 calamities and Goldrin. He is familiar with all the wild gods of Azeroth, as well as the Loa demigods of the troll race, having dealt with them extensively. His experience in repelling those Loa gods that seek to manifest in the physical realm, whether they be the malevolent spirits that seek to possess or the more brutish entities, is profound. Is it you who dares to thwart my descent into her body, to prevent my arrival on Earth? You, a mere insignificant insect, presume to stand before a great deity? Your fate is singular, and that is death. The voice roars with fury, its blood-red eyes fixed intently on Wang, as a claw, dense with dark fur, reaches towards him. This entity is formidable and intriguing. Wang chuckles. This is his mental realm. The boundless darkness outside represents the beast's spiritual domain, which relentlessly presses against and assaults Wang's mental landscape. The colossal black beast that Wang perceives is not the true form of the beast, but merely a projection. The sheer power of this projection far surpasses that of an ordinary individual. Such strength is utterly beyond the capacity of a common person to withstand. It is no wonder that Erica, having endured the harsh training of the old man for over a decade, continues to falter and succumb under the beast's imposing presence, ultimately merging with it to become the embodiment of darkness. Yet what of it? The beast, not having truly manifested, can only draw upon Erica's soul. The endless darkness outside is the beast's spiritual realm, while the black behemoth materializing is, in truth, a nightmare illusion conjured by Erica. This confrontation is a battle of minds and souls devoid of any genuine power. In this struggle, the one with the most stable soul, the firmest spirit, the richest experience, and the most diverse repertoire of tactics is the one who prevails. This vessel, having languished for 18 years and even violating its nature in pursuit of mastery, now stands as little more than an ordinary Pandaren monk, akin to the elders of the mists of Pandaria or the masters of Pandaria itself. Yet the vessel of flesh that carries the soul has been bestowed with blessings from numerous dragon kings, gods of the wilderness, and titan guardians. Over the span of several decades across 3 lifetimes, it has continuously grown stronger, moving toward perfection through the ecstatic or painful amalgamation of spirit and flesh. Nurtured in the cradle of life, it has steadfastly affirmed itself amidst the torments of the 7 fiends, wandering like a demigod in the timeless and spaceless realm of the Emerald Dream. It has endured grand, epic battles reminiscent of ancient wars in the reverse flow of time, receiving blessings from all titans save Sargeras in the Pantheon. How formidable must such a soul and spirit be? Dare the abominable creatures challenge it? The soul separates, floating in the spiritual realm, expanding endlessly, When the monstrous black beast, with its dark fur and enormous claws, reaches forth, the old king appears diminutive, akin to a gray fingernail. Yet, when the claw looms before him, the beast seems as pitifully small as the old king's white fingernail. Surprising, isn't it? You thought I was merely a slightly chubby youth of 18? Forgive me, for my soul possesses an unimaginable strength. My experiences are rich beyond your comprehension, and my form is a subtle roundness that you have yet to perceive. My stance belongs to another world. The old king extends his hand, grasping the black beast as one might an ant, then exerts force, crushing it. The boundless darkness swiftly recedes. A pair of even more terrifying blood-red eyes emerges from the darkness, separated by an unfathomable distance in time and space. You cannot halt my arrival. Even if you slay this girl, it will not prevent me, for this world harbors many shadows. Even if you eradicate all shadows, it would be futile. As long as there exists evil and bestiality in this world, shadows will be born anew. I shall inevitably descend. Descend? Then come forth. Next time, do not depart. I have experience in dealing with your kind. He shakes his head with a smile. Chapter 79. Truly, I am not a good master. The old king opens his eyes to see Erica suddenly sit up, her face a mask of bewilderment. Her complexion is flushed, her attire disheveled, and the blanket that wrapped her body has slipped, revealing a striking contrast of red and white, an impactful combination. It is evident, without speculation, that during her day and night of slumber, Erica must have indulged in numerous inappropriate dreams. While Matt sensed Erica's fear, trepidation, and resistance, he also perceived her excitement and eagerness in certain aspects. Of course, this matter could not be disclosed to the old king, but it would be naive to think he was unaware. The perception of a monk is profound, especially that of a seasoned grandmaster. With just a posture, the old king can discern how many times you have found satisfaction. The beast represents the primal. Bestiality encompasses not only savagery, cruelty, and brutality, but also the more intimate aspects. The primal worship of any race is fundamentally a veneration of reproduction. This holds true for humanity as well as for beasts. Westerners are generally more liberal, and under the influence of the beast, Erica is even more so than most of her peers. It is highly likely that Matt is neither her first nor her last man. The void within her is insatiable. Simply put, it is an unquenchable desire. Of course, this has nothing to do with Old Wang. Perhaps in Matt's eyes, Erica is indeed attractive, but to Old Wang, she appears quite ordinary. For instance, she is rather thin, her face lacking any softness, and her skin feels too bony, devoid of any warmth. It is, frankly, uncomfortable. She pales in comparison to a panda, which is precisely why Old Wang harbors a disdain for the undead. Erica, Matt's voice brimmed with concern. How are you feeling now? He rushed to her side, wrapping her in a blanket. Though obscured from view, the subtle tremors of her body and the faint rustle of fabric against skin allowed him to conjure an image of Erica, familiar yet clad in unfamiliar attire. Realizing her disheveled state, how could this be? There are others present. What has happened? Erica was utterly bewildered, completely unaware of the beast. Nor did she comprehend her own state of being. The old sage had kept her in the dark. However, based on past experiences, she began to speculate. Have I lost my mind again? It's all right. Master Wang has saved you. Matt wished to avoid discussing the myriad of groans and movements Erica had exhibited throughout the previous day and night. Nor did he wish to delve into how the old sage had evaded the situation. Instead, he deftly shifted the topic. Master Wang is the immortal Iron Fist, the current generation's champion. In his mind, Old Wang justified himself, and meeting Erica's inquisitive gaze, he declared, "The beast has been banished by me." Upon seeing Erica's confusion, Matt hastily elaborated. Here's the situation. He recounted the knowledge he had just acquired about the beast, clearly still shaken. Glancing at Old Wang, "Master Wang, you've driven the beast away? So, Erica will no longer be possessed? She's no longer in that state?" "No, she remains in that state," Old Wang replied, shaking his head. "I have eradicated the beast's spiritual projection, but it will return." It sounded eerily reminiscent of the demon. The essence of humanity is a mere echo, and the essence of creation is imitation and plagiarism, Old Wang mused. Matt grew anxious. What should we do? The old sage evidently lacked a solution, as his understanding of the beast was scant. He could only say, Master Wang can banish it once, and he can do so again and again. Thus, he held the immortal Iron Fist before him in utmost reverence. To be able to drive away the beast is indeed worthy of admiration. He is the guardian of Kunlun. Matt was momentarily taken aback. This is troublesome. Erica seemed on the brink of madness. and the beast could descend at any moment. Surely, they could not have Erica shadowing Master Wang around the clock. Although she was not his current girlfriend, but merely an ex, this arrangement felt rather inappropriate. Old Wang cast a glance at the old sage, sensing that the old man had completely succumbed, becoming an ardent admirer. Casting another glance at Matt, I perceived that this still somewhat immature knight, demon, merely harbored fanciful thoughts. The intention to present a gift to a lady was futile. It was not as if I were engaging in a narrative of betrayal. External forces are unreliable. In the struggle against beasts, the only true reliance lies within one's own strength, the intrinsic power of life itself, known as Qi. Old Wang articulated a long-held plan. I shall instruct Erica in martial arts, guiding her to harness the energy of life, to cultivate Qi, to wield it, and to confront the beasts, as shall you all. Qi. The old master and Matt exchanged glances, as did Matt and Erica and the old master. The excitement among them was palpable. To become a master of martial arts and to master Qi is the utmost aspiration of every practitioner. The old master never achieved it in his lifetime. Neither did Matt and Erica believe they could. Yet now, it seemed that hope truly flickered. Surely, this must be exceedingly difficult? The old master inquired tentatively. He considered himself well-versed, yet the number of true masters who had cultivated Qi was scant. He could count them on both hands. Old Wang reminisced about his days in the world of Warcraft. Under his influence, the martial arts of the Pandaren spread across the globe. Humans, dwarves, gnomes, Draenei, night elves, blood elves, orcs, tauren trolls, and undead. All peoples became monks under the teachings of the Pandaren, ushering in an era of martial arts for all. These individuals were not Wang's direct disciples. However, upon his ascension to grandmaster, all Pandaren monks became nominally his disciples. In the realm of mastery, even the bloodied gatekeeper Zhu Talon bowed to him to seek wisdom. Thus, it could be said that all monks throughout the world of Warcraft were, in essence, Wang's disciples. The world was teeming with various magical energies, and under their nurturing, the vitality of its beings far surpassed that of Earth's inhabitants. To cultivate Qi could only be deemed a preliminary step, a far cry from the stature of a monk master. While I dare not exaggerate, several tens of thousands must surely possess the ability to harness Qi. Yet such a figure is daunting. This is the Marvel Cinematic Universe, not another parallel realm. In some universes, even the most insignificant minion of a certain sect could wield Qi. The strength of a sect could rival that of the Shadow Zen Temple, making it exceedingly arduous. Old Wang sighed. The old master, Matt, and Erica pursed their lips. I'm not a good teacher. Old Wang deemed that Master Shang-Chi was the finest instructor in the world, patient and nurturing, with all the surviving monks of Misty all being his pupils or their disciples. The trio bit their lips in determination. I lack experience. I have only taught for 2 years, and even then, sporadically. Old Wang felt a pang of shame. Despite promoting Pandaren martial arts, he had seldom engaged in direct instruction, spending most of his time leading the Alliance and Horde leaders and their followers into battle. The three felt disheartened. I believe I have only produced about 108 masters of martial arts. Reflecting on the monks he had personally trained, Old Wang offered a rather modest figure, accompanied by a sigh tinged with regret. 2 years, 108 masters of martial arts? The three masters of combat exchanged glances once more. The elder bowed down with a thud, followed closely by Erica, who knelt as well. Matt clasped his fists in a gesture of respect. 3 pairs of bright, or perhaps blinded, eyes gazed at Old Wang, as if beholding the most charming figure in the world. Chapter 80. I am wealthy in a certain place in America. A young boy, deep in slumber, suddenly opened his eyes wide, his blood-red pupils expanding, brimming with primal ferocity. That night, within this modest household, an aura of unspeakable wickedness permeated the air. In Matt's apartment, Old Wang assessed the physical condition of Matt, the elder, and Erica with a slight frown. Your physical fitness is rather inadequate, he remarked. Despite being masters in combat, and the elder an expert in martial arts as well, their physical attributes were, quite frankly, mediocre. Not only did they pale in comparison to Old Wang, but even Sky, who had consumed a significant amount of the essence of the Eternal Well, surpassed them by a considerable margin. True strength is not solely determined by experience, skills, or equipment. Rather, it is fundamentally reliant on physical condition. The body is the cornerstone of revolution. Moreover, to cultivate true energy, the importance of the body surpasses all other aspects. The essence of true energy is the very vitality of life itself. Without a sufficiently robust constitution and life force, one cannot cultivate true energy. Even if one is fortunate enough to do so, Each strand of true energy is formed from the condensation and transformation of a vast amount of vital essence. The more true energy one possesses, the worse the body becomes, ultimately leading to its depletion. The adage poor in culture, rich in martial prowess rings true. Inadequate nutrition and poor physical condition equate to a slow form of self-destruction through martial arts. This is not the world of Warcraft, nor Azeroth. With a dense arcane and life energies render the impossible possible. It is imperative to first remedy the deficits in physical wellness. Old Wang produced a bottle of eternal water, feeling a pang of regret. The already diminutive bottle contained less than a third of its liquid, and even that had been diluted with 2 portions of alcohol, leaving the essence of the eternal well in short supply. The well of eternity provides the primordial Azeroth with arcane and life energies, fostering the proliferation of life and the growth of all things. It is the gentlest, most effective, and simultaneously the most extravagant means of replenishing bodily deficiencies and enhancing physical condition. Only the Night Elf Queen and a few other rare entities have partaken of such luxury. Now, apart from Old Wang, Sky, Gab, and the Black Widow, Matt, Erica, and the Elder were also beginning to enjoy this privilege. The remaining essence of the eternal well was scant, yet thankfully still sufficient for replenishment. Please wait a moment, Old Wang said as he directed a thread of his consciousness into the heart of Azeroth, seeking to open a temporal portal and exchange 0.44 grams of Azerothian blood for more essence of the eternal well, reserving 0.02 grams for future use. Feeling the surge of energy multiply exponentially within the eternal water bottle, Old Wang felt a pang in his heart. He hoped to resolve matters with the Alliance swiftly. Alessandra undoubtedly possessed numerous valuable items, such as the remaining dragon bones, which contained the essence of the dragons and held immense worth. If exchanged, they would surely yield a substantial amount of Azerothian blood. Furthermore, he needed to devise a way to procure valuable items from S.H.I.E.L.D., such as the enigmatic 0.84 artifacts that remained incomprehensible thus far. The braised egg has loosened its grip, awaiting a favorable opportunity. What do you prefer to drink? Coffee, beer, liquor, red wine, or plain water? Old Wang inquired. Plain water, the 3 responded in unison. The True Purity Society enforces stringent regulations, strictly prohibiting alcohol consumption, as it numbs the nerves and clouds one's judgment. Smoking and drug use are also banned, and there are rigid stipulations regarding matters of intimacy, encompassing but not limited to time, place, frequency, number of participants, and age. This may indeed be one of the primary reasons for the decline of the True Purity Society. As the leader of the society, the Elder adheres strictly to all rules, remaining a lifelong virgin and now a solitary elder. Erica, due to her circumstances, finds it impossible to comply. She has long since broken the rules countless times. Yet, she must maintain appearances, resolutely abstaining from alcohol in front of the Elder. Matt, not officially part of the society, has had intimate encounters with many women due to his unique status as a blind man, though few have led to deeper relations. He prefers to avoid drinking whenever possible. Then let it be Ergo too, he suggested. How can a martial artist abstain from alcohol? Old Wang produced a bottle of Ergo too he always carried, unscrewed the cap, dripped 2 drops into it, and handed it to Matt, instructing him to take a drop 3 times a day, before and after meals at his leisure. Erica would have it once in the morning and once in the evening, while the Elder would partake once at noon. Matt maintains a rigorous exercise regimen, with a physical condition akin to that of an athlete. Erica is somewhat similar, though she is temporarily diminished after a day and night of debauchery. The Elder, aging and in poor health, cannot endure excessive supplementation. As Matt caught the Ergo too, he mused that it felt akin to taking medicine. The Elder, however, was filled with excitement, wondering if this was the medicinal wine from Kunlun, supportive of martial practice and energy cultivation. Every evening, I will find time to come and teach you the guiding technique, helping you clear your meridians and guiding you to cultivate your own energy. Remember this number and address. If you encounter any issues, seek Robbie's assistance. He can expel the beast. The beast feeds on the primitive and the sinful, while the spirit of vengeance is precisely its nemesis. The inverse holds true as well. Whoever is stronger can restrain the other, forming a pair of natural enemies. Old Wang offered a few reminders, advising them to avoid going out for the time being and to order takeout for meals. Familiarize yourselves with your equipment as soon as possible. Dedicate the rest of your time to cultivation. You must swiftly develop your energy. The decisive battle with the Hand Union is approaching, and do not lag behind. The 3 readily agreed, with the Elder asserting his determination to fight the Hand Union to the end. Do you have money? Old Wang inquired again. Matt fell silent. As a student yet to graduate, without parents to support him, he found it challenging to sustain himself. Although his father left him a sum of money as a gamble for life, he had nearly exhausted it over the years of schooling and was quite impoverished. The elder pursed his lips. The True Purity Society was once quite affluent, but in recent years, its fortunes have dwindled, leaving only himself and Erica in New York, struggling to get by. Only Erica nodded affirmatively, declaring, "I have money." She indeed possessed wealth. A few years prior, following the assassination of the ambassador, she became an instant heiress as the sole beneficiary. In recent years, she has been deeply involved in investments, holding shares in several major companies such as Stark Industries, Hammer Industries, PIM Technologies, and Roxxon Corporation. Although she does not appear on the billionaire lists, she is undoubtedly a billionaire. In truth, the operations of True Pure over the past few years have been financially supported by her. That's reassuring, Old Wang sighed. Chapter 81. Alejandra's plan in an upscale villa in Manhattan. Alejandra savored a delightful breakfast, as she did every day. Unlike Madame Gao, she maintained her love for the world, relishing each day of her extended life, indulging in the splendors of her existence. Exquisite cuisine, breathtaking scenery, enchanting music, and charming men. She relished all the beauty this world has to offer, yet it never seemed sufficient. The emergence of the immortal Iron Fist and the Ghost Rider had cast an unprecedented gloom over her spirits. Fortunately, on this relatively pleasant morning, there was still something to lift her mood. "Madam, Mr. Murakami has arrived," announced the impeccably dressed male butler with utmost respect. "Let him in," Alejandra replied, setting down her knife and fork, smoothing her dress, and rising gracefully as always. As the door swung open, a robust young Japanese man entered. "Old friend, how long has it been since we last met?" Alejandra inquired with a smile. 50 or 60 years. If it weren't necessary, we likely would not have crossed paths. Much like before the First World War, my fearless leader, Madame Alejandra." Murakami handed his coat to the butler, moving as naturally as if he were at home, stretching his arms with a smirk. "Are you certain this meeting is of great significance? You appear rather frail, weaker than I anticipated. How much longer can you endure?" For all these years, she and her companions had been avoiding combat, for their strength was derived from the dragon bone, not from the life force itself. Every bit of energy expended could not be replenished, and each battle hastened the deterioration of their bodies and the exhaustion of their organs. Once their strength was depleted, death would swiftly follow. They would age decades in mere moments, akin to the Taoist concept of the 5 declines of heaven and man. And now, she was nearing that fateful day. "I may only last a few more years, but if I perish, how long can you endure?" she queried. "The dragon bone is what we 5 brought from Kunlun. It is a shared resource, not solely yours but belonging to all of us." Murakami cast a pointed glance at Alejandra. "Speaking bluntly, I believe both the gambler and Soanda would concur on this matter. They're here as well, are they not?" Alejandra offered a slight smile, evidently unfazed by Murakami's threat. "You all have come, not out of respect for my leadership, but from fear. The death of Madame Gao has instilled fear within you. This generation of the immortal Iron Fist, although not as formidable as our own, lacks the dragon bone. Our strength pales in comparison to what it once was, rendering us incapable of opposing him. So?" Murakami raised an eyebrow. "As I previously mentioned, we must harness external forces, even if they're the most terrifying and uncontrollable." Alessandra pressed a button on the remote, activating the home theater, revealing a news report. In a farm located in eastern Missouri, a family of 7 had been brutally slaughtered. And astonishingly, the perpetrator was a mere 14-year-old boy. The report described a scene that was utterly shocking. Over 10 police officers were left retching, and reporters dared not approach. An anonymous officer claimed it was the most gruesome crime scene he had witnessed in his 23 years of service. The victims had multiple organs missing, and their bodies bore scratch and bite marks. All livestock had perished, leaving only a terrified mother dog behind. Although the footage was blurred, the horror of the scene and the cruelty of the assailant were still evident. However, the village seemed accustomed to such atrocities. With a slight furrow in their brows, was the assailant the beast? Had it truly descended upon them? Alessandra nodded, stating that the evidence suggested the beast had completely taken control of the boy's mental will. The incessant killings had allowed its power to manifest in this world. It was now formidable, drawing the attention of the police department, SHLD, and even Hydra. It required our assistance, and we needed its strength in return. Murakami pressed his forehead. "We can summon it to bring more power into this world, but we cannot control it." Alessandra smirked slightly. "Aside from Lady Gao, I am the most opposed to its emergence, while you appear to be its strongest supporter. Murakami, are you afraid? Only the beast can defeat, even eradicate, the immortal Iron Fist." Murakami gazed intently at the television screen and spoke gravely. Madam, you are willing to take such risks. It seems your time is truly limited. Have you made all the necessary arrangements? Alessandra nodded. Wilson Fisk has connections within the police department, working to conceal the beast's whereabouts. My associates will soon locate it, and I will provide it with the remaining dragon bones, conducting a ritual for that boy to enhance his strength, thereby empowering the beast. Murakami's eyes narrowed. That is our hope for resurrection. Using the last of the dragon bones, if any of us were to perish, we could never return. Alessandra scoffed. The immortal Iron Fist is no fool, nor is the old man. As long as they sever our heads or utterly destroy our bodies, even if we were to capture and kill the elder, we would still be unable to resurrect. Murakami remained silent for 2 minutes before finally speaking. What is the specific plan? Alessandra smiled. The most difficult to persuade, Lady Gao, was now deceased, and Murakami, who understood the beast the best while also fearing it, had been convinced. This plan was ready for execution. Initially, I intended to purchase a house, but all the funds have been utilized by Sky to acquire Stark Industries stocks. Considering the timeline, the future Iron Man is likely to emerge soon. Once the news breaks, stock prices will undoubtedly soar. Enduring the temporary discomfort would lead to a refreshing outcome shortly after. Old Wang would certainly not succumb so easily and would continue unabated. Sky's truck was utterly unsuitable for habitation, and the single apartment rented by Old Wang only contained a bed, which Sky was reluctant to occupy. Given the discomfort of a solitary man and woman cohabitating, Old Wang found himself utterly perplexed. The specialty shop in Azeroth merely contained a bed, and yet it housed both a solitary man and woman. Did the young lady truly have the luxury of choosing her sleeping arrangements? If she were to select a bed, acquiring another would suffice. Why then must they share a mere one? Twee meter bed. Just like the present moment, Old Wang, with his ample physique, sprawled across the bed, occupying the majority of its space, leaving scant room for Sky. Fortunately, Old Wang devised a clever solution. Sky, you can sleep in the rocking chair. It was well past midnight, and a weary, perspiring Sky was about to relocate Old Wang from the bed to the rocking chair to carve out some space for herself to rest, when suddenly, a phone call disrupted the moment. It was the Black Widow. Master Wang, your equipment is ready. Moreover, as a special consultant for SHIELD, earning a salary greater than mine, do you not feel even slightly embarrassed for not having worked a single day this past week? Chapter 82. The secret base of the boiled egg. Old Wang considered himself to have a rather thin skin. Even his soft beard could prick him, rendering him inferior to most women in the world. Despite the enchanting beauty of the Queen of the High Elves, he ultimately restrained himself, leaving her sister and younger sibling to endure the consequences, as the physical prowess of the High Elves paled in comparison to that of the Pandaren. Of course, the most unfortunate were Turalian and Ronin, not only the brothers-in-law of the Queen, but also loyal followers of Old Wang. Merely collecting a paycheck without contributing to the cause was not in Old Wang's nature. He recalled the individuals under his command. While they possessed commendable combat skills, their mastery of modern equipment was significantly inferior to that of SHIELD's field agents. Perhaps it would be prudent to enlist the assistance of the boiled egg for some training. Sky, make a call and gather them all here. After washing his face, brushing his teeth, and having breakfast, he instructed Robbie, the ghost rider who required no modern equipment, to stand guard. Sky then drove the newly acquired truck, transporting Old Wang, Gab, Matt, Erica, and Stick to a farm in the suburbs, guided by the coordinates provided by the Black Widow. The short and stout farmer was busy milking cows and paid no attention to the approaching group, as if they were invisible. The Fairstone farm served as a secret base for SHIELD, where all personnel were agents of the organization. The Black Widow emerged from a building, arms crossed, leaning against the door. Master Wang, over here. A secret base? More likely the secret base of the boiled egg. Old Wang chuckled, fully aware of the current situation. Few could be trusted by the boiled egg, and he certainly had to guard against Hydra operatives. A clandestine training ground for specialized training would undoubtedly be known to only a handful. Perhaps aside from himself, only a few secret agents on the farm, as well as those in need of training, were privy to its existence. Furthermore, the boiled egg's choice of this location, rather than SHIELD's Trident headquarters or other renowned bases, seemed to be a precaution against potential betrayal. Aside from the enigmatic item 084, the SHIELD possesses the largest repository of secrets in the world, an extensive network of connections, an array of advanced technology, Quinjet aerial carriers, the Tesseract, and promising scientists such as Fitz and Simmons, I find little else of interest. Entering, Black Widow led Old Wang to the basement, where she unveiled a concealed door. Descending dozens of steps, they finally arrived at their destination. Agent Natasha Romanoff, Level 7, welcome to the Fieldstone base. You are authorized to serve as the temporary commander of this facility, endowed with Level 2 clearance and temporary supreme authority. The heavy intelligent fire door opened automatically, revealing an expansive secret base exceeding 1,000 square meters, equipped with modern facilities. The walls were robust, built to withstand aerial assaults, capable of enduring direct hits from small missiles. And this was merely what met the eye. Such a base undoubtedly had multiple levels. Old Wang estimated the construction and equipment costs to be no less than $10 million. The number of such bases, some in deserts, others in forests, mountains, or beneath the sea, was likely staggering. Aircraft, submarines, anti-aircraft artillery, an arsenal of weaponry, and a plethora of talent were hidden within. It was conceivable that they had stockpiled the latest Jericho missiles. What a wealthy establishment. Old Wang even speculated that if these secret bases were deemed personal property of the agency's head, he could easily surpass at least half of the members on the Forbes billionaire list. Unlike most affluent individuals, his wealth was not derived from fluctuating stock prices, but from tangible assets, precious commodities that money alone could not procure. As he surveyed the base, Old Wang noted the presence of numerous personnel, over 100, both men and women, clad in military trousers and tank tops, displaying impressive physiques. They were engaged in vigorous hand-to-hand combat or practicing marksmanship with various firearms, their exertions accompanied by grunts, cries of pain, and groans. Each individual was formidable and diligent, undeterred by Old Wang's arrival, even intensifying their efforts. These agents had been meticulously selected from various locations, subjected to rigorous scrutiny and lie detector tests, ensuring their loyalty. They were certainly not affiliated with Hydra. All had attained at least Level 4 clearance to join S.H.I.E.L.D. Black Widow offered a brief introduction before turning to Old Wang. Master Wang, as a special advisor to S.H.I.E.L.D., you're granted Level 4 clearance, allowing you access to documents classified up to Level 4, while others possess lower levels. Only Level 4? I heard Captain America joined at Level 8. Old Wang felt a sting of indignation, his outward satisfaction belied by clenched fists. Don't accuse me of lacking dedication. Shall we commence training? Rest assured, I shall apply myself diligently, lest you forget to compensate me. S.H.I.E.L.D. Agents are not afraid of pain, are they? All agents have undergone the most rigorous training in pain tolerance, experiencing a week-long simulation of labor pains. Others may commence at any moment, but you must follow me first. Black Widow scrutinized Old Wang, bemused by this slothful individual's sudden industriousness. The salary provided by the director was substantial, yet you are a disciple of the indomitable Iron Fist. Must every endeavor be driven by monetary gain? She secretly derided him, turning her gaze inward. Your equipment awaits you. Very well. Old Wang expressed a hint of regret, as he was quite eager about the advanced technology. He turned and declared, you may begin now. Having received such remuneration, do not slack off. Sky rolled her eyes, remarking, Old Wang, the moment you bend over, I can already predict which underwear you will don. Matt and Styx sensed a notable shift in Old Wang's emotions, perceiving the rare acceleration of his heartbeat, and silently mourned for those agents who bore the brunt of the blame. Erica narrowed her strikingly beautiful eyes, instantly slipping into a combat stance. Gappas bewildert, pondering what had stirred his elder siblings and grandfather into this fervor. Following Black Widow through the security door, traversing 2 hallways and a flight of stairs, Old Wang finally arrived at the lowest chamber of the entire base. Even before entering, he was greeted by a cacophony of heated debate. A torrent of technical jargon clamored for his attention, akin to 500 ducks quacking simultaneously. Leo Fitz and Gemma Simmons, the youngest prodigies of the technology department, were responsible for crafting your high-tech equipment. Black Widow appeared slightly exasperated, massaging her earlobe. They are immensely capable, yet they speak far too much. Upon hearing those familiar names, Old Wang hesitated briefly. Has Lu Dan truly been so generous? Lu Dan? Black Widow was momentarily taken aback, her mind conjuring the image of the director as shiny, dark head, and recalling the 13 marinated eggs consumed in one sitting that evening, her expression turning peculiarly odd. Master Wang, was your intention to draw Lu Dan, or rather the director, into a feast of marinated eggs that day? Fitz and Simmons, intrigued by the user's physical prowess rivaling that of Captain America, expressed a desire to personally deliver the equipment. Black Widow lowered her voice, cautioning that should they make any excessive demands, you may refuse. Do not underestimate their curiosity. Scientists can be quite mad at times, even more so than I. Even if scientists are so intrigued by the Hulk, they would never exhibit the same emotional tendencies as you, Old Wang chuckled. I will strive to accommodate them. Interest is beneficial. The more keen they are, the better. As long as you are willing to accompany me, I shall concede to any unreasonable requests, even if it involves my essence for their experiments. In this era, capable scientists wield significant influence. Tony Stark, Dr. Banner, Hank Pym, each one exuding not only pride but also maturity, making them difficult to deceive. How unlike these two individuals, who are at the very least second-tier scientists, destined to ascend to first-tier status in a couple of years, and in 5 or 6 years, they might well reach the pinnacle of scientific achievement. Yet, they are mere youths, barely out of their teenage years and inexperienced as field agents. The prospect of enticing them away has become significantly less daunting. In an instant, Old Wang conceived several plans. The Black Widow was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by Master Wang's unexpected amiability today. She had heard whispers of the excessive demands made by Fitz and Simmons, which included tissue sampling, fluid analysis, comprehensive testing, real-time monitoring through chip implantation, and evaluations of reproductive and endocrine systems. Such requirements were obligatory for any agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Yet Master Wang was not one of them. He was merely a collaborator. Regardless of whether it was the director or herself, there was undeniable intrigue towards Master Wang. Were it not for the looming presence of the immortal Iron Fist and Kunlun, and the necessity of allying with such a formidable and enigmatic force, one might speculate that the egghead could have forcibly abducted Master Wang for experimentation, for he was certainly not a paragon of virtue. Lavished with the finest sustenance, assisted by surgical tools, and under constant surveillance, it would not be beyond egghead to provide a few alluring companions. His moral compass was quite lacking. Should Master Wang be willing to cooperate, it would indeed be advantageous for S.H.I.E.L.D. Perhaps they might unearth remarkable innovations. My sincerest gratitude, the Black Widow uncharacteristically expressed, as she straightened her posture and swiped her card to open the door. The cacophony of 500 ducks abruptly ceased. What greeted her gaze were two youthful figures, one male and one female, both barely of age, akin to Sky. PhD candidates of such a tender age were a rarity on a global scale, and even more so considering Simmons held dual doctorates. Tony Stark, the future Iron Man and one of the most illustrious scientists in the Marvel Universe, graduated from MIT at the age of 17. While 17-year-old Simmons had already earned dual doctorates in biochemistry. It would be an exaggeration to claim Simmons surpassed Iron Man, yet it certainly attests to her exceptional prowess. With a dual doctorate serving as Fitz's assistant, it was evident that Fitz was even more remarkable. The two most illustrious scientists within S.H.I.E.L.D. were crafting their own equipment. Had Egghead's mind been ensnared by the Black Widow's charms or pierced by Hawkeye's arrow? Old Wang prepared himself to make his move, but his gaze was drawn to the table at the center. Upon it rested two open boxes. Within the left box lay a roughly 20-centimeter alloy batten, two of which were surprisingly golden, while the others were red, their surfaces adorned with various teal bas-reliefs featuring eagle talons, deer antlers, and tiger paws, alongside scales reminiscent of serpents. Could it possibly be a dragon? Not a 5-clawed golden dragon, but a 5-clawed azure dragon? I am most certainly not an azure dragon, Old Wang mused, shifting his attention to the other box. Inside were two alloy gauntlets in a striking gold and crimson design. Such exquisite craftsmanship. Without delving into their specific effects, their mere appearance surpassed that of the gnome and goblin-engineered gauntlets by leagues. As soon as Fitz and Simmons spotted Old Wang's arrival, their eyes lit up, recognizing him as the wielder of the titanium alloy staff and gauntlets. They hurriedly began to chatter excitedly about the color scheme and surface embossing, seeking Agent May's opinion. In China, gold symbolizes nobility, while red signifies festivity. The Chinese proudly refer to themselves as descendants of the dragon, and blue represents the continuity of life. The energy of Qi is synonymous with the vitality of existence, creating a harmonious match. They employed high-powered laser engraving and 3D printing technology. Simmons and I spent an entire week finalizing the design, revising the blueprint 10 times. The finest technical team from the Ministry of Science was responsible for the manufacturing, the same team that crafted Agent Romanoff's equipment. Amidst the barrage of technical jargon, which Old Wang struggled to comprehend, a common affliction among scientists, 2 points piqued his interest. The first was Simmons' mention of the total cost of the gauntlets and staff, a figure substantial enough to purchase an apartment in Beijing's second ring. The second was Fitz's lamentation that had budget constraints not been an issue, the director would have permitted the use of gold titanium alloy throughout, though the expenses would have escalated several-fold. Egg, Old Wang remarked, I remember you. Stay still. Here, take this. Simmons leaned in, rising on his toes to implant an exceedingly tiny chip into Old Wang's lower lip. Nodding with satisfaction as he explained, it was the latest model of a micro-receiving controller, a fusion of engineering and biology that would automatically connect with the nerve endings, voice-activated, transmitting through muscle and bone, safe, efficient, and discreet. Old Wang, having lived 3 lifetimes and possessing a fair measure of intelligence, was no stranger to the peculiar high-tech gear favored by gnomes and dwarves, quickly adapting to this novel device. Indeed, it proved remarkably effective. The 9-segment staff seamlessly connected internally, allowing for disassembly as needed. With merely a slight movement of his lips, it could release a short, sturdy, and rigid gold titanium alloy chain, transforming into a 9-section whip. Nonetheless, Old Wang favored the staff form, measuring nearly 180 centimeters, slightly taller than the Chimay staff, perfectly suited for his ongoing development. Most importantly, the design featured gold at both ends with red in the center, adorned with an intricate Eastern dragon embossing, exuding an air of sophistication. The aesthetic evoked a strong resemblance to the legendary Rui Jingubang. Melinda, the agent responsible for the design, must surely be a fan of the Monkey King. The gauntlets were equally impressive. These 2 pieces of equipment could technically rival the epic gear of gnome engineering, though they fell short in material quality. Whether titanium or gold titanium alloy, they were evidently no match for the mithril and fine gold produced in the realm of World of Warcraft, let alone the superior silver and arcanite. Once they accrued sufficient resources, it would be prudent to procure exceptional materials from that world and have Fitz and Simmons innovate and design anew. Perhaps they would surpass Captain America's vibranium shield. Suddenly, a sharp ding echoed. Black Widow furrowed her brow as a voice crackled over the earpiece. Agent Romanoff was reporting that a serious altercation had erupted between the instructors and the trainees. Very serious? Black Widow raised an eyebrow. Trained by a group of 4 instructors, those elite agents who have undergone the most rigorous training surely would not yield easily. Challenges are customary, and such confrontations can foster a deeper understanding between instructors and trainees, ultimately benefiting future instruction. However, the situation is quite grave. Could it be that 100 elite agents are mercilessly thrashing the disciples of Master Wang? This cannot stand. I must investigate. Apologies, I have other matters to attend to. Please continue without me. The Black Widow decided to resolve her issues first before informing Master Wang, to spare him the distress of witnessing such a grim spectacle. No sooner had she departed than Old Wang gazed at Simmons with a grin, marveling at the fine weapon in his hands. This stick costs more than my salary for 2 years. He mused. Regrettably, it is not free. It will certainly cost me dearly. Simmons was taken aback, exclaiming, 2 years? That is equivalent to 10 years of my wages. Hearing this, Old Wang chuckled heartily. Chapter 84. 5 Instructors Who Will Teach Me. In light of her concern that the agents might be savagely beating Master Wang's disciples, leading to an unfavorable conclusion, the Black Widow bent low and sprinted towards the training ground with the speed of a 100-meter dash, coming to an abrupt halt. Yet, she was left in a state of bewilderment. What was happening? The vast training area housed only 5 individuals standing, while the rest lay scattered, all of whom were agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. 1/3 of them were merely incapacitated from the beating, although they struggled to rise. The youngest among them, Gabriel, a seemingly innocent middle school student, ran about the field, mercilessly kicking anyone who attempted to stand. How could one tremble from head to toe, yet still deliver such ferocious kicks? His strength was tremendous. A single kick left one in pain for a long time. The youth was oblivious to the notion of restraint, and his aim was evidently lacking. Sometimes his kicks missed their mark, necessitating several attempts that were painful to witness. On occasions when he did strike true, the pain rendered them incapable of uttering a sound, possibly leading to unconsciousness, jeopardizing their future happiness. Fortunately, as he grew more adept, his kicks became precise, delivering a knockout blow with each strike. Within a minute, all present would surely succumb to darkness. The last third fared even worse, having succumbed to unconsciousness. Could it be that this underage boy was responsible for all this chaos? As for the other 4, clad in a red bodysuit, the long-haired Erica was drenched in sweat, her breath heavy, eyes gleaming with ferocity, clearly having just emerged from a fierce battle. Was she the true assailant who brought down these elite operatives? Sky leaned against the wall, arms crossed, seemingly indifferent to the events, yet her innocent shrug suggested otherwise. The old man stood at a distance, leaning on his cane, breathing steadily, offering a warm smile and a nod. Matt stood silently nearby, close to Erica. So what on earth transpired? Speak, what is the situation? The Black Widow turned to a 30-something portly man with a buzz cut. He was Eric Koenig, a secret agent summoned from somewhere unknown, whom she had never encountered or even heard of before, possessing a level 6 clearance, presumably a trusted confidant developed under the director's secretive guidance. Among the numerous agents, nearly half are covert operatives, with him holding the highest authority. This is undoubtedly why Black Widow inquires solely about him. Although this plump fellow lies sprawled on the ground, it is evident he has not sustained any significant injury. Could it be a ruse? Where did Liu Dan find such a gem? As Gab kicks down the remaining individuals one by one, only he remains, and since he was the one who previously alerted himself, who else could she question? It is terrifying. These individuals are truly formidable. Upon seeing Black Widow approach, the crew-cut chubby man scrambled to his feet, seeking refuge behind her. His small eyes squinting not at Gab, but rather at the distant Erica, his voice trembling. Initially, some agents wished to challenge the instructors. Agent Romanoff, you must understand that our S.H.I.E.L.D. is not a military force. Hand-to-hand combat training is inevitable. It is common for trainees to challenge their instructors, and it is only natural for some to feel indignant. One good lesson is all it takes, though who teaches whom can be uncertain. Black Widow furrowed her brow and inquired, "And whom did you challenge? Instructor Matt? Instructor Erica? Or perhaps Instructor Stick?" The plump man quickly shook his head. "We challenged 5 at once." Black Widow remarked, "That is not how one seeks a fight," then pressed further, and what happened next? Her brow arched as she continued, "These field agents are all elite. Even if Captain America were resurrected, defeating 100 would not be an easy feat. Do you consider yourself the immortal Iron Fist?" Calculating, Black Widow mused that in a spacious arena, leveraging her agility and exceptional endurance, she might indeed be able to vanquish 100, for although these agents are elite, none match the caliber of Melinda or Wood. Master Wang's grappling prowess is comparable to her own. His apprentice should not be able to contend against 100, especially in such confined quarters. Black Widow found herself at a loss for words. Is it less disgraceful to face 100 than to face 5? And what then? She queried. Logically, even 100 against 5 should yield victory. Not to mention, Gab is merely an ordinary middle school student. While Sky has trained under Master Wang for 3 years, the gathered intel suggests her abilities may not even surpass those of a typical field agent. Moreover, there is a woman and 2 blind men, one of whom is in his 60s or 70s. These 3 were nearly slain by dozens of ninjas, only to be rescued by the immortal Iron Fist. Their strength, while not insignificant, surely could not best her in a confrontation. Could it? And what happened next? Well, as you see before you now, the chubby man retreated slightly, helplessly gesturing towards Sky and Gab. Those 2 did not engage. In reality, we faced 3 against 100. Yet we all fell. She is simply terrifying. His eyes fixated on Erica. He clarified, it is not strength, it is fearsome prowess. The 2 blind men should, in fact, possess greater strength than the woman, as evidenced by the brief 5-minute skirmish. Yet, they're not the same. The young blind man was surprisingly gentle, careful not to harm the agents. 1/3 of the agents had their limbs incapacitated by his hands, yet this was, in essence, an act of protection towards them. The elderly blind man, on the other hand, was much more forceful, using his cane to render each agent unconscious, maintaining a delicate balance. He struck only to incapacitate, ensuring that they would no longer endure further blows. However, the woman was entirely different. She appeared to revel in the chaos of battle, avoiding vital strikes and refraining from knocking others unconscious. Though not foolish enough to engage head-on, her demeanor was undeniably frenzied. She resembled a wild beast, a sovereign of the wilderness fighting for survival. Those agents who remained conscious, with their bodies marred by injuries, were all her doing. Had it not been for another woman, who abstained from combat, directing the inexperienced middle schooler to use a stick to incapacitate the injured agents, the woman clad in red would have shown no signs of stopping. The chubby one even feared for the possibility of fatalities. It was merely a challenge, after all. As the skirmish concluded, Erica's madness gradually subsided, and she remarked on the cultivation of her energy from the previous day. The Black Widow nodded, feeling a twinge of envy as she turned her gaze towards the stick-wielding elder. Her envy deepened as she looked at Matt. Eventually, a hint of jealousy arose as she glanced at Sky. A week prior, Sky felt embarrassed for taking 3 years to cultivate genuine energy, fearing she had brought shame upon Old Wang. The Black Widow, at a loss for words, turned to Gab and inquired, "You didn't cultivate energy a fortnight ago, did you?" Upon hearing this, Gab's face flushed crimson, and with his head bowed, he murmured, "Not yet." The Black Widow let out a soft sigh of relief. Thankfully, he hadn't. Otherwise, she feared she might go mad. Matt, Erica, and the Elder were likely from Kunlun, while Sky had spent 3 years learning from Master Wang. So her progress was understandable. Gab, having only trained for a month, achieving the same feat would be utterly terrifying. You may not know, but there were actually 101 agents undergoing special training, with the 101st being myself. The Black Widow clenched her fists and cast a glance at the 5 instructors, pondering who would teach her. Chapter 85. Shall we switch jobs? In the lowest room, Old Wang looked at Fitz and Simmons with curiosity, asking, "What is your annual salary?" I am not well versed in the pay scale of government agencies. Coincidentally, I have recently hired several employees, including a few scientists, and I'm uncertain of what salary to offer. Could you provide me with a reference? His inquiry was sincere. Sky, being family, didn't draw a salary. She managed the finances, spending freely. Paying her a salary would be less reliable than simply compensating himself. The Elder, without need for discussion, had aligned himself with the entire Jinchuan society, 2 individuals, and being of advanced age with no children or spouse, had Matt to support him in his later years. Erica, a wealthy woman with no parents, a car, and a house, was unconcerned about such matters. However, individuals like Matt, Robbie, and Gab still required salaries, and that was a non-negotiable aspect. Lucy, Eli, and those scientists indeed have families to care for. If given the chance, they would seek assistance from S.H.I.E.L.D. to resolve their identity issues, as they require a salary to support their households and raise children. How much would be appropriate remains a mystery to Old Wang. He only knows that their salaries were surprisingly substantial. Eli, who later joined the Dynamic Energy Laboratory for Engineering, earned the lowest salary among them. Yet he could still afford a Dodge Charger, demonstrating that private enterprises are indeed more generous than government institutions. Simmons and Fitz exchanged glances. This individual appeared quite youthful, yet he had several scientists under his guidance. Could he be an heir to a large corporation? No wonder he looked so well-fed and prosperous. As for the annual salary, after ensuring that the small room was devoid of surveillance devices, Simmons revealed a figure that would be considered modest for an ordinary person. Is that all? I had originally planned to offer those scientists 10 times the amount you mentioned, and even that seemed insufficient. Old Wang was instantly taken aback. This figure indeed fell considerably short of Eli's previous earnings. However, Eli was only in a position to afford Fitz a pair of shoes. What about the field agents? I've heard that S.H.L.D. has both a combat division and a technology division, which department offers higher salaries. Fitz swallowed hard. 10 times? That last remark seemed tinged with a hint of resentment. Old Wang nodded in agreement. It still feels inadequate. We cannot afford to skimp on science, nor can we make things difficult for experts. With such meager salaries, when will you ever be able to buy a house or a car? Do you even own either? No, Fitz shook his head. Simmons interjected, "In truth, salary is not what matters." In hopes of uncovering answers to countless scientific questions. Since childhood, I've been plagued by numerous inquiries. My teachers throughout elementary, middle, and high school, as well as during my master's and doctoral studies, could not provide the answers I sought. Eventually, the head of the technology division at S.H.I.E.L.D. approached me, assuring me that I would find those answers here, and so I came. Fitz quickly nodded in agreement. I feel the same way. Old Wang silently assessed the two, recognizing them as pure scientists, untainted by the harsh realities of life. Fitz seemed slightly swayed, while Simmons remained unresponsive. Was it due to her affluent upbringing, or had her heart been wholly devoted to science? Plan A was evidently unfeasible. So Old Wang shifted to Plan B. Have you found any answers? Some yes, some no, Simmons replied, furrowing her brow in apparent distress. Fitz and I studied at the S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy for a year. Approximately 3 months ago, we realized that no one could answer our questions. Even the best teachers could not assist us. Hence, we applied for graduation and entered the technology division, where there are superior scientists, top-notch researchers. Still, some questions remain unanswered. Simmons lamented. The technology division does not house the very best scientists. The finest have been recruited by private enterprises or have established their own companies, such as Mr. Tony Stark and Mr. Hank Pym. Fitz interjected, however, boasts a greater number of scientists, providing more opportunities to research diverse projects, which is an advantage over Stark Industries or PIM technologies. For instance, we are currently investigating a substance known as ICER. Simmons suddenly interrupted him. That's classified. Fitz promptly covered his mouth. Is it a signature licence? Old Wang's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Are you responsible for researching the essence of Azeroth? Fitz and Simmons exchanged glances. Speaking in unison, how do you know about that? It's classified information, known only to a select few in the entire technology department. Reaching into his pocket, Old Wang produced an eternal water bottle, waving it before them and winking because this is what I provided to us. 10 minutes later, at the training ground, Black Widow panted heavily, watching as Erica rose from the ground, finally feeling a sense of relief. She had not embarrassed S.H.I.E.L.D. She had won. Initially, her plan was to face 5 agents in the arena to boost their morale. But given that most were unconscious and unable to witness the spectacle, and considering how taxing it was to defeat just Erica, she reconsidered. What if she faltered against the remaining 4? That would surely dampen their spirits further. It was best to retreat gracefully. Just as she contemplated her exit, a round of applause broke out. Clapping resounded as Old Wang approached, unabashedly expressing his admiration. Incredible. Truly magnificent. The 2 women, both masters of combat, showcased their skills. One had just attained mastery of her chi, while the other had undergone physical enhancements. Although Black Widow held a slight advantage. Erica was no less impressive, a feast for the eyes. Fitz and Simmons trailed behind, each carrying a box like devoted acolytes. Master Wang, Black Widow sighed inwardly with relief, casting a glance at Fitz and Simmons before addressing Old Wang. Are you satisfied with the weapons? Extremely satisfied. Fitz and Simmons are remarkable, Old Wang praised, giving a thumbs up. He continued, training is not a matter of days. They will remain here to assist in honing your agent's combat skills. And I hope you can help them familiarize themselves with high-tech equipment. Indeed, Black Widow nodded. I have matters to attend to at the shop. I must take my leave. Old Wang, feeling a twinge of guilt, waved his sleeve and took the box from Fitz and Simmons, turning to depart. Black Widow pondered. Why does it feel as though he is up to no good? Outside, someone would naturally escort Master Wang away, and she paid it no mind. Fitz and Simmons, however, were borrowed for transport. The 2 remained silent throughout the journey. Fitz seemed lost in thought, somewhat dazed. He mentioned that his laboratory is engaged in the world's most sophisticated quantum mechanics research, quantum communication, quantum computers, even quantum brains. Simmons added, Mr. Wang also said that if I visited, he would even permit me to study his body. A martial arts master's physique must be unlike that of an ordinary person. Different systems of movement, respiration, immunity, and perhaps even reproductive systems without barriers. Fitz responded. His laboratory is also researching cutting-edge virtual technologies that rely on quantum computers to allow billions to be online simultaneously, perfectly simulating the real world. And they're preparing to develop virtual games, whether it's World of Warcraft or StarCraft. The 2 exchanged thoughts for quite some time when suddenly their eyes met, and, in unison, they exclaimed, Fitz, Simmons, let's change jobs. Chapter 86. The final showdown at the Hand Association 3 days later, the gloves and staffs proved to be invaluable tools, possessing numerous functionalities. The 2 young scientists are indeed remarkable. Even in the realm of World of Warcraft, they would easily surpass the majority of gnome and goblin engineers, effortlessly earning the title of Master Craftsman. Such talent cannot be squandered within S.H.I.L.D. The world's academic elite shall fall into my grasp. Just as I was contemplating this, my phone rang. Lu Den? How unusual, what could he want? Lu Dan is rather busy, being the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., a general in the U.S. military. He hardly has the leisure to converse with an ordinary individual like myself. Initially, it was Coulson who liaised with me, and now it's the Black Widow. How could he possibly have the time? Is he so idle that he wishes to usurp the position of village chief in a Marvel novice village? I answered the call. A voice, laden with barely contained fury, nearly pierced my eardrum, revealing the reason behind Fitz and Simmons' resignation. I was taken aback. They resigned so swiftly? Today's youth certainly possess a remarkable audacity. I wouldn't have dared to resign even with a monthly salary of $3,000 back in my day. Resignation is indeed a good thing, as it means they could come work for me. Of course, I couldn't voice that thought. I shrugged, feigning nonchalance. Your subordinates resigned. How would I know why? Was it due to oppressive leadership, inadequate salary, or perhaps their aspirations in life were unfulfilled, their societal values unrealized? Lu Dan let out a heavy huff. Two freshly graduated trainees, I had scarcely given them a thought. SHIELD is not a terrorist organization. It is a legitimate government agency. And resignations are perfectly acceptable as long as they sign a confidentiality agreement. However, just half an hour prior, the Minister of Science himself brought 2 resignation letters to the office, insisting that these 2 individuals must not be allowed to leave, for they represent the future of SHIELD, the pillars following Ant-Man. Only then did I realize their true significance. Yet, the issue remains that they genuinely do not wish to continue. And not even a raise or a promotion could persuade them. Upon reflection, there seems to be no valid reason for their resignation. The only significant occurrence in recent days has been their interaction with Master Wang. They must have been swayed by him. Let me ponder. What could I possibly want with 2 scientists? Liu Dan pressed his hands against the desk, contemplating for a couple of seconds. Do you wish to research essence liquor? Do you want them to create high-tech equipment for you? No, you intend for them to study the Dark Tome. With the Dark Tome in your possession, will there be collaboration with Kunlun and the Ghost Rider? I was slightly taken aback. Indeed, Liu Dan is no fool. This is one of my objectives. Speak. What conditions would entice them to join me? I inquired directly, eager to avoid any unnecessary banter. Since he made the call, rather than outright rejecting my proposal, it was clear he sought to negotiate terms. In his eyes, not even a scientist is beyond reach, be it the cosmic cube. As long as the benefits are substantial enough or the threats significant, he would relinquish it. In the first Avengers film, did Thor not ultimately take the cosmic cube away? I want the research results. Liu Dan, evidently well prepared, stated gravely, share the research findings of the Dark Tome. I chuckled lightly. Very well. I shall share the research findings of the Dark Tome, and you shall share the research findings of the cosmic cube. How does that sound? Or we could simply trade. You give me the cosmic cube in exchange for my Dark Tome, and I shall forego Fitz and Simmons. After all, there hasn't been much progress in nearly a century, has there? Liu Dan's expression darkened. Master Wang surprisingly knows that the cosmic cube is in the possession of SHIELD. While the cosmic cube is indeed a top-secret item, over 60 years have passed, and numerous individuals have come in contact with it, particularly researchers who have changed countless times. Presently, there are still hundreds responsible for its study, making leaks quite normal. Hydra must have known about it long ago, and it is reasonable for Master Wang, or rather Kunlun, to be aware as well. No matter how formidable the Dark Tome may be, it pales in comparison to the cosmic cube. Just as the egg was about to propose other demands, he heard a cacophony of sounds on the phone. What transpired? An earthquake? Old Wang felt the entire little shop trembling and hurriedly used his energy to stabilize the shelves, preventing the numerous fragile bottles from being ruined. However, the shaking lasted only a brief moment and was not particularly severe. This was not a natural earthquake, but rather a man-made one. Old Wang glanced toward a certain building to the north, narrowing his eyes like a panda. Director Fury was making his move. Send your people over. The final battle begins. The egg's heart stirred as he recalled certain documents regarding the hand. I need the resurrection coffin of the hand and the last remaining dragon bone. Deliver them to me. I want to see Fitz and Simmons tomorrow. Old Wang hung up the phone, opened a box, and retrieved a titanium alloy rod and titanium alloy gauntlets. He had a premonition. The first arduous battle in this world had commenced in a certain skyscraper in Manhattan, deep within the subterranean depths, after a violent explosion. Alexandrina gazed at the stone wall as the dust settled, feeling quite disheartened. Another failure. This was not merely a stone wall, but a door sealed by a previous iron fist, behind which lay an intact dragon bone fossil. Even an explosion powerful enough to cause shallow earthquakes in New York could not breach this door. Excavating, it was impossible. The power of the Iron Fist had thoroughly sealed the entire area, and only the Iron Fist could unlock this seal. All the power of the Iron Fist emanated from the Elder, identical across every generation of Iron Fist, regardless of strength, including the current one. Everyone, be ready. The immortal Iron Fist will undoubtedly arrive. Alexandrina commanded, then turned her gaze toward a particular direction. A boy around 14 or 15 stood there, appearing calm, yet harboring an ancient evil god within him. As she looked at him, Alexandrina silently encouraged herself, convincing herself that this time success was inevitable. I will survive, and I will live on forever. It was there. The sleek black sports car came to an abrupt halt, and Black Widow gazed at the skyscraper 100 meters away, lowering her voice to say, "The epicenter is there. Is everything prepared?" Voices echoed in her earpiece. "This is Eric Koenig. I have contacted the police department and relevant authorities to begin evacuating the public. This is Barton. The sniper is in position and ready to fire at any moment. The reconnaissance team is in place. We have detected the enemy possessing grenade launchers and individual rocket launchers, suspecting a significant amount of explosives concealed within the building, posing a threat to the safety of everyone inside. We advise against a direct assault. This is Sky. I have infiltrated the building surveillance system. The Special Operations Team is under my command. Upon hearing the last statement, Black Widow responded, Agent Barton, the outside is in your hands. The Special Operations Team. Follow Sky's lead and enter the building. There was no room for dissent. The Special Operations Team, apart from their own members, consisted entirely of Master Wang's associates. Master Wang had appointed Sky to lead, and who would dare to defy that? Shortly, Old Wang arrived near the building, and Sky's voice emanated from the embedded control device in his lower lip. Romanoff, I will guide you to all the explosives. Your task is to ensure they do not detonate. Matt, Erica, and Old Man. Your mission is to eliminate the members of the Hand Association inside the building while ensuring the safety of any innocents. Wang, you are alone in the underground area. You must confront the 4 fingers of the hand and the Black Void. Is that acceptable? Old Wang flexed his hands and chuckled. So how do I get in? After a brief pause, Sky replied, the sewer. Chapter 87. The powerful titanium alloy gear entering the sewer proved to be a formidable challenge, particularly due to the repulsive odor. For a Pandaren who regarded culinary delights as essential to life, the nauseating stench was akin to an unbearable affront to existence, especially for Old Wang, who had achieved the culinary feat of conquering the world of Warcraft. He lamented not having requested a gas mask from SHIELD, and now could only hold his breath, relying on his past experiences of traversing the endless sea to endure for a few hours. Isaaki Ila had long since scanned the entire building and created a 3-dimensional model. Sky remained at the Feralstone base, utilizing the server-grade computer provided by the agency to monitor and determine his real-time location and provide guidance. Within 10 minutes, Old Wang had burrowed into the underground parking lot of the building. His acute hearing allowed him to detect faint gunfire from above, indicating that a skirmish was already underway. The other members of the Special Operations Team continuously reported their status. Black Widow was progressing smoothly, while the old man's group encountered minimal trouble. Matt's heightened perception enabled him to anticipate any danger or enemy presence. This operation was perilously dangerous. The Hand Association had mobilized nearly all of its elite forces, including every conceivable weapon available on the market that could be transported to New York, such as a substantial quantity of firearms and explosives produced by Hammer Industries. The conflict was not confined to the ground. It extended to the skies as well. The Hand Association was a powerful and affluent organization, even deploying multiple helicopters, each armed with machine guns and bombs. The police could not be trusted. Wilson Fisk, the future kingpin, had almost entirely taken control of the New York Police Department. Not causing trouble was a considerable achievement. The might and influence of the Hand Association were far from the feeble portrayal depicted in limited-budget television shows. As a millennia-old organization, it covertly manipulated countless business magnates, government officials, police, and military leaders. No one knew the extent of their reach. The well-trained elite agents of SHIELD faced an uncertain fate. Even Black Widow could not guarantee absolute safety. Hence, Old Wang refrained from involving Gabe, and nominally excluded Robbie as well. In reality, Robbie was nearby, ready to join the fray under Sky as command. As for the underground area, the secrets concealed therein were not to be disclosed to anyone, including SHIELD. The matter of the dragon bone fossils remains an absolute secret, even within the Hand Association. Only the 5 fingers and a few trusted subordinates know the true nature of that wall and what lies beyond it. Neither SHIELD nor Hydra could possibly be aware. Suddenly, a thought struck Old Wang as he discerned faint footsteps approaching from a distance. Once the finest scout of the 7th Legion and the only assassin of Ravenhold Manor with a perfect success rate, Old Wang moved with agility. Despite his weight being above average, his steps were lighter than a cat's, making no sound perceptible to the human ear. He treaded silently, like snow falling without a trace, drawing near and striking fiercely. His claws slashed through a throat, blood gushing forth as 2 lives were extinguished. The Hand Association had deployed their most elite personnel in the underground area, including the 4 fingers. This was a grand scheme. The building was laden with explosives, housing numerous gangsters and arms. The Hand Association aimed to use the entire structure, along with the lives of tens of thousands in the vicinity, as bait to lure the immortal Iron Fist. Their intentions were twofold. First, to entice or coerce the immortal Iron Fist into breaking the seal of a particular Iron Fist. thereby obtaining the complete dragon bone fossil. If the Iron Fist were unaware of the seal's existence, he could easily be manipulated into breaking it. If he were aware, he would be hesitant and thus easier to confront, capture, or eliminate. As a traitor of Kunlun, the Five Fingers might even possess the means to strip the Iron Fist of his powers. It was likely that Alexandra and the other three harbored ambitions of becoming the Iron Fist. Their ultimate goal was not mere survival or endless crime. Second, through relentless slaughter, they sought to empower the beasts that fed on primal and original sin, enabling them to confront the Iron Fist, SHILD, and the government. The details of the past had long faded, yet Old Wang distinctly remembered Alexandra's words. It is merely a city. You will become accustomed to seeing it fall. The destruction of a city, causing the untimely demise of tens or even hundreds of thousands, was trivial for the Five Fingers of the Hand Association. How many cities have been laid waste by them throughout history, and how many lives lost due to their actions? The ordinary members or elite of the Hand Association could be sacrificed at any moment, as long as those few survived, assuming new identities to lie in wait for decades. Once they secured the dragon bone fossil, they would have all the time they needed. Now, Old Wang's task was to ensure they would no longer have to wait. Never again. More members of the Hand Association charged forth. This presented an ostensibly insurmountable dilemma. If he refrained from killing them, he would face their increasingly ferocious attacks. Their elite had long been brainwashed and feared not death. Conversely, to eliminate them would only empower the beasts further, as that entity lurked somewhere, continually consuming sin and violence. With murder being the gravest sin of all. Yet, Old Wang had a solution. There are no absolutes in this world, and common sense is not always reliable. The panda possesses an unmatched bite force that humans cannot rival, yet it thrives on its endearing charm. The panda warriors possess formidable stature and combat prowess that rivals that of orcs. They once vanquished the once mighty ancient empire. Yet due to the presence of the Seven Fiends, they strive to avoid conflict and prohibit indiscriminate slaughter. When it comes to incapacitating an opponent without taking a life, the panda monks are undoubtedly masters of their craft. In subduing numerous female beings, as well as the males behind them, Old Wang has developed a unique methodology that surpasses that of any binding expert. With techniques such as Enlightened Heart, Swift Reflexes, Throat Slice, Diamond Shock, and Bone Dislocation, Old Wang swiftly discerns his path forward, channeling his vital energy to hasten his journey while evading the assassins of the Hand Union. If evasion proves impossible, he employs various methods to incapacitate them. Matt can dislocate limbs, the Stick Master can hypnotize through physical means, and Erica can render individuals incapable of rising in excruciating pain. As a master monk, 100 or even 1,000 times stronger than them, Old Wang can shatter the legs of a mammoth, break the skin of a split-hoofed rhinoceros, and incapacitate wild stallions and bucks. What fear does he have in facing these mere mortal assassins? The designs of Fitz and Simmons enable the gauntlets and staff to emit controllable electrical currents, rendering enemies unconscious rather than dead upon contact. The capillary tubes at the tips of the hollow claws inject cobra venom and dendrotoxin upon skin contact, with adjustable dosages to incapacitate without causing death. Such innovations abound in dozens of features. The hallmark of high technology is that both larger and smaller items command greater value. The SHIELD flying aircraft carrier is undoubtedly far more expensive than the Quinjet, and the integration of numerous lethal and non-lethal weapons within such a compact space renders this titanium alloy staff and gauntlet exceedingly precious, enough to evoke concern in the heart of the egg. Amidst muffled groans and cries of pain, Old Wang breaks through the encirclement and arrives before a door. Chapter 88. Is it not the Iron Fist? This is a fire door, over 20 centimeters thick, capable of resisting directional explosions of a certain magnitude, sealing off the dragon bone fossil of the Iron Fist and the subterranean levels of the building into two separate realms. You have nowhere to escape, immortal Iron Fist. A voice in standard Mandarin echoes, belonging to a former member of the Hand Union, as he charges at Old Wang while firing his weapon, his face contorted in rage. Come on, kill us. Let us become sacrifices. Let the beast descend completely, turning the world into a slaughterhouse, into a hunting ground for beasts. The entire universe shall accompany us in death, including the hidden Kunlun beyond the cosmos. How noisy! Old Wang grunted, raising his left hand, extending his middle finger, pressing down to point at the man. Destroy the universe? What gives you such confidence? What grants you the audacity to utter such words? Do you think this is a world where power structures collapse like in an anime? Accompanied by the precision of his gaze and Old Wang's command, The gold and titanium alloy claws were unleashed, tracing a trajectory imperceptible to the naked eye, piercing through the man's throat. This is impossible. The man clutched his throat, unable to stem the flow of blood, his gaze beginning to fade as his heart ceased to beat, collapsing heavily to the ground. The precision-guided system. A remarkable innovation in titanium alloy gauntlets. Anything is possible. Just ask Li Ning. Old Wang raised his right hand, spreading his 10 fingers. 10 golden titanium claws were unleashed. Within 2 seconds, every adversary within 50 meters perished. More foes approached from afar, but it was far too late. If only the gauntlet were larger. With a more substantial embedded battery, it would far surpass the arc reactor. With just these 10 golden titanium claws, Old Wang could have decimated all his enemies in the vicinity. Alas, it was not made of Wolverine's adamantium. Turning, Old Wang lifted his left hand. The titanium gauntlet detached automatically, slightly reshaping itself to fit snugly around his forearm. This gauntlet was indeed a highly valuable piece of equipment. Yet due to its construction from ordinary titanium and golden titanium, rather than the legendary materials of arcanite or kryptonite, it fell short in hardness, strength, and energy capacity and guidance. It was in truth not suitable for a monk. In contrast, Old Wang favored the deceptive hand scavenged from Kil'jaeden and the grasp of Manaroth, cherished by the Eridar twins. Some skills could indeed be executed with the titanium gauntlet, but there was a concern about damaging it. Before an overwhelming force and wild energy, titanium or golden titanium felt as flimsy and fragile as printed paper. All his chi converged in his left palm, slowly released. At the moment of contact between his palm and the fire door, a force tenfold that of Lady Hightower struck the barrier. The lock misaligned, steel warped. The door swung open. Old Wang strolled in leisurely, as if wandering through his own backyard, while the fire door closed automatically behind him, sealing hundreds of rushing hand association members outside. Boom! At that instant, 3 grenades and 2 rockets flew towards Old Wang, accompanied by mounted machine guns and shotguns. Hundreds, if not thousands of bullets rained down. A mass of explosives detonated. Walls collapsed, and steel-reinforced concrete buried Old Wang beneath the rubble. The cacophony of explosions, gunfire, and collapsing walls resonated in his earpiece. Black Widow's heart tightened. Master Wang had fallen into a trap. She had warned him against such impulsiveness. The Hand Association was undoubtedly prepared, and charging in was tantamount to suicide. With a swift flying scissor kick, she dispatched the Hand Association ninja guarding the explosives, whispering urgently, Master Wang? Master Wang? Are you all right? Do you need assistance? Her heart raced in her throat. That lazy yet formidable fat man couldn't he have perished in the explosion? Could he? If he were gone, who would communicate with the immortal Iron Fist and Kunlun? Would the allies of Shield be lost just like that? And with it, her hope of mastering the art of Kung Fu would vanish? Do not worry, everything is under control, Wang had once said. This is the best and fastest method, aimed at ensuring that the Hand Association members are unable to kill more innocents, preventing beasts from amassing greater power, and keeping the dark void from becoming too formidable. A tremor laced with a hint of anxiety resonated in Sky's voice. The shockwave from the explosion and the ensuing electromagnetic interference had rendered the control unit temporarily inoperative. Fitz and Simmons had surprisingly overlooked this. Their apathy warranted criticism. Do not concern yourselves with Wang. He is the king, and he will undoubtedly be unharmed. Sky's gaze was resolute. No one understood the Old Wang better than she did. If the world were to face annihilation, and only one soul remained, that soul would undoubtedly be our king. Perhaps one day, the Mississippi River may reverse its course, Mount Everest may crumble, the Antarctic ice sheets may melt, and the stars may fall from the heavens, yet the king shall not perish. Thunder in winter, snow in summer. The convergence of heaven and earth. My king shall absolutely not die. Black Widow pondered the source of Sky's unwavering confidence. Master Wang was neither Captain America nor the immortal Iron Fist. How could he possibly withstand such a magnitude of explosion and gunfire? Wait a moment. The immortal Iron Fist? The events of the past month surged in her mind, revealing a tapestry of induced and convoluted causality. As the fog lifted, the truth became starkly apparent. Piercing through a thin veil, like milk being squeezed forth, Black Widow comprehended everything. Yes, you guessed it right. Wang is the Iron Fist. Recalling her conversations with the Old Wang, Sky felt a surge of confidence. He had never denied being the Iron Fist. It was merely the conjecture of you Romanoff agents. Time is of the essence. Do not wait until he has eliminated the 4 fingers of the hand and the black sky. Your mission remains incomplete. Wang had stated that after consuming a copious amount of Azeroth essence, his strength had ascended to a new echelon. Some revelations were inconsequential. He possessed the confidence to confront any peril. Finally, Black Widow's heart was at ease. She recollected the stocky figure shrouded in a mask at the Roxxon power plant. The striking azure lightning, the Winter Soldier being hurled away, his mechanical arm forcibly severed, and the iron shoulders that had borne her burdens. It was as if he could shoulder the sun and moon and bear the weight of the mountains and rivers. That formidable fist that had incapacitated the Winter Soldier, was that not the Iron Fist? At the Fellstone base, Skye tapped her keyboard, switching to a different independent channel, one intended for just 2 individuals. Robbie, have you arrived at the designated location? The plan has changed. Disregard the hands members. I understand that without your assistance, many H-I-E-L-D agents will perish, but what does that concern me? Wang requires your aid. Spirit of vengeance. Silence yourself. Dare to rebel. And I shall make your information public online. Let us see whether S-H-I-E-L-D finds you first, or Hydra, or the Sanctum Sanctorum of New York, or the Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One. Somewhere outside the building, the Dodge Charger halted at the roadside. The spirit of vengeance murmured in Robbie's mind. That damned beast has absorbed a great deal of power. I might not be able to defeat it now. Chapter 89. The Duality of Soul and Body. A Zen Pilgrimage Commander. Master Wang is indeed the immortal Iron Fist. In a mounted position, she snapped the neck of a ninja and pointed her hand at another foe. Black Widow unleashed a jolt of electricity, a staggering 30,000 volts, instantly incapacitating her opponent, reporting to the egg with unwavering composure. Before the conclusion could be articulated, the voice of Liu Dan resonated through the headphones. I know. How did you know again? Why didn't you inform me? The Black Widow was at a loss for words, feeling a wave of frustration wash over her. However, upon further reflection, clarity dawned upon her. Liu Dan was cunningly astute, observing past events from an outsider's perspective, rendering him less susceptible to Master Wang's smoke and mirrors. It was hardly remarkable that he deduced Master Wang was indeed the immortal Iron Fist. If it weren't for her recent busyness and the blow to her head from the Winter Soldier at the Roxxon power plant, which had temporarily dulled her wits, she would have arrived at this conclusion much sooner. She swiftly justified her own reasoning and inquired, "What should I do then? According to your instructions, I will leave the outside matters to Agent Barton and the inside ones to you." Liu Dan's tone appeared remarkably composed. "You must exercise your own judgment. There is no need to report back to me. I am currently pressed for time." He did not elaborate on his obligations. A superior is not obliged to explain themselves to subordinates, and S-H-I-L-D maintains stringent confidentiality protocols, with each matter assigned a specific classification that prohibits inquiry from anyone not directly involved. After severing the call, Liu Dan executed a graceful pivot, striding towards the highest level conference hall, followed by an eye-rolling Hill. From Hill's perspective, the director had likely long harbored suspicions that Master Wang was the immortal Iron Fist. However, mere suspicion transformed into confirmation only after hearing the Black Widow's words, though he chose to conceal this, preserving the aura of mystery and authority as the director. This individual was not only clad in black, his face, eyes, and trench coat, but, more significantly, his heart was as dark as his attire. His adeptness at subterfuge explained his ascendancy to the role of S-H-I-E-L-D director. Hill, with her less resilient demeanor, recognized the need to learn from him. Hill fancied herself an expert on Liu Dan, yet now realized that no amount of study would unravel his complexities. Liu Dan was an enigma, profound and intricate, with the greatest depth found in his very color. As Liu Dan walked, he pondered his imminent meeting with the United Nations Security Council. Several council members awaited reports from him and Hill regarding the current state of S-H-I-E-L-D and Hydra, as well as a detailed plan for the complete eradication of Hydra. Former S-H-I-E-L-D Director and current Secretary of Homeland Security, Alexander Pierce, was waiting in the conference room. The operation against the Hand was orchestrated by him through clandestine channels not affiliated with S-H-L-D, and aside from the Black Widow and Hawkeye, along with 100 specially selected agents, even Pierce and Hill were unaware of the operation, now receiving a call in Hill's presence. This was partly due to the fact that the operation had already commenced, and Hydra would soon glean information from other sources, making concealment unnecessary. Additionally, it served as a test for Hill. Even involving the Black Widow and Hawkeye was itself a form of scrutiny. He trusted no one completely save for himself. At present, it seemed that the Black Widow, Hawkeye, and the carefully chosen agents were likely reliable, while Hill's trustworthiness remained uncertain. Given that the immortal Iron Fist and Kunlun were poised to confront the Hand, with the assistance of the Black Widow and Hawkeye, and potentially the Ghost Rider as well, the prospects appeared promising. Once the Hand's affairs concluded, the alliance with Kunlun would facilitate a comprehensive offensive against Hydra, for both himself and SHIELD. The true test was just beginning. At the Air Force Base in Afghanistan, Coulson and Melinda confronted Pierce, Hill, Garrett, Sitwell, and Wu. Among them, who could possibly be trusted, if any, apart from the agents of HYDRA? Perhaps it is as difficult to accept as it is to believe. The agents of SHIELD are untrustworthy, while Master Wang, who does not belong to SHIELD, proves to be more reliable. Fitz and Simmons represent the future of SHIELD's technology department. They are young and untainted, lacking the guile and performance skills that would identify them as Hydra operatives. Seizing the opportunity to send them to Master Wang serves as a form of protection for them. The walls and ceiling collapsed, trapping old Wang beneath. Those familiar with construction understand that the higher the floors, the deeper the foundation tends to be. Here in a skyscraper, the foundation extends several dozen meters deep, yet the dragon bone fossils lie even deeper, untouched during the building's construction, separated by a 40-meter layer of earth. Now, the heavy rubble and that 40-meter soil layer confine old Wang, the precise execution of the explosion resulting in the entire door and substantial wall sections pressing down on him, further buried beneath the earth, rendering him unable to breathe. How could he possibly survive? Yet old Wang did not perish, no matter how formidable the walls. They could not obstruct the spiritual perception honed through countless lifetimes. In fact, even before entering, old Wang was aware of the situation within, knowing that breaching the door would thrust him into a hail of bullets and the roar of explosives. However, there was no alternative. This was the sole entrance. Beside the door stood a thicker, sturdier reinforced concrete wall with an even denser layer of earth beyond it, making it exceedingly difficult to breach. The Hand's preparations were thorough, and the location of the dragon bone fossils was indeed more defensible than assailable. In his race against time, old Wang had no leisure to hesitate. Thus he broke through the door and immediately employed the monk's extraordinary skill, the Golden Bell Shield. Having consumed a copious amount of essence from the Eternal Well, his vital energy had nearly restored to 1% of its peak state from his former life, while the quality still lacked in density and purity. It sufficed to withstand heavy machine gun fire, shotgun blasts, and individual rocket-propelled grenades, as well as the explosions of ample amounts of explosives, not to mention the collapsing walls and soil. The only regret was that the implanted receiver control device seemed to malfunction, yet it was of little consequence. His strength may not rival that of the Hulk, but with the support of his vital energy, he was considerably more powerful than Captain America, who could merely pull a helicopter. He shifted the rubble and the door to create a stable structure, holding his breath. Naturally, a grandmaster could not easily suffocate, yet escaping appeared to pose a challenge. Or so it seemed. Old Wang ceased his breathing, allowing his heartbeat to slow to its utmost limit, a technique he learned from the divine Genzi and the demigod Tortoise Tortola, proving highly effective. Thus, whether it was Alexandra or any others, they would believe him to be deceased. Quite well. So what should he do? The monk possesses a remarkable master skill known as soul separation, which allows for the detachment of the body and soul, leaving the soul in place. The duration of this separation depends on the strength of the soul. The more powerful the soul, the longer it can exist independently of the body. The most awkward moment arose when, after the separation of soul and body, only the corporeal form was capable of movement while the spirit remained still. Conversely, the skill known as Zen pilgrimage allowed the soul to instantaneously traverse to the monastic sanctuary of the Peak of Sunny Days, guided by the mists of Pandaria. Yet the physical body remained immobile. Thus, what if these two abilities were to intertwine? A faint smile graced old Wang's lips. Soul projection. Chapter 90. The Dragonbone Seal, the heavy earth formed a natural barrier, creating a profound isolation from the outside world. The sounds from beyond seeped in like a Wi-Fi signal diminished by 3 walls, reduced to an inaudible whisper for ordinary ears. Yet old Wang could hear it all. He had experienced countless tremors in World of Warcraft, bed shakes, ship quakes, earth rumbles, aerial vibrations, and cloud tremors. Over the past 18 years, he had encountered similar sounds and diverse languages, honing his auditory skills to the point where he could discern the blossoming of flowers and the falling of snowflakes, could hear the flow of blood and the rhythm of a heartbeat. A month ago, aside from his eyesight, his other senses might have been inferior to those of Daredevil, Matt Murdock. However, today, nourished by the essence of the fair maiden, his skin had become more delicate, fairer, and smoother. His cultivation had returned to the early levels of his past life, and his senses were by no means inferior to Matt's. Yet, if sight was available, why strain to hear through walls? What one sees is not always the truth, but what one hears is even more likely to be false. Most crucially, among the six senses, sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch, and consciousness, his hearing was in fact the weakest. The most proficient sense was certainly not vision. The perception at the soul level relied not on mere sight. The corporeal form exists in reality, a material entity, while the soul is ethereal, composed of energy. The thick layers of earth formed a cage born of explosions, providing the best sanctuary for the physical body. Old Wang's division of soul and body and the Zen pilgrimage skill were originally a singular entity. In the past, to accommodate the less capable adventurers, he had split the skill of soul projection and dual control of spirit and body into two, simplifying and, necessarily, weakening its potency. Now, as the two were reunited, Old Wang simultaneously wielded his true energy to shield his body from harm, while allowing his soul to transcend through walls and layers of earth. He beheld everything. He heard everything. He sensed everything. Ah, how lively it is. Could this be a precursor to internal strife? This was an expansive space akin to a basketball court, with numerous supports and beams propping up the ceiling. For groups of individuals stood in different positions. Closest to the entrance were approximately 20 black men, wielding identical dark assault rifles, shotguns, and shouldering individual rocket launchers or grenade launchers, blending seamlessly with the dim light and the environment, becoming as indistinguishable as a hard-boiled egg. To the left of the black men stood a similarly sized group of Japanese individuals, clad in black attire, brandishing finely crafted Japanese swords and holstering pistols at their waists. To the right, a larger gathering of white men donned white garments, each bearing a sword. Behind them stood nearly 50 more white men, dressed in suits, each armed with a firearm. Each faction is led by a figure, represented by the four fingers of a hand, the dark-haired African warlord Soanda, the ever-smiling master swordsman known as the Gambler, the stoic top ninja Murakami, and the elegantly poised socialite Alejandra. They maintain a considerable distance from one another, clearly on guard. Behind them stands a formidable wall, more precisely, a colossal stone prison, measuring over 100 meters in both length and width, and soaring above 30 meters in height. The area surrounding it is barren, resembling an immense stone cube, a veritable coffin of the world. Intricate and complex symbols adorn each wall. An ancient hieroglyphic script that Old Wang cannot comprehend, reminiscent of archaic Chinese characters, but akin to the most primitive oracle bone inscriptions, abstractly representing tangible concepts with meanings distinctly different. This is the script of Kunlun, embodying its runes. Each rune pulsates with immense energy, an extraordinary essence that Old Wang has never encountered before, endowing ordinary symbols with an unimaginable power, somewhat akin to the inscriptions and spell runes from the realm of magical beasts. Collectively, these runes transform the massive stone prison into a seal, the seal of the dragon bone. Only the might of the iron fist can unlock it. The ground is marred with traces of explosions, evidence of a shallow earthquake from mere hours prior, clearly instigated by these blasts. Yet, despite such intensity, the stone prison remains unscathed, its fortitude remarkable. Old Wang reflects on this with awe. The potent essence emanating from the prison is palpable, far surpassing even the strength of the renowned panda, wine immortal Old Chun, and the bloodthirsty sect, leader Zhu Talon. Comparatively, it stands several tiers above his own peak state. Moreover, the stone prison is not isolated. No matter how formidable a seal, time will inevitably erode it. Perhaps centuries or millennia have passed, yet the prison remains robust, sustained by a continuous influx of energy from within, drawn from the sealed dragon bone. The prison and the dragon bone form a singular entity. To forcibly breach the stone prison equates to dismantling the dual forces of the iron fist and the dragon bone simultaneously, an endeavor beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals or conventional explosives, even for those superheroes of moderate prowess. Such an immense dragon bone, belonging to the divine dragon from Kunlun, must have existed for hundreds or even thousands of years. A millennium of accumulation is not something that a mere Danny land can hope to vanquish. Not even 1,000 Dannies would suffice. It is no wonder that the iron fist is essential. The iron fist serves as a key, a cipher. Even a key carved from wood, if it matches, can unlock the seal. Old Wang harbors a suspicion. The sealed dragon bone is likely a legacy prepared by a past Iron Fist or the elders of Kunlun for future generations of Iron Fists. Where's Black Space? Old Wang surveys his surroundings, noticing the absence of the teenage boy investigated by another entity beyond the veil. Could he be above? Is Black Space personally involved in the slaughter? Old Wang furrows his brow, but decides to set aside these concerns. 4 fingers. 4 masters proficient in the art of Qi, each possessing nearly equal strength. United, they could even challenge the alliance of defenders. Yet, this was hardly a concern. The true dilemma lay in the presence of over 100 elite warriors armed with blades and firearms. For a grandmaster who had restored a mere 1% of his true energy, it was akin to the distinction between single-handedly clearing the death mines and the Scarlet Monastery. The only adversary that truly instilled fear was one, Black Void. The recently resurrected Erica from the series, single-handedly vanquishing the alliance of defenders, rendered even the weakest Iron Fist no match. However, Black Void was absent. Old Wang pondered seriously for 2 seconds, drifting behind a sharpshooter and gently exhaling. Wrapped in 2 chains, Robbie, guided by Sky, ventured alone toward a certain sewer. Despite the vengeful spirit's vehement protests, how could a noble Hell Knight crawl through a sewer like a mere rodent? Robbie, having learned meditation from Old Wang, embarked on a path of spiritual cultivation. If one were to draw a comparison, the Hell Knight bore little resemblance to the Death Knight. Rather, it shared traits with the Warlock, both capable of harnessing the powers of other malevolent entities. Ultimately, however, it was a matter of whether one would master these powers or be subjugated by them, reliant on one's own efforts. With the vengeful spirit not yet sufficiently powerful, Robbie maintained dominance due to his connection to his physical form. Just as he reached the sewer's entrance, Sky's voice crackled through the earpiece. Robbie, hurry to the top floor. Black Void is up there. Agent Romanoff is being tormented, and Matt and the others are on the brink of collapse. The beast's target is Erica. She is far more suited to be the vessel for the beast than that young boy. She is more mature, healthier, stronger, and wilder. The beast has already claimed numerous lives, amassing considerable power. Once it abandons its current vessel and occupies Erica's body, New York will face a massacre. Robbie paused momentarily. You speak Chinese? The vengeful spirit chuckled. Of course. I have lived for billions of years and can understand all languages on Earth, including dialects. At least thousands of them. Robbie snorted and quickened his pace. You consider yourself a gentleman? Chapter 91. The dual transfer of soul and body deep underground. He was doomed. Observing the ruins formed by earth and rubble, a man with dark, curly hair, Soanda, could not help but laugh heartily, his face alight with pride. He boasted, pointing at his companions and their weapons. Explosives, firearm shells, these are the finest from Hammer Industries, directly sourced from the factory and transported through fish channels, not the inferior products of small workshops. Each of these individuals is a specialist in demolition and firearms. Each has dozens of lives beneath their command. Murakami scoffed, a brute. The gambler chuckled, a newly rich upstart. Hammer Industries products are inherently inferior, mused Alexandra, remaining silent as she gazed intently at the collapsed ruins. Sawanda's ruthlessness was apparent. From the outset, he harbored the intent to eliminate the immortal Iron Fist. With such an arsenal, so much explosive power, and now this mass of rubble and earth to bury him, the current immortal Iron Fist, who had gained only a few decades of strength, should surely be dead, right? Murakami waved his hand, and over 20 ninjas brandishing Japanese swords encircled him, their tone laced with malevolence. Suwanda. The individuals from Kunlun ought to place their faith in the energy within and the cold weapons at hand, rather than in firearms. Conventional weaponry is ineffectual against the immortal Iron Fist. The power of bullets pales in comparison to the finest Japanese blade. The dapper gambler, standing aside, suddenly shrugged, his self-proclaimed gentlemanly demeanor faltering. Suwanda, the Iron Fist cannot perish. If he dies, who will unseal the barriers? Who will open the gates of Kunlun, whether alive or dead? The essence of the Iron Fist will not vanish. From his remains, we can seize the heart of the dragon and become the new Iron Fist. A minute passed, yet the ruins remained silent. The immortal Iron Fist should have succumbed to his fate. Alexandra exhaled a sigh of relief, though she cautioned, we must remain vigilant. The immortal Iron Fist is not easily vanquished. Suwanda could not suppress a derisive laugh. A millennium has elapsed. Humanity has traversed through agrarian societies and industrial eras. The advancements in technology today were unfathomable 1,000 years ago, and weaponry has evolved likewise. You cling to your energies as if they were sacrosanct. Even if Shaleo were to descend upon us, a single atomic bomb could obliterate him. Murakami snorted. That depends on how many years Shileo has lived. The two appeared at odds. Suwanda, an African warlord, placed greater trust in the might of modern technology, while Murakami, the leader of the Yakuza, held a firm belief in the ancient energies. For centuries, these five fingers seldom intertwined, each representing a distinct faction, particularly in antiquity, when technology had not yet flourished. Some resided in Africa, others in Europe, the Americas, or Asia, separated by thousands of kilometers, making communication exceedingly difficult and devoid of mutual interests. They would only unite during critical moments, such as the cataclysmic eruption of Mount Vesuvius that obliterated the ancient city of Pompeii during the First and Second World Wars. They had once cooperated, their shadows lurking behind the scenes of those global conflicts. Hydra served its purpose, while Murakami's ninjas aided the Japanese militarists. Yet in modern times, even with the unparalleled convenience of travel and seamless communication, their connections remained tenuous until this moment. The immortal Iron Fist had perished. He was singular in existence. The heart of the dragon within him could only be transferred to one individual, allowing that person to ascend as the new immortal Iron Fist. Lady Gao was dead. Without the dragon bone fossil, resurrection was impossible. Now, 4 individuals remained, who would claim the heart of the dragon and become the new Iron Fist. Alexandra, Murakami, the gambler, or Suwanda. The distance between them was significant, each accompanied by dozens of subordinates, not solely to contend with the immortal Iron Fist, but also to face one another. The absence of conflict thus far stemmed from the uncertainty of the Iron Fist's demise, compounded by the presence of even more adversaries outside. A fist formed from 5 fingers possesses greater strength. Yet, no matter how powerful, it remains merely flesh. Whoever obtains the heart of the dragon and becomes the Iron Fist, drawing upon millennia of experience and wisdom, will undoubtedly surpass any Iron Fist that has come before. By that time, the hand union would no longer be necessary. First, let us retrieve the body of Iron Fist. Perhaps he is not yet dead and still clings to life, which may compel him to break the seal. Ultimately, Alessandra remains the leader. This is New York, her stronghold, and she brings the most followers, thus commanding respect. Each individual dispatched a few subordinates to commence the excavation. Oddly enough, do you not feel a chill in the air? Alessandra tightened her almost translucent garment, sensing something amiss. Having lived for over a millennium, her perceptive abilities remained remarkably acute. A woman's intuition warned her of an impending crisis, one unseen for 1,000 years. As the specter of death loomed over her and all present. Yet what could it be? The typically cautious gambler furrowed his brow. Has the temperature dropped? Suddenly, a black man spun around, brandishing a submachine gun, and shouted, Who's blowing on my neck? Upon turning, he was taken aback. There was not a soul within 30 meters. Who could blow that far? Perhaps a martial arts master could manage it. Wait, a martial arts master? 30 meters away stood Alessandra and her subordinates, causing the man's heart to flutter. Could it be that this immortal, who had lived for over 1,000 years, had taken an interest in him? The mere thought brought a lewd smile to his face. At that moment, an invisible hand quietly grasped his own and pulled the trigger. Tot, 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 tot. The unfinished bullets poured forth in an instant. Alessandra was stunned. Is this a rebellion? To dare smirk at me and unleash a barrage with a submachine gun. Have you consumed the heart of a bear or the courage of a leopard? With a swift motion, she raised her hand, conjuring a barrier of true energy. However, her subordinates were not as fortunate. After a brief moment of distraction, 3 of her followers were eliminated and 2 more were injured. Calm down, calm down. It's a misunderstanding. Seeing a potential shootout about to erupt, Suwanda, along with Murakami and the gambler, began to retreat with their men. He swiftly slapped the gun-wielding black subordinate away and smiled apologetically at Alessandra. It was an accidental discharge. Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, one of Alessandra's armed subordinates, aided by an invisible force, pulled the trigger, striking another black man among Suwanda's followers. These men were soldiers from Africa, fiercely loyal to Suwanda, and their tempers flared. If we shoot you, it's an accident, but if you shoot us, it's premeditated murder. How can that be tolerated? Without needing to hear from Suwanda, emboldened by their superior firepower, they opened fire with their submachine guns and shotguns. Murakami and the gambler hastily withdrew their men. The issue was that the space was limited. Where could they retreat? With someone else's assistance, firearms often misfired, entangling Murakami and the gambler's men in the chaos. No one could remain uninvolved in such intense crossfire. Even if someone realized something was amiss, they could not halt their assault. To refrain from firing would mean death. The fierce gun battle lasted merely 3 minutes. Due to the open space and the lack of cover, coupled with the rapid depletion of ammunition, the melee came to an end, due to being the primary target. The followers of Alexandra suffered the most, with only 2 remaining alive. The followers of Soanda were the most numerous, had they not been short on ammunition. Their advantage in firepower could have led to the complete annihilation of the others. The gamblers were reduced to fewer than 10. The ninjas under Murakami, valiant and fearless, fared relatively worse, with only 5 left. The 4-fingered leader, protected by his chi and quick reflexes, along with his subordinates shielding him from gunfire, remained unscathed. They exchanged glances, all sensing that something was amiss. Yet before they could react, a mocking voice rang out. Soul and body exchange. The invisible essence of old Wang vanished, swapping places with his physical form. The slightly plump figure materialized behind Alexandra. Chapter 92. You know nothing of power, as the soul and body exchanged. The chubby young man appeared behind the upper-class New Yorker. He then extended his panda-like hand. It seemed as if Alexandra had eyes in the back of her head. Her chi surged, forming a protective shield. She bent forward, extending her hand and retracting her neck, as the world-renowned martial art donkey roll was about to make its grand reappearance. However, the aged and dying noblewoman could not possibly match the speed and strength of the youthful panda man. With his left hand, devoid of its titanium alloy gauntlet, he pierced through the chi shield, leaving a pale, slightly reddened palm print on her back. "Madam, would you like cupping therapy?" A deep, magnetic voice inquired. A thick stream of chi flowed into her body, imparting immense power. Crack! Alexandra felt a tightness in her chest, shortness of breath. As the last remnants of her strength drained away, a surge of blood rushed forth, her shattered internal organs, particularly her heart, causing blood to spurt into her trachea and esophagus, flooding her throat. Then it erupted from her open mouth. She was propelled backward, beyond the donkey roll. A second extraordinary skill emerged, the backwards flat sand goose style. Accompanied by a muffled thud, Alexandra fell to the ground, perfectly sprawled out. This is impossible. All her organs were destroyed, her spine fractured, her sternum shattered. The last remnants of chi forced her to cling to life. Alexandra realized she was surely doomed. Yet at that moment, what surged in her heart was not fear of death, but despair over the shattering of her elaborate plans. You are not Iron Fist. No one understands Iron Fist better than she does. Having utilized the longevity of the ancient dragon bone for over a millennium, her strength, alongside the 4 fingers, was fundamentally derived from the same source as Iron Fist. One stemmed from a deceased dragon bone, and the other from the living heart of a dragon, creating an essential difference. One could only sustain life, while the other endowed its possessor with extraordinary power. Now, feeling the chi pouring into her, Alexandra was certain. This person behind her was not Iron Fist. What? Soanda, Murakami, and the gamblers, poised to act, froze in an instant. This person is not Iron Fist? If not Iron Fist, then there was no hope of unlocking Iron Fist seal, and thus no access to the dragon bone fossil below. The last remnants of dragon bone brought from Kunlun had all been utilized by Black Void. What on earth shall we do? A profound sense of desolation and absurdity enveloped the 3 individuals, momentarily overshadowing the looming specter of death. Upon hearing Alexandra's words, Old Wang's expression soured instantly. Wait a moment. Look closely at my fists. Are my gloves not forged from iron? Is my strength not harder than iron itself? Why then am I not a man of iron fists? Not only do I possess iron fists, but I also wield a titanium rod. Care to test it? Emerging from the ruins, Old Wang, his essence intertwined with flesh, donned his titanium gloves and hefted his titanium staff, exhaling with a sense of resignation. Indeed, I am a man of iron fists. You must be a fool summoned by a monkey, exclaimed Soanda, who, with a profound understanding of Chinese culture, was the first to shake off the shock. Clenching his fists, he shouted, "Stop dawdling. Let us all attack together. We must eliminate him, or we shall surely perish." The underground area was not entirely isolated from the upper levels, and there were multiple entrances and exits, not merely the one that had been sealed. Escape was undeniably impossible. The only path to survival lay in vanquishing this adversary. The gambler wielded a sword, Murakami brandished a knife, and Soanda approached barehanded. One was the world's foremost master of swordsmanship, another the strongest knife master in Japan, and the last an expert in acupressure with an intimate knowledge of the human body. The trio charged forward alongside their surviving subordinates. Their ammunition was nearly exhausted, and even what remained was scant. Moreover, after unleashing a barrage of grenades, rockets, shotguns, and heavy machine guns, which had failed to harm this man, They held no illusions about the efficacy of firearms. In critical moments, it was the cold weapons and spirit that mattered. This imposter of an iron fist was treacherous and cunning. During his previous confrontation with Lady Gao, he had concealed his full strength, pretending to be only slightly superior to her. Now, he revealed his true prowess, effortlessly dispatching Alexandra, whose abilities were scarcely inferior to those of Lady Gao. This man was neither an iron fist nor even a denizen of Kunlun. The people of Kunlun were reclusive and devoid of guile. With a sharp crack, Old Wang drove his titanium rod into the hard ground, the jarring sound of impact sending shivers through the three men. "You know nothing of strength," he declared, releasing his grip and clenching his fists, standing firm like a mountain. On the ground lay the Black Widow, contemplating whether to utter a curse. Lately, she had found herself frequently injured. As a legendary agent of SHIELD, she had never failed at her missions for years, until she was shot in the waist. The Winter Soldier had fired that shot. A month prior, at the Roxxon power plant, she had been riddled with bullets, and had it not been for Master Wang's timely intervention, she would have perished. The Hydra operatives had all fired at her. Now, though she was not shot, she had been brutally bested in hand-to-hand combat, not by a robust man, but by a diminutive boy whose height barely reached her chest, and certainly not in a bedroom setting. Who would believe such a tale? Clad in her Widow-esque attire, she had still been overpowered, utterly defenseless against the assault. Such disgrace. "I am in dire need of assistance." As the young boy approached step by step, Black Widow lay on the ground, supporting herself with her elbows and legs while retreating and shouting. Suddenly, the sound of a gunshot pierced the air, followed by a rapid succession of shots. Dozens of bullets rained down upon the boy at an astonishing speed, forcing him to stagger back with an impressive force reminiscent of an American blockbuster. Erica arrived, clad in the standard attire of SHIELD field agents, brandishing a submachine gun aimed directly at the boy, her expression somewhat fierce, her movements wild, her demeanor menacing. She resembled a vengeful goddess. Beside her stood Matt Murdock, the blind lawyer, also wielding a submachine gun, contributing a share of bullets aimed at the boy. Agent Romanoff, the final member of the trio, the Stick, swiftly approached Black Widow, unabashedly extending his right hand with his index and middle fingers, prodding her body repeatedly, including certain sensitive areas. This elicited sensations of pain, soreness, and unbearable itchiness in some spots, while others felt warm. Acupressure? Black Widow contemplated a mysterious force from the east, reminiscent of practices known to certain sections. Stick nodded. "Master Wang taught me." With several acupoints sealed by his chi, the injuries inflicted by the boy began to alleviate slightly. Stick dragged Black Widow backward, casually tossing a grenade forward. Boom! The deafening explosion erupted, yet no joy appeared on Stick's face. Instead, a heaviness settled in his heart. Emerging from the smoke, the boy stood, his clothes torn and tattered, almost bare, yet utterly unscathed. The beauty of youth was fully revealed before the two men and two women.